Volume 1, Chapter 1, The Map of All Realms. In the realm of Douluo, amidst the bustling city of Tiando, the chill of late autumn envelopes the air. As evening descends, the frigid ice rain cascades from the overcast heavens like a flurry of sharp daggers. The relentless gales howl, reminiscent of vengeful spirits in a furious rage, as they violently tug at the branches, shaking them as if they were shameless harlots demanding attention. Having bid farewell to his father, elder brother, and a handful of guests who came to extend their congratulations, Qiao Chong swayed unsteadily, resembling a wandering soul, as he made his way towards his bridal chamber. Before his departure, his father's concerned words echoed in his ears. "My son, hold on to this jade token tightly. It is something your mother entrusted me to pass on to you before her demise. Once you marry, you will be considered an adult. As an adult, you must carry yourself with a demeanor befitting your status. Act with prudence and refrain from impulsiveness. If it is possible to avoid trouble, do so. If you can bear the past grievances, then endure. Above all, ensure your own safety. Should you find it intolerable if anyone dares to bully you, come to me. I would rather sacrifice my life than allow them to escape unscathed." Qiao Chong silently etched his father's words into his heart, while securely tucking away the black and white jade token that Qiao Panshur had given him before his departure. Gratitude filled his heart as he gazed upon the increasingly near bridal chamber. A sense of relief washed over him. Perhaps not possessing soul power is not such a misfortune. As long as my family remains safe, what does it matter if I lead a mundane life? Qiao Chong murmured to himself, attempting to cast aside the memories of his former glory. Yet, at that moment, an incongruous voice shattered the stillness. "Third brother, hurry up. Liena can hardly wait any longer." That voice. Qiao Chong stood frozen in his tracks, as if struck by lightning. Could it be that this was indeed the voice of his newlywed wife? "Liena, can't you wait a little longer? You mustn't beg for mercy later." A rather lascivious male voice drifted through the window. Qiao Chong's gaze fell upon a hand resting on the window ledge not far away. It was a woman's hand, slender, elongated, and fair, clearly the hand of a pampered young lady. Qiao Chong recognized that hand. It was the very reason he had consented to his father's wishes to become the prince consort. This was the hand of his bride, adorned with the diamond ring he had painstakingly crafted for her over 2 months. At that moment, the faint glimmer of lightning reflecting off the diamond appeared blindingly bright to Qiao Chong. How ironic. He had just wished to be an ordinary person. Reality had dealt him a severe blow. Did an ordinary man have the right to wed a princess? Even at the cost of his father's relinquishing of 300,000 troops. Did he possess the qualifications? Did he even deserve it? But why hadn't he been rejected sooner? Why the humiliation? Qiao Chong seethed with rage within, yet his countenance remained disturbingly calm. His slightly sharpened nails pierced into his palm, inflicting a heart-wrenching pain. Qiao Chong's heart felt colder than his body. The torrential rain poured down, and the brilliant lightning illuminated his pale cheeks. Never had he yearned for power as he did in this very moment. If only he were still the Soul King, still the heir of the martial Soul Hall with 3 life spirits. Who would dare to humiliate him so? Who could dare to insult him? Regrettably, he was no longer that man. He was nothing. In this twist of fate, he had become a mere jest. Given another chance, he would never have pursued that sinister soul master. He would never again easily invest his emotions. He would personally annihilate that treacherous pair. As if responding to Qiao Chong's unspoken plea, the jade token in his embrace suddenly transformed into a stream of light that surged into his dantian, and an eerie, chilling voice echoed in his mind. "Jia, Jia, Jia. Young man, are you yearning for power? Do you wish to kill?" Qiao Chong was taken aback, thinking he had succumbed to hallucinations. But the next moment, he found himself reconsidering. A spectral figure materialized before him, startling him once more. It was an elderly figure, hunched and grotesque. His face, riddled with wrinkles that could trap dozens of flies, was marred with a myriad of pockmarks. Yet this seemingly decrepit old man, appearing as if he had been buried in the earth, caused time itself to freeze upon his arrival. The rain hung suspended in midair, The trees ceased their swaying, and even the wind along the corridor stood still. The swirling fallen leaves seemed to beckon him. The ancient figure gazed intently at Xiao Chong, his voice deep and gravelly. I can lend you power for a quarter of an hour to help you wash away this humiliation. However, afterwards, you must assist me with 3 tasks. Are you willing? What tasks? Xiao Chong inquired without a moment's hesitation. The old man chuckled. For the first task, I need you to gather the essence of at least 100 maidens to help restore my strength. I require the fusion of your yin and yang energies. Agreed. Without a moment's thought, Xiao Chong nodded. What about the second task? Xiao Chong probed. The elder continued. For the second task, I wish for you to help me find a corporeal form that satisfies me once you ascend to godhood. Xiao Chong paused, contemplating before replying. And what if I cannot achieve that? Then I shall have no choice but to seize your body. The elder's tone remained calm, yet Xiao Chong was drenched in cold sweat. Very well, I accept. Xiao Chong affirmed firmly. To him, becoming a god seemed a distant dream. He would agree for now. If it proved unattainable later, he could always feign delays in his ascension. However, the moment he entertained such thoughts, the elder's voice resounded again. Do not think of slacking off or playing tricks to slow your progress, should you dare slacken before you become a god. I have ample means to ensure you cannot escape death or life. Xiao Chong hastily shook his head. Senior, you jest. I would never act in such a manner. Yet inwardly, he scoffed. What a cunning old fox. He could see through all his thoughts. And what is the third task? Xiao Chong continued to inquire. The elder replied, for the third task, I wish for you to eliminate a certain sect once you grow strong enough. What sect? Xiao Chong instinctively asked. The elder responded that I cannot disclose just yet. If you agree to the 3 conditions I've laid out, I can bestow power upon you immediately. Agreed. I accept. Xiao Chong replied without a hint of hesitation. Though he maintained an air of nonchalance in conversation with the elder, his eyes had never strayed from the hand at the window, eager to sever it. The elder seemed to have discerned his thoughts and chuckled. It's a deal. With that, the elder's phantom abruptly vanished. Everything around him returned to normal, and a long-forgotten power surged through Xiao Chong's entire being. An unprecedented sense of strength enveloped him, giving him the illusion that he could obliterate a titled Douluo with a single punch. Xuelian, Xueqing, accept the wrath of the avenger. Xiao Chong, enveloped in swirling black energy, emanated an overwhelming aura, akin to that of a demonic deity, as he strode purposefully towards the bridal chamber. Inside, Xueqing and Xuelian were still engaged in their shameless actions, utterly oblivious to the specter of death creeping ever closer. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, momentarily stunning Xueqing and Xuelian as they reached a critical juncture. Upon recognizing Xiao Chong, they exchanged a brief smile before resuming their actions. They had long anticipated that Xiao Chong might stumble upon their clandestine affair and harbored no fear of being caught. Xuelian had married Xiao Chong solely because she happened to be carrying Zhu Zhuqing's child, and Duke Xiao was willing to relinquish 300,000 troops to grant Xiao Chong the title of prince consort. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement she was more than willing to accept. Moreover, she had never intended to allow Xiao Chong to touch her. The choice to engage in such acts at this particular moment was driven purely by the thrill of secret infidelity. Xiao Chong, you've arrived. Find somewhere to sit for a while, third brother. We're almost done. He's been holding it in ill. Attend to him first, then. Third brother, you're incorrigible. Let me finish my sentence. Xuelian's words flowed casually, as if she felt no shame in performing such acts in front of Xiao Chong. Xueqing chuckled. Brother-in-law, don't take offense, Liena. This little vixen has always needed a lesson. Would you mind if I taught her a thing or two? They deliberately provoked Xiao Chong, eager to witness his fury and satisfy their perverse desires. Yet they were destined to be disappointed. The moment Xiao Chong kicked the door open, all his previously unleashed aura had been meticulously reined in. To him, the individuals before him were no longer his newlywed wife. They were no longer the crown princess of the Tiando Empire, and the third prince. They were merely 2 corpses. Have you finished? A low voice rumbled from deep within Qiao Chang's throat. Xueqing and Xuelian were momentarily taken aback. Immediately thereafter, expressions of sheer terror flooded their eyes. A black vine appeared silently, piercing through Zhuqing's throat in an instant, splattering Xuelian with blood. At that moment, Qiao Chang's cold voice echoed once more, having spoken your last words, descend into hell. Xuelian's vision was obscured by blood, and she attempted to scream, only to discover that no sound would emerge from her lips. A black vine coiled around her throat, its barbs incessantly puncturing her body, leaving her ravaged and bleeding. Throughout this harrowing scene, Qiao Chang's countenance remained impassive, observing everything with indifference. After the demise of Xueqing and Xuelian, the figure of the old man reappeared, accompanied by a scroll suspended in the air. Upon seeing the scroll, Qiao Chang felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his gaze turned to one of dread. It was this very image. This image had caused him to lose his cultivation. Qiao Chang recalled a fateful night a year prior, when rain fell heavily. Much like today, he had been pursuing a malevolent soul master, who, cornered and desperate, hurled a scroll at him. He sensed the terrifying energy contained within the scroll and instinctively sought to evade it, only to be ambushed by another hidden soul master, leaving him no time to dodge, and he collided directly with the scroll. In that moment of contact, the scroll did not explode as he had anticipated. Instead, it vanished in an instant. At the time, he had not noticed the panicked expression on the face of the soul master witnessing this event. Believing he was doomed, he expended every ounce of strength to slay that soul master, wishing to take them both down. As for the soul master who had attacked him, they disappeared the moment the scroll vanished. From that day forth, he transformed overnight from an enviable genius into a mere husk devoid of soul power. Now, upon seeing the scroll once again, he felt as if he were beginning to comprehend its significance. He hastily inquired, "Did you slay that soul master?" "Astute," the old man readily acknowledged. "Was it all part of your elaborate scheme?" Qiao Chang asked with a furrowed brow. The old man shook his head. "You are mistaken. I am but a fragment of a soul residing within this myriad realms map. Had you not inadvertently activated the map, I might have remained imprisoned within it for eternity. Then how did I lose my soul power?" This question had lingered in Qiao Chang's mind. The old man explained, "You lost your cultivation because the myriad realms map was missing a fragment. To preserve your life, I forcibly absorbed your martial soul and soul power to fill that void. Otherwise, you would have long since become a lifeless corpse." Qiao Chang's eyes reflected gratitude as he bowed deeply to the old man, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed elder." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. My rescue of you serves my own purposes. If you cannot fulfill the 3 conditions I set forth, I shall show you no mercy." Qiao Chang nodded resolutely. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall do everything in my power to meet your requirements." The old man nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You possess promise. I believe this trial will lead to your maturation. The legacy entrusted to you by your father, along with your mother's dying bequest, has now completed the gap in the myriad realms map. I can now cultivate within it and have regained a portion of my power, enabling me to assist you in unlocking 1 or 2 domains shortly." Without waiting for Qiao Chang's response, the old man erupted into a series of eerie chuckles before transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing into the newly completed Inyang domain of the myriad realms map. In the very next moment after the old man's disappearance, Qiao Chang sensed a subtle connection with the myriad realms map. He beheld the old man entering a peculiar world, one defined solely by shades of black and white. The old man sat cross-legged, 9 ancient cauldrons hovering above his head, exuding an air of antiquity and gravitas, swirling continuously around him as the black and white energies visibly flowed into the cauldrons at an astonishing rate. As the black and white energies entered, the old man's complexion visibly improved, as if he were rejuvenating. A quarter of an hour later, the old man reemerged, grasping the myriad realms map in his hands. With 2 fingers, he lightly tapped on the map, infusing it with pure black and white energy, causing an irregular area inscribed with the characters for Realm of Symbols to glow with a yellow light. Cao Chang immediately beheld countless symbols materializing before him, and his consciousness was drawn into a special space. The old man's voice resonated. Familiarize yourself with these symbols. If any catch your fancy, I can assist you in acquiring one. Cao Chang nodded, selecting a palm's eye symbol to keep close at hand. He then began to address the bodies, for although he had slain Xueqing and Xuelian, he did not wish for their remains to be discovered too soon. At the very least, they must not be found before he departed from the prince's residence. However, just as he was halfway through his task, he suddenly sensed a figure hurtling through the air towards him.
Seeing the approaching figure, Cao Chang exclaimed in astonishment. She is actually. Volume 1, Chapter 2, Duel Cultivation, Breaking Through Level 10. Qian Renxue. Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Chang retrieved an invisibility talisman from the Rune Realm within the Myriad Realms map, concealing himself. The Myriad Realms map encompasses countless realms, with sufficient strength. One can activate these realms and master the cycle of reincarnation, achieving immortality. This was a secret imparted to him by a mysterious elder. The Rune Realm was the first domain that Cao Chang activated with the elder's assistance, containing a plethora of spiritual talismans, though Cao Chang currently had limited access to them. The invisibility talisman is one of the most basic spiritual talismans, usable without the need for soul power. Cao Chang chose not to linger and investigate what Qian Renxue intended, but instead departed quietly. Now that the power of the enigmatic elder had vanished and his soul force had returned to 0, it was prudent to remain cautious. Not long after Cao Chang departed, he glanced back and beheld a towering blaze erupting from the princess's palace. He understood that this must be the work of Qian Renxue. She had undoubtedly discerned something and was aiding him. Cao Chang silently expressed his gratitude towards Qian Renxue. The rain continued to pour, growing ever more intense, as if it sought to cleanse the world of all its filth. Amidst the torrential downpour, Cao Chang sprinted fervently towards the duke's residence. After approximately half an hour, he arrived breathlessly at the doorstep of the estate. Steadying his breath, he approached the door of his father, Cao Panshi, with a heavy heart filled with guilt. The door stood ajar, and the light within flickered softly, revealing his father hunched over his desk, diligently working. A profound, indescribable emotion welled up within Cao Chang. His father had sacrificed so much for their family, while he felt as though he only brought trouble. I must become stronger. I can no longer allow myself to appear so powerless. Cao Chang silently resolved within himself. At that moment, Cao Panshi, who was engrossed in his work, heard the familiar sound of footsteps on the stone floor and looked up in mild surprise. Upon seeing Cao Chang, drenched like a drenched chicken from the rain, his brows instinctively furrowed, and he hurriedly inquired, "Changer, what has happened to you?" Xiao Chang shook off the rain from his clothes as he stepped into the room. "Father, I have killed Xueqing and Xuelian," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. He was acutely aware that his actions were impulsive and would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble to the duke's residence. Yet, he could not overcome the turmoil in his heart without avenging those 2 treacherous individuals. Thus, his gaze towards Cao Panshi was laden with guilt. "What did you say?" Cao Panshi exclaimed, his expression one of shock. He could hardly fathom that Cao Chang, newly wed, had not only slain his bride but also her elder brother. What on earth had transpired? Cao Panshi was filled with a sense of bewilderment. "Father," the child spoke. Cao Chang gazed into Cao Panshi's eyes and reiterated the words he had just spoken. Cao Panshi was convinced that he had not misheard and fell into silence. After a long while, he asked in a low voice, "Changer, why have you chosen to act in this manner?" Cao Chang said, "Father, Xueqing and Xuelian engaged in an illicit affair in my marital home. Upon discovering their disgraceful act, they continued to indulge in such behavior before my very eyes, thus insulting me. I could not contain my rage and, in a fit of fury, ended their lives. I beseech you to mete out punishment. Is punishment warranted?" Cao Panshi gazed at Cao Chang. "You have done nothing wrong. Why should I impose punishment upon you?" Yet, Cao Chang's words were abruptly interrupted by Cao Panshi. "But what? Do you still remember what father once said? If anyone dares to bully you, he would risk his very life to avenge you, regardless of whether they belong to the royal family or not." Upon hearing this, 2 crystalline tears slipped from the corners of Cao Chang's eyes. He gazed at Cao Panshi with deep gratitude and said, "Thank you, father." Cao Panshi approached him with a smile, gently patting his shoulder. "Silly child. Why speak of pleasantries with your father? Are you hurt?" As he spoke, Cao Panshi resumed examining Cao Chang's injuries. Cao Chang shook his head. "Father, I am unharmed. I have regained some strength and launched a surprise attack when they were unprepared, so they could not injure me at all." "What did you say?" "Chang, you have regained your strength." Despite having suspected as much, Cao Panshi could not hide his astonishment upon hearing Cao Chang's admission. It must be noted that over the past year, in his efforts to help Cao Chang restore his soul power and appear less despondent, He had nearly exhausted all his resources without success. In the end, he had no choice but to promise to hand over 300,000 troops to his son, hoping to secure a position for him as a prince consort, thus preventing others from bullying him. Little did he expect this would backfire, subjecting his son to such humiliation. Had those two not already met their demise, he would have been tempted to wield his great sword against them. Father, I have only regained a fragment of my strength. But I can cultivate for now. Being able to cultivate is sufficient. It is enough. Qiao Panchi repeatedly affirmed, his eyes brimming with tears. Only he understood how dazzling Qiao Chong had been a year ago. With innate full soul power at level 25, 3 life martial souls, and a formidable arsenal including the Ghost King Vine, the Sea of Spirit, and the Demon God Trident, his soul power had reached a terrifying level of 50. Does anyone else know about this matter? Qiao Panchi inquired with concern. After the initial excitement, he began to regain his composure. The news of the deaths of the 2 children of the Snow Knight Emperor could pose significant trouble for Qiao Chong and their family if it were to be discovered that he was involved. If necessary, he must nip this trouble in the bud. Qiao Chang shook his head and said, Father, apart from myself, you are the first to know of this matter. However, the Crown Prince, Shuqing, may have already deduced that it was I who did it. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Chang added, The Crown Prince? Qiao Panchi furrowed his brow, murmuring in confusion, what could he possibly want? Qiao Chong remarked, after my departure, he set our marital home ablaze. Upon hearing this, Qiao Panchi fell into deep contemplation once more. After a brief moment, he stroked his beard and said, This eldest prince is known for his calm demeanor and astuteness. He would not venture to the princess's residence without just cause. Exercise caution. Xiao Chang nodded. If it were not for the knowledge that Shuqing was indeed Qian Renxue, coupled with their past relationship which had nearly pierced the veil of pretense, he might have harbored doubts regarding the first prince's ulterior motives. However, now that he was aware of his true identity, Qiao Chong felt a reduction in his reservations. This matter would be entrusted to his father for resolution. With the chill of autumn air seeping in, he urged, You should change into warmer clothing. My father will come to find you later. Feeling the autumn breeze, Qiao Chong gently patted his own shoulder, expressing his concern. Xiao Chang nodded in agreement. Qiao Panchi approached the desk and retrieved a black umbrella, which he then handed to Qiao Chong. Qiao Chong bid farewell to Qiao Panchi, departing with an umbrella in hand. After Qiao Chong departed, Qiao Panchi promptly pinned 2 confidential letters, entrusting them to the hidden guards. One was addressed to his eldest son, Qiao Xiu, while the other was for his second son, Qiao Man, urging them to swiftly assemble 20,000 elite troops and return discreetly to Tiando City. The message was quite straightforward. Your younger brother is in trouble. Gather your forces and return immediately. Having completed these tasks, Qiao Panchi extinguished the candle, exited the room, secured the door, and hastened towards Qiao Chong's chamber. The rain continued to pour heavily and furiously, yet it did not touch Qiao Panchi in the slightest. The umbrella in his study had always been reserved for Qiao Chong, and there was more than one prepared. Upon reaching Qiao Chong's room, he found his son already dressed, restored to his handsome self, which filled Qiao Panchi with immense satisfaction. He placed a hand on his shoulder and guided him to sit on his bed. Qiao Panchi possesses a remarkably robust physique, with a notably ample posterior. The bed belonging to Qiao Chang is rather petite, and his presence nearly consumes half of its space upon sitting. The small bed emits audible protests under the weight of such burden. Qiao Panchi, however, remained utterly unconcerned, wearing a silly grin. I have already informed your 2 elder brothers and instructed them to return promptly upon receiving the news. If you have no pressing matters in the next couple of days, it would be wise to refrain from visiting the government office. Leave everything to me and your brothers. Qiao Chang nodded in response. Qiao Panchi patted Qiao Chong's shoulder and stood up, saying, Rest early. You've been weary all day. With that, he departed from Qiao Chong's room. Watching his father's towering figure recede, Qiao Chong felt the depth of his father's concern and silently vowed to become stronger. To protect his father and his 2 elder brothers. They were among the very few relatives he had in this world, and he could not bear to lose them. With these thoughts in mind, Qiao Chang began to focus his mind, seizing every moment to sit in meditation and cultivate his energy. As night deepened, the rain gradually subsided. Wisps of spiritual energy seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, flowing into Qiao Chong's body like a delicate mist. This time, the energy did not dissipate within him. Instead, he felt an indescribable exhilaration. Is this the power of rebirth? How formidable it is! Qiao Chong felt every one of his 36,000 pores greedily absorbing spiritual energy, and a surge of excitement began to swell within him. He could distinctly perceive that this time, in comparison to his initial foray into cultivation, the speed at which he was absorbing spiritual energy had more than doubled. Do not underestimate this increase, for it is founded upon his innate soul power of 25 and his extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. Such velocity transcends mere horror. It is nothing short of astonishing. This is the remarkable advantage of having broadened meridians after breaking through previous limitations. Qiao Chang firmly believes that returning to his pinnacle is merely a matter of time. In this time his foundation is more solid, and his realm is even more stable. Qiao Chang is confident that even without the assistance of the 10,000 Realms map, he will swiftly ascend to become a formidable force. However, with the aid of the 10,000 Realms map, the timeline for his ascent will be significantly expedited. And he will possess a greater array of trump cards to confront future crises. The 10,000 Realms map encompasses not only the Runes realm but also the Artifact realm, the Medicine realm, the Array realm, and countless other domains. Yet, unlocking these realms necessitates the assistance of a mysterious elder, who in turn requires the provision of yin-yang energy. This particular energy can only be generated through interactions with women, compelling him to restore as much strength and vitality as possible tonight in preparation for the morrow. As dawn broke the next day, a purplish aura heralded the arrival of a new day, and after a night of relentless rain, the downpour finally ceased. Xiao Chang exhaled a deep breath, sensing the surge of power within himself, and murmured to himself, "At last, I have broken through to the third level of soul power. I can now seek interaction with Sister Zhou." However, before proceeding, he felt it necessary to confer with his father. When Xiao Chang entered the room of Qiao Panshi, he found that Qiao Panshi was already up, seemingly having anticipated Xiao Chang's arrival. Early in the morning, Qiao Panshi had prepared a pot of porridge. The porridge contained century eggs and lean meat, and due to the lengthy cooking time, a delicate aroma wafted through the air as soon as the lid was lifted. Qiao Panshi prepared a generous bowl for Qiao Chang, placing a spoon beside it, and then presented 2 fried dough sticks purchased from outside to Qiao Chang. With a cheerful smile, he settled down beside him, encouraging, "Do indulge yourself." Qiao Chang took a sip of porridge and bit into 2 pieces of fried dough. Yet after a few chews, he could not help but inquire, "Father, is it true that mother and father are not dead?" Qiao Panshi was taken aback, and then, with a slightly evasive gaze, replied, "How could that be? The entire city is aware of your mother's demise. She perished amidst a tumultuous surge of soul beasts during a riot." Xiao Chang fixed his gaze on Qiao Panshi and implored, "Father, please do not deceive me any longer. Mother cannot possibly be an ordinary person. Were it not for the jade pendant she bestowed upon me, I would have been unable to restore my cultivation. Kindly reveal the truth to me. I have matured and possess the right to know the whereabouts of my mother." Qiao Panshi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Chang'er, you are not mistaken. Your mother is indeed alive. She was taken by a group of enigmatic individuals to protect us. This secret has burdened your father for over a decade, bringing him immense sorrow. Before she left, your mother forbade me from disclosing this truth to you 3. She hoped you could live your lives in peace and simplicity, for the power behind those mysterious figures cloaked in black is formidable and shrouded in secrecy. Your mother did not wish for you to jeopardize your safety for her sake. However, your father perceives that you are not an impulsive person, and I believe you will one day soar to great heights. I hope that, once you have grown strong, you will, while ensuring your own safety, endeavor to rescue your mother." Upon hearing these words, Qiao Chang's heart trembled violently. Despite having had his suspicions, the confirmation from Qiao Panshi left him utterly astonished. His mother's identity was indeed extraordinary. In his previous life, he had barely been born when a tragic car accident claimed the lives of his parents. And he was raised in an orphanage, devoid of parental love. He yearned desperately for the affection of his mother and father. In this life, after his rebirth, his father had informed him that his mother had perished in an accident. This revelation had caused him profound sorrow for an extended period. Now, knowing that his mother was alive, he vowed to spare no effort to rescue her, striving for a reunion of their family. Looking at Qiao Panshi, Qiao Chang declared resolutely, "Father, rest assured, I will diligently cultivate my skills and will surely bring mother back." Good, good. Father believes in you." Qiao Panshi repeatedly exclaimed 3 goods, as if he beheld the dawn of hope in his eyes. Xiao Chang could feel the large hand gripping his tremble, and he could see the glimmer of tears shimmering in his eyes. It is often said that a man does not shed tears easily, but only when sorrow strikes. The departure of Qiao Chang's mother brought immeasurable sorrow and longing to Qiao Panshi, pains that only he could truly comprehend, witnessing his father's profound anguish. Qiao Chang vowed that in this lifetime, he would neither rescue his mother nor seek vengeance on her behalf. He pledged to remain unyielding in his resolve. After silently finishing his breakfast and conferring with Qiao Panshi, he resolved to leave Tiando City for a few days to enhance his cultivation. Qiao Panshi acquiesced to him. He understood that his son harbored his own secrets and chose not to probe further. All he desired was for him to remain safe and sound. After a modest arrangement of his belongings, Qiao Chang donned some disguises and left the city of Tiando that very day. After Qiao Chang's departure, the following day, his elder brother Qiao Xiao and second brother Qiao Man returned. Upon learning about Qiao Chang's situation, both were exceedingly irate, believing that Qiao Chang had acted commendably. Qiao Xiao informed Qiao Panshi that he was quite acquainted with the first prince, Xue Qinghe, and could solicit his assistance in resolving the matter concerning Qiao Chang. Qiao Panshi found Qiao Xiao's suggestion quite agreeable and decided it was worth a try. That very night, he clandestinely visited Xue Qinghe alongside Qiao Xiao. Upon learning that Qiao Chang was unharmed, Xue Qinghe felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, he maintained an outward composure, expressing his willingness to assist Qiao Chang in navigating his current predicament. Furthermore, he proposed the notion of forming an alliance with the Qiao family. Qiao Panshi found Xue Qinghe to possess commendable character. Moreover, the proposed alliance was mutually beneficial, leading him to agree with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong departed from Tiando City, making his way to a Duel hotel located 300 miles to the south. Upon his arrival, it was already late at night. Through the glass door, he observed a young woman in her 20s, clad in a red dress, seated at the counter, resting her chin on her hand while gazing vacantly at the clock. Xiao Chong could hear her murmuring something under her breath. It remains uncertain whether Xiao Chong's younger brother will return here, and after marrying that princess, whether he will be subjected to mistreatment. Xiao Chong did not anticipate that she would still be talking about him at this hour, which left him somewhat touched. As he pushed open the door, a melodious chime of bells resonated, and he beheld the woman in the red dress, who stood up in astonishment upon seeing him. "Xiao Chang, what brings you here?" The woman in red inquired with palpable excitement. Xiao Chang entered the hotel and, after ensuring the door was securely shut, gazed at the woman in the red dress. "Sister Zhou, I have missed you," he declared. The woman, affectionately referred to as Sister Zhou, gracefully emerged from behind the counter and approached him, taking hold of both his hands. Her expressive eyes blinked softly twice, and with a cheerful smile, she remarked, "Oh, you've gotten married, and yet your words have grown sweeter." However, upon hearing this, a look of melancholy crossed Xiao Chong's face. "Sister Zhou, I am not deceiving you. I truly have missed you." Upon noticing the expression on his face, Sister Zhou quickly ushered him to a sofa in the lobby. With a concerned look, she inquired, "Xiao Chang, what troubles you? I forgot to ask earlier, didn't you just have your wedding? Why have you come here so suddenly?" Xiao Chang lamented, "Sister Zhou, I have been betrayed. I have been humiliated." Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou displayed an expression of shock, her heart aching for Xiao Chong as she grasped his hand and said, "My dear brother Xiao Chong, do not be disheartened. Please share with me the details of what transpired, and I shall see if I can offer you some solace." With tears welling in his eyes, Xiao Chang continued, "Sister Zhou, Xuelian has betrayed me. She had the audacity to engage with Xueqing right before my eyes." Sister Zhou, overwhelmed with compassion, embraced Xiao Chong and reassured him, "Do not weep, dear brother. I understand your distress. Tell me how they have wronged you. Speaking about it may alleviate your burden. They dared to commit such acts in my presence." Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou fell into a profound silence, an invisible aura of wrath emanating from her being. Xiao Chang suddenly felt a chill in the air, but it quickly returned to normal. Turning to look at Sister Zhou, he found her gazing at him with an expression of deep concern. Touched by her empathetic eyes, Xiao Chang continued to speak. "It was the first time I had been betrayed, and I was furious, so I sent them to where they truly belong." Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou nodded and gently replied, "Xiao Chong, you were right. People like them are not worth lamenting, even if they were to perish 1,000 times." Xiao Chang could no longer contain his emotions and embraced Sister Zhou, tears of grievance streaming uncontrollably down his face. Sister Zhou gently patted his back, refraining from offering words of comfort, instead using her silent tenderness to soothe his wounds. After a prolonged silence, Sister Zhou softly inquired, "Brother Xiao Chong, what are your plans moving forward?" Xiao Chang pondered for a moment before speaking. "I would like to ask Sister Zhou for a favor." Sister Zhou replied, "What kind of favor?" Xiao Chong said, "I would like to request." At this juncture, his voice suddenly faltered, his gaze intensely fixed on Sister Zhou as he continued, "I wish to ask Sister Zhou to assist me in a dual cultivation." "What?" Sister Zhou exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had not anticipated such a proposal from Xiao Chang. "Indeed, how delightful. Is he aware of my yearning for him? Here to satisfy my desires? I am willing." "What?" Now it was Xiao Chang's turn to be taken aback. "I said I am willing. When? Shall we commence now?" Xiao Chang sensed that Sister Zhou was even more anxious than he was. Xiao Chang nodded. "Then come with me." Sister Zhou grasped Xiao Chang's hand and led him into a small room adorned with shades of soft pink and lavender. "Will you undress yourself, or shall I assist you?" Xiao Chang felt as though he had unwittingly entered a den of tigers. How had he not realized earlier that Sister Zhou was such a liberated woman? If only he had known her true nature sooner, he would have married her back then. Xiao Chang contemplated quietly. Sister Zhou had already unzipped the back of her skirt with one hand while using the other to begin unfastening Xiao Chang's buttons. She must not allow him any time to think. She had to secure her victory over him in one swift motion. A plump lamb presented on a platter must not be allowed to escape. Just as Xiao Chang anticipated Sister Zhou's next move, a soft moan unexpectedly escaped her lips, and her expression began to twist in pain. "Sister Zhou, are you all right?" Xiao Chang asked with evident concern. "I'm fine. It's just my first time, and I lack experience. I twisted my waist. Just give me a moment to stretch a bit," she replied. Xiao Chang found himself both amused and perplexed. He had never noticed such an endearing side of Sister Zhou before. Xiao Chang sat up, placing his large hands gently upon her smooth waist, beginning to knead it softly. Soon, Sister Zhou's charming face flushed, and her pain dissipated. "You should take over," she conceded this time, relinquishing control to Xiao Chang. An hour later, Xiao Chang exhaled a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with vitality, feeling as though his body had been drained yet his spirit was invigorated. Observing Sister Zhou, who had fallen into slumber due to exhaustion immediately after their session, he tenderly planted a kiss on her forehead. "Sister Zhou, I must take my leave. Please take care of yourself." With that, he rose from the bed, donned his clothing, and prepared to depart, only to be interrupted by Sister Zhou's voice. Do not harbor any burdens. Everything is willingly embraced by me. Live well, for I love you. Xiao Chang nodded gently, yet did not turn back. He understood that should he glance back, he would find it impossible to part. Nevertheless, he knew he must leave. Their 2-hour exchange had been profound. Xiao Chang's soul power has already reached the 10th level, and with the assistance of the Elder, he has unlocked the weapon realm and the rune realm within the universal map. In the weapon realm, he acquired a weapon to enhance his combat prowess. And in the rune realm, he unlocked 2 long-distance teleportation runes. He now must urgently obtain a soul ring to break through to become a soul master. Only then can he continue his cultivation and gain the strength to protect those around him. It is only after experiencing loss that one truly understands the value of what was once possessed. Before attaining absolute power, he is unwilling to squander a single moment. Using a long-distance teleportation rune, Xiao Chang is transported to the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, where he begins his quest for a suitable soul beast. Shortly after his departure, the previously slumbering Sister Zhou suddenly opens her eyes. Her gaze is profoundly deep, as if it contains boundless voids, and she stares in one direction. Murmuring, Xiao Chang, I must depart now. I hope you will remember me in the future. This is all I can do for you. With that, her form gradually becomes ethereal until she vanishes completely. The establishment where she resided, the Yulai Hotel, suddenly appears as though it has endured millennia of hardship, transforming into a state of decay in the next moment. Its name changes from Yulai Hotel to Mingyu Hotel. Meanwhile, a hidden realm that has materialized within the universal map prompts the mysterious Elder to mutter, so it is a person from that world. No wonder this realm could be unlocked. As he speaks, a peculiar weapon materializes in his ethereal hand, which, if seen millennia later, would surely evoke exclamations of astonishment. By heavens, what a robust soul guide cannon. After toying with the soul guide cannon for a moment, the mysterious Elder remarks, what a pity, it can only be used thrice, otherwise, it could dominate this continent, hee. On the other side, in the Imperial Palace of Tiando City, as Xiao Chang diligently searches for a soul beast, the venerable Snow Knight Emperor has just concluded a prolonged encounter with a stunningly beautiful woman in the chamber of the noble Xiao Fei. Having barely lain down for a minute, upon seeing the woman's flawless, jade-like form, he becomes restless once more. The woman, coyly feigning reluctance, states, Your Majesty, this is the 7th time tonight, can your body withstand it? The Snow Knight Emperor, shaking his snowy beard, chuckles, No problem, just bring me another medicated plaster. This one from Qinghe is splendid. I have recaptured the sensations of my youth. Liena has married Xiao Chang. I cannot allow myself to be outdone by that wastrel. Tonight, I shall ensure you bear the dragon seed, so the Qiao family can see that even after marrying my daughter, I still surpass them in every way. Your Majesty is mighty. Xiao Fei adeptly removes an old plaster and replaces it with a new one, resuming her service to the Snow Knight Emperor. Outside the chamber, an old eunuch on guard hears the commotion and stifles a laugh, saying to a young attendant, His Majesty's body is truly ironclad. Go tell the Crown Prince that His Majesty has begun using the plaster he gifted and is quite satisfied with its effects. Yes, I shall attend to it right away. The following morning, after a night of exertion, the Snow Knight Emperor, dragging his weary body, arrives in the Grand Hall. Upon his arrival, a captain of the guards reports, Your Majesty, the wedding chamber of Princess Xuelian has caught fire, and both the princess and the prince consort have vanished without a trace, leaving only 2 headless corpses. Hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at the captain, finally asking in a commanding tone, Is this information accurate and reliable? Indeed, Your Majesty, I personally inspected the scene before daring to report this to you. Investigate this matter thoroughly and report back to me. Yes, I shall take my leave. Several hours later, the captain has yet to return. Meanwhile, news spreads through the palace that the 3rd prince and princess were secretly meeting at night when Imperial spies took advantage of the situation to kill them. The fate of the son of the Duke of Chao remains uncertain. He may have also fallen victim to the tragedy. When the news of Xueqing and Xuelian's demise reaches the Snow Knight Emperor, he is utterly shocked. He immediately dispatches dark guards to investigate. Upon receiving news that is even more explosive than what he had heard, the Snow Knight Emperor is so enraged that he spits blood. The cause of his fury is the revelation that the 3rd prince not only had an affair with Xuelian but also personally caused the death of his own elder brother, the 2nd prince. Soon after, the Snow Knight Emperor orders an investigation into the murders of the 3rd prince and princess. He commands the sealing of all information related to the 3rd prince. Anyone daring to disclose the nature of the relationship between the 3rd prince and the princess will face immediate execution. He also orders the search for Xiao Chang, the son of the Duke of Chao, to be brought before him, regardless of his condition. Throughout this turmoil, the Snow Knight Emperor has never suspected that these 2 were killed by Xiao Chang. He merely needs to see Xiao Chang to uncover the truth. Unbeknownst to him, during his illness, the dark guards by his side had already been bribed by Qian Renxue. Otherwise, they would not have waited 2 days after the deaths of Xueqing and Xuelian to deliver the news. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang has already made his way far from Tiando City to the soul-hunting forest, located 400 miles northeast of Nanning City. This place serves as the Imperial realm for raising soul beasts, and Xiao Chang had visited it during his travels. He utilized a long-distance teleportation rune to precisely arrive at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Shortly after arriving, while he has yet to find a suitable soul ring, he hears a crisp voice from behind. "Teacher, is this the soul-hunting forest?" Xiao Chang turned around and beheld an elderly man and a young boy approaching from a distance. The elder was a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, appearing to be in his 50s, with cropped hair. The youth, a small boy dressed in the uniform of the Junior College of Nottingham, seemed to be around 5 or 6 years old, short in stature and rather unremarkable in appearance, with a somewhat frail build. It was this young boy who had just posed the question. The elder, noticing the boy's curious gaze, chuckled and said, "Indeed, young San, this is the soul-hunting forest." The boy, with an innocent expression, asked, "Then why do some grown-ups still come to hunt soul beasts?" The elder was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow, and cast an apologetic glance at Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang cast a glance at the young boy and smiled. "Little friend, did your mother not instruct you that if you cannot speak, it is best to remain silent?" Volume 1, Chapter 3. Do you wish to conquer Bibidong? Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes immediately gleamed with menace, believing that Xiao Chang had sealed his fate. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Chang apologetically and said, "My young friend, I apologize. It was not Xiao San's intention to behave in such a manner." Xiao Chang exchanged a glance with the master and remarked, "Was it not intentional?" "Hee. I sincerely hope it was unintentional." With that, he turned away, disregarding Tang San, who was secretly grinding his teeth behind him. After Xiao Chang walked away, the master turned to Tang San with a grave expression and said, "Little San, you should not have acted that way. Each soul master's innate talent for cultivation varies. A soul master like you, endowed with innate full soul power, is truly a rarity among soul masters. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Tang San obediently nodded. "Teacher, little San understands. I will be more mindful in my words from now on." Though he spoke thus, as soon as he turned away, a disdainful smile crept across his face. What was wrong with taking pride in my innate full soul power and dual martial souls? The master, unaware of Tang San's thoughts, mistakenly believed that his words had been absorbed. He continued to guide Tang San through the soul-hunting forest in search of a suitable soul beast. However, after circling the outskirts with little success, just as they were about to venture deeper, a sudden rustling from the bushes ahead caught their attention. A snake, over 4 meters long, was glaring at them with its ominous, slitted eyes. The master, sensing danger, gripped Tang San's hand and shouted, "Little San, it's a mandala snake. Run." Tang San, upon seeing the snake in its entirety, was startled and quickly followed the master in flight. The mandala snake, noticing their retreat, pursued them relentlessly. Their speed paled in comparison to that of the mandala snake, and soon they were on the brink of being caught. Just then, a group of soul beasts charged out from the side, their target surprisingly being the very mandala snake that was hunting them. The soul beasts were not particularly formidable, ranging from 1 to 200 years of age, easily recognizable by the master's keen eye. What astonished him further was the presence of a human among the soul beasts, Xiao Chang, whom Tang San had previously dismissed and intended to mock. At this moment, he wielded a vine resembling a whip, urging the soul beasts to attack the mandala snake. That was the Ghost King Vine, a supreme martial soul within the control system. The Ghost King Vine possessed the ability to momentarily bewilder the minds of others, and naturally, it could influence the intellect of soul beasts as well. The master was taken aback to see Xiao Chang managing to command such a multitude of soul beasts to launch an assault on the mandala snake. This was indeed beyond his expectations. It was essential to note that controlling so many soul beasts to attack simultaneously required a considerable amount of soul power and mental fortitude. Xiao Chang, astonishingly, managed to maintain exquisite control even without having obtained his first spirit ring. This indicates that his mastery over both spiritual and soul energy vastly surpasses that of the ordinary individual. The master, recognizing his potential, felt a surge of admiration. "Tang San, step aside, I shall assist him," he instructed. Tang San obediently retreated, yet secretly ground his teeth in jealousy. The more he observed Xiao Chang, the more his resentment grew, fueled by the fact that Xiao Chang bore an uncanny resemblance to the handsome visage of the reader, a privilege he lacked. In a moment of inner turmoil, Tang San's eyes blazed with envy. Just then, the master's voice resonated, heaven-shattering, earth-rending, Luo San Cannon. He unleashed his martial spirit, the Luo San Cannon, directing an offensive against the mandala snake. Infuriated, the mandala snake evaded the assaults of other spirit beasts and prepared to strike fiercely at the master. Fortunately, the Luo San Cannon managed to escape, suffering only from the snake's venomous spray rather than disintegrating entirely. However, the master was soon afflicted by the potent poison. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chang furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening as he adeptly leaped behind a large tree, utilizing it as cover. Swiftly, he retrieved a verdant spear from the myriad realms. As the mandala snake lunged towards Tang San, Xiao Chang moved like lightning, thrusting the spear with remarkable precision. With a decisive thrust, the spear pierced through the mandala snake's mouth and emerged from the back of its head, saving Tang San from imminent danger. Stunned, Tang San could only gawk at the astonishing scene, his mouth agape in disbelief. Xiao Chang moved with such swiftness that the entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye, his actions graceful and resolute, reminiscent of the legendary Han Xian. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Xiao Chang's remarkable efficiency stemmed from the fact that he wielded not an ordinary spear, but a finely crafted weapon drawn from the realm of artifacts, a Soul Master-S battle spear that augmented combat prowess by 20%. This divine weapon could unleash its full potential only in the hands of a grand Soul Master. Yet Xiao Chang had performed feats that rivaled even those of such esteemed souls. Despite being merely a level 10 soul practitioner, Xiao Chang's rigorous training had fortified his foundation, expanding his meridians manifold, resulting in astonishing soul power and explosive strength. During combat, he could unleash the spear's full might, potentially achieving 100 or even 200% of its capability. There existed even more advanced battle spears within the realm of artifacts, classified from the Grand Soul Master Spear to the formidable Tidal Douluo Spear, available only through profound exchanges with Tidal Douluo female Soul Masters. Each spear varied in its power enhancement and the yin-yang energy required. Thus, for Xiao Chang to become an invincible force, he needed unwavering determination, the perseverance to grind an iron pestle into a needle, and exceptional stamina. However, these aspirations hinged upon possessing formidable strength. If Xiao Chang lacked the charm to captivate women, his endeavors would be futile. Fortunately, he possessed two traits that endeared him to the fairer sex, his striking good looks. Yet, such matters could be addressed at a later time. Returning to the unfolding events, after being saved by Xiao Chang, Tang San did not express the typical gratitude one might expect from a rescued individual. Instead, he glared at Xiao Chang with seething anger. He despised Xiao Chang for his superior appearance and for seizing the opportunities he coveted. Tang San harbored a secret. He was perpetually anxious about urinating in crowded places, fearing ridicule and feeling insecure, which fostered his jealous and selfish nature. He often accused others of seeking his downfall, driven by the paranoia that they were mocking him. To secure the Soul Beast Spirit Ring, he was willing to let the master suffer injury, hoping to enhance his blue-silver grass martial spirit, making it appear more robust. However, at that moment, Xiao Chang intervened and snatched away his chance. In that instant, a murderous intent towards Xiao Chang ignited within him. Xiao Chang, you have sealed your own fate. Tang San gritted his teeth and declared, as he was suddenly flung away by a vine wielded by Xiao Chang, propelled several meters into the air. Xiao Chang shouted at Tang San, young one, there is poison and danger here. PFF. Tang San spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiao Chang let out a cold laugh. You are still too inexperienced to challenge me. Tang San contemplated a retort, but Xiao Chang's icy words pierced the air. This time it is vines. Next time, it will be the spear in my hand that sends you away. Tang San dared not make a rash move. He lacked the confidence to defeat Xiao Chang, even if he exerted every ounce of his strength. Although he had reached the illusion of a 10th level innate soul power through the Shantian skill, his martial soul paled in comparison to Xiao Chang's Ghost King Vine. While he possessed the second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer, who could guarantee that Xiao Chang lacked a similar advantage? Gradually, he regained his composure. Since Xiao Chang possesses the capability to slay the Mandala Snake, Tang San is uncertain whether he himself has the ability to eliminate him. Moreover, the master is merely injured and unconscious, not yet dead. If he were to act recklessly, he would not stand a chance against Xiao Chang. What if Xiao Chang truly intended to kill him? In that moment, Tang San finds himself in a quandary. Conversely, Xiao Chang harbors none of these convoluted thoughts. His motive for killing the Mandala Snake is simply to prevent Tang San from seizing the opportunity. Nothing more, nothing less. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Upon glimpsing Tang San's small eyes, Xiao Chang realizes that he is not a person of broad-mindedness. Such an adversary must be curtailed in his development as much as possible. With a swift motion, the green shadow spear pierces through the Mandala Snake's skull, blood gushing from the wound. The cunning Mandala Snake struggles a few times before its head falls heavily to the ground, its eyes closing in defeat. It turns out the Mandala Snake was not dead after all. It attempted to take Xiao Chang down with it during their confrontation. However, Xiao Chang's formidable mental probing revealed its intentions, leading him to deliver a final shot that extinguished its life. A faint yellow halo slowly rises from the corpse of the Mandala Snake, ascending nearly 2 meters into the air before coming to a halt. Xiao Chang did not hasten to absorb the soul ring. Instead, he placed a detoxification pill, procured from the medicinal realm, into the mouth of the master. Only after the master awoke did Xiao Chang choose to absorb the soul ring. However, he remained vigilant against the formation laid down by Tang San, which filled Tang San with a seething hatred, believing that Xiao Chang had once again insulted his integrity. This marked the third time he had encountered a path to death. Yet, Xiao Chang felt no remorse for his actions. He was acutely aware of the character of Tang Buddha, having been nurtured by the Tang sect. He had pilfered their secrets. A mere obstruction from the sect's gatekeeper led Tang San to conclude that they sought his demise. In Xiao Chang's eyes, to risk oneself for the sake of mere face was the epitome of folly. Moreover, a person who aspired to be a great villain would hardly concern themselves with the opinions of a hypocritical man. Upon successfully absorbing the soul ring, Xiao Chang acquired his first soul skill, entanglement. Under the envious and resentful gaze of Tang San, he unleashed his martial spirit within a 100-meter radius. This skill could be activated from any location, incorporating 30% of the mandala snake's toxin and paralysis. The master, upon witnessing this skill, extolled its virtues. Xiao Chong, your fortune is indeed remarkable. With this soul skill, unless your adversaries possess 2 more soul rings than you, it is utterly impossible for them to break free from its grasp. Xiao Chang nodded slightly, expressing his agreement with the master's words. Tang San, however, gazed with envious eyes that seemed to turn a deep shade of purple. Noticing the unusual reaction, the master inquired with concern, Xiao San, what is wrong with your eyes? Hastily, Tang San attempted to cover up, replying, Teacher, I am fine. I just accidentally got some sand in my eyes a moment ago. Sand, you say? Xiao Chong scoffed derisively. Only he was aware that Tang San was weaving a tale, fabricating his words with ease. His eyes, tinged with jealousy, betrayed his true emotions. After acquiring the soul ring, the voice of the white-bearded elder once again echoed in Xiao Chong's mind, Little one, do you wish to savor the experience of the most noble women of your Douluo continent? Xiao Chang questioned in bewilderment. Senior, whom do you refer to? He. I mean the Pope Bibidong of your Douluo continent's spirit hall. Her figure is truly exquisite. If you could engage in a dual cultivation with her, my own cultivation would surely return to its former glory sooner. Senior, who exactly are you? Xiao Chong's heart brimmed with curiosity. The old man was the ancestor of Yin and Yang, the venerable patriarch of the Haotian sect from the upper realms. Should you consent to share a bed with Bibidong? I could impart to you a dual cultivation technique of the 9-tripod divine art, which would exponentially increase your soul power cultivation speed by at least 10-fold. The ancestor of Yin and Yang coaxed him gently, and Xiao Chong felt a surge of heat within. He was in dire need of strength. As the realms of the myriad worlds unfolded before him, the benefits he accrued multiplied, intensifying his thirst for power. With strength, he would no longer have to hide from the Emperor of Snowy Night, and he could pay a visit to the Emperor's harem, casting aside the royal lineage entirely. The flames of vengeance had begun to flicker. Once ignited, they are challenging to extinguish. Xiao Chang sensed himself inching closer to the abyss. Yet he had no desire to turn back. Senior, I am eager. Please guide me on what to do. Excellent. The 9-tripod divine art is a dual cultivation technique that necessitates the manifestation of 9 tripods for completion. Once fully realized, each tripod possesses the capacity to vanquish a deity, wielding immeasurable power. To hasten your mastery of this art, you must incessantly seek women for dual cultivation. The higher their soul power rank, the greater the aid they will provide. The woman with whom you previously engaged in dual cultivation at the hotel will not suffice. She is merely an ordinary person. While she could support you before your ascension as a soul master, she would be unable to do so afterwards, as her body cannot withstand it. The ancestor of Yin and Yang stated earnestly, while secretly wishing for the chance to encounter such ordinary individuals daily. However, he understood the impossibility of such a scenario. The woman's presence here must have come at an exorbitant cost. One must not be overly ambitious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang nodded in understanding. He realized that dual cultivation necessitated a female soul master whose strength was commensurate with his own. If one lacked sufficient power, then one must compensate with quantity. This was a truth he grasped without needing the Yin-Yang ancestor to elucidate. But where could he possibly find so many female soul masters? Xiao Chang suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Soon, he recalled Nottingham, a city home to millions of inhabitants, where numerous soul masters resided. It would be worth exploring there. Xiao Chang was indeed fortunate. With his financial prowess and personal charm, he found himself a female soul master in Notting City that very evening. She was a captivating instructor from the Junior Academy, specializing in the support system of soul masters. Their encounter occurred while Xiao Chang was leisurely wandering through the city, where he intentionally adorned himself in lavish attire, despite being quite affluent in his own right. Under the influence of his sweet talk and monetary allure, the female instructor willingly accompanied him to the Rose Hotel that night. They indulged in a night of passion, leaving the instructor somewhat weak in the knees and reluctant to part ways with Xiao Chang. To ensure his continued company, she promised to introduce him to a close friend in a couple of days to attend to him as well. Xiao Chang left in great satisfaction after rewarding her profusely. The female teacher, named Zhu, is a person of integrity. On the third day after meeting Xiao Chang and receiving a plethora of treasures from him, she truly brought along her close friends, 2 of them, both possessing the rank of great soul masters, one of whom has the spirit of a soft-boned rabbit. Xiao Chang was utterly elated. In the following days, he experienced a life akin to that of a celestial being. Not only had he made notable progress in the 9-tripod divine art, commanding the 3 flowers with ease and compelling them to plead for mercy, but he had also unlocked the realm of formations and accessed several advanced talismans within the runic domain. His next step was to seek out promising female spirit masters for long-term cultivation. After all, prolonged engagement often fosters emotional ties. And Xiao Chang was not one to sever bonds easily. He did not wish to accumulate a mountain of emotional debts, only to be scorned as a cad when unable to repay them. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Xiao Chang received a message from Qiao Pancher, conveyed through a special means, informing him that he could return. After bidding farewell to his 3 female mentors, he teleported back to the city of Tiando City. Within the residence of the Duke of Chao, a room brimming with books is occupied by a robust middle-aged man who holds a scroll with a grave expression. The recent hostilities between the Tiando Empire and the Xing Luo Empire have been frequent, and as the Grand General, he is once again compelled to lead his troops into battle. This conflict is extensive in scope and may endure for a considerable duration. He harbors concerns for his youngest son, Chao Chong, prompting him to summon the boy to impart some crucial instructions. His initial urgency in arranging the marriage between Chao Chang and Xuelian was to provide his son with a source of support, with the title of Prince Consort. Many would exhibit restraint. However, he did not anticipate that this very title would not only fail to safeguard Chao Chang but also subject him to humiliation, nearly costing him his life while he sought refuge for many days. Chao Pancher felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, observing the tirelessly industrious Chao Pancher. Chao Chang affectionately called out, "Father." Chao Pancher cast a glance at Chao Chang and, filled with excitement, hurried to his side, exclaiming, "Chonger, you have returned." He circled around Chao Chang and, patting him on the shoulder, remarked, "After being away for over 20 days, you've lost weight. Yet, you have grown even more robust." Chao Chang nodded and said, "Father, I have ascended to the rank of Soul Master." Chao Pancher was taken aback. After a moment, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, it is no surprise that you are my son, Chao Pancher. Even after a fall, you rise again. Your father takes immense pride in you. Go summon your elder brother and second brother. Today, the 4 of us shall indulge in a few joyous drinks together." "All right." Chao Chang nodded and dashed out. Not long after he exited, he encountered Chao Xiao and Chao Man, who were also making their way here. Chao Chang immediately called out warmly, "Elder brother, second brother." Upon encountering Chao Chang, Chao Man immediately burst into laughter, rushing over like a robust bull, lifting Chao Chang into the air and spinning him around, exclaiming with fervor, "Xiao Changzi, you have returned. You must have endured much hardship during this time." Chao Xiao approached with a smile, lightly tapping Chao Man's head with a folding fan. "Ah man," he remarked, "you are once again holding on to the third brother so recklessly. Are you not afraid that father will punish you with the whip later?" Upon hearing this, Chao Man hurriedly released Chao Chang and, filled with remorse, said, "I sincerely apologize, dear third brother. I completely forgot that you were unable to cultivate. Please do not mention this to father." Chao Chang chuckled, "No worries. Second brother, I am now capable of cultivating. You won't harm me." Upon hearing this, Chao Man widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Really?" Chao Chang nodded. Chao Xiao appeared to be rather unsurprised. He had long suspected that Chao Chang might have regained a portion of his strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to simultaneously eliminate Xue Qing and Xuelian. Although both were ineffectual, they were nevertheless soul masters. Even with a sneak attack, one must possess a sufficiently swift speed to vanquish them. It is crucial to understand that upon reaching the rank of soul master, one's speed far exceeds that of an ordinary person. If one cannot succeed in a surprise assault before they react, it may very well be his own demise. Thus, Chao Xiao had already concluded that Chao Chang had restored at least 1/10 of his former power. Indeed, as Chao Xiao had surmised, Chao Chang had indeed regained strength, and not merely a fraction of it. Previously, he had been the youngest Soul King. The strike that felled Xue Qing and Xuelian 20 days prior was no less than the full force of a great Soul Master. This is the terrifying aspect of Chao Chang's Ghost King Vine Martial Spirit. It enables a Soul Master to unleash a combat power exceeding tenfold in an instant. Volume 1. Chapter 4. The Little Chef Shaolan vs. Qian Renxue's Parting Gift. Just as Chao Chang, Chao Xiao, and Chao Man were preparing to visit Chao Pancher's chamber, a middle-aged general suddenly approached. He informed Chao Chang that there was an urgent matter within the army requiring Chao Pancher's attention, and he had already departed. He urged Chao Xiao and Chao Man to reunite with Chao Chang and suggested that they seek him out in a few days, advising Chao Chang to find a place to amuse himself in the meantime, waiting until his strength had ascended to the rank of Soul Zone before rejoining them. Chao Chang and his companions nodded as the middle-aged general departed. Once the general had left, Chao Man suggested that they go to Chao Chang's place for a couple of drinks. Chao Xiao jested, "Fear not. Has that little chef of the third brothers come after you wielding a kitchen knife?" Chao Man smiled awkwardly. The last incident was merely a misunderstanding. Who could have anticipated that such a delicate little girl would keep a ferocious large yellow dog as a pet? When I mentioned wanting to eat dog meat, you did nothing to dissuade me. And as for third brother, when did you hire that little chef without informing me? It led to her mistakenly believing I was a villain. This time, you must take the time to clarify things with her. Very well, that poses no issue. Although I am uncertain why Shaolan is pursuing Chao Man with such fervor, Chao Chang is convinced there must be some misunderstanding at play. Speaking of Shaolan, Chao Chang felt a pang of guilt. Shaolan, whose real name is Shaolan, is the daughter of a chef he had inadvertently saved. She possesses remarkable culinary skills. Ever since he rescued her, she has insisted on repaying him by preparing 100 meals. He promised her that once she had cooked for him 100 times, he would take her home to see his family. However, after she fulfilled her promise, she chose to marry Xuelian first, nearly missing the chance to visit Nottingham with her. Chao Chang resolved to finish this meal. and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would take her back to Nottingham tomorrow for a visit. Nottingham appeared to be quite a charming place. Even Xiao Chang himself was unaware of how captivating his smile was at the thought of bringing Shaolan back to Nottingham. Xiao Man gently nudged Xiao Xiu with her elbow, and as their eyes met, an unspoken understanding prompted a shared smile. In the estate of the Duke. In Xiao Chang's villa, a young girl, no older than 12 or 13, held a chicken leg in one hand while affectionately stroking the head of a large yellow dog with the other. Her spirit seemed somewhat dampened as she murmured to herself, I wonder if young Master Xiao Chang will adapt to his meals over there after marriage. Huang, do you think he will miss me? The dog, eager and attentive, barked twice at the chicken leg, saliva nearly dripping to the ground. The girl scratched the dog's neck and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. You think so too? I knew he wouldn't forget me. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and her seemingly ordinary face was enchanting. The dog remained fixated on the chicken leg, its throat working as it swallowed repeatedly. In an unexpected turn of events, the chicken leg slipped from her grasp, inching ever closer to the dog's eager gaze. Just as the dog prepared to leap for the prize, a sudden gust of wind swept through, propelling the girl forward like an arrow released from a bow. Thud. The chicken leg landed on the ground as the girl dashed to the doorway, joyously calling out, Young master. Her legs moved with vigor, the green hem of her dress swirling in the wind like seaweed in water. She halted a mere meter from Xiao Chang, her greasy little hand awkwardly concealed behind her back. With eyes as bright as rubies, she gazed at him, her excitement palpable. Young master, you're back. It's simply wonderful. The greedy Huang glanced from the chicken leg to Xiao Chang, and after a tumultuous internal struggle, obediently trotted to Xiao Chang's side. Yes, I have returned. Xiao Chang embraced Shaolan briefly and affectionately ruffled the fur onto Huang's head, inquiring, Have you missed me during my absence? Shaolan nodded vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes. To conceal her emotions from Xiao Chang, she turned her head and said, Young master, you must be famished after your journey. There is rice ready in the pot. Come inside and allow me to serve you. With that, she grasped Xiao Chang's arm, eager to lead him indoors. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a man who had intruded into her line of sight. The smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of fury. Reacting almost instinctively, she pulled De Huang behind her. De Huang, upon spotting the man, bared his teeth and cowered behind Shaolan, shivering with fear. This was the very man who had nearly turned him into a stew. The image of that menacing face was etched in his memory. De Huang, do not resist. Today you shall be my delicacy, the chilling words echoed in the air. Had it not been for his fairy-like sister wielding a kitchen knife to rescue him from dire peril, he would have been doomed. Noticing the distress on Shaolan's face, Xiao Chang chuckled awkwardly and explained, Shaolan, this is my second elder brother. He has been stationed at the military camp and has never met you or De Huang before. It was all a misunderstanding. Xiao Man, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cast a glance at Shaolan and repeatedly apologized. I am truly sorry, Shaolan. That incident was merely a misunderstanding, a genuine misunderstanding. I offer my sincerest apologies. Shaolan appeared bewildered, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a man suddenly emerged beside Xiao Man. Shaolan was initially taken aback, but her face soon blossomed with joy. It was none other than Xiao Xiu, a level 55 Soul King. Upon the appearance of Xiao Xiu, he gently flicked his folding fan and smiled at Shaolan, saying, Little Elan, do you still remember me? Shaolan looked at Xiao Xiu, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, You're the big brother who helped me chase away the bullies. Is someone bothering you? Xiao Chang's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his gaze became piercingly sharp. Upon witnessing this expression, Xiao Xiu furrowed his brows and remarked, It is that headstrong young lady from the AOC family. AOC Shui. She came seeking you, but could not find you. In her frustration, she attempted to lash out at De Huang with 2 strikes, only to be halted by Shaolan, resulting in a minor altercation. Xiao Man added, That girl used to have a good relationship with you. I wonder how it has come to this. He did not utter another word, for he had already perceived the restraining gaze from Xiao Xiu. Ashu. Xiao Chang gritted his teeth and pronounced each word with deliberation. I will ensure that you pay the price for this. Xiao Xiu observed the situation and said, Third brother, do not act impulsively. The AO family is backed by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and the poison Douluo. They are formidable opponents. Xiao Man replied, Elder brother, what is there to fear? I refuse to believe that if I were to strike her, she could summon the members of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family and the poison Douluo. The next time I encounter her, I shall ensure she is left searching for her teeth, avenging Shaolan. Xiao Xiu suddenly struck Xiao Man with a slap, conveying with a glance that he should remain silent. Xiao Man was considerably subdued by the slap from Xiao Xiu, and with a hint of sympathy, she gazed at Xiao Chang in silence. Shaolan, discerning a subtle tension, sensed that something unknown had transpired between Xiao Chang and AOC Shui. She gently tugged at Xiao Chang's sleeve and whispered, Young master, let it go. After all, Shaolan has not been harmed in any way. Perhaps we should put this matter to rest. Even De Huang chimed in with a couple of barks, seemingly urging Xiao Chang to reconsider. Xiao Chang beheld the arm of Shaolan, which she had discreetly concealed within her sleeve, revealing 2 distinct whip marks. A surge of vengeful desire coursed through him. an overwhelming wish to avenge Shaolan immediately. Yet, he recognized that the moment was not ripe. Firstly, Osu Shui was a formidable 38th level agility-based soul master, possessing the Black Panther spirit with astonishing speed that even his utmost efforts might not be sufficient to overcome her. Secondly, even if he could best her, the Osu family's influence would render any retaliation effortlessly simple for them. In that event, he would inevitably have to rely on his father to intervene. He was reluctant to burden his father with every trivial matter. Gazing at Shaolan, Xiao Chang expressed his remorse. Shaolan, I regret that you have suffered because of me. However, rest assured, I shall exact vengeance for you in due time. I vow that Osu Shui will pay a bloody price for her actions. Shaolan hastily placed her hand over his mouth. Young master, I believe in you. There is no need for such oaths. Does the wound still hurt? Xiao Chang suddenly grasped Shaolan's wrist, pulling back her sleeve and inquiring with concern. It no longer pains me. It ceased to hurt long ago. As long as I can see the young master, no amount of lashes will bring me pain. Xiao Chang gently tousled Shaolan's hair and embraced her tenderly. Xiao Man lightly coughed twice, indicating that the dog food had been somewhat filling. Xiao Chang remained unmoved, while Shaolan shyly wriggled out of his embrace and dashed into the room. Young master, I have prepared a meal for you. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Man chuckled heartily, then followed Xiao Chang inside. Shaolan moved with remarkable agility. Xiao Chang, along with Xiao Xiao and Xiao Man, engaged in conversation for a brief period before she prepared an exquisite feast, with each dish a delightful harmony of color, aroma, and flavor, causing De Huang to salivate profusely. As the meal commenced, Xiao Chang tossed a chicken leg to De Huang, who devoured it with unrestrained eagerness. Xiao Chang gently stroked the golden fur on its back and chuckled. Take your time eating. Xiaolan usually doesn't deny you food. You gluttonous pup. De Huang barked twice, seemingly expressing his discontent. Little did anyone know, he alone understood that the chicken leg today was far more delectable than usual. Don't inquire why. To ask reveals your own single status. Xiao Man tore off a roasted leg of lamb, his mouth dripping with grease as he remarked, third brother is right. In my opinion, it has simply been spoiled by Shaolan's indulgence. I say, let it be roasted. Shaolan shot him a glare, while De Huang barked twice, distancing himself from Xiao Man. Having grown familiar with Xiao Man, Shaolan understood that he was merely a jovial spirit, his heart not malicious. What Shaolan remained unaware of was that Xiao Man's sincerity and simplicity were revealed solely among their brotherhood. On the battlefield, however, he transformed into a cold-faced reaper, the kind to mercilessly sever the heads of his foes. In contrast, Xiao Xiao appeared cultured and refined, his fair complexion belying a reputation that surpassed even that of Xiao Man. He was infamously dubbed the thousand-handed butcher, known for his methodical approach to killing, piece by piece. His greatest strength lay not in his soul techniques, but in his cunning strategies, be it killing formations, poison traps, water barriers, or fire arrays. He wielded them with effortless grace, leaving his enemies utterly defenseless. On the battlefield, foes would rather confront several soul saints than cross paths with him. For while they might escape the former, the latter promised only death. The meal was filled with merriment, laughter echoing into the late hours of the night, until Xiao Xiao and Xiao Man bid their farewells and departed. Xiao Chang instructed Shaolan to clean up the aftermath the following day and to retire early for the night. While Shaolan outwardly complied, once Xiao Chang departed, she stealthily emerged to meticulously tidy everything before returning to rest. Shortly after lying down in her chamber, a crimson meteor streaked across the sky, prompting Shaolan to abruptly open her eyes, while De Huang, rising from the ground, spoke with human words. Miss, Elder Qin summons us. We must depart. Shaolan sat up, casting a lingering glance towards a specific direction, the room of Xiao Chang. Taking a deep breath, 2 tears of reluctance fell from her eyes. She picked up a brush from the table and penned a letter on a sheet of paper. With De Huang, she vanished in a single leap, leaving no trace of spatial disturbance, as if she had simply evaporated into thin air. Even the most formidable soul masters would likely struggle to achieve such instantaneous disappearance. The next morning, Xiao Chang awoke and went to summon Shaolan, only to discover that both she and De Huang had vanished, leaving behind a beautifully penned letter. The content was strikingly simple, consisting of merely a few dozen words. Young master, by the time you read this letter, Shaolan has already departed. Please forgive my sudden leave. I feared that encountering you would make it impossible for me to part. Do not dwell on this. Take care. Shaolan did not disclose to Xiao Chang where she was going or what she intended to do. The letter seemed to serve as a poignant farewell. Xiao Chang felt a sudden, sharp pang in his heart. It was only at that moment that he realized his affection for Shaolan. Though her appearance was unremarkable and she lacked the voluptuous allure of the aristocratic ladies, she possessed a simplicity and kindness that resonated deeply, embodying a myriad of virtues. He resolved to seek her out, to wait for her in Nodding City, and to diligently hone his skills in order to reunite with her. He had yet to fulfill the promises he made to her, and he could not afford to break his word. Above all, he must survive at any cost. Thank you. Xiao Chang clasped his hands together in prayer to the heavens. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and a figure descended beside him. The figure was tall and graceful, with striking features and adorned in exquisite attire, possessing a head of short, light golden hair. It was none other than the crown prince. Shuqing. He stifled a laugh, remarking, I never imagined you held faith in Buddhism. How amusing. Truly amusing. Xiao Chang regarded Shuqing with a hint of wariness. Shuqing chuckled, there is no need for such apprehension. I have come to present you with a gift, our passionate prince of saints. As he spoke, a wooden box materialized in his hand, and in a gentle tone, he continued, now that you are able to cultivate, I offer this to you. Xiao Chang did not stand on ceremony. He accepted the wooden box and, upon opening it, gasped in astonishment. A millennium-old black wood lotus. And such a substantial one at that. This was precisely the cultivation treasure he needed at present. Nevertheless, Xiao Chang managed to suppress the surge of excitement within him, resealing the box and inquiring, Your Highness, what does this gift signify? Shuqing replied with a smile, Your father and brother have allied with me to save you. As the most gifted genius of the Qiao family, it is only natural that I seek to win you over. Xiao Chang remarked, You have already won over my father and brother. There is no need to bestow such an extravagant gift upon me. Shuqing shook her head and replied, No, you are mistaken. The time left for us is limited, and I hope for your swift development. Xiao Chang comprehended Shuqing's intentions. He yearned to mature swiftly, to be of service to him. He could no longer contain his eagerness to demonstrate something to Bibidong. Xiao Chang nodded slightly, quietly putting away the wooden box. Shuqing cast a satisfied glance at Xiao Chang, remarking, You are quite astute. Strive to enhance your strength. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. With that, Shuqing leaped away, vanishing in an instant. His speed was no less than when he had possessed the power of a soul king. After Shuqing's departure, Xiao Chang murmured to himself, striving to enhance my strength. Indeed, it is time I did so. However, before that, I must reclaim some interest from the Snow Knight Emperor. If he were to depart without visiting the harem of the Snow Knight Emperor and paying a visit to the garden of Shueku, then his vows would be rendered meaningless. Thus, he decided to begin with the esteemed concubine Xiao. During his conversations with Xiao Xiao, the latter had frequently mentioned concubine Xiao, crediting her with half the reason for his swift return. Had it not been for the Snow Knight Emperor's exhaustion from her, Xiao Chang would undoubtedly have lost part of his military authority to the emperor. It was imperative for Xiao Chang to express his gratitude to her. Xiao Xiao may have been jesting, but Xiao Chang took it to heart. The Snowy Knight Emperor was no ordinary man. To have exhausted him, this Shaolan must possess considerable skill. She could certainly provide him with ample yin-yang energy, aiding him in acquiring numerous treasures along his journey through myriad worlds. Once he confirmed that the ancestor of yin and yang could assist him in disguising himself to enter the Imperial Palace, Xiao Chang commenced his pursuit of allure. Volume 1. Chapter 5. A Night at the Concubine's Palace, the first encounter with the adorable little dance in the palace of the Tiando Empire, within the elegant chambers of concubine Xiao. Xiao Rian placed 2 large, washed peaches upon the table, gazing at them in a daze. She murmured to herself, I wonder if His Majesty will come today. Will he be able to savor these peaches? Since the day the Snowy Knight Emperor departed, she had been solitary in her chamber for 23 days. Each day, she prepared 2 peaches and 20 packets of medicinal plaster, awaiting the Emperor's arrival. Yet, after more than 20 days of waiting, the Snowy Knight Emperor had yet to return, and she had not conceived a dragon's offspring. A foreboding sense began to creep over her. If the Snowy Knight Emperor did not arrive tonight, he might never return. She was the daughter of Xiao Hua, an outcast of the Xiao family, brought back from a rural fishing village by the matriarch to curry favor with imperial power, a mere sacrifice. Daily, she was subjected to psychological manipulation, told that everything she possessed was granted by the Xiao family. Without them, her parents would have perished from hunger, and her brother would never have gained admission to the Tiando Royal Academy. She was coerced into following Xiao Yulan, learning the arts of seduction and servitude, and failure to comply resulted in physical abuse, stripping her of her humanity. Thus, anxiety consumed her. Should she fail to fulfill the matriarch's demands, her branch of the family would be expelled from the Xiao clan and from Tiando City. The name recently added to the family genealogy would be erased once more. This could be a fatal blow to her father, whose lifelong dream was to reclaim his place in the family tree. Losing such honor would likely devastate his already fragile health. O great sea god, I beseech you for a child. For this, I would sacrifice everything. Xiao Rian clasped her hands over her heart, kneeling fervently before the statue of the sea god on the altar. At that moment, as if responding to her prayer, a beam of blue light emanated from the statue, and a man resembling the sea god himself materialized before her. Xiao Rian thought she was hallucinating and quickly rubbed her eyes. The man, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Great sea god, are you truly the sea god? Indeed, I am the sea god, here to grant you a divinely bestowed child. Xiao Chang cleared his throat twice and began to speak with a solemn air, uttering nonsensical remarks. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rian's face lit up with joy, and she repeatedly knelt down, exclaiming, Thank you, Lord of the Sea. Thank you, Lord of the Sea. Xiao Chang gazed at her exquisite beauty, unable to suppress a gulp. How could such a stunning woman exist in this world? Alas, she had been sullied by that old wretch, the Emperor of Snowy Nights. Nevertheless, it mattered not. I am here to cultivate, and I relish this. Remove your garments. He commanded Xiang Ruyan. Xiang Ruyan was taken aback by his words. She never anticipated that the sea god would make such a request of her. What? Do you question me? Xiao Chang suddenly unleashed his martial spirit, the trident, grasping it firmly in his hand, and instantaneously released the oppressive aura temporarily lent to him by the ancestor of Yin and Yang. Xiao Ruyan was overwhelmed by the pressure, collapsing to her knees, rendered immobile. However, this formidable force was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it had arrived. Soon, Xiao Ruyan regained her composure, and upon observing Xiao Chang, she dared not harbor any hesitation. Without delay, he commenced to loosen his garments. In a matter of moments, a flawless and exquisite figure emerged before Xiao Chang, igniting a surge of impulse within him. He turned his body away, resolving to remain unresistant, regardless of what transpired. Indeed, with a heart full of trepidation, Xiao Ruyan turned her body as well. Slap. Xiao Chang struck a resounding slap upon Xiao Ruyan's back. Ah! Xiao Ruyan let out a soft gasp. Xiao Chang's voice resonated. The cold energy within you is too overwhelming for conception. I must now transfer my pure yang energy into your body. As I have stated before, you are not to move. Do you understand? Understood, Xiao Ruyan replied softly, her heart racing with trepidation as she sensed what Xiao Chang was about to do. Suddenly, she felt a surge of pure energy entering her body, a torrent so intense that her narrow meridians could scarcely bear it, prompting an involuntary moan to escape her lips. However, this pain was fleeting. It was swiftly replaced by an unprecedented sensation of comfort. The pure energy coursed through her like a silver lightning bolt, circulating within her, enhancing her constitution and dispelling the cold energy that had plagued her. Ultimately, as this energy withdrew, it carried away all remnants of the chill from her body. Though the duration was brief, Xiao Ruyan felt as if she had been entirely revitalized. Not only did she feel invigorated, but her bodily functions appeared to improve, and even her skin seemed to have become smoother. Xiao Ruyan turned and knelt reverently before Xiao Chang, her lips slightly parted. Xiao Chang stood with his hands clasped behind him, graciously accepting the kneeling homage of Xiao Ruyan, his smile blossoming ever more radiantly. The moonlight grew brighter, and a gentle breeze wafted through the open window, while a solitary boat swayed gracefully upon the shimmering silver river. Initially, the motions were subtle. Yet as the wind intensified and the rain poured more fervently, the little vessel rocked ever more violently, increasingly so, until dawn broke. When the wind ceased and the rain had nearly filled the entire cabin, it finally settled. Xiao Ruyan lay sprawled on the bed in a starfish position, having experienced an unparalleled joy throughout the night. The Lord of the Sea not only enhanced her constitution, but also blessed her with the gift of motherhood. She was determined to nurture this child diligently, ensuring he would inherit the throne of the Snowy Night Emperor. In order to repay the immense grace and virtue of the Lord of the Sea, Xiao Chang activated the realm within the Myriad Realms map. With the assistance of the ancestor of Yin and Yang, he departed from the royal palace, making his way directly to the residence of Xueku. As for whether Xiao Ruyan would become pregnant, Xiao Chang was utterly indifferent. After all, that was a matter concerning the sea god, and had no bearing on him. Xiao Chang, the Emperor of the Snowy Night, had so oppressed the Qiao family, and this metaphorical green hat was one he wore with a sense of justification. Xueku's princess residence was situated in the western part of the city, and by the time Xiao Chang arrived, dawn had already broken. Unfortunately, Xueku was not present in the princess residence. She had gone to the Moon Pavilion. The Moon Pavilion operated under a closed educational system, where one would typically remain for at least 6 months before being allowed to exit. Since Xueku had just entered the Moon Pavilion, it would be at least half a year before she returned. He could not afford to wait for her for that long. He would have to leave her there for the time being and return later. At present, he needed to venture to another location, one that might hold the promise of opportunity. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chang quietly departed from the princess residence of Xueku. Xiao Chang returned to the duke's residence, bidding farewell to his 2 elder brothers before proceeding to Notting City. At the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, the midday sun bathed the vibrant faces of every spirited child, akin to a mother's warm hand gently caressing them. After purchasing some daily necessities in Nottingham, Xiao Chang donned a rather simple attire and arrived at this location. At this moment, it coincided with the time when students were leaving school for their meals, resulting in a bustling scene with many individuals moving about the campus. Xiao Chang spotted a remarkably beautiful little girl amidst the crowd. She wore a long, elegant braid. Her attire was exceedingly simple, and her large, glistening eyes sparkled with innocence. Her delicate face, a perfect blend of rosy and fair, resembled a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. She must be Xiao Wu. Xiao Chang mused silently to himself. She is indeed even more adorable than I had imagined. Xiao Chang bestowed several silver coins upon the doorman before making his way toward Xiao Wu within the academy. As he entered, numerous onlookers could not help but cast lingering glances in his direction, particularly the female students, many of whom appeared utterly entranced, with some even drooling. The shrieks of excitement from the girls and the palpable hostility from the boys swiftly rendered Xiao Chang the center of attention. Among those standing beside Xiao Wu, several girls, upon noticing Xiao Chang approaching, clenched their fists in exhilaration, nearly exclaiming their willingness. Xiao Chang, too, took note of their expressions. However, his gaze did not linger upon them for long. Despite their appealing appearances and commendable figures, they paled in comparison to the enchanting Xiao Wu. Xiao Chang crouched down, revealing a charming smile that showcased his 8 pearly teeth. "Greetings, young lady," he said warmly. Taking the initiative to engage, he inquired, "Might you be acquainted with the master?" Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, captivated by Xiao Chang's striking appearance. She pointed to herself and asked, "Are you referring to me, big brother?" Xiao Chang nodded with a smile and replied, "Of course." Xiao Wu beamed sweetly, "I know him. He is Tang San's teacher and older brother. Are you looking for him?" Xiao Chang affirmed, "Yes. I am a student borrowing a place at Notting City and have met the master once. I wish to consult him regarding some matters of martial spirits. May I ask you to guide me to him? Borrowing a place, you say?" Xiao Wu scrutinized Xiao Chang for a moment. "You must be in the 5th grade, right? I wonder if he minds my being younger." Suddenly, she chided herself. "Oh dear Xiao Wu, what are you thinking? You are just a 6-year-old girl." Noticing Xiao Wu's prolonged silence as she stared at him, Xiao Chang waved his hand gently in front of her. "Little sister," he called softly. Xiao Wu snapped back to reality, her gaze wavering, and a rosy blush crept onto her cherubic face. Among the many girls nearby, some 5th-grade students eyed him with predatory interest, restless with anticipation. "This handsome young man belongs to my sister." Many girls, confident in their own beauty, found it difficult to contain their excitement. In the Douluo continent, not only do powerful male soul masters admire beautiful female soul masters, but charismatic female soul masters also hold high standards for the attractiveness of male soul masters. An individual like Tang San is often overlooked by many girls. Xiao Wu recognized him simply because they shared the same dormitory, so naive. However, the master has taken Tang San to obtain a spirit ring and may not have returned yet. "I know where the administration office is. Let me take you to register." After a moment of shyness, Xiao Wu stole a glance at Xiao Chang and spoke. Xiao Chang smiled faintly. "All right. Thank you. I shall treat you to a delightful meal later." Xiao Wu gently nodded her head and turned to lead the way. However, as she turned around, her delicate hands were at a loss for where to rest, tightly clasped together. "Oh, Xiao Wu, how can you behave this way? The moment you lay eyes on a handsome man, you become utterly transfixed. Yet he truly is strikingly handsome. I have never encountered someone so dashing before. What should I do?" 2 voices within Xiao Wu's mind clashed incessantly, and before she realized it, they had already arrived at the administrative office. The office was situated on the 2nd floor of the faculty building, directly across from the teaching block. As they approached, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, complete with a tie and glasses, was descending the stairs, a hefty stack of books cradled in his arms. Upon spotting him, Xiao Wu cheerfully called out, "Mr. Mo." "Mr." Mo paused, a warm smile illuminating his face as he regarded Xiao Wu. "Hello, Xiao Wu. Who is this young gentleman beside you?" His gaze shifted to rest upon Xiao Chang. "He is called." At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly remembered that she had neglected to inquire about Xiao Chang's name, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Chang slightly bowed to Teacher Mo and said, "Hello, Teacher Mo. My name is Xiao Chang." Teacher Mo, with a satisfied gaze upon Xiao Chang, nodded and smiled. "Ah, hello. My name is Mo Hen. What brings you here?" Xiao Chang remarked. "I am here as an enrolled student, ready to register." Upon hearing this, Mo Hen nodded and replied, "The guidance office is located in room 207. After you ascend the stairs, make a right turn. The 3rd room will be yours. Teacher Mo Zhu is inside. I have other matters to attend to. So until next time. Thank you. Teacher Mo, goodbye." The sound of gentle writing filled the air, and the female teacher appeared exquisite in her role. She donned a professional ensemble, her white shirt's 3rd button undone, as if it could no longer bear the weight of its responsibilities. At this moment, Xiao Chang stood at a height of 1.8 meters, looking down from his elevated position, his gaze drawn to a captivating glimpse of pure white. It was Mo Zhu. Upon recognizing the individual S features, Xiao Chang exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing his voice, the female teacher lifted her head and, upon seeing Xiao Chang, momentarily froze in surprise. Their eyes met, and an indescribable sensation enveloped them. "Brother Xiao Chang, do you know Teacher Mo Zhu?" Xiao Wu inquired curiously, her gaze flitting between the two. Xiao Chang nodded with a smile, affirming that we are indeed very good friends. Mo Zhu, realizing the sentiment, also nodded in agreement, emphasizing that we share a profound bond of friendship. While speaking, Mo Zhu, taking advantage of Xiao Wu's momentary distraction, playfully licked her tongue at Xiao Chang and raised an eyebrow, placing particular emphasis on the word profound. Xiao Chang did not anticipate that this bold little vixen would daringly shoot a fierce glare at Mo Zhu. Mo Zhu, somewhat restrained, lifted her teacup and gently sipped the warm tea. Her petite tongue deftly rolled a tea leaf from her lips into her mouth, where she chewed it a couple of times before slowly spitting it into her palm. With a smile, she gazed at Xiao Chang and inquired, "What brings you here, fellow student?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang was compelled to respond with a single word. Xiao Chang was somewhat provoked by Mo Zhu, feeling an intense urge to pin her against the desk and deliver a couple of sharp slaps on her black skirt. However, he restrained himself, at least during the daytime with Xiao was still present. "I am here to complete the enrollment procedures. Here are my documents." Xiao Chang retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolding it and presenting it to Mo Zhu. Upon glancing at the content, Zhu nearly burst into laughter. This was indeed the very paper she had written on during their cosplay, a moment she vividly recalled as it bore her lip print. Though now it had transformed into a mere red circle. With swift strokes, Zhu inscribed her name on the transfer notice and affixed her unique seal. Handing it over to Qiao Chang, she casually uttered a phrase that only the seasoned would comprehend, leaving the singletons perpetually bewildered. What splendid weather we have today. How delightful it would be to have someone accompany me on a hike. I relished the sensation of perspiration. However, Qiao Chang did not engage with her remark, instead taking Xiao Wu's hand and departing without a backward glance. While fine wine is indeed a pleasure, indulgence may rob one of the joy of savoring it. Qiao Chang harbored a profound aversion to being manipulated in matters of the heart, and he particularly despised the way Zhu persistently teased him in front of Xiao Wu. Such behavior left him feeling remorseful towards Xiao Wu and filled with irritation. When he handed her the paper, Qiao Chang had explicitly granted her one final opportunity, implying that she should know when to stop. It was evident that Zhu had failed to grasp his intentions, or perhaps she understood but chose to disregard his sentiments. Whether she was foolish or merely self-assured, such traits were far from appealing to Qiao Chang, prompting him to decisively sever this entanglement. Upon exiting the disciplinary office, gazing at the innocent and endearing Xiao Wu, a sudden wave of guilt washed over him. In an effort to atone for this guilt, Qiao Chang resolved to treat Xiao Wu to a meal. After Qiao Chang departed, Zhu's office transformed from an environment of flirtation to one of palpable darkness. Her expression, once charming, now bore an ominous scowl. In a fit of rage, she slammed her palm onto the desk, shattering the pen she had just used for writing. With a voice laced with resentment, Zhu exclaimed, "That insolent brat! Lacking any sense of romance. Do you think you are the only one capable of bringing pleasure to me? I assure you, there are many more adept than you." With that, she fastened her buttons and strode towards the direction in which Hen had departed. Meanwhile, along the cobblestone path leading to the cafeteria within the academy, Xiao Wu initially intended to decline Qiao Chang's invitation. However, her stomach betrayed her with an unceremonious grumble. Embarrassed, she cast a fleeting glance at Qiao Chang and, with a hint of shyness, pointed towards a nearby building, suggesting, "The meals in the school cafeteria are quite affordable. Shall we go there? I have a modest appetite. Just a little will suffice." Though she was only providing a small favor to Qiao Chang, the prospect of sharing a meal left her feeling rather bashful. Despite her preference for carrots, she found it difficult to fully relax. Xiao Wu had yet to engage in any work-study positions, leaving her devoid of funds. Initially, she had intended to join Wang Sheng and the others for a meal. However, with Qiao Chang's offer, she resolved to postpone her next meal for another occasion, planning to reciprocate once she had earned some money. Observing the adorably charming Xiao Wu was indeed a sight to behold. Qiao Chang chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "No worries. It's my treat. Eat however you wish. I could afford to buy all the food in the cafeteria." To which Xiao Wu retorted playfully, "If I ate that much, I'd surely balloon up." Her response elicited a hearty laugh from Qiao Chang. She then made an adorable gesture, poking her cheek with her finger and pouting, which nearly melted Qiao Chang's heart. At that moment, a mocking voice interrupted their light-hearted exchange. "Such audacity. You, looking so pathetic, dare to boast about purchasing the cafeteria's food? Truly, you must not fear having your tongue slip." The speaker was a boy, less than 1 meter tall, round as a ball, with a shock of green hair. Behind him trailed a motley crew of boys in blue uniforms, each sporting a different hair color, creating a rather eclectic appearance. The rotund boy, upon spotting Qiao Chang, displayed a face full of disdain and contempt. Yet, when he turned to Xiao Wu, his expression morphed into one of sycophantic greed, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Xiao Wu, don't be fooled by him. He is clearly just a country bumpkin. He is boasting without a thought about where he is." "Indeed, Sister Xiao Wu, what Bagu says is true. Don't dine with him. Come with us. Bagu will take you to the second floor of the cafeteria, to a private room. You can have whatever you desire," chimed in one of the sycophantic boys, eager to curry favor. "Yes, yes. Our Bagu is the son of the wealthiest man in Noting City, Li Duel. By associating with him, you'll not only enjoy lavish meals, but also gain access to high-end luxury events, where you can purchase the finest handbags and wear the most extravagant shoes." The rotund boy basked in the flattery of his followers, loosening his shirt to reveal a prominently large gold chain, rolling up his sleeves to flaunt his gemstone-studded rings, and adorning his wrist with a diamond-encrusted green bracelet. Around his waist was a gaudy belt, glimmering with ostentation, unmistakably the mark of a nouveau riche. "How about it? Xiao Wu, come with me, and you'll never have to work as a student again. I can cover all your tuition and expenses." Xiao Wu glared at the rotund boy, her body trembling with indignation as she pointed a finger at him, exclaiming, "Li Wangba, you scoundrel. What nonsense are you spouting here?" Li Wangba, unfazed, surveyed the gathering crowd and finally fixed his gaze on Xiao Chang. "So it's because of this kid that you rejected me? Do you believe I want to make him leave this school today? If you have any sense, you'd better scram now, or I'll knock your teeth out." As he spoke, Li Wangba began to twist his neck, reminiscent of a tortoise retreating into its shell, flexing his fingers like claws, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. as if envisioning Cao Chong fleeing in disgrace. His minions chimed in with malicious glee. Yes, Bagu is right. Delay, and we'll break your legs. Hurry up and get lost. Xiao Wu, her face flushed with rage, retorted, Li Wangba, don't go too far. If you dare to lay a hand on him, I'll inform the teachers immediately. Li Wangba burst into laughter. Tell the teachers? Go ahead. The entire school is funded by my family. Let us see which teacher dares to confront me. Xiao Wu gasped, her chest heaving with frustration. She longed to confront Li Wangba and teach him a lesson, but school rules prohibited students from fighting, lest they face disciplinary action. Just then, a warm hand gently patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder. With a smile, he turned to Li Wangba, quipping, No wonder they call you Li Wangba. You resemble a giant turtle. With all that gaudy nonsense, it's a wonder you haven't grown taller. Xiao Chong's tone was marked by a rhythmic cadence, skillfully stirring the emotions of those around him, much like a skilled comedian. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Xiao Wu found herself joining in the merriment. In stark contrast, Li Wangba was seething with rage, his face flushed and his teeth itching, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. He bellowed orders to his gang of followers behind him. Charge! Tear this brat's mouth apart and feed the pieces to the dogs. No sooner had Li Wangba spoken than a group of 7 or 8 youths surged forward, fist raised, intent on pummeling Cao Chong. Xiao Wu, filled with concern, positioned herself protectively in front of him, wishing to shield him from the impending onslaught. But Cao Chong firmly pulled her behind him. Fighting is a matter for us boys. You girls should stay back and observe. Cao Chong's formidable display captivated the hearts of many young women, who applauded enthusiastically. Well done, newcomer. We support you. They cheered. Go on, defeat them. The students of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, the generally youthful, were brimming with fervor. Such rare spectacles of inter-academy brawls were seldom witnessed, prompting them to join in the uproar. Bang, 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 with a series of muffled thuds. All of the 10 or so lackeys charging from Li Wangba's side were swiftly brought to the ground by Cao Chong, none able to retaliate. Cao Chong is now a soul master at the 13th level of soul power. Although Li Wangba's group consists of senior students, none of them possess the rank of soul master. They are merely soul warriors and thus stand no chance against him, regardless of their numbers. Witnessing his subordinates being effortlessly defeated by Cao Chong, Li Wangba's expression morphed into one of astonishment. The onlookers were rooted to the spot, time seemingly suspended, leaving only the echoes of despair reverberating from the ground. Li Wangba, your subordinates are utterly inept. They barely serve as a warm-up. Do you have anyone stronger to summon for me? After incapacitating all of them, Cao Chong advanced step by step towards Li Wangba, stepping on their hands and feet. Trembling, Li Wangba slowly retreated, only to find 2 dazed students standing behind him. Grabbing them, he thrust them towards Cao Chong and turned to flee. At that moment, a sharp crack resounded, and Li Wangba was sent flying like a rubber ball by a dark vine. The sight left the surrounding crowd in a state of shock once more. It is noteworthy that despite his short stature, Li Wangba weighed over 200 pounds. To effortlessly launch a man of such heft into the air speaks volumes about one's strength. Xiao Wu gazed at Cao Chong in astonishment, her hunger forgotten. New classmate. I had no idea you were so formidable, and quite courageous too. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as a radiant smile illuminated her face. Xiao Chang smiled modestly and remarked, It's merely a routine operation, just a routine operation. He chuckled softly. One must understand that his first soul ring was that of the mandala snake. Over 400 years old, defeating someone who hadn't even reached the 10th level was akin to an adult competing against a child. After being struck by Cao Chong's vine, Li Wangba collapsed beside the flower bed, rendered unconscious. Xiao Wu led Xiao Chang to the cafeteria, where they found it brimming with people upon arrival. The majority were students engaged in work-study. Xiao Wu instinctively grasped Cao Chong's hand and guided him to stand at the back of the queue. Cao Chong observed that few individuals ascended to the second floor. Most were students clad in pristine uniforms, gathering in small clusters. He inquired of Xiao Wu, Is the food on the upper floor more delectable than that below? Xiao Wu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the dishes upstairs are significantly more expensive, beyond our means. We, the work-study students, dine on the first floor. Do not fret, it will soon be our turn. Cao Chong nodded. Just as it was nearly their turn to receive their meals, a disgruntled voice of Xiao Wu pierced through the air. Hey, don't push. A senior was shouldering Xiao Wu aside. Move over a bit. Xiao wants to eat vegetarian today, so get the hell out of my way. This towering male student possessed considerable strength and had already shoved several classmates aside, who, upon encountering him, could only swallow their indignation. He was Lu Long, a subordinate of Xiao Qinyu. Please, make some room. Seeing that Lu Long had not budged Xiao Wu, who stood there obliviously, a classmate quickly whispered a reminder. The cafeteria lady, disregarding both Xiao Wu and Cao Chong, directly addressed Lu Long. Student, which dish does Xiao wish to have? I'll serve you extra. Xiao Wu was infuriated by their behavior, and at that moment, Cao Chong suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, ma'am, we are ahead in line. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Upon his utterance, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone cast peculiar glances at Cao Chong. Isn't this a new student? He doesn't even regard Lu Long. He's in for it now. Surely he will be beaten to a pulp. Indeed, our most formidable work-study student, Wang Xing, couldn't stand against him. This is bound to be entertaining. Let us keep our distance. We don't want to be splattered with blood. Yes, let us retreat a bit. At this moment, Lu Long also distanced himself from Xiao Wu and Qiao Chang, casting a sweeping glance at them before his gaze settled on Qiao Chang. A mocking smile suddenly crept across his lips. Kid, you've got some guts. As Qiao Chang was about to engage in conversation, a group of individuals descended from the second floor, led by a tall and handsome male student. He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Long and casually inquired, "What is going on, Long?" Lu Long, grinning, rushed over and exclaimed, "Boss, I've encountered 2 blind fools. I'm heading to teach them a lesson." Xiao Qinyu nodded, advising, "Be gentle, don't kill them. Burying a body can be quite troublesome." His seemingly nonchalant words sent a chill down the spine of those present, implying that as long as they weren't dead, it was acceptable. "Rest assured, boss, I'll make sure they're unrecognizable even to their parents." At this moment, some individuals began to quietly exit the cafeteria, and even the aunties serving food hurried to the kitchen. Lu Long brandished his martial spirit, a 2-meter-long staff, which materialized in his hand. He boasted arrogantly, "If you beg for mercy now, I might spare your life. Delay. And I can't guarantee I won't break a few of your bones." As he spoke, he pointed the staff menacingly at Qiao Chang's forehead, exuding an air of arrogance. "Enough of your nonsense." Qiao Chang suddenly frowned, displaying impatience. At that instant, a vine appeared behind Lu Long, wrapping around his waist and catapulting him into the air, disappearing from sight. Gasp. The onlookers collectively gasped, incredulous at the spectacle. Just then, a rotund boy resembling a ball rushed over. It was Li Wangba. He arrived, panting heavily, and upon seeing Xiao Qinyu, tears of grievance welled in his eyes as he dashed forward. "Boss, you must stand up for me," he cried, wiping his tears. "A new student just beat me. You have to help me seek justice." Upon hearing this, everyone cast peculiar glances at Li Wangba. Noticing the odd stares, he turned and shouted, "Catch him. Don't let him escape. He is the one who just hit me." Yet, no one heeded his frantic pleas. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and capture him." Seeing no one moving, Li Wangba urged again. Xiao Qinyu glared at him, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. "Can't you see they're all being suppressed by Qiao Chang alone? And you dare to prance around in front of him? You're truly embarrassing me." In a sudden motion, Xiao Qinyu slapped Li Wangba across the face, seething, "Shut up." Dazed by the blow, Li Wangba protested, "Boss, did you hit the wrong person? It was that kid who attacked me." "Silence." Xiao Qinyu repeated, his voice elevated several decibels, now laced with anger. At this moment, Li Wangba finally grasped the gravity of the situation, casting a timid glance at Xiao Qinyu, his eyes brimming with tears. Seeing Li Wangba finally quiet down, Xiao Qinyu let out a sigh of relief. Today had been utterly humiliating. "Newcomer, you've got guts." Xiao Qinyu gritted his teeth and declared, "This is the academy. I'll abide by the rules and let you off for now. This afternoon at 3 o'clock at the back mountain of the academy, if you're brave enough. I'll be waiting for you. If you don't show up, the consequences are on you." "Consequences?" Qiao Chang chuckled softly. "If you're willing, we could resolve this right now." "Humph." Xiao Qinyu snorted coldly, ignoring Qiao Chang's provocation as he swept away his sleeves and departed. Before leaving, he instructed his subordinates, "Take Li Wangba with you. If his father doesn't cough up 20,000 soul coins for the embarrassment he caused me in front of so many students, he wants to leave here intact." Xiao Qinyu's words indirectly affirmed his strength and his elevated status within the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. The onlookers were filled with anticipation for the duel that was to take place at the back mountain that afternoon. Once Xiao Qinyu departed, Qiao Chang called out to the aunties who had been serving food, unwilling to let Xiao Wu remain hungry. As for Xiao Qinyu, he was merely the son of a city lord, unworthy of considering the power behind the Xiao family. With the might of the Qiao family, extinguishing a minor city lord's influence was akin to crushing an ant. However, he preferred not to employ his family's strength. These individuals were simply unworthy. The aunties, trembling, emerged cautiously upon hearing Qiao Chang's voice. Following his request, they prepared several vegetable dishes, their hearts racing, too fearful to exchange more than a few words with him. They had witnessed the predatory glint in Xiao Qinyu's eyes as he departed, and they knew that Xiao Chang was doomed. Even before Qiao Chang's demise, they dared not engage him further, fearing any association might implicate them in his fate. Qiao Chang, however, was not as complicated as they imagined. To Xiao Qinyu, he was merely a trivial pawn, hardly worthy of being considered a stepping stone. His primary objective at present was to win over Xiao Wu and transform her into his beloved pet rabbit. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu was still quite young, so he could only nurture her for the time being, waiting for her to mature before he could truly savor the companionship. "Have you had enough to eat? Would you like to order more?" Xiao Chang inquired with a smile, noticing that Xiao Wu had devoured an entire table of vegetables he had ordered. Xiao Wu, patting her round little belly, replied with a grin, "I'm full, truly full. I cannot eat any more. If I do, I want to be able to move." Xiao Chang gently ruffled her little head and chuckled. "Xiao Wu, you are truly adorable." Xiao Wu replied with a smile, "Really? As long as you don't think I eat too much." Xiao Chang chuckled. "How could that be? My brother's family operates a mine. They possess mountains of gold and silver. Xiao Wu laughed and replied, "Is that really true?" Xiao Chang nodded, affirming with conviction, "Indeed." His family not only possessed mountains of gold and silver, but also had contracted an entire mountain, where the slopes were blanketed with an abundance of carrots. Little Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mere thought of the vast expanse of carrots, and she eagerly inquired, "Is it true, brother?" Xiao Chang gently pinched her little face. "Of course, it was merely a jest. However, if you are willing, I could join you in planting. By next year, we could behold a vast expanse of carrots." Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. For some reason, despite having known Xiao Chang for only a short time, she placed an unusual amount of trust in him. She found him to be quite amusing and harbored a strong desire to be by his side continuously. She always sensed that something extraordinary was bound to happen in his presence. "Xiao Chang, do you truly intend to attend the banquet at the home of Xiao Chenyu?" Xiao Wu suddenly inquired with a hint of concern. "Banquet?" Xiao Chang replied, somewhat perplexed as to how Xiao Wu was familiar with such earthly terminology. Believing that he had not understood, Xiao Wu elaborated, "It means going to Xiao Chenyu's place for toasts and penalties. Tang San informed me." Xiao Chang chuckled and remarked, "Is it not the case that you were refusing the toast and opting for the penalty drink? Are you challenging the trap set by Xiao Chenyu?" Xiao Wu nodded in agreement and responded, "Indeed, that's precisely the implication." "Xiao Chang, you are truly astute." Xiao Chang chuckled, "This is nothing. Anyone who has studied knows that. I shall venture to the back mountain this afternoon, but before I go, I need to prepare some items." A mischievous smile graced the corners of Xiao Chang's lips. "What are you planning to do?" Xiao Wu inquired curiously. "Xiao Chang, are you truly serious? Is there really a way to make Xiao Chenyu relent?" Xiao Chang chuckled. "Of course. As long as they dare to venture to the back mountain, I can play with them like monkeys." Little Wu clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "That is truly splendid." At the back mountain of Nodding Academy, Xiao Chenyu arrived with a dozen individuals, accompanied secretly by several powerful soul masters dispatched by the Xiao family for his protection. Today, when he found Lu Long was already unconscious, suspended from a tree several hundred meters away from the cafeteria. The explosive power of Xiao Chang's martial soul left him somewhat apprehensive, as he felt that their numbers were insufficient to confront Xiao Chang alone. Thus, he summoned a group of powerful soul masters. Upon their arrival, they were struck by the eerie stillness of the air. The sun blazed mercilessly upon the earth, as if intent on roasting it. Despite their status as soul masters, they soon found themselves drenched in sweat and parched with thirst. At that moment, they suddenly noticed a patch of melon fields not far ahead, laden with large, round watermelons. Seeing these watermelons, the group rushed towards them with the fervor of a solitary man encountering a beloved companion. The soul masters tasked with their protection, witnessing this spectacle, realized it was too late to intervene. Moments before, they had observed their young master ascend the hill, ready to follow, only to be confronted by a sudden thick fog that obscured their vision. As the fog dissipated, they beheld their young master, along with a throng of noble youths, stuffing their mouths with a heap of golden orange fruits, causing their stomachs to churn violently, even regurgitating last night's meal in distress. Once they managed to purge themselves, their young master approached with another large bundle of the golden orange fruits, calling out to a middle-aged man, "Uncle Ma, weren't you supposed to remain concealed? What if that brat Xiao Chang sees us and frightens us away? Fortunately, I brought you all here in advance. Come. Have a couple of slices of watermelon to cool off. This infernal heat is unbearable today." As he spoke, he extended a handful of the golden melons towards Uncle Ma, who stood frozen in place, inwardly lamenting, "How could it not be hot? You're surrounded by a circle of cooked melons." Uncle Ma, well versed in the ways of the world, since they had encountered a formidable foe, and, disregarding the dirt on Xiao Chenyu, seized him and attempted to flee. Just then, a chilling laughter echoed. "Isn't it a bit too late to consider leaving now?" As the voice faded, the air was filled with the sound of wooden clappers, and Uncle Ma realized they were encircled by a multitude of foes. Panic set in. They could perish here, but their young master must not meet his end, or else the city lord would not spare their families. In a moment of desperation, he slapped Xiao Chenyu awake and urgently exclaimed, "Young master, flee. We are surrounded." Upon awakening, Xiao Chenyu, still clutching the golden melon and cradling a large pile of them, was too bewildered to ponder Uncle Ma's actions or words and immediately began to retch. In a frantic bid for survival, Uncle Ma instructed the other soul masters, "You hold them off. I will lead the young master through the encirclement." The others nodded, bracing themselves for the impending conflict. Uncle Ma, alongside Xiao Chenyu, fought fiercely. Yet with each foe they felled, more seemed to emerge, an endless tide that wore them down until they were utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's curiosity reached its peak as she incessantly questioned Xiao Chang about the unfolding situation. Xiao Chang mischievously gazed at her and said, "If you kiss me, I will tell you." After a brief moment of hesitation, overwhelmed by her curiosity, Xiao Wu glanced around to ensure no one was watching and shyly placed a gentle kiss on Xiao Chang's cheek. "Are you satisfied now, brother?" Xiao Chang smiled and said, "Are you satisfied?" This is known as the art of Qimin Dunjia, a formation devised by a man named Zhu Zhuqing. When one enters it, they will experience various illusions. I have applied yellow paint on one side of certain stones and green paint on the other, complemented by a fragrant incense. Thus, they will perceive what they wish to see. But why, upon hearing the sound of the clapper, do they begin to spin about aimlessly? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. That is the second question, Qiao Chong replied, mischievously pointing to his cheek. Xiao Wu, feeling a bit shy, blushed and bestowed a kiss upon his cheek, saying, all right. Do tell. This time, Xiao Wu was evidently much more at ease than during their first encounter. Xiao Chang revealed a knowing smile. For he cherished the innocence and charm of Xiao Wu at this moment. Gently pinching her delightful little face, he smiled and asked, Xiao Wu, have you ever heard of the phrase surrounded by enemies from all sides? Xiao Wu shook her head. Qiao Chong remarked, surrounded by songs of despair is a historical allusion that narrates the tale between Xiang Yu and Liu Bang. After Qiao Chang briefly explained the anecdote to Xiao Wu, he continued, I instructed you to place several sheep at 4 corners, each bound with wooden clappers, enticing them to graze here. As they move, the clappers will produce a sound, coupled with the sunlight filtering through the trees. They would believe that an army of thousands is descending upon them. Thus, they would incessantly retaliate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu gazed at Qiao Chang with admiration and exclaimed, Brother Qiao Chong, you are truly remarkable. Suddenly, she planted a kiss on his cheek, for she had a third question to pose. In Volume 1, Chapter 7, she declared, You're so handsome. I adore you, brother. Brother Qiao Chong, why is it that such a large pile of stones lies before them, yet they remain oblivious? Xiao Wu inquired, her adorable eyes blinking with curiosity. Qiao Chong chuckled, That's a splendid question. I thought you wouldn't ask it. However, this matter pertains to a secret of my brother's. And you must sign a confidentiality agreement before I can divulge it to you. What is a confidentiality agreement? She inquired. It is akin to a contract, once signed. I will trust that you shall not disclose my secret. Xiao Wu, appearing somewhat confused, nodded and said, Then show it to me. Qiao Chong extracted a piece of ordinary yellow paper from the contract realm within the myriad worlds, upon which the terms of the contract were inscribed. Confidential agreement. Xiao Wu pledges never to disclose brother Qiao Chong's secret. Otherwise, she shall remain forever small and never attain beauty. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, curiosity ultimately triumphed over the fear of losing her beauty, and she chose to affix her signature to the contract, unbeknownst to anyone. At the moment Xiao Wu signed the contract, Qiao Chong's joy was immeasurable. Now that the contract is executed, let me reveal a secret. I am a twin martial soul bearer, endowed with a unique skill, mental bewilderment. Qiao Chong deliberately averted his gaze from Xiao Wu as he spoke. Had he chosen to glance at her in that moment, he would have recognized the profound astonishment etched upon her face. In the Douluo continent, possessing twin martial souls is an unparalleled rarity. Not only is Qiao Chong exceptionally handsome, but he also possesses a kind heart and the extraordinary gift of dual martial souls. Oh heavens, must such a flawless young man be placed in proximity to me, igniting my heart's fluttering? In an instant, Xiao Wu succumbed to her innate rabid instincts. Her heart stirred with a hint of budding affection. Qiao Chong couldn't help but smile at Xiao Wu's expression. To be favored by Bibidong and to attain level 50 before the age of 13, while also capturing the attention of Qian Renxue. Surely his capabilities extended beyond merely possessing 2 martial souls. However, the time was not yet ripe for him to reveal his true strength. For such a display might startle Xiao Wu. What do you think? Is it surprising, or perhaps unexpected? Qiao Chong, in a playful manner, made a figure 8 with his right hand, striking a cool pose. Xiao Wu wrinkled her petite nose, made a silly face, and sweetly exclaimed, So handsome, absolutely stunning. Xiao Wu adores her brother. Qiao Chong pressed his lips firmly against Xiao Wu's face, reveling in his triumph as he exclaimed, Of course. Just look at whose brother I am. However, his tone abruptly faltered. Xiao Wu gazed at Qiao Chang with curiosity, completely forgetting to wipe away the drool he had left on her cheek. Qiao Chang chuckled. This is my greatest secret. You must promise to keep it safe. Xiao Wu nodded emphatically. In her heart, she vowed to protect this secret of her brother Qiao Chong, even from those closest to her. However, the thought of her nearest and dearest suddenly filled her with sorrow. She remembered her mother, the one who would tell her stories, braid her hair, and always offered her the most delicious treats. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably as she leaned on Qiao Chang's shoulder, and she began to sob quietly. Qiao Chang possessed an extraordinary mental fortitude, enabling him to perceive the emotional fluctuations of Xiao Wu. He was acutely aware of her past and understood that she must be yearning for her mother, resonating with her feelings. His eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears, and he fought to suppress them. Embracing Xiao Wu, he gently patted her back and spoke soothingly. Xiao Wu, do not be sorrowful. This too shall pass. Your brother will always be by your side. Unless I perish, no one shall harm you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's sadness deepened, and her cries grew louder. Through her sobs, she whimpered, I do not want you to die, brother. If you were gone, I would not wish to live either. For a moment, Xiao Wu was taken aback by her own words, but she quickly regained her composure. Playfully, she lightly struck Qiao Chang's chest, pouting, Brother, you are so mean. You only know how to scare me. How could a carrot possibly eat a person? Clearly, it was I who devoured it. Her face radiated a proud defiance, completely unaware that her innocent and carefree smile was utterly enchanting in Qiao Chang's eyes. Qiao Chang silently exclaimed, Oh, do not mature too quickly. Perhaps even little Wu herself was unaware that, unbeknownst to her, Xiao Chang had already become one of the most trusted individuals in her world. In this moment, she bestowed upon him her innocence, her charm, her kindness, and her tenderness. Yet, Xiao Chang had only stepped into her life less than a day ago. Observing little Wu's sorrow dissipate, Xiao Chang smiled and gently pinched her cheek, inquiring softly, "Are all your doubts resolved? Are you satisfied?" Little Wu nodded eagerly, nestling into Xiao Chang's embrace, reluctant to part, as she still needed a moment to gather her emotions. Xiao Chang continued to gently caress her back and her braided hair for quite some time. Once Xiao Wu had completely calmed down, Xiao Chang finally spoke. "It is time to let them out. If we continue this way, they will be frightened to death. Their courage is truly lacking." Xiao Wu softly replied, releasing her grip on Xiao Chang. Naturally kind-hearted, she relished the thought of teaching Xiao Qinyu and the others a lesson, enjoying the sight of their misfortune. However, the prospect of causing serious harm made her apprehensive. Despite having transformed from a soul beast over 100,000 years ago, she still retained a childlike disposition and was fearful of witnessing bloodshed. Xiao Chang was well aware of this and did not wish to leave her with psychological scars. Thus, he merely reprimanded the group. With a wave, he dispelled the formation and scattered the sheep. With a broad smile, he turned to Xiao Qingyu and the others, saying, Xiao, what do you think? Do you enjoy the splendid feast I have prepared for you? Is it not delightful?" "Ha." Xiao Qingyu glared at Xiao Chang, rendered speechless, filled with a desire to devour him alive in that very moment. However, he recognized that he currently lacked the strength to act upon such thoughts. Even the slightest movement of a finger felt laborious. Observing the look in Xiao Qingyu's eyes, Xiao Chang chuckled, thoroughly amused. He relished this feeling, where others despised him, yet found themselves utterly powerless to eliminate him. Xiao Chang extracted a single pill, rolling it between his fingers. His expression a blend of amusement and mockery as he addressed Xiao. "This is the 10-day death pill, crafted from a concoction of 49 lethal poisons. Should one ingest it without the antidote within 10 days, death is inevitable. Out of the kindness of my heart, I shall part with it for a mere 10,000 gold soul coins. A modest price, wouldn't you agree?" His smile was reminiscent of a devil's grin. Xiao Qinyu felt a chill run down his spine and fervently shook his head in refusal. Xiao Chang disregarded his gaze and forcibly pried open Xiao Qinyu's mouth, thrusting the pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, leaving Xiao Qinyu unable to expel it even if he wished to, as he glared at Xiao Chang with resentment. Xiao Chang suddenly chuckled. "I grant you merely 10 days. If your performance satisfies me, I shall provide you with the antidote to purchase your life. Otherwise, prepare for your demise." His tone bore no trace of emotion, sending a chill down Xiao Qinyu's spine. However, accustomed to arrogance, Xiao Qinyu, despite his overwhelming fear, maintained a defiant facade. "Xiao Chang, do not overstep your bounds. My father is the city lord. You would do well to hand over the antidote at once, for I might yet spare your life. Otherwise, I shall inform my father of this matter, and he will not let you escape unscathed." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chang immediately chuckled, gently patting Xiao Qinyu's face and asking, "Are you threatening me? It seems I have been too benevolent." He continued, "Each individual shall pay 50,000 gold soul coins. You have brought 15 people, and with yourself, that makes a total of 16, altogether, 800,000. Not a single coin less will I grant you for the antidote. Furthermore, feel free to inform your father that should my life or the lives of those around me come under even the slightest threat, I possess the means to ensure your swift demise through poison." Uncle Ma's face revealed a look of terror. They had stealthily followed Xiao Qinyu out, and should this matter reach the ears of Lord Xiao, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. All eyes in the room swiftly turned to Xiao Qinyu, silently urging him to speak less in this moment. Xiao Qinyu glared furiously at Xiao Chang, his teeth gritting audibly, yet ultimately, he chose silence. Uttering not a single word more, Xiao Chang addressed Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao Wu, please assist me. Administer these pills to them." Xiao Chang retrieved a vial of elixirs and handed it to Xiao Wu, who skipped joyfully to his side to accept the potion. A mischievous smile danced upon her lips, resembling that of a little imp. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Chang's presence subtly influenced her, making the situation seem delightful and amusing. She paid no heed to the potential repercussions from Xiao Qinyu, firmly believing in Xiao Chang's ability to safeguard her. This conviction stemmed from her innate intuition as a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast. One by one, she forcefully administered the elixirs to the others. Afterward, Xiao Wu clapped her hands, approached Xiao Chang, and with a sweet smile, declared, "Xiao Chang Gij, it's all taken care of." Xiao Chang contentedly ruffled her little head and chuckled. Indeed, Xiao Wu is truly obedient. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly. Xiao Chang addressed Xiao Qinyu and the others, stating, "You may leave now. Remember my words. If you desire the antidote, your performance in 10 days will determine your fate." With that, he turned away without looking back, hands clasped behind him. Xiao Wu quickly followed suit, mimicking Xiao Chang as they walked side by side. In the glow of the setting sun, the silhouettes of the two, one tall and one small, stretched longer, exuding an inexplicable sense of harmony, as if they were destined to walk towards eternity. Xiao Qinyu, observing their retreating figures, clenched his fists and pounded the ground in frustration, vowing that Xiao Chang would pay dearly for this. Once he obtained the antidote, he swore he would subject Cao Chang to 1,000 tortures, imprisoning the young girl beside him to serve as his pet rabbit, tormenting her daily. Young master, what shall we do? Should we inform the city lord? Uncle Ma approached Xiao Qinyu with concern. Xiao Qinyu retorted angrily, do you wish for death? If you tell my father, do you want us to perish immediately? He continued, seek out Li Wangba. This situation has arisen due to my venting on his behalf. He must cover the cost of 1 million gold soul coins. If he offers even a fraction less, I shall ensure that the Li family vanishes from Notting City. With that, Xiao Qinyu stood up, dusted off his clothes, and strode away, seemingly reverting to the once arrogant youth he had been. As they neared Shrek Academy, Xiao Chang suddenly took Xiao Wu's hand, asking, Xiao Wu, are you afraid to follow your brother? Xiao Wu immediately shook her head, replying, I am not afraid. With you by my side, I would follow you to the ends of the earth. Xiao Chang could not help but pinch Xiao Wu's cheek and assured her, rest assured. Dear sister, I shall not allow any harm to befall you. As he spoke, he retrieved several yellow jade talismans from his bosom and presented them to Xiao Wu. These are long-distance teleportation talismans. Should you encounter danger, simply crush one, and it will transport you to a place of safety. I shall come to find you then. Xiao Wu, somewhat perplexed, accepted the talismans and tucked them away securely, trusting Xiao Chang without inquiring about their origin. Hand in hand, they continued their journey towards the academy. Initially, Xiao Wu felt no particular apprehension as Xiao Chang held her hand. In fact, some onlookers envied them, a brother leading his sister. And she felt a twinge of delight at the thought. However, as they approached the academy, her nerves began to surface. In the Douluo continent, societal norms evolved early, and many soul masters began to engage in romantic relationships at a young age. As a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast with exceptional learning abilities, she understood that in human society, it was generally only couples who held hands while walking together. Although concerned about what others might say, she was reluctant to withdraw her hand and cause embarrassment for Qiao Chang, so she allowed him to continue holding it, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, Qiao Chang seemed oblivious to her discomfort, gripping her hand with the protective instinct of an older brother, as if fearful of losing her. After a while, they finally arrived at the entrance of Notting City. Just as Qiao Chang was about to lead Xiao Wu through the gates of the Notting Junior Academy, a voice suddenly erupted from behind them. Qiao Chang, Xiao Wu, what are you doing? A furious little boy rushed towards them, his voice filled with indignation. Xiao Wu turned to see Tang San, and a sense of guilt washed over her as she instinctively pulled her hand away. Qiao Chang, however, chuckled as he once again grasped Xiao Wu's hand, remarking, what is there to fear? What harm is there in holding my sister's hand? Does it concern him? Boom. Tang San felt as though he had been struck by lightning, as if he had lost the most vital part of his existence. Sister. How dare he refer to her as his sister? Tang San's eyes brimmed with rage, and he slowly raised his left arm, the hidden arrow already primed. Directing his words at Xiao Chang with deliberate emphasis, release Xiao Wu, or face death. Xiao Chang gazed mockingly at Tang San, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. Among his 3 martial spirits, one was a spiritual type, rendering even the slightest movement within a 25-meter radius utterly transparent to him. Every action taken by Tang San was starkly clear in his perception. To contemplate taking a life over such a trivial matter, what sort of imbecile must have spawned this fool? It is no wonder that Xiao Chang was incensed. Anyone in his position would lose their temper, unless, of course, they were an insufferable saint. Snap! Xiao Chang delivered a sharp slap across Tang San's face, coldly declaring, put away your worthless trinkets. Should you ever harbor murderous intent towards me again, I shall end your life. Xiao Chang possessed an acute sense of perception, aware that Tang Hao was nearby, and he attentively observed the subtle expressions on his face. He understood that Tang Hao was a particularly resilient ninja turtle, one who would not genuinely threaten his son's life. Rather, he hoped that Tang San would encounter some setbacks. Should Tang Hao lose his composure, Xiao Chang was unperturbed, for he still held a teleportation talisman and a retreat talisman. If Tang Hao truly attempted to strike him, he would swiftly toss an explosive talisman to Tang San and make his escape. Tang San was momentarily dazed from the blows he had received. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, lurking in the shadows, nearly succumbed to the urge to rush forward. However, upon witnessing his son sprawled on the ground, his eyes reflecting a venomous glare, Tang Hao felt an unsettling strangeness about this child. A profound ache gripped his heart, reflecting on Qiao Chang's words and Tang San's recent actions. Alongside the peculiar trinkets Tang San had forged at the blacksmith shop, a chilling realization washed over Tang Hao, causing him to shudder violently. Here was a child, scarcely 6 years old, who, unable to withstand a mere taunt, contemplated murder, especially against one who had provoked him first. What manner of demon son had he brought into this world? In that moment, Tang Hao was beset by regret for having prioritized indulgence over his child's upbringing. He resolved to allow Qiao Chang to impart this crucial lesson, eager to observe how his son would respond next. As Tang San lay on the ground, Master was initially taken aback, but swiftly approached, his reactions exponentially quicker than those of Tang Hao. This child lacked education, matured too quickly, and bore a heavy heart of malice. It was imperative that he grasp a fundamental truth, to respect life and understand the consequences of his actions. The master bore no grudge against Qiao Chang for delivering a somewhat harsh lesson. The fact that he had not taken Tang San's life attested to Qiao Chang's mercy. In the realm of soul masters, there exists a term known as emergency avoidance, which permits any action taken when one's life is threatened. Tang San lay upon the ground, his fingers having carved deep grooves into the earth, while the left side of his face swelled grotesquely. His once ordinary visage now rendered even more unbearable to behold. Xiao Wu clung tightly to Qiao Chang's hand, acutely sensing his fury. Particularly, the implication from Qiao Chang's words that Tang San sought to harm him intensified her rage. Amidst the turmoil, Tang San let out a furious roar, launching the concealed crossbow bolt from his left arm towards Qiao Chang. Qiao Chang gazed intently at the dart that loomed larger in his sight. He neither flinched nor recoiled. Just as the dart was a mere 3 centimeters from his brow, he swiftly extended his right hand and ensnared the projectile. The fierce gust generated by the dart ruffled a few strands of Qiao Chang's hair, which danced momentarily in the air before settling back down. Bang! Qiao Chang delivered a forceful kick to Tang San's abdomen, sending his body hurtling 5 meters across the ground before crashing heavily against the school's iron gate. The resounding clang drew a crowd of onlookers. Some gasped, "Isn't that the master's disciple, Ugly San? How did he end up getting beaten?" Others remarked, "Is it surprising that he got beaten? I've heard that he dreams of shouting your demise. Such a wicked soul is not worthy of pity." There were those who added, "The one who struck him is a new student. Didn't he go to meet Xiaoqing? How is he unharmed upon his return?" In no time, dozens of students gathered at the academy's entrance, with more arriving by the moment. The master addressed the crowd, "Disperse. It's merely a sparring session between brothers. There's nothing to see here." After calling out, he cast an apologetic glance at Qiao Chang before rushing to assist Tang San, lifting him up with a hint of reproach. "Tang San, your actions were excessive this time. As a soul master, how can you resort to ambush? Go and apologize to your brother Qiao. Let this matter rest." The master was adamant in his insistence that Tang San learn humility, otherwise he risked becoming a failure. If they still couldn't comprehend the situation by now, they were unworthy of being soul masters in the future. The crowd pointed fingers at Tang San, some even shouting, "Tang San, kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize." Under the master's persuasion and the pressure of the crowd's words, Tang San gritted his teeth and begrudgingly uttered, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Qiao Chang looked at him with a smirk, replying, "If it's forced, then forget it. I had no intention of forgiving you anyway." The master shot a stern look at Tang San, admonishing, "Tang San, mind your attitude. If it weren't for your brother Qiao's magnanimity, would you still be able to stand here?" Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San seethed with resentment, his teeth grinding in defiance. Qiao Chang had stolen his opportunities and taken his beloved. Now he was being struck and compelled to apologize. This was a path to his own demise. The master, perceiving the fury in Tang San's eyes and considering himself the wisest man in the Duel continent, was well aware of Tang San's thoughts. Reluctantly, he turned to apologize on Tang San's behalf. "I'm sorry, Qiao Chang. Little San is immature. Please don't hold it against him. I will ensure he learns his lesson, and I hope you won't take it too seriously." Qiao Chang chuckled and said, "Master, you are being overly courteous. Since you have remarked thus, if I were to quarrel with a mere child, it would only reflect my own immaturity." "Who are you calling a child, Qiao Chang? How dare you insult me?" According to the fundamental principles of the Tang Sex Xiantian treasure record, the third clause states that you have already set yourself on the path to death. "I shall kill you." Tang San seethed with rage, silently screaming in his heart. Yet he dared not confront Qiao Chang directly. He knew he was no match for him, not in the least, unless he resorted to underhanded tactics, which he was unskilled at. With no other option, he could only stealthily withdraw. Volume 1, Chapter 8. The Reckless Desperation of Tang San. "Everyone disperse," the master commanded, waving his hand to disperse the crowd. He patted Qiao Chang on the shoulder and said, "Qiao Chang, do not take offense at little San's words. He grew up without a mother, which has made him somewhat extreme, though his heart is not inherently bad." As he spoke, the master felt a pang of guilt, his face flushing involuntarily. Meanwhile, Tang San turned his head away, gritting his teeth in frustration. Watching the master express concern for Qiao Chang's feelings as if he were a relative, he wished he could tear Qiao Chang apart right then and there. Yet, he could not. He was utterly outmatched. Unless he resorted to poison, he had no chance whatsoever. "Rest assured, master. I shall not stoop to quarrel with a child who has yet to fully mature. Besides, given his current state, to engage further." Huh. Qiao Chang's tone was laced with a hint of mockery. He relished the thought of witnessing the hypocritical Tang San's ire. Ideally, he hoped Tang San would squirm a bit more, as he had not yet fully vented his frustrations and sought to stretch his limbs. "Qiao Chang, do not overstep your bounds." Tang San could no longer contain himself, his teeth clenched in anger. The master furrowed his brow slightly. Xiao Wu, incensed, exclaimed, "Tang San, why are you shouting? Is my brother wrong? You are already unattractive and narrow-minded. You cannot withstand the slightest provocation. Just moments ago, you were intent on harming my brother, and now you cannot bear to hear him speak a few words against you. I see you are as fragile as a cucumber, deserving of a good smack. Brother, give him another beating. Let us see if he remains defiant. The master, upon hearing this, wished to defend Tang San, but found himself at a loss for words. If one were to put themselves in another's shoes, it would be understandable. If someone genuinely sought to kill you and acted upon it, unless one wished for their own demise, no person would maintain a calm demeanor. Moreover, the individual bore a face that was exceedingly irksome and hypocritical. Without digressing too far, even now, he harbored thoughts of ending Xiao Chang's life, yet he dared to complain about Xiao Chang's taunts. Was this behavior befitting a human? Xiao Wu, let it go. He is a disciple of the master. This time, I shall let him be, but mark my words, Tang San, should there be a next time, I shall break your 3 legs. With that, Xiao Chang took Xiao Wu's hand and turned to leave, leaving behind the apologetic master and the seething Tang San. In the desolate outskirts of Nodding City, Li Wangba had arranged to climb a mountain with a strikingly beautiful girl. In the secluded wilderness, with few souls around, Li Wangba eagerly pulled the beauty along to ascend the mountain. The girl feigned reluctance, half-heartedly accompanying him. However, due to their infrequent exercise, both soon found themselves panting heavily. Within minutes, Li Wangba, akin to a dead weight, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. The girl, taken aback by Li Wangba's relentless pursuit, thought it absurd that he could not manage to climb after just warming up. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, though she dared not show it overly. With a quiet resolve, she donned her attire and suggested, Bago, the winds atop the mountain are fierce, and the streams have run dry. There is nothing to enjoy. Let us return. Li Wangba, upon hearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Gazing at the babbling brook below, he yearned to lean over and take a sip, yet he truly lacked the strength. His legs felt like jelly. Ever since being lashed by Xiao Chang's vines, he had felt utterly drained. Even the thought of the peaches on the mountain filled him with thirst, yet they remained out of reach, prompting him to vow vengeance upon Xiao Chang. Just then, he spotted a familiar group rushing towards him. The group, robust and swift, soon reached his side, led by a tall youth whose face was twisted in fury. Li Wangba, you scoundrel, I nearly lost my life seeking revenge on your behalf, and you have the audacity to frolic with women on the mountainside. This infuriates me. Li Wangba, taken aback, hastily dressed and smiled nervously. Xiao. Please do not be angry. It is all Wangba's fault. You may scold me after explaining the situation. As for the woman, you know I have a penchant for such company. I cannot live without them. Li Wangba maintained his characteristic shameless demeanor, gradually soothing Xiao Qinyu's ire. Li Wangba, I care not with whom you scale the mountains, or where you choose to do so. I shall state a singular figure. If you cannot procure what I demand, do not continue your ascent. It is arduous work, so sleep here instead. A chill ran down Li Wangba's spine at these words. He had not anticipated that Xiao Qinyu would wish him dead. Trembling, he asked, Xiao, what is the matter? If it is money you lack, state the amount directly. You are aware my family is not without means. Li Wangba's family operated in the entertainment industry, their daily revenue exceeding tens of thousands of gold soul coins. This claim bore no exaggeration. Xiao Qinyu chuckled, extending a finger, and Li Wangba's face brightened. No problem, 1,000 gold soul coins. I shall have someone bring it to you at once. Yet, Xiao Qinyu's expression darkened as he continued, your father, Wang Duel, is a shrewd businessman. How is it that he has produced such a dim-witted son? 100,000. You have 5 days to prepare it. If the money is not in my hands by then, you shall never ascend another mountain. Li Wangba felt a chill sweep through him. He wished to speak, but to his dismay, Xiao Qinyu had already departed with his companions, leaving behind the breathless Lu Ruyan, who had long since vanished. Truly ruthless was Li Wangba's assessment of Xiao Qinyu as he disregarded his weakness and sprinted home to gather the funds. Lu Ruyan was of little consequence. He could seek out Li Ruyan or Wang Ruyan, but if he failed to procure 100,000 gold soul coins within 5 days, he had no doubt Xiao Qinyu would end him. Meanwhile, at the Shrek Academy, after Qiao Chang and Xiao Wu strolled around the campus, the master called them away. Finally, Tang San seized the opportunity to approach Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, please do not be angry. Do you understand why I opposed Qiao Chang? That is your concern. Do not involve me. Leave. Xiao Wu, uninterested, turned to walk away. Tang San, trailing behind, insisted, Xiao Wu, Qiao Chang is not a good person. Do not be deceived by his appearance. Xiao Wu halted, turning to glare at Tang San. Tang San, you scoundrel, do not speak ill of Brother Qiao. Brother Qiao Chang? Upon hearing this, Tang San's lips twitched, his fist clenched tightly as he struggled to contain his anger. He turned to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, you cannot refer to him as Brother Qiao Chang. Do you know why I have yet to obtain my first spirit ring? It is precisely because of Qiao Chang. You deserve it. Xiao Wu retorted coldly. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, her tone shifted to one of irritation. You weren't here yesterday, and I helped you sweep the garden on the south side of the academy's playground. It's your turn to sweep today, humph. With that, she ignored Tang San and stormed off in a huff. Watching Xiao Wu's retreating figure, Tang San felt an intense frustration, not directed at her, for he was infatuated. In his eyes, Xiao Wu could do no wrong. His ire was aimed squarely at Xiao Chang, the one who had deceived Xiao Wu, stolen his opportunity, and humiliated him. More than the theft of his spirit ring or the indignities he endured, Nothing angered him more than someone competing with him for Xiao Wu's affection. Tonight. It shall be tonight. If Qiao Chang dares to come to Dormitory 7, I shall ensure that he meets a silent demise by dawn. How audacious of him to court danger. He must perish, he must perish. Tang San arrived at the garden on the south side of the playground, sweeping vigorously while concocting malicious schemes to eliminate Qiao Chang. Meanwhile, Qiao Chang was in the company of the master, who had invited him to his office. The master poured him a glass of water and gestured for him to take a seat. Upon sitting down, the master began, Qiao Chang. Your visit to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy is undoubtedly to inquire about matters regarding your martial soul, is it not? Not a word was mentioned about his recent encounter with Tang San. Qiao Chang nodded. The master spoke. Martial souls are categorized into beast martial souls, weapon martial souls, and food-type martial souls. Among these, beast and weapon martial souls primarily focus on offense. Your martial soul, the Ghost King Vine, has its first soul skill as entanglement. I recommend pursuing a control-oriented path, with damage output as a secondary focus. Qiao Chang paused in silence for a moment before nodding. After her transformation, Xiao Wu's martial spirit is the soft bone charm rabbit, a type of beast martial spirit. Once it matures, its attacking power will be formidable. With her on the offensive front, there is no need for further reinforcement. Qiao Chang engaged in extensive discussions with the master, who grew increasingly fond of him. The master suggested that he remain at the academy for an extended period, during which he could devise training regimens tailored to Qiao Chang's constitution, enabling him to more swiftly absorb soul power and achieve greater accomplishments in the future. As for Tang San, the master regarded him as still quite young, lacking the maturity of mind required. Although Tang San possessed commendable talents in various aspects, he paled in comparison to Qiao Chang, necessitating further refinement and honing. After departing from the master's presence, Qiao Chang made his way to the student dormitory 7, aware that Xiao Wu awaited him there. Upon Qiao Chang's return, he found no sign of Tang San, and then Xiao Wu rushed over to grasp his hand. This unexpected gesture took him by surprise. The other members of Class 7, including Wang Sheng and the rest, gathered around. One of the students jokingly remarked, Xiao Wu, you seem a bit off. Caught off guard, Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson as she retorted, oh, go away. What nonsense are you spouting? What's different about me? The student replied, everything. Most importantly, your heart has changed. Xiao Wu shot him a glare. You talk too much. Is your skin itching for a reprimand? The student immediately fell silent, miming the action of sealing his lips. Xiao Wu then introduced Qiao Chang, saying, this is my brother, Qiao Chang. Brother, you say? Wang Xing and the others in Class 7 exchanged mischievous glances, but their expressions remained composed. Qiao Chang smiled and said, greetings to you all. My name is Qiao Chang. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, and I kindly ask for your guidance. Qiao Chang performed a most courteous gentlemanly gesture, earning a round of applause from the 7th dormitory. A warm welcome was extended to Junior Qiao Chang. Wang Xing was the first to lead the applause. In the afternoon, he overheard classmates discussing how a newcomer had bested Lu Long, nearly bursting into laughter. Wang Xing and Lu Long were sworn rivals, and in their past duels, Lu Long had always dominated him. Alas, what could he do? Lu Long's martial spirit had the upper hand. He wielded a staff, while Wang Sheng embodied a tiger. Only he knew the extent of his frustrations. After Xiao Wu returned, she shared the news of Lu Long's defeat with Wang Sheng and the others. Upon learning that it was Qiao Chang who had subdued Lu Long, they all gazed at him with admiration. Now, encountering Qiao Chang in person, he was not only handsome but also humble and polite, further enhancing their favorable impression of him. They all applauded his arrival with enthusiasm. Wang Xing, ever quick-witted and observant, noticed that Qiao Chang had not brought bedding and suggested that they share a quilt. However, Xiao Wu intervened. Qiao Chang, you should share a quilt with me. My bedding is brand new and quite warm. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Qiao Chang replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What's the matter? Are you afraid I might do something to you, or do you harbor intentions toward me? Qiao Chang gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, chuckling helplessly. Ah, you. I cannot argue with you. If you are unafraid of loss, let us endure this night together. Yay, that's settled then. You shall sleep with me tonight. Xiao Wu giggled, her sweet smile illuminating the room. At that moment, Tang San, who had been eavesdropping outside, could no longer contain himself. He burst into the 7th dormitory, pointing an accusatory finger at Qiao Chang. Qiao Chang, I challenge you to a duel. What are you doing, Tang San? Xiao Wu exclaimed, pulling Qiao Chang behind her and glaring at Tang San. Qiao Chang, if you are a man, do not hide behind a woman. Step out and face me. Tang San, consumed by rage, had forgotten how recently he had been utterly defeated by Qiao Chang. In the shadows, Tang Hao shook his head in resignation, feeling helpless as he watched his son court disaster. He would have to speak with him privately later that evening. In response to Tang San's provocation, Qiao Chang merely smiled. One bout was one thing. A second bout was simply an invitation for more. If Tang San relished being struck, to hold back would be an act of unwarranted mercy. Very well. I shall step outside with you, Qiao Chang declared, moving to Xiao Wu's side and patting her shoulder reassuringly. At that moment, Wang Sheng leaped from his bed and rushed to position himself between Qiao Chang and Tang San, exclaiming, esteemed gentlemen, We are all from the 7th dormitory. Let us resolve this through a friendly contest instead. We have our own rules here, and any disputes should be settled internally. Once outside, we remain brothers. There is no need for the entire dormitory to be aware of trivial skirmishes. Xiao Wu, hearing this, tugged at Qiao Chong's sleeve and whispered, Brother Qiao Chong. Wang Xing is right. Internal conflicts should be resolved within the dormitory. Perhaps a friendly sparring session would suffice. Upon hearing this, Qiao Chang chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Xiao Wu's hair as he remarked, I have no objections. Tang San's gaze was fixated on Qiao Chong's hand. His eyes seemingly ablaze with intensity as he gritted his teeth and declared, Neither do I. In his mind, he believed that his previous defeat was due to carelessness. And this time, armed with the Xiantian skill and his mastery of hidden weapons, he was determined to eliminate Qiao Chong. Yes, to eliminate Qiao Chong. Since he had the means to kill, then Qiao Chong must perish. He must die. Volume 1, Chapter 9. Tang San, I have indeed underestimated you. Once the decision to engage in battle was made, Tang San distanced himself from Qiao Chong, raising his left arm slightly while his right hand rested at his waist. Concerned for Xiao Wu and the others, lest they fall victim to Tang San's hidden weapons, Qiao Chong instructed them to step back. He then regarded Tang San with calm composure, beckoning him with a gesture of his fingers, inviting him to reveal his true abilities. At Qiao Chong's words, a cold glimmer flashed in Tang San's eyes. He alternated his footwork, executing the ghost shadow misty steps, and swiftly produced 3 steel spikes, each over 3 inches long, launching them towards Qiao Chong's forehead, neck, and heart. In the instant the spikes were released, he deliberately used the ghost shadow misty steps to mislead Qiao Chang, employing the purple extreme demon eyes to elevate his mental prowess to its zenith, silently targeting Qiao Chong's temple with a concealed dart. Each strike was lethal, each move imbued with ferocity. Truly, he was destined to become the future Tang Buddha. Yet, no matter how swift Tang San was, he could not surpass Qiao Chang, who wielded a 3 lives martial soul and possessed an additional century of soul rings, along with a higher level of soul power. Qiao Chang unleashed his mental prowess, swiftly manifesting the Ghost King Vine martial spirit, sending all of Tang San's steel nails flying. He effortlessly caught the arrows projected by the silent sleeve dart and, once again before Tang San, crushed them in his hand. With a look of disappointment, he remarked, I never expected your abilities to be so limited, Tang San. It seems I have overestimated you. Tang San was infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration. Despite exerting his utmost effort, he had yet to graze even the hem of Qiao Chong's garment. At that moment, he felt a burning sensation on his face. However, with so many onlookers present, he was loath to concede defeat so easily. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Qiao Chong, I haven't eaten all day. If you have the capability, let us compete again tomorrow. Though he spoke those words, the true thoughts swirling within his mind remained concealed. Qiao Chong had no intention of making Tang San look foolish. Such actions would only reflect poorly on his own character. With a smile, he addressed Tang San, saying, Very well, I welcome your challenge whenever you feel ready. The disdainful glances from Wang Sheng and the others directed at Tang San extinguished any lingering goodwill they had previously harbored. After Qiao Chong embraced Xiao Wu and retired to sleep, the others buried themselves under their blankets, feigning slumber. Witnessing this scene, Tang San's animosity towards Qiao Chong intensified. It was all because of you. You had usurped everything from me. In his mind, Tang San raged, contemplating how swiftly he could eliminate Qiao Chang. He could hardly bear to wait another moment. As night fell, Xiao Wu slept soundly atop Qiao Chang, occasionally murmuring sweet dreams. Brother, such big and thick carrots. Xiao Wu loves them. They are delicious. Patiently biding his time, Tang San, endowed with the purple extreme magic eyes, clearly saw Xiao Wu sprawled across Qiao Chang. Her small nose twitching as she inched closer, her fragrant lips nearly brushing against Qiao Chong's face. His teeth itched with anticipation, clenching audibly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why was there a mouse in the dormitory? Just as Qiao Chong, who had been meditating and not wasting a moment on his training, abruptly opened his eyes, a look of disgust crossed his handsome face upon noticing Xiao Wu's lips approaching. He smiled softly, pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead, carefully repositioned her, tucked her in, and patted her lightly until she fell into a deeper sleep, before finally turning his attention toward Tang San. The night was as dark as ink. The wind howled fiercely, yet it could not drown out Wang Sheng's snoring. Separated by several beds, Tang San felt a chill course through him as his gaze met Qiao Chang's, a moment fraught with tension. He realized that Qiao Chong might have discerned his intentions, causing a flicker of panic within him. Just as he felt the weight of his anxiety, he noticed Qiao Chong making a move, sending his heart racing. Could he be coming to kill me? Tang San's thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. Qiao Chong let out a cold smile, speaking in a tone only Tang San could comprehend. Suppress your trivial thoughts. If you dare harbor intentions of murder against me again, I shall have you minced and fed to the dogs. Upon hearing this, Tang San trembled with rage, yet he refrained from retaliating. Having been defeated by Qiao Chong twice, he had begun to genuinely fear him. He had stayed awake until the dead of night, intending to eliminate Qiao Chong, only to discover that Qiao Chong was equally vigilant and had seen through his intentions, threatening him in turn. At that moment, Tang San felt as if he had consumed 100 pounds of lead. However, he dared not act out. With no power, influence, or support, the probability of being beaten to death in a confrontation with Qiao Chang was a staggering 80%. Thus, he chose to endure in silence. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, who had been secretly protecting Tang San, clenched his fist upon witnessing his son's humiliation. He yearned to rush to 7th dormitory and teach Qiao Chang a lesson. But upon reflecting that it was his own son who had constantly sought to harm Qiao Chang, he restrained himself. I must not reveal my identity to San. It would hinder his growth. With this thought, Tang Hao quietly withdrew his imposing aura, unbeknownst to anyone, as Tang Hao retracted his presence. A mysterious force that had been locking onto him also faded away. In Notting City, at the Phoenix Tavern, in a concealed underground chamber, Shaolan was enduring unprecedented torment after being separated from Qiao Chang for several days. Her entire being was engulfed in a layer of crimson flames, sending forth a scent of charred flesh. A silver-haired, youthful-looking old woman, witnessing this scene, anxiously exclaimed, "Miss, this cannot continue. The divine blood of the Flame Emperor within you is insufficient to support your rebirth. If this persists, you will be burned alive by the red heart flame. Let it try to burn me." Shaolan retorted defiantly. If Brother Qiao Chang can undergo such a transformation, why can't I be reborn? Suddenly, an unprecedented aura erupted from her, and the previously violent flames were forcefully subdued. A phoenix-like cry resonated from her throat. The old woman gazed in astonishment at this remarkable turn of events. The miss has succeeded. Could it be that the divine realm is about to witness the emergence of a second Flame Emperor? An hour later, from the crimson flames emerged a young girl of unparalleled beauty. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, her features were exquisitely defined, and a flame symbol adorned her forehead, enhancing her ethereal presence. I have fully awakened my fire soul, and with 1 year remaining until the 3-year deadline set by my father, I wish to remain here for another year, she declared. Qin Xiang looked at Shaolan with some concern. Miss, the lower realm is lacking in spiritual energy. If you delay for a year, will it not affect the 10 clans talents competition in the upper realm? Not a problem. Although the outcome of the 10 clans talents competition is crucial for our Shao clan's standing in the fire god realm, a year's delay is manageable. Moreover, if this leads to our fire clan bringing back a true prodigy, what does a slight compromise in ranking matter? Miss, do you truly hold such confidence in him? Qin Xiang inquired, perplexed. You have not encountered him or witnessed the fury in his eyes, a gaze I have only seen in my father. I believe he is destined to become a magnificent dragon. Then, Miss, are you planning to go to Notting City's Junior Soul Master Academy? No. I shall go to the Blaze Academy. The Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City is merely a starting point for Brother Qiao Chang. My current strength is insufficient to assist him. I require the Blaze crystals from the underground of Blaze Academy to elevate my level. Miss, should I? Qin Xiang began, but was interrupted by Shaolan. Do you not remember what my father said? Do not intervene unless it is a matter of life and death, understand? Qin Xiang nodded. Miss, what if young Master Qiao encounters danger? Are you referring to that hidden title Douluo? Qin Xiang nodded again. If he uses his strength to intimidate the weak, then do not hesitate to send him where he belongs. Shaolan's eyes suddenly turned ice cold. And even amidst the searing flames enveloping the underground chamber, Qin Xiang felt an icy chill. This is the weight of our bloodline. Yes, Miss, rest assured. A mere title Douluo cannot play tricks before me. Aware that there were experts covertly protecting Tang San, Qiao Chang temporarily abandoned his plans to eliminate him and focused on his cultivation. Before long, 10 days had passed. Xiao Yu arrived, bringing a wealth of cultivation resources and the antidote. Qiao Chang, in accordance with their agreement, delivered the antidote to Xiao Yu at the rear mountain of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon receiving and consuming the antidote, Xiao Yu felt an immediate relief from the torment that had plagued him for several days. However, his expression suddenly contorted into a fierce grimace as he confronted Qiao Chang, accusing, "You have caused me 10 days of suffering. Today, you shall not leave here unscathed." No sooner had he spoken than dozens of armored soldiers surged forth from the shadows, encircling Qiao Chang. A burly middle-aged man, wearing a mask, stepped out from the crowd. His piercing gaze fixed upon Qiao Chang as he coldly commanded, "Disable his limbs and take him away." At the sound of the order, the soldiers brandished their weapons and advanced menacingly. Qiao Chang suddenly let out a cold laugh, "So eager to kill me. Are you not afraid that the antidote I provide may be a mere deception?" Xiao Yu was taken aback. He glared at Qiao Chang, exclaiming, "Qiao Chang, you despicable scoundrel." Before he could finish his sentence, Qiao Chang interrupted, "The antidote is indeed genuine, but you were simply too late to act. I am no longer the person I was 10 days ago." Xiao Yu was left in a state of confusion. At that moment, Qiao Chang abruptly unleashed his martial spirit, and countless ghost king vines emerged, instantly ensnaring Xiao Yu and the group of soldiers. Qiao Chang's soul power had grown considerably, more than doubling in strength. Astonishingly, he had become a 17th level soul master. Just 10 days prior, he had been merely an 11th level soul master. An advancement of 6 levels in such a brief span would be met with disbelief by anyone. Yet, Qiao Chang had achieved this feat. Aided by the Millennium Black Wood Lotus gifted by Xue Qinghe, and several spiritual herbs from the myriad realms of the medicinal world. He had concocted numerous pills to enhance his cultivation, diligently consuming them each day to refine his abilities. With his newfound strength, he effortlessly commanded soldiers with the power of great soul masters and a general of soul respect. As these soldiers became ensnared, a group of masked individuals surged from the woods behind Xiao Chang. They unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks towards Xiao Qinyu and his companions. Among them, a slender figure relentlessly pursued Xiao Qinyu, shouting, "I'll kick you to death. I'll throw you down, you big bad guy. You think you can bully others and seek revenge on Brother Xiao Chang?" Volume 1, Chapter 10, Strategic Retreat. Brother Xiao Chang, be careful. Just as Xiao Chang focused on controlling the Ghost King Vine to ensnare Xiao Qinyu, Tang San, lurking like a venomous serpent, seized the moment to strike. Whoosh! A concealed arrow grazed past Xiao Chang's ear, swiftly embedding itself into Xiao Qinyu's brow. Xiao Qinyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to behold the dark and unsightly figure behind Xiao Chang. He could never have imagined meeting his end at the hands of such a creature. In his unwillingness, his consciousness gradually succumbed to an endless darkness. Xiao Qinyu was dead. Tang San was stunned. He could not believe he had accidentally killed Xiao Qinyu. He had unintentionally created a calamity. His true target had been Xiao Chang. He had deliberately chosen this feigned attack to create chaos and shoot through Xiao Chang's head. Yet, he had not anticipated that Xiao Chang would inadvertently evade his strike. Moreover, the arrow he had released had accurately struck Xiao Qinyu's brow, leaving no chance for salvation. Flee, he must escape immediately. The thought of flight surged through Tang San's mind. At that moment, Xiao Chang feigned terror and exclaimed, "Tang San, what are you doing? How could you kill young Master Xiao? We were merely sparring. How could you have killed him? You are in deep trouble." I didn't mean to. Tang San protested as he employed the ghost shadow steps to make a hasty retreat. Young Master, the middle-aged soldier leader, witnessing Xiao Qinyu's demise, let out a heart-wrenching roar. He struggled fiercely against the restraints of the vines and dashed towards Xiao Qinyu's fallen form. Xiao Chang discreetly signaled to Xiao Wu, urging her to depart swiftly. Xiao Wu comprehended instantly and promptly led Wang Sheng and the others away like a receding tide. Xiao Chang retracted his martial soul and departed quietly. By the time the personnel from the city lord's mansion regained their senses from the stupor, Xiao Chang had long vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Tang San had reacted swiftly after Xiao Chang called his name, employing the ghost shadow phantom step with all his might to escape. He had landed himself in a grave predicament and could no longer return to the academy. It was imperative to return and flee with his father immediately. Otherwise, the wrath of the city lord of Notting would be beyond what a mere soul master could endure. This was a genuine soul king, a figure whom no one dared to offend, save for the enforcers of the spirit hall. Moreover, he had just slain the lord's only son, thus extinguishing the hopes of the Xiao family. In the city lord's mansion of Notting, Lord Xiaoqun was passionately engaged with his newlywed concubine. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside, interrupting their fervor. Xiaoqun halted, cursing, "Who dares disturb my enjoyment at this hour? Lord, it's grave news. The young lord is in trouble," came a panicked voice from beyond the door. Xiaoqun froze, while his concubine ceased her movements, paralyzed with fear. He slammed his palm against the table, hastily dressing before rushing out. "What did you just say? Repeat that," he bellowed at the middle-aged man standing at the doorway. The man trembled, his voice laced with sorrow. "My lord, I failed to protect the young master. He has been killed." Xiaoqun stood immobilized, his eyes wide with disbelief. Fixated on the man. "Commander Gu, repeat what you just said. You cannot mean Yuer, can you? It cannot be Yuer." He staggered backward, leaning against the spot where moments ago he had been intimate with his concubine. His body trembled uncontrollably. Commander Gu fell to his knees, slapping his own face in anguish. "My lord, I am sorry. I am willing to die to atone for my failure. The young master's body lies outside." Commander Gu pointed to a stretcher draped in white cloth, weeping profusely. "My son," Xiaoqun screamed, rushing towards the stretcher. He crouched down and lifted a corner of the white cloth. In that instant, he was no longer a lofty lord, nor a frivolous soul king who took multiple concubines in his leisure. His body seemed to age significantly in that moment. As he unveiled the cloth and beheld the ghastly wound on Xiao Qinyu's forehead, he could no longer contain his grief and howled in despair. "My child, how brutally you have died. Who did this? Who killed my son? Tell me, I shall flay him alive." Xiaoqun lunged at Commander Gu, seizing his collar. His face contorted with rage. It was a soul master named Tang San. Commander Gu replied cautiously. "Tang San? Who is he?" "A soul master who killed you right before your eyes." Xiaoqun forcefully shoved Commander Gu to the ground and, seizing his belt, lashed out in a frenzy. "Answer me." Commander Gu, a seasoned soul zone, bore the lashes without much complaint, understanding that the lord was teetering on the edge of madness. He shouted in desperation, "Have mercy, my lord. Tang San is a student from the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. We were controlled at the time." Xiaoqun's whip abruptly ceased, and he delivered a fierce kick to Commander Gu's abdomen, glaring at him with fierce intensity. "You were controlled? There were dozens of you. And you are a soul zone. Who could overpower you?" "A new student from the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. His name is Qiao Chang." "Qiao Chang?" Xiaoqun repeated, the name twisting his grip on the whip. In a fit of rage, he cast the whip to the ground, bellowing, "Take me to them. I shall personally exact my vengeance." "Yes." Commander Gu scrambled to his feet, leading the way with trepidation. "You lot. Carry the young master's body inside and take good care of him. When I return with the heads of those two scoundrels, I shall honor my son." When they fervently arrived at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, Xiao Chong, Xiao Wu, and Wang Xing from Dormitory 7 had already fled. Even the master had departed from the academy. Xiao Chun, consumed by fury and thirsting for blood, found himself powerless as the culprits had escaped. He could only dispatch others to pursue them. Soto City lay to the south of Nodding City, approximately 20 miles from its northern edge. Here, a rugged mountain path unfolded, where the master was leading a group of children over hills and valleys. "Children, hurry. Lord Xiao Chun should be closing in on us. We must reach Shrek Academy before they do. Otherwise, we are in grave danger," the master urged, pulling a child up the mountain while calling out to those lagging behind. "Understood, master." The trailing students responded in unison, albeit their feet felt as heavy as lead. Although they were soul masters, they were merely 6 years old, their stamina limited. After traversing over 100 miles and climbing several steep mountains, they were genuinely fatigued. Had it not been for the fear of being pursued and retaliated against by Xiao Chun, they would have surrendered long ago. At that moment, several vines appeared, wrapping around their waists and pulling them upward. Xiao Chong's voice rang out, "Just hold on a little longer. We are almost there." The master expressed concern. "Xiao Chong, using your soul skills continuously will deplete your soul power. If Xiao Chun catches up, you want to even have the chance to escape." "It's fine, master. We are a team. I cannot abandon my teammates to flee alone. If we are to live, we live together. If we are to die, we die together." Xiao Chong's words instantly resonated with everyone, and Xiao Wu took the lead in applauding. "Brother, your words are truly remarkable. I, Xiao Wu, will not abandon anyone. We shall live together or die together." The remaining students, still possessing some strength, supported their weary companions as they advanced together. Witnessing this scene, the master nodded slightly, delighted by their early unity. He believed that after experiencing this event, Xiao Chong and the others would walk a much farther path in the future. "Let us strive forward," the master encouraged, assisting 2 students as they moved ahead. The group progressed like a band of ascetics, not daring to relax for a moment, firmly believing that once they surmounted this mountain, they would be liberated from suffering and embrace a new life anew. Volume 1, Chapter 11. Xiao Chong was utterly exhausted, and Xiao Wu was filled with concern. In Holy Soul Village, at the Tang family forge, Tang San arrived after a long journey. Upon seeing him, Old Village Chief Jack immediately inquired, "Little San, what brings you back?" Tang San fabricated a small lie. "Grandpa Jack, I completed my school assessment and returned to check on my father." "So you came to see Tang Hao," remarked Village Chief Jack with a peculiar expression. "Didn't your father mention that he has been away these past few days?" Tang San shook his head. "No." "Oh, that Tang Hao." Old Jack sighed. "How could he leave without telling his son?" "Grandpa Jack, did my father mention where he went?" Old Jack shook his head. "Ever since you left for the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, he vanished the very next day. Mysterious fellow, I have no idea what he is up to. I will go inside to take a look. He shouldn't have left without a word." Old Jack nodded in agreement. Entering the forge, Tang San found that the table where he usually ate had gathered a layer of dust, and on the desk lay a letter. He opened the envelope, revealing a very simple message containing only a few words. "Little San, your father has urgent matters to attend to and has already departed. Focus on your studies at the academy and do not seek me out." After reading the letter, Tang San felt little emotion. This useless father of his made no significant impact on his life. If it weren't for the fact that he was his biological father, he wouldn't have returned at all. Locking the door, Tang San handed the key to Old Jack. "Grandpa Jack, my father may be traveling far. Since he is not home, there is little point in me staying here alone. The academy has assigned some homework, so I will return." "Very well." Old Jack nodded. "You may go back. Remember to return during the holidays. Although your father is away, Grandpa Jack is still here, and you can stay at my house." "Thank you, Grandpa Jack." "No need for thanks. Your father is away, and I presume you have little money. Here, take some coins for now." Old Jack produced several copper soul coins and handed them to Tang San. Tang San accepted them without hesitation. He truly had no money. Having not yet advanced to a soul master, he could not collect the gold soul coin issued monthly by the Spirit Hall, and during this time, he had been eating only 1 meal a day. "Grandpa Jack, I am leaving." After bidding farewell to Old Jack, Tang San hurriedly made his way toward the soul hunting forest. He could not afford to wait any longer. Even without the ultimate soul beast nearing 423 years, he needed to obtain a soul ring as soon as possible. Without a soul ring, he could not break through his bottleneck, could not grow stronger, and could not defeat Xiao Chong. He deeply regretted not acquiring a soul ring sooner. Otherwise, the hidden attack on Xiao Chang would not have struck Xiao Chengyu's head, but rather Xiao Chong's own. The stargazing mountain range was so named because from its highest point, one could see the edge of the Stardow forest. Xiao Chen led his subordinates to this mountain range, and shortly after entering, they heard a beastly roar. "What is happening? How could there be the presence of soul beasts here?" Xiao Chen commanded his men to halt. Upon careful observation, they discovered numerous soul beasts lurking around them. He unleashed his martial soul to investigate, but found nothing amiss. This puzzled him. He dared not pursue with full force, causing him, despite his Soul King's strength, to be slightly slower than Qiao Chong and his group. Meanwhile, as Qiao Chong's team neared the mountain summit, he stealthily fell to the back of the line, unnoticed by everyone. Once again, he retrieved a piece of illusory realm stone exuding a peculiar soul beast aura from the Wanjie map and scattered it around. Completing this task, he swiftly absorbed a breath of spiritual energy from the spirit realm before catching up with the main group. The sky was rapidly darkening. The wilderness was rife with beasts at night, and it was imperative to descend the mountain before complete darkness enveloped them. The master glanced at the sky, a look of urgency crossing his face. The group nodded in unison. Qiao Chong once more advanced to the forefront, embarking on the arduous task of clearing the path ahead. They opted not for the main thoroughfare, as its winding route would delay their descent until after nightfall. Thus, the master proposed that they take a smaller path. Although fraught with treachery, thorns, vines, and venomous serpents, the shorter route promised the possibility of reaching safety before darkness enveloped the mountain. Moreover, it offered a chance to elude Shaolan's pursuit. Should they remain undetected, finding them would prove a formidable challenge. However, the peril of the small path was evident. The sole drawback lay in the labor required to clear the vines and thickets, a task that would demand considerable effort from Qiao Chang. Despite being a formidable 29th level soul master, the master possessed a mutated soul that could only unleash 3 rather unconventional attacks, essentially, a gust of wind. With only marginally superior stamina, he was hardly capable of besting even an average attacking soul master. In contrast, Qiao Chang's primary skill, though entangled, drew upon the soul ring of a mandala snake that had lived for over 4 centuries. Coupled with the inherent resilience of the Ghost King vine, he transformed into a veritable harbinger of devastation, effortlessly clearing wide swaths of the path without the aid of his soul ring skills. This endeavor, while not excessively taxing, took its toll with repeated use. By the time they reached the mountain's midpoint, he was drenched in sweat. Xiao Wu tenderly wiped his brow, her heart aching as she urged, "Brother, take it slow. We are not far now. Let us rest for a moment." The master chimed in, "Qiao Chong, pause for a while. We have reached the halfway point. The remainder of the path should be less arduous. Take a breather. Brother Chong, your soul energy is severely depleted. Please rest. We still possess some strength. Allow us to clear the path at a more leisurely pace," Wang Xing advised. Qiao Chong shook his head, declaring, "I can still endure. I must persevere." The pursuers remained in close proximity. Until we achieve complete safety, we cannot afford to let our guard down. Xiao Chang, a traveler who has ascended from the depths of hardship, is acutely aware that a moment of complacency, seemingly inconsequential, could potentially lead to one's demise. Moreover, he is yet to reach his limits. Nevertheless, he seizes this rare opportunity to cultivate a deeper bond with Xiao Wu by deliberately feigning weakness. In reality, he has been secretly replenishing his soul power, unnoticed by the others who are too tense to pay attention. Furthermore, his displayed prowess has surpassed that of an average soul master, leading everyone to mistakenly categorize him within that realm, thus overlooking how he consistently maintains his vigor while clearing paths for others. As Xiao Wu observes Qiao Chang once again forging a path for the group, tears stream down her cheeks. She silently vows to diligently enhance her strength to protect him in the future. After advancing several miles, she notices Qiao Chang's legs trembling and, in distress, she wishes to urge him to halt. At that moment, a cry for help pierces the air. "Help! Help!" It is the terrified voice of a woman. Qiao Chang extended his spiritual awareness and soon discovered a young girl, merely 11 or 12 years of age, ensnared by a pack of wild wolves. The alpha wolf had just severed the neck of a guard, blood dripping from its jaws in a steady rhythm. The girl, with no retreat left, was pressed against a large rock, desperately calling for help. As the Wolf King advanced towards her, its pace was deliberate, embodying the essence of a sovereign who held dominion over life and death. The girl wept in despair, though she clutched a knife in her hand. She harbored no hope of defeating the Wolf King. She had witnessed the beast easily dispatch guards capable of overpowering numerous attendants. More than one had fallen victim to its ferocity. She regretted not bringing more companions for her protection and lamented her own obstinacy in ignoring her father's repeated warnings against hunting in these treacherous mountains. This range harbored soul beasts that had escaped from the Star Forest, posing certain death to any ordinary person who encountered them. But now, it was too late for regrets. She was on the brink of death. She had yet to hold hands with a boy, never experienced a date, nor savored the warmth of a sunny afternoon. Sharing ice cream with her beloved while strolling through the bustling streets of Soto City, passing her family's hotel and saying, "Look, this is my family's hotel. Would you like to go inside and take a look?" All of that was slipping away. She was about to die. She could already see the Wolf King's sharp teeth lunging towards her, growing larger with each passing moment. Her heart raced to an extreme, and she despairingly closed her eyes. Just as she awaited the inevitable pain, time seemed to freeze. 1 second, 2 seconds. Yet, the anticipated agony did not arrive. Slowly, she opened her eyes a crack. Before her loomed a grotesque wolf face, contorted in a menacing expression. Terrified, she screamed. The Wolf King was flung aside. In its place appeared the most handsome face she had ever seen, radiating an unparalleled charm. The entire pack of wolves became ensnared in an unknown vine. Rendered motionless in midair. You are safe now, a gentle voice declared. Follow me. The voice resonated again, and at that moment, all the wild wolves ceased to breathe. The vines vanished, and Xiao Chang turned to leave. The girl, regaining her composure, swiftly followed. Hello, my name is Sakurai Akiyuki. Thank you for saving me. Xiao Chang did not look back. After a brief pause, he continued to walk forward. Sakurai Akiyu felt a tinge of awkwardness and hastened to catch up. Soon, the two arrived at the location of Xiao Wu and the others. With concern etched on her face, Xiao Wu inquired, Brother, are you all right? Noticing a girl following Xiao Chang, she added, Was it her who called for help just now? Xiao Chang nodded, saying, I am fine, just a few wild wolves, which I have already dealt with. After speaking, he continued to clear the vines. Sakura Akiyuki felt a bit embarrassed under the gaze of so many people. Xiao Wu, noticing her discomfort, took the initiative to greet her. Hello, I am Xiao Wu. It was my brother who saved you just now. How did you end up here? Sakura Akiyuki replied, Hello, I am Sakura Akiyuki. I came to the mountains to hunt, but accidentally wandered into this place. Xiao Wu nodded, her gaze returning to Xiao Chang. It was evident to her that the group was extremely fatigued, as even a few words seemed to require great effort. Most exhausted among them was Xiao Chang. She had been puzzled as to why, despite the weather not being particularly hot, he was drenched in sweat. Upon witnessing Xiao Chang laboriously releasing his soul power to clear the thorns alone, Sakura Akiyuki finally understood that his aloof demeanor was not due to indifference, but rather sheer exhaustion. Seeing Xiao Wu persistently offering a towel and running over to wipe Xiao Chang's sweat, Sakura Akiyuki felt a deeper sense of gratitude towards him for saving her life. She silently resolved that once Xiao Chang returned to Soa City, she would express her gratitude to him in a meaningful way, even if it meant offering herself in return. After all, Xiao Chang was not only handsome but also immensely powerful and kind-hearted. She found it impossible to refuse such a man. At the foot of the mountain, aware that Sakura Akiyuki had come to Wanxing alone, her father, Sakurai Natsuki, rallied all available personnel and urgently instructed them, search the mountains for her. We must find my daughter before nightfall. Whoever locates her shall be rewarded with 10,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, the guards, initially concerned about the potential presence of ferocious beasts in the Wanxing Mountains, were suddenly invigorated and promised to retrieve Sakura Akiyuki. However, after more than an hour of searching, they had scoured the periphery, and further searching would require delving deeper into the interior. If they ventured into the depths, it was likely that Miss Akiyuki had already met with misfortune and could now be nothing but a corpse. They conveyed this grim news to Sakurai Natsuki, who appeared to age a decade in an instant, trembling and clenching his fists. Continue the search. Alive or dead, I must see her, he commanded. The guards responded in unison, yes. At that moment, not far from their location, a sudden surge of soul power rippled through the air, drawing everyone's attention. A strikingly handsome yet utterly exhausted young man stumbled forth, supported by a girl with braided hair styled like a scorpion. Accompanying her was another young woman. Upon seeing this girl, tears welled up in Sakurai Natsuki's eyes. Akiyuki, he called out, rushing toward her. Dad, Sakura Akiyuki exclaimed, her eyes glistening with emotion upon seeing Sakurai Natsuki. He approached her, scrutinizing her with concern. Akiyuki, how did you end up with them? Are you hurt? Through tear-filled eyes, Sakura Akiyuki reassured him, I am fine, Dad. I will explain everything later. This is my savior. They have traveled all day and are quite fatigued. She pointed to Xiao Chang. At that moment, the master and his companions also approached with heavy steps. Sakurai Natsuki observed Xiao Chang and then the others, understanding the situation. He bowed deeply to Xiao Chang, expressing, thank you, young friend, for saving Akiyuki. I am Sakurai Natsuki. You may call me simply that. I can see that you have traveled a long distance and are weary. Let us rest here for a while. I have a carriage and will summon it to take you to Mayan for a respite. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang nodded, replying, I appreciate your kindness, Uncle Sakurai. Xiao Chang and his companions, accompanied by Sakurai Natsuki, entered Soto City and traveled approximately 20 miles south, eventually stopping before a hotel. The Rose Hotel. Upon seeing the bold red characters at the entrance, Xiao Chang was suddenly overcome by an unusual sensation. Sakurai Akiyuki alighted from the carriage and pointed to the Rose Hotel, exclaiming, Brother Xiao Chang, this is a hotel owned by my family. My father has already arranged a banquet. Please, join me inside. Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu alighted from the carriage, entering the hotel alongside Sakurai Akiyu. Instantly, an atmosphere of intimacy enveloped the space. Within the hotel lobby, pairs of young couples embraced, whispering sweet nothings to one another, exchanging tender words of affection. Occasionally, the fervor of emotion led some to share passionate kisses. The scene rendered Xiao Wu bashfully lowering her head. Volume 1, Chapter 13, Xiao Wu Jie of Shrek Academy. Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu followed Sakurai Akiyuki to the top floor of the Rose Hotel. a dining area specifically designed for couples to savor the night view and indulge in romantic flirtations. Xiao Wu kept her head down, too shy to glance at the couples passing by, as their attire was rather revealing. The men gazed at the women with an intensity that suggested they could devour them whole. She couldn't help but wonder if her brother Cao Chong would one day become like them, fixated on mischievous thoughts all day long. What would she do then? Should she acquiesce to him? If it came to that, perhaps she could allow a gentle embrace, but a kiss? That would truly mortify her. Limited to just one a day? Lost in her thoughts, Xiao Wu failed to notice that Cao Chong had come to a halt, and she inadvertently bumped into his back. Brother, are you all right? What are you thinking about? Xiao Chang inquired with a smile. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed instantly, and feeling a bit guilty, she stammered. And nothing at all. Really nothing? Xiao Chang teased, playfully ruffling her hair. We have arrived. As Xiao Wu lifted her gaze, she beheld Sakurai Akiyuki pushing open a grand heart-shaped door adorned with roses. Before her appeared a remarkably unique private room, causing her heart to race with excitement. It was utterly romantic. The room was filled with roses of every hue, and the walls were adorned with murals of couples, bathed in the warm glow of a massive crystal chandelier. It felt as if the lovers had stepped out of the paintings to enjoy a romantic rendezvous in a garden overflowing with blossoms. Xiao Chang cast a glance at Sakurai Akiyuki, his eyes reflecting a sense of admiration. This young girl, though still in her youth, exhibited remarkable capability and understanding. Influenced by Sakurai Natsuki, Akiyuki had learned to read the subtleties of human interaction from an early age. Upon integrating into Cao Chang's group, she quickly discerned the unique bond between him and Xiao Wu. The tenderness in Xiao Wu's gaze when she beheld Cao Chang's frail state was unmistakable, and the concern and affection he unwittingly displayed toward her transcended the boundaries of mere friendship. This insight prompted her to request her father to arrange a carriage solely for them, allowing for an earlier arrival at this destination. In such a romantic atmosphere, even platonic friendships could foster unexpected emotions. Moreover, the peculiar dynamics between the two made it even easier to draw them closer together. On the table are delectable desserts prepared by the finest pastry chef at our hotel. Please, indulge yourselves while I check if my father has arrived. Akiyuki said with a charming smile and a gracious gesture. Xiao Wu, gazing at the enticing pastries, felt a twinge of temptation. She discreetly glanced at Xiao Chang, awaiting his decision. Unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously developed a habit of prioritizing his preferences. Xiao Chang smiled at Sakurai Akiyu and said, "Thank you," as he took Xiao Wu's small hand and entered the private room. Once Sakurai Akiyu had departed, Xiao Chang turned to Xiao Wu with a grin and inquired, "Xiao Wu, I am considering getting a pet. What do you think would be a suitable choice?" Xiao Wu, intrigued by Xiao Chang's desire for a pet, pondered for a moment before responding. "How about a dog? They are known for their loyalty." Xiao Chang chuckled. "All right, let's raise a dog. Once we arrive at Shrek Academy, we shall care for a dog together." The suggestion was embraced, and the prospect of sharing a pet with him brought immense joy to Xiao Wu. The more she gazed at Xiao Chang, the more handsome he appeared. How could such a perfect man exist in this world? Meanwhile, Master engaged in delightful conversation with Sakurai Natsuki, whose eloquence complemented the master's vast knowledge. They conversed as if they were longtime acquaintances, with Sakurai Natsuki praising the master for his extensive experience, sense of responsibility, and remarkable spirit. The students around them also displayed notable accomplishments at a young age. The master commended Sakurai Natsuki on his adeptness in teaching, particularly highlighting the well-behaved and sensible Sakurai Akio. Before they knew it, they had arrived in Soto City. Upon reaching Soto City, the master's heart felt at ease. He refrained from revealing to Sakurai Natsuki the incident involving the Lord of Notting City. Nor did he choose to accompany him back to the Rose Hotel, citing the need to meet an old friend. He requested Sakurai Natsuki to keep an eye on the children while he departed alone. Sakurai Natsuki, perceptive yet discreet, readily agreed, urging him to return promptly once his matters were concluded. After the master left, he hastened toward Shrek Academy, having previously coordinated with Xiao Chang and the others to rest at Sakurai Natsuki's hotel before he ventured alone to seek assistance at Shrek Academy, atop the starry mountain range. As night enveloped the sky, Xiao Chen seethed with fury, his thoughts consumed with the desire for vengeance. His journey had been fraught with peril, pursued relentlessly by formidable soul beasts. Like a game of cat and mouse, they were chased but not harmed, leaving them in utter disarray. Now, shrouded in darkness, he could distinctly perceive pairs of eyes, reminiscent of deep blue orbs, fixated upon them, as if any movement on their part would provoke the beasts to pounce and rend them to shreds. After much inner turmoil, Xiao Chen resolved to take a detour. Yet, this decision resulted in him arriving at Soto City only as dawn broke. Xiao Chang and others have already been received by Zhao Wujia, the vice dean of Shrek Academy. Yesterday, the master arrived at Shrek Academy seeking assistance, as his close friend, Dean Flander, was away on business. By chance, he encountered Zhao Wujia and recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia's hearty smile concealed a bloodthirsty ruthlessness, as he declared, "Master, if that rascal dares to come, I shall crush his bones inch by inch." However, it is unfortunate that Zhao Wujia had arrived early and waited all night without encountering the pursuers mentioned by the master. Reluctantly, He had to escort the master and his companions back, awaiting Xiao Chun and his group to approach them. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy with Xiao Wu, Xiao Chong and the others were astonished by the academy's dire poverty. The premises consisted of a few small buildings, none exceeding 2 stories, all rented from local villagers. The number of teachers even surpassed that of the students. No wonder Xiao Wujia had looked so grim when he mentioned that Dean Flander was out on business yesterday. Yu Xiaojiang speculated that Flander was likely out borrowing money. His certainty stemmed from his deep understanding of Flander, unless he was genuinely out of funds. Flander typically returned on the same day he left. Now, with their large entourage present, Flander was bound to be troubled. Yet, what could be done? After all, he was a brother, and brothers were meant to be relied upon in critical times. However, shortly after their arrival, the attentive Sakurai Akizuki sent a substantial amount of food, expressing her desire to learn here and hoping that Dean Zhao would permit her to join Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia initially intended to refuse, but the generosity of Sakurai Akizuki left him with no choice but to agree temporarily, awaiting Flander's decision upon his return. In Soto City, Xiaochen headed directly to the Lord's mansion, where Yufan, the Lord of Soto City and his sworn brother, had recently advanced to level 66. Just a while ago, they had celebrated Yufan's wedding together. Upon Xiaochen's arrival, Yufan greeted him with a smile. Xiaochen, my brother. I wondered why the magpies were chattering incessantly today. It turns out it's you. Hearing this, Xiaochen's expression fell like a funeral dirge. Noticing Xiaochen's grave demeanor, Yufan smacked his thigh, realizing he had misspoken, and quickly apologized. Forgive me, Xiaochen. I had too much to drink yesterday and spoke without thinking. Have you come to see me about something? Xiaochen lamented. Brother, you must take a stand for your nephew, Xiao Yu. Yifan supported Xiaochen, who was about to kneel, with concern. Third brother, don't panic. Speak slowly. What has happened to Xiao Yu? He has passed away. Xiaochen wept bitterly. Yifan stood frozen, unable to believe his ears. How can this be? Just a few days ago, you brought him here to congratulate me on my breakthrough. How could he possibly have died in such a short time? It was 2 miscreants named Tang San and Xiao Chong who conspired to kill my son. I pursued them here, but lost all traces. I have come to seek your aid in locating them. Upon hearing this, Yifan exclaimed, why didn't you come sooner? My men were dispatched last night by the Crown Prince to participate in the elite tournament's border exercises, and I currently have only 20 men available. If you don't mind, you can take them all. Xiaochun was taken aback, but, seeing the sincerity in Yifan's eyes, reluctantly replied, is that so? I appreciate your kindness, brother. The 20 men you retain must be of great importance. I cannot allow my personal matters to interfere with your responsibilities. Xiaochen's words were somewhat intended to provoke Yifan, who, feigning ignorance, frowned. Xiaochun, it seems you truly understand me, as I am busy with official duties. I cannot keep you here for dinner. Lao Hu, see Xiaochen off. Afterward, Yifan turned away, seemingly burdened by pressing matters awaiting his attention. Xiaochen departed helplessly. Once Xiaochun was gone, Steward Hu approached Yifan's chamber and inquired, Master, why not lend a hand to Lord Xiao? Yifan chuckled, patting Hu's shoulder. Lao Hu, after all these years, what kind of person do you think I am? Hu pondered for a moment and bowed. Master, you are wise and formidable, possessing far-reaching insight. All right, enough flattery. I know my own abilities. I am merely a soul sage. To navigate through Soto City and retire peacefully is already a blessing. We are in a tumultuous period. It is better to avoid unnecessary complications. If I assist this inept younger brother of mine, I may offend someone important, and my entire family of over 100 would be at risk. But master, could it be you are overthinking? How fearsome could a person be who is being pursued like a stray dog? Hu questioned, somewhat perplexed. Yifan smiled knowingly at Hu. Lao Hu, do you know why you've spent your whole life only as a steward? Hu looked at Yifan in confusion. Yifan continued, because your perspective is too narrow. Tell me, who is more terrifying, someone you know well or someone completely unfamiliar? Hu suddenly understood, exclaiming, Master, you mean that Tang San and Qiao Chong have connections? Yifan did not immediately confirm Hu's deduction, but shared his insight. I am not certain of Tang San's background, but I do know of the elusive Haotian sect, where all members share the surname Tang. And as for Qiao Chong, does his name not ring a bell? Hu thought for a moment, then slapped his forehead. Of course, the young son of the Duke of Qiao is named Qiao Chong. Not long ago, during his marriage to the Grand Princess, you gifted him a pair of priceless jade auspicious objects. At least you're not completely foolish, Yifan said, satisfied with Hu's realization. However, Hu suddenly appeared puzzled again. But master, isn't the Duke's young son a useless waste? How could he possibly kill young Master Xiao? Hu chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging, Master, your insights are indeed enlightening. I shall investigate this matter further. Very well, go and summon Ling Ling. I have matters to discuss with her. Understood. Hu bowed and retreated. As he left, he pondered how the master could possibly know about the affairs of the widows. Finally, passing by Yi Lingling's courtyard, he seemed to recall something significant. Slapping his forehead in excitement, the master truly possesses keen insight. I shall pursue both charming widows tonight. Meanwhile, Yifan reclined in his chair, muttering to himself, Steward Hu, I've made my intentions abundantly clear regarding those two widows. If you remain oblivious, I will have no choice but to send you on your way. In the presence of such a foolish and dim-witted individual, only this lord demonstrates a measure of compassion by allowing you to remain by my side in your twilight years. I sincerely hope you can make the right choice. Meanwhile, Butler who, with one foot poised to step into the pond, suddenly realized the task at hand. Hastily suppressing a smirk, he rushed to the courtyard of Yi Lingling and called out, "Miss, the master requests your presence," stating he has matters to discuss. Yi Lingling nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Butler who still struggling to contain his laughter, she could not help but remark, "Butler who, it appears your complexion is rather poor, with a dark aura about your brow. I fear that misfortune may be imminent. You must steer clear of entanglements with women in the near future, otherwise you will undoubtedly encounter calamity." Butler who was taken aback, finding it difficult to believe Yi Lingling's words, deeming them too superstitious. He chuckled, "Thank you for your concern, miss. The old servant has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With a bow, he departed. Watching Butler whose eager demeanor, Yi Lingling shook her head inwardly, contemplating the truth in her observation. That night, in the chambers of Widow Zhang and Widow Wang, two graceful women simultaneously emerged, clad in form-fitting attire, swift as the wind, making their way towards the southern part of the city. As they passed a tea house, they caught Butler whose attention. Intrigued by their clandestine activity, he discreetly followed them. Shortly after leaving the city, he witnessed the two women halt beneath a large tree. A figure clad in black emerged from behind it. As the women prepared to pay their respects, the black-clad figure halted them with a gesture. Instantly, they sensed they were being followed and retaliated simultaneously. Yet, the figure moved with the agility of a leopard, intercepting Butler whose escape route. A melodious female voice rang out, "Now that you are here, why not listen to what we have to say before you leave?" The voice of the woman in black was both soothing and unsettling, sending shivers down Butler whose spine. Realizing escape was futile, he knelt, pleading, "Spare me, noble ladies. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a hungry child. I beseech your mercy." The woman in black sneered, "Kill him." Widow Zhang and Widow Wang extended their fingers, unleashing glimmering claws towards Butler who, hidden in the shadows, Yi Fan sighed, recalling his earlier warning against getting entangled with widows. "Regretting it now, are you? Alas, too late," he mused, recognizing the depths of their deception. Butler who, marked by countless claw wounds, met his grim fate. Yet, Widow Zhang and Widow Wang, still unsatisfied, delivered several kicks to him. "Enough," commanded the woman in black, her tone indifferent. Only then did Widow Zhang and Widow Wang begin to temper their fury. The woman in black surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one remained concealed in the shadows, and spoke with gravity. "Qinglian, Biyue, there is a task for you." "Yes," replied Qinglian and Biyue, bowing, their alluring forms causing Yi Fan to momentarily lose his composure. "The lady has instructed you to covertly assist Lord Xiao in eliminating Qiao Chong, without revealing your intentions." "Understood," they responded in unison. As the two women straightened, still exuding charm, the voice of the woman in black softened, her tone once again enchanting. "Sisters, I trust you grasp the lady's intentions, correct?" Both nodded affirmatively, understanding the gravity of the situation. The woman in black nodded gently, stating, "It is essential that you comprehend this. The prestigious Elite Soul Master Tournament will commence in a few months, and the lady wishes for no mishaps to occur. Rest assured, we shall not disappoint the lady's expectations." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan discerned that no further vital information would be revealed, and he stealthily withdrew from the scene. Shortly after his departure, a figure emerged from the darkness, chuckling lightly, "What a cunning old fox," before vanishing without a trace. At Shrek Academy, within a wooden cabin, Xiao Chang entered a unique space. This was a special area within the realm of artifacts, as depicted in the world map, where unique artifact spirit beasts were born. By defeating them, one could obtain various grades of equipment. Xiao Chang is currently hunting a formidable dual-headed fire wolf, a level 39 soul master of the pinnacle rank. Its vitality far exceeds that of ordinary soul beasts, being approximately 10 times greater. In this realm, it is classified as an elite creature. Xiao Chang brandished his spear, deftly shifting his form as he aimed for the creature's vital points. He wielded a 2-star ordinary green weapon, which augmented his attack power by 5 to 8. This very spear had enabled him to slay a dire wolf barehanded, thus yielding the equipment he now possessed. It was this spear that had pierced the heart of the mandrake snake. In the realm of equipment, items are classified into various tiers: ordinary white gear, common green gear, elite blue gear, and advanced purple gear. Each category bestows different enhancements upon its wielder. At present, Xiao Chang was poised to confront an elite 2-headed firewolf, an adversary whose speed and strength far surpassed his own, coupled with a robust and resilient physique. Had it not been for the significant improvement in his own abilities of late, he would have harbored little confidence in facing such a foe. After battling the 2-headed firewolf for half an hour, Xiao Chang found his stamina waning. Yet at the moment the beast was on the brink of death and made a desperate counterattack, he seized the opportunity to thrust his spear into its heart. The 2-headed firewolf let out a mournful howl, its body shattering into countless fragments like stone, revealing a pair of gleaming blue boots that caught Xiao Chang's eye. Xiao Chang, exhilarated, gripped the long spear tightly, and at last, he had obtained the wind chaser boots. Ignoring the other gear dropped by the twin-headed firewolf, he swiftly donned the boots, feeling an immediate lightness in his legs. After a brief sprint, he moved like the wind, in just 2 strides. He found himself several meters away, with the energy consumed being no greater than that of his usual running. Xiao Chang initially estimated that his speed had improved by at least 15 to 20. If he were to confront the two-headed firewolf again, he could conserve at least 20 of his stamina in time. This exemplifies the distinction between possessing excellent equipment and lacking it, akin to the difference between having soul bones and not having them. After experiencing the sensation of being a man as swift as the wind, Xiao Chang did not overlook the other items dropped by the two-headed firewolf: a green helmet, a pair of white bracers, and some ordinary copper coins. Xiao Chang found himself in a rather amusing predicament. The white wrist guards could enhance his vitality, increasing his health and defense by approximately 2 to 3. Although he had never donned the green hat, its attributes remained visible to him. Within the realm of equipment, he could discern the properties of these items. However, outside this realm, all attributes would be concealed, rendering them akin to ordinary garments, albeit crafted from superior materials. This explains why, despite having only elevated his level by 6, he could easily overpower a soul sect master. Prior to this, he had already assembled a complete set of green gear. With the combined effect of equipment bonuses and his elevated soul power, his overall strength had surged to over 4 times that of himself just 11 days prior, when he first entered the Notting City's Junior Soul Master Academy. Furthermore, considering the uniqueness of his martial soul and soul rings, it was hardly surprising that he could subdue a soul sect master. If one were to construct a power ranking for each soul master, Li Wangba's strength would likely fall within the range of 500 to 800. Wang Sheng's prowess slightly exceeded his, ranging from 900 to 1400. Lu Long surpassed Wang Sheng, boasting a strength between 1300 and 1800. The deceased Xiao Qinyu was an 11th level soul master, possessing a white soul ring, with a power level of 2000 to 2300. Similarly, Xiao Wu was also an 11th level soul master. However, her first soul ring was a century-old yellow one, significantly enhancing her capabilities. Her strength was estimated to be between 2700 and 3200. Due to the uniqueness of Xiao Chang's martial soul, combined with his significantly higher level compared to Xiao Wu, his battle power reaches an impressive 3,900, 470. This represents the strength of an ordinary great soul master. When his battle power is doubled, it reflects the prowess of a typical soul master. If it were to increase 5-fold, it would signify the strength of an ordinary soul sect. Xiao Chang's ability to vanquish a soul master indicates that he possesses at least 5 times the combat prowess of an ordinary great soul master. Should his strength continue to ascend, he may not yet be able to confront a soul king directly, but he could certainly evade them. It is imperative for him to enhance his strength, at the very least to a level comparable to that of a soul king. After exiting the unique space of the weapon realm, Xiao Chang inserted 2 pills of the Black Lotus elixir into his mouth. This elixir, crafted from a millennium-old Black Lotus, had already been consumed in 2/3. He believed the remaining portion would sustain him until he reached level 19. Coupled with the cultivation resources provided by Xiao Qinyu, he was confident he could break through to level 20 within a week. Once he achieved this milestone and acquired a Millennium Soul Ring, he would stand a good chance of battling a Soul King. The sensation of merely lingering at Shrek Academy was decidedly unpleasant. Chapter 16. Rising Tides in Soto City. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow on the mostly deserted streets. In a secluded corner, Xiaochen crouched on the ground, weeping inconsolably. He had searched for Xiao Chang and his companions all day without a trace. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. The soldiers who had accompanied him stood at a distance, hesitant to speak, fully aware of their lord's temper. Approaching him at this moment would only invite trouble. Amidst his sorrowful cries, a gentle voice interrupted. "Sir, what troubles you?" A woman clad in scan attire, exuding an alluring charm, accompanied by another equally captivating figure, approached him. Despite the late hour and their provocative attire, Xiao Chun was not in the mood to engage. He waved them away dismissively. Qing Lian and Baiyu exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in disappointment at their failed attempt at seduction. Undeterred, Qing Lian squatted down and offered him a handkerchief. "Sir, take this and wipe your tears. If there is something troubling you, feel free to share. I may be able to assist you." Xiaochen paused, momentarily taken aback, and upon lifting his gaze, he was met with an overwhelming sight of whiteness, causing his heart to race unexpectedly. After a brief silence, he spoke. "My son is gone." Qing Lian feigned shock, exclaiming, "How could this be? You are so young and handsome. Your son must not be very old." "Indeed, my son is 11 years old. Just 11. He is a handsome and sensible boy, yet he was harmed by Qiao Chang and Tang San, those 2 wretches. What am I to do as a father? I am truly sorry for your loss. If I were in your position, I would seek vengeance for my son. You agree, do you not?" Qing Lian nodded earnestly. The soldiers accompanying Xiao Chun, upon noticing the attire of Qing Lian and Bai Yu, were rendered speechless. They understood that their lord was in for a treat this evening. He had always attracted the attention of women, though regrettably, he had produced only one son with his first wife, while taking 99 concubines, none of whom bore him any children. Revenge must be sought. Qing Lian helped Xiao Chen to his feet, allowing him to lean on her shoulder as she exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Yu. Bai Yu promptly suggested, "Sir, my sister and I reside nearby in Lu Lane. Would you care to join us for a moment?" While speaking, she intentionally loosened her clothing, heightening Xiao Chen's interest. "Certainly," Xiao Chen replied in a somewhat awkward tone, feeling a flicker of hope that he could father another son. No, 2 sons. He ordered his men to stay behind and followed Qing Lian and Bai Yu to their residence. That night, Soto City's entertainment venues were bustling with activity. The soldiers under Xiao Chen's command, aroused by the allure of Qing Lian and Bai Yu, sought an outlet for their pent-up desires. Upon returning to the two enchanting women's abode, Xiao Chen learned that the individuals responsible for his son's death were likely hiding within Shrek Academy. Qing Lian recounted that she had been restless the previous night and, while wandering about, had seen a group of people entering the city. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention, but upon reflection, they could very well be the ones Xiao Chen was searching for. Bai Yu added that she too had been unable to sleep and had spotted a burly man entering the city, whom she recognized as Xiao Wu, the vice president of Shrek Academy, due to her preference for muscular men. As Qing Lian and Bai Yu spoke to Xiao Chen, their voices dripped with seduction, their gazes shimmering with desire. It seemed they were competing for his attention, vying for his affection. "If I had a man, I would attend to him 8 times a night, serving him tea and ensuring he never left the bed," Qing Lian declared. "If I had a man, I would not be like a fish dying of thirst on the shore. I would entice him in every possible way, ensuring he fell hopelessly in love with me," Bai Yu retorted, demonstrating her point by teasingly adjusting her strap, her finger lingering at her mouth. Qing Lian, refusing to be outdone, exclaimed, "By the heavens, this wretched heat is unbearable." In a fit of temper, she ripped her skirt, creating a daring slit. Bai Yu, undeterred, challenged her, "Must you always compete with me?" and proceeded to shred her own skirt into a scandalously short garment. Qing Lian proclaimed, "Sisters may come and go, but a man is singular. I shall claim him tonight." With that, she boldly began to remove her upper garments. Bai Yu, equally eager, shed her outer clothing, ready for the encounter. Xiao Chen watched, enthralled, his anticipation mounting. However, just as Qing Lian seemed ready to proceed, she hesitated, exclaiming, "Fine, you win." To his surprise, she began to put her clothes back on. Seeing Bai Yu nearly bare, she gasped and rushed to don her garments once more. Xiao Chen could hardly contain himself, surging forward like a ravenous beast, embracing both Qing Lian and Bai Yu. "Ladies, you've already undressed. Putting your clothes back on would be a nuisance. You claim to be unable to sleep tonight. I assure you, once you join me, you shall sleep soundly every night." "Shaolan, do not do this. We are not that kind of women," Qing Lian pleaded. Yet her soft voice sounded more like a playful protest. "Lord of the city, please, we are not yet wed. This is our first time." Bai Yu twisted her body, appearing to fight to preserve her innocence. Yet, her struggles only served to intensify Xiao Chen's resolve. He swiftly claimed both women, discovering that the most exquisite beauties often harbored the most deceitful intentions. The following morning, Xiao Chen emerged from the den of indulgence, physically drained, yet resolute in his mission. He made his way to Shrek Academy, for now that he had sown the seeds, it was time to reap the harvest. As he passed the entertainment district, he bellowed, "All members of the Xiao family army, assemble. Those who take longer than a minute shall not be permitted to enter." Upon hearing this, some individuals leaped from windows. Others scaled walls, and a few even emerged clad in nothing but their undergarments. Xiao Chen aimed to ensure that everyone recognized him as a figure of strict military discipline, backed by the Celestial Empire. "Follow me out of the city to Shrek Academy." Observing Xiao Chen's ostentatious demeanor, Yi Fan sighed. "Ah, third brother, you are boldly courting demise. Shrek Academy only accepted prodigies. Would they hire ordinary instructors? Furthermore, your brazen display has likely compromised those 2 lovely maidens." After this lamentation, he seemed to recall something, furrowing his brow as he ventured outside the city. Volume 1, Chapter 17, Flanders at Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu had just stretched lazily, preparing to train the new group of students, when he noticed one was missing. "Where's Chao Chong?" "Brother Chao Chong is still in meditation," replied Xiao Wu. "Meditation, meditation, meditation. All he knows is to meditate. If relentless training were truly beneficial, we would all be sages by now. Go fetch him. I wish to train him individually. To skip my class, he must be feeling particularly rebellious." Teacher Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu attempted to plead on Chao Chong's behalf, but Xiao Wu interrupted. "Do not advocate for him. I shall go summon Brother Chong. You're not allowed to go." Xiao Wu sternly rebuked Wang Xin before turning back to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, you should go instead. Wang Shang, you two have training duties. None of you little rascals are permitted to shirk your responsibilities." After instructing Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu glanced back at Wang Xing. "Fine," Wang Xing thought, resignedly assuming a horse stance. Sakurazaki Akiyu asked Teacher Xiao Wu, "When will Dean Flanders return, allowing us to officially join Shrek Academy?" "Patience is a virtue," Xiao Wu replied nonchalantly. Akiyu retorted, This Xiao Wujin is taking payment without providing services. Having pocketed so many resources, he hasn't even arranged a room for me. If I stay any longer at Suihua's place, I shall feel utterly embarrassed. Zhao Wujin remained unfazed, his attention directed inward. Flanders had a consistent approach: collect the fees first, then decide when and how to act, operating at his discretion. Zhao Wujin had learned a thing or two from him: delay. If possible, postpone. If not, feign ignorance. Currently, only Xiao Wu and Xiao Chong met Shrek Academy's standards for admission, thus they were the sole residents alongside the master. For the others, Zhao Wujin had but 5 words: figure it out yourself. The master held little sway over this matter. Rules were essential for order. He understood his elder brother Flanders' temperament. Despite his cunning and mercantile demeanor, once he set his mind to something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Nonetheless, while Zhao Wujin was collecting fees, he hadn't formally enrolled them, yet their training adhered to Shrek Academy's standards. Over the past few days, Wang Sheng had noticeably improved his strength. Though aided by the elixirs provided by Cao Chong, it was Zhao Wujin's gravitational pressure that catalyzed his rapid breakthroughs, like a sponge expelling impurities before absorbing the essence. Noticing Zhao Wujin standing still like an unmoving statue, Sakurazaki Akiyu realized he truly was incapable of managing matters, and they would have to await Flanders' arrival. I shall go fetch brother Cao Chong. Xiao Wu, ever obedient and considerate, sensed the atmosphere had grown tense and took the initiative to call for Cao Chong, easing Zhao Wujin's frown. Shortly after Xiao Wu departed, a hearty laugh echoed. Children, your beloved Dean Flanders has returned. Come see what delightful treasures I have brought for you. The formerly enrolled Shrek students, currently under Zhao Wujin's stringent care, turned their heads with great difficulty to see a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses carrying a gray bag as an owl sword behind him. Upon landing, Flanders stroked his stubbled chin, his expression gradually darkening. Teacher Zhao, why are there so many new faces in the academy? Zhao Wujin retracted the gravitational field and approached Flanders, whispering something in his ear, causing Flanders' expression to shift dramatically. Eventually, it settled into seriousness as he admonished, is this not absurd? Zhao Wujin assumed Flanders had undergone a change of heart, but the next words from Flanders shattered that notion. With such a golden opportunity, why not demand a bit more in fees? I must have been teaching you for free. Zhao Wujin stared incredulously as Flanders, beaming, approached Sakurazaki Akiyu. You must be the young lady from the Sakurazaki family. I have some acquaintance with your father. Rest assured, you may stay here, should you require anything. Simply informed Teacher Zhao. However, you are aware that maintaining such a vast academy and nurturing so many gifted individuals leaves the institution quite financially strained. And provisions are not so lavish, Flanders continued without finishing his thought, his gaze fixed on Akiyu with a smile. Akiyu responded, Uncle Flanders, you ought not to be so formal. If you allow me to join Shrek Academy, I shall cover the academy's expenses for the coming year. Flanders' eyes sparkled with delight. He perceived Akiyu not merely as a charming young girl, but as a trove of glittering wealth. No problem. Teacher Zhao, promptly enroll Miss Akiyu. I shall personally oversee her instruction. Zhao Wujin was taken aback. What of your principles, Dean? Have you succumbed so easily to temptation? What Zhao Wujin failed to grasp was that among merchants, there were no insurmountable obstacles to negotiations. If there were, it was simply a matter of insufficient funds. And what of these children? Zhao Wujin gestured toward Wang Sheng and the others. Flanders glanced at them and replied, they are quite promising. Nurture them well. With that, he disregarded them, opening the small bag he carried on his back. Curiosity piqued, everyone leaned in, instantly captivated by the aura emanating from within. It contained rare spiritual herbs and soul beast horns, resources painstakingly gathered to cultivate the children. Prepare yourselves, children. Tonight we shall partake in medicinal baths. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Shrek Academy students turned grim. What? Are you not pleased? Flanders scoffed. You little rascals, you truly are becoming increasingly insufferable. Is it not merely a touch of minor discomfort? Dean, you refer to pain that penetrates the bones as minor discomfort, leading me to suspect your understanding of minor discomfort is rather flawed. Just as the students of Shrek Academy were lamenting their fate, an enraged roar erupted from outside. Cao Chong. You little rascal, come out. Zhao Wujin frowned. Flanders, puzzled, inquired, who is Cao Chong? The master dashed outside. He's a student of the master. Zhao Wujin explained. Flanders turned to see Xiao Qin and a group of soldiers standing outside, adjusting his glasses. Who are you? What business do you have with Cao Chong? Are you the dean of this academy? Flander nodded. I am the lord of Nodding City, Xiao Chun. The one you have sheltered, Cao Chong, is the murderer of my son. I implore you to hand him over. Cao Chong? What Cao Chong? Teacher Zhao inquired, shaking his head. Flander adjusted his glasses, displaying an expression of helplessness as he replied with a smile. As you can see, we do not have the Cao Chong you are searching for here. I must return to teaching the children, so please take your leave. Volume 1, Chapter 18. Soaking in medicinal baths with Cao Chong. Upon hearing Flanders' words, Xiao Qin's face contorted with rage. You say he isn't here, but how can you be so certain? We demand to search the premises. Very well. If you possess the capability to enter, be my guest. Flander chuckled, signaling Xiao Wuji with a glance. Zhao stepped forward, his soul rings illuminating in succession. A formidable gravitational pressure descended, forcing Xiaochen to kneel, unable to lift his head. Soul Sage. Xiaochen managed to utter a few words, leaving the soldiers behind him in shock. What had they done? They had followed their lord to challenge the authority of a Soul Sage. Soul Sage, please show mercy. Spare my lord. Commander Gu, who had accompanied Xiaochen, bowed in supplication. Xiaochen was slightly taken aback. He had not treated these people well. Yet they were willing to plead for him in this critical moment. Zhao Wuji glanced at Commander Gu and remarked, "What a loyal hound you are. However, I shall not heed your counsel." With that, he stepped forward again, amplifying the pressure upon everyone. Unable to withstand the weight any longer, Xiaochen pressed his hands to the ground, bowing his head in defeat. His earlier arrogance had transformed into utter humiliation. Soul Sage, I am slap. Before Xiaochen could finish, Zhao Wuji struck him on the head. Did I permit you to speak? All the students of Shrek gazed at Zhao Wuji with admiration. Teacher Zhao is magnificent. One exclaimed excitedly. Teacher Zhao is incredible. Another echoed. Zhao Wuji wore a hearty smile. Flander cast a satisfied glance at Zhao Wuji and turned to the Shrek students, saying, Children, today I wish to impart a lesson to you, one that you must remember. The students perked up, listening intently. Flander continued, a Shrek student who dares not provoke trouble is not a qualified student. What of the Lord of Notting City? What of having a powerful backing? In the face of absolute strength, the dragon must coil and the tiger must crouch. Well said. Applause erupted behind Flander as the master appeared, having approached quietly. Xiao Gang. Flander turned, greeting him warmly, his eyes misting with emotion. It has been over a decade since we last met. Indeed, a full 15 years. Yu Xiaojiang replied with a bittersweet smile. Flander, we have both aged. Yes, we have aged. Flander sighed wistfully. If it weren't for that incident all those years ago, Flander. The master interrupted, preventing him from continuing. It seems you have yet to let go. Flander sighed again. Very well. Since you wish to avoid the topic, we shall not discuss it. These children are all under your guidance, I presume? Flander turned to Wang Sheng and the others. The master nodded. What of Chao Chong? This matter concerns him, and I wish to hear his perspective. The master gestured towards a distant room, where Chao Chang and Xiao Wu emerged hand in hand from around the corner. It was evident that Xiao Wu felt a bit shy but did not withdraw from Chao Chang's grip. Upon seeing Chao Chang, the master smiled. This is Chao Chang. The girl beside him is Xiao Wu. Flander glanced at Chao Chang, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad. He possesses a profound aura and a solid foundation. He is a talent worth nurturing. Chao Chang, Xiao Wu, come and greet Dean Flander. As Chao Chang and Xiao Wu approached, the master hurriedly urged them to greet him. Chao Chang, Xiao Wu, you have met Dean Flander. Chao Chang and Xiao Wu replied in unison. Flander smiled and nodded. Indeed. You both are quite impressive. Chao Chang, are you acquainted with the Lord of Notting City? Chao Chang said, I have heard of you. Today is the first time we meet. Flander inquired. He claims that you killed his son. Is there any truth to that? Chao Chang shook his head, declaring no. Xiao Wu interjected. It wasn't brother Chao Chang who killed him. Xiao Qingyu was ambushed and perished at the hands of Tang San. Flander nodded, recognizing it as a misunderstanding. Lord Xiaocheng, you have heard, haven't you? This is indeed a misunderstanding. Xiaocheng gritted his teeth, responding, I have heard. Flander's eyes narrowed, and a subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Those familiar with him knew that this smile heralded impending misfortune for someone. Indeed. As soon as Flander's smile faded, he moved with the swiftness of the wind, effortlessly breaking through Zhao Wuji's gravitational restraint to deliver a fierce kick to Xiao Chen's face. A resounding crack echoed as bones shattered, sending Xiao Chen hurtling through the air like a cannonball, soaring several meters away. Observing this, Zhao Wujie raised his thumb in admiration for Flander, exclaiming, Boss, how impressive. Even the people of the Tiando Empire would only dare to slap him. You went straight for the kick. Xiao Chang was quite taken aback. It is well known that the Snowy Night Emperor is fiercely protective of his own. Although Notting City is merely a small border town, the Lord of Notting could be likened to a minor official of the 7th rank. Yet he is still a representative of the Imperial court. No matter how formidable Flander may be, in the eyes of the court, he is nothing more than a commoner. The age-old struggle between the common folk and the officials seldom yields a favorable outcome. The audacity of Flander to slap the face of a serving official of the Tiando Empire is tantamount to striking the very face of the Tiando court. And on a grander scale, it is an affront to the Snowy Night Emperor himself. You dare to strike me, roared Xiao Chun, who was struggling to rise from the ground, fury etched across his features. What of it? A mere Soul King dares to boast in the presence of a Soul Sage. Shouldn't he be reprimanded? Flander retorted. What immense gall! Do you not comprehend the standing of the Xiao family within the Tiando Empire? I do not know. Nor do I care to know. All I am aware of is that if you do not depart at once, my next kick will not merely land upon your face. Flander flexed his right foot, causing Xiao Chen to instantly silence himself and retreat in disgrace. After Xiao Chen had left, Xiao Chang expressed his gratitude to Flander with a respectful fist salute, saying, Thank you, Dean. Xiao Chang was acutely aware of the significance of Flander's kick. It not only signified that Xiao Chang was under Flander's protection but also adeptly diverted Xiao Chen's fury towards himself. Xiao Chang was certain that Flander had deliberately delivered that kick. From Xiao Chen's furious expression, it was evident that although the kick was not physically harmful, it was profoundly insulting. Flander smiled at Xiao Chang, saying, "No need to thank me. You will soon be one of our Shrek Academy students, and I shall naturally protect you. You are quite fortunate. Tonight, you will join them for a medicinal bath." Flander displayed a somewhat cunning grin. The students of Shrek exchanged sympathetic glances with Xiao Chang, seemingly forgetting that they too would be partaking in the medicinal bath that evening. Just as Xiao Wu was curious about their expressions directed at Xiao Chang, Flander, who had taken a few steps away with Master and Zhao Wujia, suddenly turned around and said, "Right, you're Xiao Wu, aren't you? You should come too." "Me too?" Xiao Wu inquired, intrigued. "Yes, you as well." Flander flashed a broad smile. No sooner had Flander finished speaking than the sympathetic gazes of the Shrek students shifted immediately to Xiao Wu. A few female students hurried over, introducing themselves with smiles. "Hello, Xiao Wu. I'm Qing Yuan. I'm Bai Lian. Zizhu." They each introduced themselves in turn. Sakura Akiyu observed from the side. Feeling a twinge of envy, she decided that she would return home that night, bring some money, and join Xiao Chang for the medicinal bath. Volume 1. Chapter 19. The chubby Ma Hongjun on the outskirts of Soto City. The morning sun resembled a drunken old man, rosy-cheeked and rising unusually late. Veteran Zhao Yud, having spent the night at the tavern with the landlady, was preparing to relieve himself by the riverside when he suddenly noticed something lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he was instantly taken aback, nearly losing control of himself. However, he quickly regained his composure. "What is there to fear from a dead man? Ma Yud, that battle years ago truly frightened you." He sighed and approached the corpse, noting its age, an elderly man. Yet, the face was unrecognizable. And the most striking aspect was the grotesque condition of the groin area, a sight of sheer brutality. What deep-seated enmity must exist to inflict such harm? Ma Yud shook his head, deciding to report this grim discovery to his captain, Ma Chao, who hailed from the same village. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure running towards him. "Hongjun, what brings you here?" Ma Yud asked the approaching chubby boy. "Dad, Mom said you worked late and made goji berry and red date porridge for you, asking me to call you back for dinner." "Goji berry and red date porridge? Is that a hint that I should bring in some rations? But the granary is empty. How can I provide any?" "Hongjun, go tell your mother that I appreciate her kindness. However, there has been a murder nearby, and I must report it immediately. You should return home and have dinner with her. I'll finish up and come back early to join you both." "A murder? Dad, where did it happen?" Ma Hongjun asked, intrigued. Ma Yud blocked his view, sternly saying, "Do not look. The corpse is too gruesome. You would lose your appetite for days." Ma Hongjun regarded his father skeptically, sniffing the air around him. "Dad, did you go drinking at Sister Hohat's place yesterday?" Ma Yud's expression soured at the question. "I did go, but I wouldn't tell anyone," Ma Hongjun replied, displaying a mischievous expression inappropriate for a child, extending a chubby hand. Ma Yud gritted his teeth and retrieved a few copper coins from his pocket. "Your mother is strict. This is all I have, so spend it wisely." Ma Hongjun snatched the coins and grinned. "Thanks, Dad. The bond between us men can surely withstand any test." Ma Yud cursed under his breath. "You rascal." He reached out to pat Ma Hongjun on the head, but the boy, using his spirit power to manifest wings of flame, swiftly evaded, chuckling, "Dad, your hands smell funny." Ma Yud sniffed his fingers, puzzled. "Not at all." Suddenly realizing he had been played, Ma Yud was left both amused and exasperated. Calling after the retreating figure of Ma Hongjun, "You rascal. You may run, but the temple will always remain. Just wait until I catch up to you." After Ma Yud left, Yi Fan emerged from the shadows, joined by a young girl. This girl was Yi Lingling, the metaphysician who had advised Butler who against getting too close to women recently. Yi Lingling wore a loose-fitting white robe, her hair styled in a boyish manner, and she held an ancient text in her right hand, resembling a scholar. "Old Bean, how did Butler Hu die?" Upon seeing the corpse of Butler Hu, Yi Lingling suppressed her discomfort and asked, "He was killed by two beautiful women. Why didn't you save him?" Yi Fan replied with a bitter smile. "It was impossible to intervene. We simply could not afford to offend them. You must know what the Black Panther spirit means, don't you? The OS family." "Yes. How could this happen? Why would Butler Hu offend them?" Old Hu was following them. Yi Fan responded with a rueful smile. Yi Lingling said, "Enough of that. I brought you here to tell you something. Soto City is likely not at peace. I intend to send you to the Tiendo Royal Academy to study. Your spirit is the 9-star begonia. With your talent, you should soon make a name for yourself there. If anything happens to our Yi family in the future, we may need to rely on you." "Father, you are so cautious. Are you really that worried?" Yi Lingling questioned, puzzled. "There is always a chance of oversight. Although your father is prudent, he fears sudden misfortunes." Yi Lingling nodded. "Rest assured, Lingling will not disappoint you. And don't fall in love too early." Yi Fan suddenly changed the subject, leaving Yi Lingling both amused and exasperated. "Understood, Old Bean." Shortly after Yi Fan and Yi Lingling departed, Ma Yud arrived with Ma Chao and others beside a large willow tree. Ma Chao glanced at the corpse, now discolored, frowning. The wounds appeared as though inflicted by sharp claws, likely the work of a beast spirit master. "Secure the scene and report this to the city lord." "Yes." A young attendant beside Ma Chao quickly dashed toward the city lord's mansion. At the city lord's mansion, Yi Fan received the report, his expression grave. He ordered the corpse to be brought back. Upon its arrival, Yi Fan merely glanced at it before reprimanding Ma Chao sternly. "You imbecile! Who said this was the work of a spirit master? Clearly, it was a beast's doing. How could you mishandle such a small matter? Do you need me to teach you?" Ma Chao immediately recognized something was amiss. Ordinarily, the city lord would be the first to know of any disturbance in Soto City. Yet this corpse had been dead for at least several hours, and the city lord had not been present at the scene immediately. This suggested something was amiss, and the city lord clearly did not want to pursue the matter further. If he did not recognize this, his position as the captain of the patrol guards might well come to an end. He hastily addressed Yi Fan. "My lord, please do not be angry. It was my oversight. I will handle the corpse immediately." Yi Fan regarded Ma Chao with appreciation in his eyes. "Ma Chao, you have worked hard. Once the corpse is dealt with, report to the border camp. There is a vacancy for a deputy commander, and it shall be yours." Ma Chao expressed his gratitude at once. "Thank you for your recognition, my lord. I will not let you down." At Shrek Academy, Suehua accompanied Sakurai Akazuki in moving items. Upon arrival, they were approached by a chubby boy. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Suehua turned to Sakurai and said, "Miss Sakurai, let me go check." She hurried over. "Ma Hongjun, what brings you here?" Ma Hongjun replied, "I went to your house to find you. Auntie said you were here, so I rushed over." He then presented her with a brown oiled paper package. Upon receiving it, Suehua's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Is this the goose yellow lotus seed pastry from the Chui family? You really bought it for me." Ma Hongjun scratched his head, smiling. "My dad gave me quite a bit of pocket money, and since I know you love it, I got some for you." "Sister Suehua, try it while it's hot." Suehua promptly took a pastry and stuffed it into Ma Hongjun's mouth, insisting, "You bought it, so you should eat it first." Ma Hongjun took a bite, his face beaming with happiness as he looked at Suehua. After enjoying a moment together, Suehua suddenly remembered her task to help Sakurai move things and said to Ma Hongjun, "Hongjun, I almost forgot. I need to help Miss Akazuki. You hold on to this for now. I'll come find you when I'm done." "What are you moving? I can help." Suehua playfully pinched his cheek, saying, "You can sit this one out. You're still young. We'll talk about it when you've grown up." Ma Hongjun protested, "I'm not that young. I'm a soul master, and my strength is just as good as yours, Sister Suehua." With that, he dashed over to Sakurai Akazuki and effortlessly lifted a box over half a meter tall, sprinting into Shrek Academy. His speed and strength were astonishing, rivaling that of an ordinary adult. This scene caught the eye of Flander, who became intrigued by the boy. In the outer region of the Stardow Forest, Tang San had been searching through several soul-hunting forests without finding a suitable soul beast. He arrived here, filled with resentment towards Chao Chang. If only he had received that glass-eyed king snake back then, he wouldn't be in such a predicament, constantly evading the pursuit of Xiao Chen's subordinates. Living in fear and anxiety, he vowed that after obtaining a soul ring, he would make sure to take revenge on Chao Chang the next time they crossed paths. While Tang San was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly overheard voices nearby. "Big brother Dai, are you really sure we can find the century-old licorice king here?" "Of course. The female soul master I know wouldn't deceive me." "That's wonderful. The second soul ring I want. The first sausage I make will be for you. Save it. You can eat the sausages you make yourself. Quickly hide. Licorice can neutralize poisons, and where there's licorice king, there are bound to be venomous snakes." Just then, Tang San spotted a large snake, about 4 meters long, slowly descending from a tree. Its crimson tongue dripped a highly corrosive liquid that ate through the leaves, creating large holes. It was inching closer to the two boys who had just been talking. Tang San's eyes sparkled at the sight of the venomous snake. To him, it wasn't just a snake, it was a shimmering mandala snake soul ring. "Heaven did not give birth to me, Tang San. My venom is eternal like the long night." He never imagined that the lost soul ring would appear so soon upon entering the Stardow Forest. Unfortunately, he had to wait for the two boys to be dealt with by the snake before he could act. "Watch out." As the mandala snake lunged to bite Oscar, Dai Mubai swiftly turned, shielding Oscar behind him, and activated 2 yellow soul rings beneath his feet. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. His soul power surged, instantly forming a protective white barrier. Boom. The mandala snake's head collided violently with the barrier, propelling it several meters away. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai shouted again, releasing a milky white sphere of light that struck the mandala snake. It didn't even struggle before being obliterated by the attack. Tang San could only stare in disbelief. His soul ring was gone again. Defeated, he plopped down on the ground. Dai Mubai glanced over, noticing the 6 or 7-year-old boy, and chuckled. "Whose little kid is this, running off to the Stardow Forest all alone? Doesn't he know there are soul beasts here?" Oscar laughed. "He looks like a poor child, probably scared silly by that snake. Let me turn a sausage for him." With a flourish, Oscar produced a shiny sausage from his right hand, floating it in front of Tang San. "Little buddy, are you scared? Have a sausage made by Uncle." Oscar, taking advantage of his slightly older age, pretended to be an uncle to comfort Tang San. Unable to hold back, Tang San swatted the sausage from Oscar's hand, shouting, "Who wants your sausage? You just stole my soul ring. I'll kill you." "Soul ring? What soul ring?" How can a child talk about killing so casually? Didn't your mother tell you that's not nice? Oscar smirked, stroking his scruffy chin. Dai Mubai approached, ruffling Tang San's hair. Yes, what your Uncle Oscar said is right. It's not good to talk about killing all the time. You should apologize to Uncle Oscar. With a mix of persuasion and veiled threat. Dai Mubai's hand hovered threateningly near Tang San's neck. Tang San's face flushed with anger, and he began to cry. You two are bullies. The mandala snake you just killed had the soul ring I needed to absorb. Dai Mubai paused, slightly taken aback. Suddenly, Tang San raised his left arm, shaking off Dai Mubai's restraining hand, and shot a hidden arrow from his right sleeve, aimed directly at Dai Mubai's throat. Dai Mubai's expression changed drastically as he hastily activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger Shield, narrowly avoiding Tang San's attack. He watched in shock as Tang San fled several meters away, his eyes narrowing with a fierce glint. What a ruthless little brat. At such a young age. He possesses such a vicious heart. I cannot let him go today. Oscar quietly handed Dai Mubai a sausage, suggesting, Dai, you should eat this. I also recommend we just kill him. Dai Mubai took the sausage and stuffed it into his mouth, his energy depleted from the consecutive use of his abilities. Meanwhile, Tang San was also feeling the effects of his earlier exertions. He cast a glance at a nearby yellow soul ring, filled with hatred. But he knew he could not defeat the boy before him. If he wanted to kill that mandala snake, he would have to use a sneak attack on its weak spot. Yet, Dai Mubai had simply obliterated it with one skill. The gap in their abilities was evident. Remember my name, Tang San. One day, I will take your heads. With that, he unleashed two hidden weapons, targeting both Dai Mubai and Oscar. Subsequently, he swiftly employed the elusive shadow step to escape once more. Dai Mubai shielded Oscar from the incoming hidden weapons, muttering a curse under his breath. Despicable. Watching Tang San's retreating figure, he sighed. He runs like a rabbit. Dai Mubai pondered, releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Who knows what calamity may ensue? Should I inform Teacher Zhao upon returning? But what would I say? That two adults bullied a child? Perhaps I shall let it be. I, Dai Mubai, have never feared anyone. His eyes narrowed, exuding an aura of formidable dominance. Oscar nodded. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he pointed excitedly at a segment of exposed roots in the distance, exclaiming, Dai Mubai, look, is that not the century-old licorice king? Following Oscar's gaze, Dai Mubai beheld a plant approximately half a meter in diameter, standing about 5 meters tall, with brown roots, an upright stem, multiple branches, and white fluff. The leaves were green, resembling a single pinnate compound, and the flowers were purple. Indeed, it was the century-old licorice king mentioned in the texts. That's it. It's the century-old licorice king we seek. Quickly, gather the soul ring. Oscar nodded eagerly. An hour later, Oscar sprang to his feet in excitement. I did it. The detox sausage. From now on, please refer to me as the detox prince. Dai Mubai joyfully patted Oscar on the shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Well done, Oscar. You can boast about this in front of the dean. Oscar's second soul skill, as its name implies, primarily serves the purpose of detoxification. For those fond of poisoning, it is a perfect countermeasure. However, it cannot neutralize all poisons. Toxins released by soul masters with significantly higher soul power may be beyond his capability to cure. For instance, the poison from the Haotian Douluo, known as the phosphorescent serpent king's venom, is lethal to even low-ranking soul masters. He would have no chance of detoxifying. Moreover, the Haotian Douluo employs wide-range attacks. Even if he concocts his detox sausage, how many would have the time to wait for its creation? By the time it's ready, the victim may have already succumbed to a fatal loss of blood. In the evening at Shrek Academy, within the medicinal bath chamber, anguished cries echoed. Xiao Wu stood with his back to the bath, arms crossed, resembling an ancient pine. A smile graced his face, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. The little rascals must be struggling. Let me see who will be the first to emerge. I, old Xiao, shall reward them handsomely. As someone finally emerged, Xiao Wujian's smile grew radiant. The door swung open, and his deep voice resonated. Come out. Indeed, a clear and crisp voice replied. Xiao Wujin turned in surprise to find Xiao Chong and Xiao Wu holding hands before him. How curious. Xuanji covertly observed the top muscles beneath the fabric of the robe, pondering that even with such a physique, it remained hidden beneath layers. Being the most handsome man in the celestial realm, he was assuredly the type favored by Tan Luo. Just observing the tension from his attendant towards him, he felt confident enough to outshine these men. Above, amidst a chaotic whirlwind of flesh and feathers, numerous griffins descended, while the lion warriors diligently tore through the fray. The battlefield resembled a three-dimensional scene of carnage. Surely, Brahma has its own intelligence network? Lu Shuang mused. Considering a grand organization like Brahma must possess its own means of information gathering. As he pondered, a shadow leaped down from the tree trunk in the backyard. Muzhin immediately recognized it as Dang Gue. Hello, may I inquire your relationship to the deceased? Xiao Zhuqing asked gently. The night was desolate, and the moon was dim. In the distance, thunderous roars echoed, and Su Run, caught between dreams and reality, caught a whiff of blood, jolting awake. A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the boy on the bed, covered in blood. The bulky Taoist, already slow-moving, faced a fierce onslaught of energy and desperation. He unleashed a series of ice arrows towards Momo. After all, if a cure for this dire affliction could be found, it would benefit many. Furthermore, if the key to understanding it could be uncovered, the medical arts of Lingxiao Valley would surely advance. The master of Jinghong Valley relished such endeavors, indifferent to the opinions of outsiders. At this moment, Mo had encountered Tang Yin. She appeared remarkably composed upon seeing him. After such a lengthy period of calm, she had formed her own resolution. He admired the strength of this burly man. Had it not been for the pressure from the Han family's young master, he likely would not have resorted to such violence. Lu Shi did not even glance at Xu Yuan. Master, why are you sprawled on the ground? I heard the maiden say that the mistress was terrified. Her voice even changed. She still held her suspicions. Next time, my blade shall claim her head. You know I always keep my word. Madame Mu raised her hand, the knife in her grasp glinting under the sunlight. Guess who I am? Upon entering the mountain gate, he was suddenly blindfolded from behind. In an instant, the two had dashed several hundred meters, only to find themselves confronted by dense, crimson mist. Seemingly harboring no intention of revealing its contents, they exchanged glances and, with reluctant smiles, pressed on. Consequently, they were met with exclamations of fool. This incident marked the first time he had been insulted, leading him to realize that merely 2 spirit stones sufficed, a lesson learned too late. Let us connect later. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lu Tianming observed closely, noting that Qin Xiao's hand trembled slightly as he held the phone. The overwhelming impact of the 8-foot penetrating intestines ability had left him in shock, rendering him unable to recover. The narrow corridor came to an end amidst his turmoil, and his vision suddenly expanded into clarity. She had long known that knowledge was beneficial, yet she did not believe that Zhao Sai would utter words that surprised her. Finally, as dusk fell, the scene of 1,000 miles frozen in ice had vanished, replaced by a lush expanse of grass. Just as she intended to strike up a conversation, she suddenly noticed the foreigner across the way pulling a black leather pouch from his bag and placing it on the table, gently pushing it towards Fu Rongxi. Fu Rongxi scanned it with a neutral gaze, and after a moment, nodded lightly, her expression grave. Chapter 22, Xiao Mei are in the Lord's mansion of Nodding City. Within Xiao Qin's room, he returned in a disheveled state, his face dark with fury. Being bested by a soul sage at Shrek Academy was one thing. He could accept that. However, to have Tang San, whom he believed could be easily dispatched, slay half of his subordinates was intolerable. What infuriated him further was that his recently acquired 99th concubine had eloped with someone who bore the surname Tang. This nearly drove him to the brink of madness. Yet, despite his rage, he found himself powerless. During his absence, a multitude of matters had piled up for him to address in the Lord's mansion. The Xiao family in Heaven Do City appeared to be under pressure, and his sister, Xiao Yulan, had sent word. Splendid! Qian cheered. Gnarl cannot directly employ E and Flash, as the 2 displacements are insufficient to create distance. He will undoubtedly be pursued by the dragon turtle, and must rely on a second jump. Xiao Yeni had not anticipated the extent of jealousy that had erupted within him. She had taken a shower and changed into her pajamas, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Eventually, she got out of bed, opened the sliding door, and crossed the balcony to the neighboring room. Hearing footsteps approaching, Sun Anchuan was momentarily taken aback before turning to look at her, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Yet he said nothing. Others, still striving to move forward, noticed Mu Yongrui and the others sitting down to meditate alongside Gu Shijin. A flurry of questions swirling in their minds. However, regardless of any discrepancies, Huangfu Rui remained silent, recognizing that the matter was beyond his purview, and he had no inclination to intervene. To truly comprehend the battle of the nascent soul, one must possess keen eyesight. Lower-tier cultivators could only witness the flurry of flying swords and the dual blades like dragons, unable to discern Qian Feng's true techniques, merely spectators of the spectacle. Was this the case? Was it? Gulu swept away the earlier gloom from his face, already pondering who among them had prepared the most delectable dishes, planning to indulge in relentless pursuit over the coming days. The director dared not counter, knowing that matters of the special department were not for him to meddle in, and he could only acquiesce, inwardly praying for a swift resolution to restore peace to the populace. A seething rage filled her chest, suppressed yet simmering beneath the surface. Did he lack self-awareness of his situation? How could he still choose to fight? Did he not know that wounds could reopen? Steward Shin was momentarily taken aback by my actions, then smiled amiably, gesturing for me to proceed as he led the way. It's because of your agility. The appointment was made, but he couldn't attend at the last minute. In terms of agility, you surpass him, Hu Yuner explained. This reasoning was considerably more credible. Both hailed from the esteemed 10 holy sites, and naturally had frequent interactions. Thus, upon meeting, the elder of the 5 elements laughed heartily in delight at the sight of an old friend. However, Guan Liang had come to understand that Xiao Yu, who constantly measured her own thoughts and feelings, was acutely aware of her own contemplations, a fact he had long since grown accustomed to. During this exchange, suddenly, Du Xiao's movements and speed exhibited signs of slowing, while the previously guided and drawn spiritual energy showed indications of returning to its source, prompting Luo Tian to speak in a deep voice. The battle saw an unexpected opening from the opponent, a seemingly insignificant flaw that Luo Tian was able to perceive through his focused concentration. Such an opportunity was rare, and without hesitation, he struck. Yet, at that moment, the same eerie red light materialized before him once more. It appeared that, as the elder had stated, in this realm, it was not we who chose them, but rather they who chose us. With this thought, Bai Fan's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Clearly, he was playing the sympathy card, hoping that someone would extend a helping hand at a critical moment. El Hong was not foolish. He had long anticipated that events might unfold in the least desirable manner. Yet what could he do? Could he afford not to attend today? Could he use his leadership skills to ensure that everyone, except Fan Wei, willingly followed him? The seven-colored dragon soared at full speed while scanning the horizon. Its enormous amber eyes shimmered with a faint magical glow. Volume 1. Chapter 23. The Crisis Lurking in the Shadows. In the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. In a tea house, a young man stood on one foot atop a stool, the other foot resting on an old square table, proclaiming loudly, "When in doubt, consult the autumn wind. Hello everyone, your favorite autumn wind has returned. Today, I am offering the signed portraits of Xiao Meyer, 10 silver soul coins each, with only 10 pieces available on a first-come, first-served basis. Give me one. I want one too." As soon as Gu Qiufeng finished speaking, all 10 vibrant and captivating scrolls in his hands were snatched up in an instant. Just as he was about to collect the payment, a thunderous voice rang out. Gu Qiufeng, a girl with short hair and dressed in a green long dress emerged, causing memories of Gong Yu's previous escapades in the bustling streets to flash painfully in her mind. She felt a sharp pang in her heart. Zixian will make the arrangements. You need not worry too much. Ming Yi, noticing the emptiness in his eyes, felt a twinge of sorrow but did not show any signs of despair, merely uttering a casual remark. Upon hearing Ji Weiwei's words, Ji Weiqing unexpectedly shed tears. Over the years, she had nearly forgotten what warmth felt like. Each day was a struggle worse than death, devoid of anyone to care for her or to advocate on her behalf. Everyone feared the repercussions from Mu Qingsu. Mingyi, plaid in black attire conducive to nighttime travel, followed closely behind Gongyu and Hao, remaining inconspicuous even when encountering others along the way. Magajalize's movement suddenly halted. The dark orb instinctively took 2 steps back, only to realize that the opponent's actions remained clumsy. As Lord L's words fell, he shot forward like a bullet, cutting through the moonlight with a swift motion, his feet lightly skimming the water's surface, gliding smoothly as if the lake was merely a stepping stone, exhibiting no signs of haste whatsoever. He needed clarity, otherwise, he would be unsettled. Moreover, everyone here held power, and if they perceived Qingqing as weak, would they not be harsh with her? The door would close after a cup of tea and would not reopen for a month. Think it over before entering. The Dark Lord concluded his warning and turned to vanish into the Dark Palace. Dao felt a wave of nausea, especially after learning of his true nature. Yet when glancing at Qing Mayu, her expression remained unperturbed. She could not help but acknowledge that she still fell short compared to him. Just when Ji Mena thought she had changed her ways, she found the girl heading straight for the dining table, picking up chopsticks and beginning to feast heartily. Hey, Tong Yao, your desk mate is utterly unreliable. Why not consider switching seats? Facing Tong Yao, Lu Ji remained subtle and did not express his thoughts overtly. The two individuals sprawled on the ground lacked the strength to comprehend the significance of the scene before them, yet Kay was acutely aware. I've encountered some difficulties and need your artist Tao Hui to come to my aid. Dowei wasted no time, directly getting to the point. The strange person battling Linglan must be from the academy, and it was due to his inexplicable spatial technique that he had found himself here. The sorcerer's face turned pale. Yet he still managed to draw his long sword from his waist, trembling as he pointed it at the golden toad. The sorcerer disregarded the man's cries and tore a piece of cloth from his own garment, stuffing it into his mouth. Fujiwara's expression soured as he desperately searched for Dongfang Yunyong's presence. They had completely severed ties with him. And though he was reluctant to turn the Fujiwara estate into a battleground, the current situation left him with no choice. Everyone was stunned, except for Hua Xiangrong and Hua Diao, whose expressions remained indifferent, clearly already aware. Linglong, how could your strength be so great? Jimena looked up, her big watery eyes fixed on you. Linglong, pondering, if someone were to marry her, what a force that would be. Shenwan dared not gaze too long. Quickly securing her position and fastening her seatbelt, her eyes directed outside the cabin. Volume 1, Chapter 24. Tang Hao's Helplessness. Indeed. We must find a way to inform the third brother and have him cooperate with us in staging a performance. What sort of method is that? The mysterious organization is offering a bounty for the third brother's head. How can we exchange the bounty without a head? As soon as the words left their mouths, a hand struck Chao Man's head. What reward are you offering? Do you truly wish for your third brother's demise? Chao Man was jolted awake by the sudden impact. Instantly realizing her mistake in speech, she hurriedly apologized. I am truly sorry, father. I misspoke. What I intended to convey was. Chao Man pondered for a long time but could not find the appropriate words to embellish his thoughts. Xiao Shou smiled and said, what a man means is that if there is no physical evidence proving that the third brother has died, that group of people will not believe it. Yu Ji and the others certainly won tea, and 5 of them cannot possibly contend with Carp alone. If that is the case, how can we expect the Navy to take us seriously? Indeed, the laws of nature govern all. This must be the hexagram from the I Ching. where a prolonged passage through the jade or layer signifies a solid young line, while a brief passage indicates a broken yin line. This hexagram consists of 3 yin lines and 3 yang lines. Bo Daodian must be analyzing this thoroughly. After Wu Haokong finished speaking, he left, leaving An Lingong behind. Biting her lip, her face dark with displeasure as she stared ahead. After a while, she stomped her foot angrily and departed as well, particularly concerning Zafa. His injury would normally require at least half a year to heal, and given his advanced age, it might take even longer. Was this function at its end? Or did it require an upgrade? After pondering for a moment, he concluded that it would be prudent to wait until he reached level 4 before triggering this hidden attribute. The next day, as Lian Xian was just getting up and preparing, Duan Yujun and Wei Runan arrived. Before they even stepped inside, Duan Yujun's voice, tinged with inexplicable excitement, reached them. He silently closed his eyelids, one hand pressed against his heart, momentarily overwhelmed by dizziness, feeling as though he was engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. Guoweiman, upon seeing Wang Chang's sullen face and eyes filled with murderous intent, instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Bai Ming's eyes reflected a resolute determination. She knew that failing to eliminate Luo Fan's fierce spirit today would likely result in future troubles for Nietian. However, upon uttering those words, Luo Fan's expression soured drastically. The princess was suggesting he slap himself for Nietian? Such a humiliation was unbearable. Yet, as I approached Duan and Yingmei, I could discern from their expressions the lethal potency of my own foul odor, as they instinctively held their breath each time. The Thief King pondered for a long time and surmised that the fire likely targeted his Thief King's token, thus he concealed it in the secret chamber of his palace. However, this placement was fortuitously discovered by a great thief who had been monitoring him, leading to his stealthy infiltration and eventual acquisition of the Thief King's token. On the challenge platform, spiritual energy surged, fracturing the space as countless eyes turned toward the center, where 3 figures stood. Among them, 2 were Xin Fong and Xiang Jun, while the third was a young boy, strikingly handsome, in stark contrast to Xiang Jun, who exuded a fierce aura. What has happened to my brother? Zilong asked. Watching as Li Bai, weak and unsteady, was supported by Gwen Yanfei. Just a few steps in, Li Bai leaned forward. The crowd gasped in surprise. Could this be a ploy by Qizheng to launch a surprise attack while the opponent was unprepared? It's all right, Uncle Han, Zisheng said, his expression one of confusion. So you know my father? Unthinkable. If a dispute arises, our great Liang will only know to raise arms in chaos. This would be a display of utter incompetence. The world would view our great Liang as a tyrant, Lu Ji asserted. I did not dwell on it too much, planning to return next semester to inquire further. Casually placing the necklace in my pocket, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, upon hearing this, felt increasingly indignant. To reclaim his dignity, it was best to acquiesce. Upon returning to his lair, he summoned dragon beasts and demons to strategize an ambush against Lingming's territory, preparing for the next surprise attack. Just then, Huang Yibin, who had been arranging bedding, rushed out. Wu Jie also alighted from the vehicle, and Huang Yibin excitedly shouted, their hands clasped tightly together. Although Huang Yibin had previously served as the sales manager for the Sichuan region, he had to be well acquainted with Gu Jie, as she was one of the few major clients of Ziyu Home Textiles. Volume 1, Chapter 25, Coveting His Form. As Chao Chong prepared to absorb the soul ring of the Qingbi meat-crowned snake, suddenly, an enraged voice pierced the air. Who killed the Qingbi meat-crowned snake? 2 figures swiftly approached from a distance, appearing before the crowd. Upon seeing them, Xiao Wu frowned slightly. One appeared to be in their 60s or 70s. With white hair yet a youthful visage, wielding a 3-meter-long snake-headed staff, an elderly woman. The other was much younger, seemingly only 11 or 12 years old, with a neat bob and dressed in a fitted outfit that accentuated her slender figure. Her deep brown eyes scanned Chao Chong and the others with fury, searching for the culprit. The seemingly haphazard assault concealed a remarkable synergy. Although it was not a formation, such skillful coordination would be challenging to breach in a short time. Supporting Zishuan, he gently patted her shoulder. Do not be disheartened. For someone like you, Leoi, it is truly not worth it. Yet, having experienced personal pain, he understands that despite knowing it is not worth it, the ties of blood are an inescapable burden. How can one remain unperturbed? On May 17th, news of the National Expeditionary Army and the French forces capturing the German stronghold of Metz spread across the globe like wildfire. With a soft thud, Xian Lan finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth, her gaze fading as she lost consciousness. Below, the royal city of Duel was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend that Long Ling's strength was not only immense, but extraordinarily formidable. Her beautiful eyes blinked, brimming with indescribable excitement. Duan Shirue seemed unusually resolute today, determined to remain silent, no matter the circumstances. Ji Kai chuckled as he explained to Murong Yeyu, suddenly recalling Angus's expression from the previous day, unable to suppress his laughter. The earth-shattering collisions continued, with Xian Yuan Qinshan repeatedly spitting blood, while Jiang Hua remained unfazed. The 2 supreme clans, the Dragon and the Phoenix, joined forces to suppress that shadow, gaining absolute superiority. In terms of development, Fang Yuanshan no longer felt the need for haste, but could instead take a moment to sit quietly and contemplatively consider the development of Hongjiang. Duo's expression tightened. She had been in seclusion for over a year. Was she about to emerge? Wang Zheng lowered his voice, recounting everything in detail, leaving Zhuang Qingqing momentarily speechless. The afterthought system. The child perished, and you come to console me. Luckily, I remained silent earlier, or everything would have been exposed. In the world of mortals, the traveler cannot forget. I recognize no one, nor does anyone recognize me. The path grows increasingly sparse, and in this state, I find myself lost in search of something elusive. After all, Yang Yujing was correct. The bandits have arrived, and their escape ultimately leads to inevitable demise. The server, hearing this, looked at Li Shanshan with concern, patiently explaining. She too felt puzzled. Typically, after 3 glasses of whiskey, one would slur their words, but someone like Li Shanshan, who remained composed and articulate, was indeed a rarity, leading her to wonder if the drink had been watered down. Moreover, his death had no bearing on me. I even buried him, sparing him the fate of being devoured by wild beasts. That man truly understood her, knowing she could shake off those two while playing the waiting game. After confirming that Huajiji had been taken away, she exhaled deeply, lingering outside for a moment before returning to the hospital room. Even more so, there were those who specifically established security firms, brazenly raising private soldiers, a plethora of cybernetic and biochemical modifications. Zhao Jun was startled, casting a pleading glance at his surroundings, suddenly fixing his gaze on Jiang Yao in the stands. Perhaps in the future, I will abandon my character for some reason, amend my boundaries, or for other reasons entirely. Is it that Lin Ling is looked down upon for lacking a backing? If she becomes Lin Ling's support, who would dare to look down upon her? The old ghost of the Miao family fell silent, choosing instead to find a place on the stairs and sit down to rest his eyes. Volume 1. Chapter 26. The colossal beasts of the starry forest in the opulent chambers of the AOC family in Tiando City. A pair of individuals had just concluded a fierce battle. The alluring and mature Shaolan lay contentedly in the embrace of a robust man, whose appearance was far from handsome. Bearing a fierce countenance marred by a prominent scar resembling a centipede down the right side of his face. The woman, with her delicate fingers, playfully twirled a tuft of hair from his chest, cooing, "Brother Jez, I have fulfilled my promise to you. How about considering my request?" Aosi Jia caressed her silken skin. Smiling, "You wish to spend the night with me, and yet you seek my assistance?" Little did he know what those two beasts might do if they drank too much. Thus, he reluctantly returned Lin Jia to her own quarters. Upon hearing Malong's words, Nicola Xinlan felt deeply moved, believing that the few pieces of rui fruit she had given away the previous night were not in vain. Ziyuan, in truth, was not as obstinate as he seemed. He was surprised by the old man's sudden hesitation in such an open society. He vaguely recalled the last time he had tasted melon was many years ago. A distant memory when Tang Jiqing returned home from school, and his mother gifted him a melon, revealing that it was his birthday. All the demons had been vanquished by him, their corpses piling upon the ground, while the rainwater beneath his feet turned a dark crimson, mingling with the remnants of the fallen. However, this city possessed a teleportation array, allowing them to conveniently reach other cities once they arrived at this location. He and his disciple had previously implored Feely to abandon his pursuits, only to be met with a dismissive retort. In the Imperial residence, he sought to undermine his disciple. And from what his disciple had said, it was clear that Feely did not truly wish to wed Shiming. Rather, he sought mere revenge, driven by pride and obsession, leading him down an extreme path. Just as everyone was at a loss, Qiaowen, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up. Wang Zhenjin found it laughable. Who did he think he was, inviting her to stay at his home after a few awkward exchanges? His lack of renown was largely due to his rare appearances in the imperial capital, having spent years in seclusion and returning only once every few years, sometimes even absent for nearly a decade. Fortunately, Lang Hongxiang had not unleashed his full power. Otherwise, by the time he reacted, the golden-eyed leopard's attack would have already struck. Realizing the leopard had vanished, he hastily retracted his strength. Jianliwa's words caused the bag in my mother's hand to slip from her fingers and fall to the ground, her face instantly turning pale and frantic. If this were about road construction, it wouldn't merely concern 1 or 2 families' lands. It was an affair involving 10 families. Long Zhuahai felt fortunate that he did not need to purchase new tiles, as there were still plenty of intact old tiles stored above the pigsty. Otherwise, he would have faced significant losses. "Brother, wait a moment," Wang Feng called out, stopping the thoughtless soldier. The man halted, turning to look at Wang Feng. Before he could react, a sharp slap resonated, striking his face. "Notify the family. You all handle this," Wang director said, tears streaming down his face. Despite his efforts to control his emotions, the anguish in his expression was unmistakable. With that, one individual made his way towards the precinct's cafeteria. Typically, once a cultivator has identified a divine artifact, they seldom switch it out, as crafting one is an arduous and time-consuming process. Divine artifacts require the cultivator's spiritual energy and consciousness to nurture and refine, continuously strengthening as the cultivator's prowess advances. Let the past be bygone. Long Kuan. Though that as the sun rises brilliantly tomorrow, I too shall rise again. I must strive diligently, earnestly working to provide for Hongmei and my son, ensuring that Hongmei no longer bears any grievances or sorrow. Volume 1, Chapter 27. Xiao Wu is captured shortly after the colossal creature departed. It appeared before Qiao Chong and his companions. Qiao Chong carried Xiao Wu on his back, offering her solace. Xiao Wu, I will hold off this giant. You should escape with Teacher Zhou. Hearing Qiao Chong's words and witnessing the unwavering determination in his gaze, Xiao Wu was overcome with sorrow. She cried out, Brother Qiao Chong, I refuse to leave you behind. A thunderous roar erupted. Zhao Wujie was sent flying several meters by the Titan giant ape, crashing into a large tree. With the commotion at Qiao Chong's side, Long Gong and Shipa, who had hastened over, unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, summoning a colossal emerald dragon. The area around the belly, lacking rib protection, was a notable weakness, particularly with a more significant vulnerability even further forward. One might think a gentle caress of the head was innocuous, but the thorough exploration of the entire body raised questions. The chasm between an apprentice sorcerer and a fully fledged sorcerer was insurmountable. With Lin Wei's current prowess, he was utterly incapable of conducting any form of reconnaissance. Listening to the exchange among these individuals, when Xiang Xuan felt a sinking sensation within, such discourse was entirely foreign to her. Nevertheless, seeing Li Yu's calm demeanor provided her with some comfort. Grandma Jean, I was merely taken aback. I did not intend to bring it up, Shen Yinji hastily clarified. Feeling the weight of Grandma Jin's attitude weigh heavily upon her. Given Gan Ning's current appearance, it seemed he was still at the pinnacle of his martial prowess, leaving one to ponder whether he or the elderly Huang Zhong of the 5 tiger generals was the more formidable. The immense sphinx shook its head and let out a torrent of blood, ultimately collapsing heavily onto the desert sands. Zhang Shuiying, who had been assisted by Xian to change her attire, froze upon hearing the shout, standing dazed as she listened to their conversation. The inner city alone was likely 2 or 3 times larger than the Qin clan's encampment, with soldiers moving about exuding a robust aura, all at least of the 8th rank. The deafening cacophony reverberated, occasionally punctuated by brief silences. Lin Sierra could sense it and utilize it to her advantage. Zhu Zhuqing, did you ever bid for a project with Hongji Real Estate Company, Limited? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Mingxian chose to be forthright. During the first half of the offense, Miller and Anthony executed a pick-and-roll, with Anthony taking a decisive jump shot. In the 3rd and 4th matches, Duncan's performance faltered. And in the 5th match, he notably missed 6 consecutive free throws. Even against a team like the Pistons, renowned for their ironclad defense, Duncan found his offensive capabilities curtailed. They seek your design for a cemetery? Zhou was taken aback. He had not anticipated anyone would approach Zhu Zhuqing for such a task. Fan Biz Wang curved his lips into a natural smile, waving towards the stands, which incited even more frenzied cheers from the fans. Wang Panlin's smile deepened. As moonlight shimmered in his pupils, he approached Jian and step by step, then, seemingly indifferent, extended his finger to poke the ludicrous 3-pronged mouth of the rabbit mask. Listening to my elder brother, it seems opening the Black Dragon Scroll is no simple feat, Inquan remarked with a slight squint. As Yang Di took a breather, he reflected on the progress of the NBA. In this league, diligence in training and participation in games would gradually lead to opportunities and the realization of one's worth, a natural progression of growth. In the early hours of the morning, while Li Xiao was still enveloped in the warmth of his beloved, he was abruptly stirred by the cacophony of hurried sounds on the deck. The crew's shouts imbued with excitement. With a sharp command, the 5th elder waved his hand, and the man speaking was instantly obliterated. Following that, it seemed that the misfortunes of the Wind Walker had run their course, as they traversed without encountering any particularly perilous traps. Volume 1, Chapter 28, Personal Revenge. Your intricate schemes will ultimately be your undoing. In the end, your machinations will bring about your own demise. At this moment, Qiao Chong truly regretted the design that led to Xiao Qinyu's demise. He knew that there were far better solutions, yet he chose to resort to schemes instead. Retribution, indeed. Retribution. Suddenly, Qiao Chong burst into laughter. Xiao Qin, did you not wish to kill me? Release Xiao Wu, and I shall divulge a secret. The truth behind Xiao Qinyu's death. Xiao Qin was taken aback. Could there be more to Yu's death than meets the eye? His expression shifted slightly. I do not believe you. Tell me now, and I will consider letting this girl go. Xiao Qin still attempted to haggle. The nurse vaguely sensed this man's formidable status. During lunchtime, he had pulled out a bank card from his pocket, which was empty of cash, and casually revealed its password. Although Count Dracula's gaze was icy, he surprisingly refrained from further aggression, allowing the 3 Captain Americas to escort Tlanchi away. With an unusual glint in his eye, he cast a fleeting glance at the furious old mage Atrus, who was glaring at Cassius and his companions, before refocusing on Cassius, the lackey of Dormammu. Indeed, only by arming oneself more effectively could one navigate the treacherous world outside, Dai Weina stated. According to Hua Fengyun, they had searched for her all day without success, only to discover her at the break of dawn, asleep at the corner of the lake's promenade, surrounded by countless beautiful fireflies and blue butterflies. A sight so enchanting that it felt intrusive to disturb her. Lin Feng activated the novice skill of a thief, Swift Step, increasing his speed by 5 as he dashed towards the pit. This was a level 1 skill granted to thieves upon birth, non-upgradable, though inferior to Gale Step. It still provided a valuable advantage for a novice thief. Tang Yu instinctively glanced at Bai Qi's flat belly. It appeared the abortion had been successful. She had indeed terminated Chun Tiany's child, ironically at his insistence. Unbeknownst to Tang Yu, Bai Qi had never been pregnant. This was merely a ruse to drive Tang Yu away from Xinjiang. I accompanied my elder sister back to her new residence in H City. Situated within a development area with ample greenery and fresh air, named Haidang Garden. Bai Kong lay in a pool of blood, a knife pierced deep into his chest. Blood still dripping down, creating a large crimson puddle beneath him. The police car, seeking to avoid detection, had parked in the underground garage. Keeping a distance from the supermarket and Fuchioi's residence out of fear of being affected by ZY's influence. It would not do to let Chiosen make his own way, thus Lian Juan promptly ordered the vehicle towards Fuchioi's building. Thus, Hua Guofeng and the old curmudgeon hung suspended in midair like two puppets, rendered powerless as two super beings tugged at them from afar. Yuner, around 15 or 16. Of average height yet exquisitely proportioned, with fair skin, a high nose, and red lips, her arched brows framing large eyes that sparkled with a captivating blue-gray hue. Donned a fitted white silk short shirt and a silver-red gauze skirt. The short shirt was exceedingly brief, revealing her soft, fair waist with each movement. It was Li Yao, not Yao Gu, that Shi Guanxiu recognized, understanding that the old lady's dissatisfaction with Li Yao had finally surfaced. Shui Furong pulled her to sit on a bench, while Xiaoli busily ground beans into the mortar. Let brother Xiao find humor in it, she smiled, watching Xiao Shixiang modestly clasp his hands in greeting. Li Lu observed her furtive actions with adoration, but upon hearing the name Yu Hong, his expression instantly turned cold. Lin Feng accepted the storage pouch and, upon opening it, felt his expression darken. Inside were merely over 200 low-grade spirit stones and several tens of thousands in gold tickets. The Naval Engineering University was established in November 1949 and designated as a National Key University in 1963, although it was only 1955. Su Qiao was somewhat aware of the names of key military academies across the nation, which led Qin Liang to apply to the Naval Engineering University based on Su Qiao's advice. Volume 1, Chapter 29. Each has its merits, slender or voluptuous. My dear, you are truly remarkable. Qing Lian lay beside Xiao Chun, panting heavily. My lord, I am still not satisfied. Bai Yu playfully crawled onto Xiao Chun. He halted her advances. Allow me to catch my breath. I have not rested all night. Even a bull would be drained by you. Bai Yu lowered her head, a barely perceptible smirk gracing her lips, while Qing Lian's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. This Xiao Chun was utterly useless, despite having brought 2 soul saints. He still lacked the ability to eliminate Xiao Chang. Should he remain incapable of doing so within a month, then his continued existence would be of no use. Yet, Xiao Chun remained oblivious to their thoughts, yearning for another child. Following a round of enthusiastic applause, Du Rua suddenly snapped back to reality. Glancing over to see Qiao Anming concluding his speech, a smile gracing his features, his profound gaze seemingly unfocused. And Ruoren paid no heed to the whispers and furtive glances around her. In her heart, only Lung Dianxin remained. Moreover, she thought it advantageous to utilize this identity, as it allowed her to temporarily escape from others, which was quite beneficial. Bai Pianran lifted her gaze slightly, immediately catching sight of Mo Jingyuan's dark eyes, which seemed to hold an ink-like gloom, causing her heart to flutter uneasily. Perhaps it was due to her distraction, for her father, usually not very agile, had surprisingly reached the vegetable garden before her. The mech was entirely azure, humanoid with a wolf's head, its primary weapon 2 steel claws reminiscent of a mighty tiger, with a sword as its secondary weapon. Every detail of the mech was meticulously crafted, and combined, they exuded a powerful aura that was indescribable. Each question pierced through Gong Xiaojin's heart like a sharp dagger, leaving him bleeding profusely. She had majored in journalism at university, a field that sounded impressive, yet offered little in terms of career prospects, as her family lacked connections. Entering a television station was out of the question, leaving her to settle for a media company like this one. Wu Lingfeng reached out, silencing his phone, then resumed his actions, gently caressing her beauty, each touch rendering Zhuang Qing lightheaded, as though her body no longer belonged to her. One thing he learned to please the emperor was never to conceal any matters from him. These merchants and shop owners were no strangers to wealth, on the contrary. They had encountered many affluent figures, some even rivaling nations in wealth. So be it, Zhou Chu nodded, understanding that such matters were not open to debate. He had no intention of instigating any changes. Even if they wished to obliterate the Abinate family, it was not the right time, at the very least. They needed a comprehensive plan and strategy. Pei Juanhao had tried countless times to convince himself to forgive that man who deserved 1,000 cuts. For the sake of Jihan and Dudu, believing that Jihan, being so understanding, would surely empathize with him. Initially, Li Ning had little understanding of the true value of medicinal herbs like tooth-matching grass and white-blue grass. At that time, his knowledge was limited, and he naturally undervalued the spirit herbs. Herbs like tooth-matching grass and white-blue grass, if put up for sale, would undoubtedly spark fierce competition among 7th-tier experts. It seems that at first, Li Ningxuan did not take such medication seriously. That evening, General Andy of Icacia, accompanied by 2 soldiers clad in dark attire, arrived at the entrance of Qian Pass. The sky had completely darkened, and the guards at Qian Pass could only rely on the flickering torches to perceive their surroundings. Tianfu. Cease at once. The Empress Dowager is on the verge of fainting, one exclaimed, astonished that Tianfu had struck Chancellor Han twice immediately after her utterance. Upon hearing these words, Jiangyi felt a jolt of shock, as if struck by a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily speechless. At this moment, Gorbachev had returned from Crimea, only to find himself in a different nation, a land where he was no longer the central figure. Director, let us retreat, suggested a male aide, filled with profound grief and anger after having collected the bodies of several police officers. Chapter 30. Xiao Wu reveals her heartfelt sentiments. The inaugural match at the Soto Grand Seoul Arena commenced. With the announcer's resonant voice echoing, the crowd erupted in cheers. Chao Chang, Xiao Wu, give it your all. Sakurai Akazuki had somehow procured 2 thick, white cheer sticks adorned with cherry blossoms, vigorously clapping them. Ming Yiran accepted 2 red cheer sticks from Ma Hongjun and joined in the applause. Ma Hongjun, clutching a pile of snacks, squeezed next to Sui Hua, offering her a treat. Sui Hua, with her straight bangs and short purple hair, dressed in a simple white dress, sweet as a lark, picked up a pristine handkerchief to dab the sweat from Ma Hongjun's forehead. Under the coalition's actions, leaders from around the globe issued orders for their military forces to enter a state of heightened combat readiness. Though they were mere mortals, they were citizens of Earth, and safeguarding their homeland was their solemn duty. Do not be so rash. Is it the Li Fire Temple that is seen through your strength? What a grand jest. Mu Sheching chuckled. Both the members of the ancient Three Mysteries sect and the Thunder Emperor Palace stepped forward, but halted upon hearing a slight cough. The elder in red robe began to explain the conflicts among the 3 major families within the Eternal Frenzy City. What components does the world truly require to be called a world? And what constitutes the foundation of that world? Master Wooding, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly. How is your health? Liu greeted from a distance with a warm smile. If this time, Yu Guiqiang sought his assistance for other matters, Qin Feng would decline. However, when it came to issues concerning humanity's survival, even if he could potentially evade this calamity alone, what of his parents, relatives, and friends? Both retreated a dozen meters, their toes swiftly tapping the ground to stabilize their explosive forms, their expression somber. Upon hearing Yao Yingying's words, all attention was drawn to Mu Kuei, eager to discern his response. In the vast void, Xiaoping searched diligently until he finally discovered a suitable hiding place for the puppet Imperial city. The rocky armor on Kadong gleamed with a metallic luster, a result of its extraordinarily high density. Aren't you also a gatekeeper? Being a gatekeeper is quite good, the pay is high, and serving princess makes one quite esteemed among relatives and friends, Lu Dawei remarked with a grin. Meanwhile, as Shui Wan and Kelsegard had plotted, another continent far across the world sensed the looming threat from the Burning Legion. By command of the leader, Huang Fujun, then left a personal phone number for Ling Miaoka. The surrounding disciples of the sword cult stood stunned. The master of the gun hall was actually the ancestor of the young man before them. No wonder that gun technique was so formidable. Even the aftermath had sent several golden core cultivators flying. Upon hearing the words of the fox spirit, her form quivered, her eyes darting before she ultimately shook her head. The fox, being inherently clever, especially one that had attained sentience, would certainly assess the situation. The following day, Daka rose early, waiting outside the conference room, much to George's surprise. How laughable, you provoked me first, and now, after I have claimed a few lives, you dare to boast here. Do you truly believe you can sweep everyone aside? You dare to provoke me. I will still slay you. Yi Tianhao sneered, the blood-slaughter divine sword emanating a brilliant crimson light, confronting Xianhan coldly. After much time spent together, both Yi Tianhao and Shi Dikun regarded Chu Yu with great fondness, treating her as a beloved younger sister. Whatever she requested, they would readily comply. Within his limbs, a powerful surge of blood energy roared silently like a dragon. The radiance of his golden form stabilized, and the wind blades and thunder arcs enveloped him, not only failing to diminish that brilliance but also allowing Tang Yin to absorb strands of power from it. Chapter 31. The plans of Qinglian and Biyue. There is no greater happiness than the warmth of a kitchen filled with the aroma of cooking and a home filled with love. 1 month later, in Xiao Chen's room. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Qinglian repeated thrice as the cold blade pierced Xiao Chen's heart. His hand clutched tightly around Qinglian's, who grasped the hilt, his eyes filled with anguish, confusion, and reluctance. Biyue tightened her grip around his neck, her face fierce as she urged, Qinglian, quickly, deliver 2 more strikes. Once this waste is dead, we can leave this place. Qinglian hesitated, her hand trembling. She was pregnant. If she killed Xiao Chun, she would forever lose her beloved. What would she tell their child when they asked where their father was? As Lu Mingwang beheld Lu Yaoxi's plight, she could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. What? Xiao Mingyu asked, lifting her gaze. Indeed. A large section of the ceiling was precariously hanging above them, swaying as if it might fall at any moment. It should not be old Master Ouyang. My brother has already stated he trusts him, Qian Shui quietly reassured herself. Thus, it was imperative to properly handle the corpses of these mutated beings. The simplest method would be to incinerate them collectively. For others, this might pose a significant challenge, but for Yilin, it was a straightforward task. Thanks to his spatial abilities, everyone was aware that the Gu family had lost their military authority in the West, akin to a tiger missing its teeth. Their mere 30,000 troops were insufficient to contend with those superpowers. At that moment, a shared thought crossed everyone's mind. The time had come to hunt the Gu family. Now that the deer had been lost, Principal Gao Yu expressed his apologies as the numerous ethereal Taoists surrounding the Pure Young Temple began discussing matters concerning the temple's master. The Yu family was indeed one of the prominent families in Jinling City, and the only one to unequivocally ally with Governor Chun, primarily operating a silk dyeing workshop. Under their stewardship lay thousands of acres of mulberry trees, making them one of the top 10 silk merchants in the entire Daliang nation. In the darkness, Tang Can's vision was limited, yet he vaguely perceived 2 red points resembling bugs that seemed to hover in the air. While everyone laughed heartily and boisterously, Gu Ili's snoring was even louder, showing no signs of waking. Prior to their arrival, Luo Jieli had informed Nailanchuer that today she would accompany Zhua Zijing to the professor's quarters, and Nailanchuer needed only to listen quietly from the side. With a slight twist of her wrist, she intended to place the palm lotus into her storage ring. A flying dagger, forged from golden spiritual energy, shot forth, interrupting Gu Ling's attempt to stow the palm lotus into her storage ring. The affluent villa district is under strict, closed management, preventing outsiders from entering. Residents must swipe their cards to gain access. Was it you I encountered by the seaside in America? Lan Li's eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. Xiao Xian, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly mixed a drink of vodka and whiskey, then handed it to Long Xiao. Suddenly, Gu Ling furrowed her brow as the water in the bathtub began to tremble as if boiling. Large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. The divine weapon ritual commenced. The newly captured prisoners were bound in chains, beginning to construct altars from stones. With limited stones available, the divine weapon masters summoned their powers, illuminating the area, transforming the earth into solid granite. Unable to suppress his desire to possess her, Gao Yuan's breath quickened. The external temperature continued to rise, causing the heat within the energy shield to escalate as well. Gao Yuan aimed to completely sever this transfer of heat, yet feared it might disrupt his connection to the energy source. The first mate shook his head in resignation, smiling wryly. There were only 5 lifeboats available. Who could he let depart? He found himself at a loss for a final decision. Upon witnessing the scene, Shangguan Songyun was momentarily stunned, then wretched, having never before encountered such a horrifying sight. In contrast, those within the formation fared even worse, as invisible forces bore down upon them, causing Yunlei Jinren to tremble violently and spit forth a mouthful of blood. Volume 1, Chapter 32, Fury. At Shrek Academy, Meng ran, having bid farewell to her grandparents in the early morning, knocked on the door of Chao Chang and Xiao Wu. Chao Chang, Xiao Wu, you 2 lazybones, rise and shine. The sun is already up. In the room, Xiao Wu, sprawled atop Chao Chang, twitched her fluffy ears, brushing them against his face. Chao Chang opened his eyes and gestured for Xiao Wu to rise. Xiao Wu clung tightly to Chao Chang, refusing to let him leave, exclaiming, I shall reveal myself as a stunning 18-year-old beauty for you. Chao Chang inhaled deeply, the air suffused with the scent of vinegar. He chuckled. You know that I am only interested in mature beauties. You pose no threat to me. However, she was dressed too scantily, and he feared. Chini nodded. Realizing that she had overthought the matter, Shui Hui's heart remained as clear as a mirror. Feng Bai licked the sesame around his mouth, innocently gazing at the basket of pastries, momentarily perplexed by the unfolding events. Her cultivation level was still at the late stage of the innate 11th rank. Having ascended through serendipitous encounters with the cleansing grass and subsequent insights, rather than through conventional training methods, everything was as she had envisioned. When the assault craft finally docked, Shaolin stepped onto solid ground, filled with a sense of renewal as the city's gasoline-laced scent wafted through the air, invigorating his very cells. As the words left his lips, Su Jiao's cheeks flushed crimson. She lowered her head, secretly delighted. Fang Fan sensed something extraordinary upon first glance. He intended to probe further, but found himself mingling with islanders. Yuan Yudai, initially curious about whether Nanshu resembled his video persona, was utterly convinced upon seeing him in person, though the primary suspect was the second prince, after much contemplation. She wondered why he would go to such lengths to have her bear him a child to perpetuate the Phoenix Mystery's energy. When had the master's affairs become a matter for a servant to question? The words startled LV he, rendering her speechless as she knelt, watching Chini depart. Feeling something was amiss, and stealthily followed. In Shui Tenxiang's eyes flickered a hint of regret. She glanced back at the sovereign, noting his indifference to the loss of the hostage, which slightly eased her heart. She immediately concealed all softness, her voice dripping with resentment. He involuntarily furrowed his brow, expressing that in the realm of Lingwu, spiritual bodies could only be innate, with no means of accumulation through external means. He would not act ruthlessly in any circumstance. And moreover, there was no significant enmity between Conan and Duoj. His gaze swept across the area, spotting passers-by nearby. Approaching them, he discovered that both were at the second rank, one in the early stage and the other in the mid-stage, demonstrating formidable strength, evidently drawn together by the ancient ruins. From the varied colors of the disciples' attire at each collapse site, he deduced that each sect nearby was likely responsible for a specific collapse. The dishes were prepared the day before, and today they would be placed in the steamer. Once the guests arrived, the steaming dishes would be presented from the bamboo trays, inviting them to indulge in the culinary delights. Shuangqi looked at Qi with confusion. When had she developed a fondness for embroidery? She had always avoided such activities, claiming that it would squander her time studying medicine, thus she had hardly ever engaged in embroidery. After pondering for a moment, he recalled that some of the corpses bore spiritual artifacts, and he promptly retrieved an iron shield from one of them. Xin Tianfei smiled gently, suddenly sensing something amiss. Clearing his throat, he stifled his smile, realizing he had not laughed in quite some time. This fleeting smile, though ephemeral, caused a slight ache in his face, and discomfort in the corners of his eyes. Had laughter become so unfamiliar and awkward to him? Yiling Long mused that her illiterate mother had truly never seen the world. Believing that with her family's riches and her own beauty, she would marry into a wealthy household in town and live a life free of worries, enjoying a life of luxury. Volume 1, Chapter 33, A Warm Welcome to Master Erlong. The fierce flames roared like a maddened lion, ruthlessly obliterating all obstacles in its path. The Academy's students, resembling startled fawns, hurriedly leaped from their rooms. The irate Xiao Wu soared into the air, launching a fierce assault on the arsonist above. Flander surveyed the surroundings, locking onto another soul saint, his cat-eagle martial spirit manifesting as he unleashed a sharp attack. The other two soul emperors, Li Yusong and Tang Do, took it upon themselves to protect the Shrek students. The four soul saints represented the pinnacle of combat power here. The battle scene was dazzling and intensely fierce. However, it was clear to all. Jin Yang and Li Shimin, having hurried back, were informed that they would remain in Jinyang, missing the opportunity for great accomplishments. She did not wish to deceive Wu Bing. There was nothing to conceal. Everyone was aware of her relationship with Yi Junxian, and now she bore his child, clarifying their bond. Wu Bing had likely suspected as much. His inquiry was merely to confirm. Yet this situation was different. According to Shi Shikai, the annual grand event of the Jingyan would gather the most notable figures in Luoyang. Such an important occasion warranted showcasing the Juing. As the resounding voice echoed, the recovery talisman in Yifeng's storage ring activated automatically, clearly drawn by the formation. The pentagram on the talisman glowed faintly before shattering. Zhao Ruaji sighed. So? It is like this. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the forbidden zone, catching Zhao Ruaji and the others off guard. This was the Dark World Hall's restricted area. Could the dark-clad figures intend to breach the rules and intrude? Xiao Fengstian understood that as long as Yelvaluo was present, the king of Qin could never be crowned as the crown prince. Thus, he had already set his sights on the brother-in-law and sister-in-law of Emperor Tianzhua, consistently seeking ways to deal with Yelvu too. After much difficulty, he finally found an opportunity. He calmly observed the vehicle's fuel tank, discreetly aiming his pistol at it. His finger tightening on the trigger. Was everything about to conclude like this? Li Gang sat down with Xiao Ming to analyze the current situation. Presently, Crown Prince Zhao Huan was acting as regent, but his position was increasingly unstable. The sixth son of Huizong, Prince Zhao Kai, was the most formidable contender. Speaking of Zhao Kai, he was no ordinary character. Among Huizong's 11 sons, he was the most favored. Of course, this dream had yet to bear fruit. However, at this juncture, it was not the time for such discussions. Yet among these 7, Zhang Han, who could be described as a fierce general, was merely a reckless youth. Essentially a spear in the hand of King Li Xian. Wherever the king pointed, Zhang Han would strike, never knowing how to retreat. Thus, this individual could be ruled out as a peer to Bai Qi. Get lost. Don't speak nonsense. I don't even know her name. She invited me to dinner today. I'm helping you. Nianmu Lei rolled his eyes. Chen Song, visiting such a place for the first time, found the environment unappealing, murky and devoid of spiritual essence. The energy within his dantian shrank into a tight ball upon entering. Less than 2 zhang away from Shangji, Huan Xiong stood with his axe raised towards the sky, assuming a pose as if to cleave the heavens. The group from Pingzhou, sensing the urgency, immediately quickened their pace. After passing Yimingqi, they did not enter the city but instead headed to a villa on the outskirts. At the entrance of the courtyard hung a red paper lantern, exuding an eerie aura. The vast expanse of uncultivated land in the Icelandic countryside posed a persistent challenge regarding the delineation of private properties. With a mere discussion with the town government, Chen Song could easily expand his land holdings. Having offended Jiu'er due to his intoxication, he was destined to suffer hunger and cold here. He had no intention of showing kindness by bringing her back. At this moment, if Li Zhe were to command them to supply provisions to Zhang Jia, it would be akin to placing them on a spit over an open flame. Jin Yang, upon hearing Zhu Xia's snoring, smiled softly. He dared not sleep, keeping his eyes wide open as he gazed into the distance. Volume 1, Chapter 34, Chao Chong. When do you intend to claim us? Fear, tears, and despair flickered in Qinglian's eyes simultaneously. Her hands trembled, barely able to hold the small pendant. It was a gift from Xiaoqin for their future child, inscribed with the characters Lai Fu. Shall I Fu? Qinglian gently caressed her belly, vowing to nurture this child to adulthood. There were still many words left unspoken to Xiao Chen. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the words remained unuttered. The golden sacred dragon struck, and blood blossomed amidst the raging winds. Xiao Chen was torn asunder in an instant, offering no resistance whatsoever. The 7 soul masters, witnessing this, fled with even greater haste. Yet, how could a soul saint outrun? Damn it, tell me, what exactly have you done to Xiao Xiao? Lan Ge suddenly roared at a Qi, this sudden outburst shattering the last vestige of hope within a Qi's heart, having finally sent the old man away. Yinjun was in high spirits, lavishly praising his younger brother. Observing the various creatures of the forest, birds, rabbits, and wild chickens, desperately fleeing. Those that lagged behind were already engulfed in flames, emitting horrific cries, having been roasted alive before reaching Ling Yi and the others. Ling Yi was puzzled as to why. Upon mentioning Si Yuchen, he also brought up Si Nuo. Yet, compared to the former, she felt a certain fondness for the latter. Her heart raced uncontrollably. In meeting his profound gaze, Jiang Wan felt an inexplicable panic welling up within her. Lu Cha-Qing, being the pinnacle of the killing lineage, embodied the essence of slaughter. And it was no exaggeration to say that upon his emergence from seclusion, he would undoubtedly be the most formidable expert in the world. Since you have arrived, let us commence. Han Ning smiled, feigning magnanimity as he gestured invitingly. As the two collided midair, they fused into one. But this forced amalgamation instantly sparked a fierce conflict, an acute clash between different cultivation systems. What a splendid opportunity! Yuchen roared, launching a powerful punch toward Shiman chasing Snow's heart. His true energy swirled around his fists, as if he were wearing boxing gloves. Thanks to the effect of the purple heart blood demon pill, Yuchen's strength had notably surged, nearing the 4th level of the Soul Sea realm. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended, as if it would topple Baiyujin from its pedestal. What is happening? What is 5270 doing? Wasn't it supposed to take Xiao Baizhu to join the coalition? Why is it heading back instead? Guo Sihai hurriedly followed, subtly gesturing to Xia Zilin. Xia Zilin's face paled, and she lowered her head, making her way toward the room where Yao Li Feng was located. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with astonishment. Shouldn't the emperor be angry? In the past, if anyone dared to refer to themselves as a lady of the palace, the emperor would not have remained so composed and unresponsive. Was he merely biding his time to settle the score later? Why, knowing full well he still desires you, would you rather raise 2 children alone than reconcile with him? What momentous event could compel you to make such a choice? When the swan spoke earnestly, her presence exuded an undeniable authority, prompting me to willingly recount the entire sequence of events to her. Are you referring to Luo Biao? Xian Yuan Tianyue glanced at Murong Xingxiao and interjected suddenly. The 9-eyed lava salamander had also locked onto Zhong Yang and Su Ying, its 9 blue eyes narrowing as it roared and prepared to charge forward. Murong Che was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his subordinate, who understood the cue and gracefully leaped to stand before the 3, extending a courteous demeanor towards Long Muhan. It was not that she had never considered surrender. Death was far easier than living. In her darkest hour, it was he who extended a hand to her. The shopkeeper felt a pang of guilt. He truly did not wish to waste materials and genuinely wanted to create something remarkable. Your life and death are dictated by national law. I, the crown prince, disdain to kill an unarmed person, Lu Xian declared calmly as he drew the snake-slaying sword. The surrounding crowd recognized Lin Yi's identity, most of them standing firmly on one side. As Zhou Ping initiated the gamble, he naturally refrained from placing his wager on Lin Yi, which aligned perfectly with Lin Yi's intentions. Volume 1, Chapter 35, Mysterious Scales. Xiao Chang gazed in astonishment at Meng Yuran and Sakurai Akizuki, bewildered by the notion that he had inadvertently given them any indication leading to such a misinterpretation. The 2 young women, equally transfixed, regarded him with unwavering eyes, eagerly anticipating his response. Are you serious? Xiao Chang inquired, taking a deep breath. In unison. They nodded their heads. But you are merely in your teenage years. Xiao Chang's lips twitched slightly. Yet we are fond of you. When one loves, one must offer the finest treasures. Xiao Chang found himself at a loss for words. Please, do not jest. When you reach adulthood, and if you still harbor feelings for me, then perhaps we shall see. Both girls chimed in unison, a glint of cunning flashing in their eyes. This was a lion's den. However, since they were to confront the Wang family, it was only fitting to dress with an air of seriousness. Upon returning to his room, Qin Ming was taken aback by the data displayed on the Weibo page on his desktop. In such circumstances, one would typically bring more people along, but the Hong Kong and Taiwan businessman Guijia insisted on solitude, deeming it wasteful to bring a large entourage. Lu Dan disembarked from the carriage and inquired with a passerby for directions to the general's residence, promptly making her way there. That day, the academy was bustling with visitors, including Wang Fugue and the dapper gentleman from the underworld, along with a notable number of demons, all appearing in human form. Wang Lingwei and the dean were preoccupied with attending to their needs. At that moment, I was utterly bewildered. Was this truly happening to me? After pondering for a moment, Qin Ming nodded and only left after watching Cheng Xian ascend the stairs. Once home, he began recording a video. Yumei Shi, aware of the day's events, intended to offer some words of comfort but found the door firmly shut upon his return. Meanwhile, Qinglong was oblivious to Yunchen's words. Fixated instead on the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was incessantly nudging at his pant leg, his expression somewhat peculiar. Qin Ming inserted the key into the lock, turning it while listening to the crisp sound that echoed in his ears, his anticipation growing ever stronger. Upon hearing Qinglong's inquiry, Yunshen did not withhold information, but rather articulated the function of the memory eraser. Beside him sat the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Li Group, commonly known as Liena, who was just beginning to mature. After sprinting approximately 300 to 400 meters, Wu Yazi glanced back to see 100 guards rushing towards them. The timing was right. This emboldened Wu Yaoda, who frequently made advances towards Yu Fenglian, leaving her with no recourse but to evade. One fateful afternoon, when Wu Feizhu was absent and only Wu Yaoda and Yu Fenglian remained at home, he stealthily infiltrated her room. She was quite satisfied with Yi Zheng's response. Aware that she might not possess the beauty of Si Xian, yet her maturity and her proudly voluptuous figure were her distinct advantages. Initially, she thought that experiencing such a scene would render her too bashful to fight back, yet surprisingly, her lost fighting spirit was swiftly restored. Darren Collins boasted excellent physical prowess. Jim O'Brien once remarked that with his attributes, he could undoubtedly become the best defensive player for the Pacers. The reality was stark. Shashangu was no longer just an ordinary village. It housed a treasure, an ecological fish farm, and notably, a burgeoning star. Wei Xian did not provide a specific timeline, but mentioned he would do his utmost to arrange a helicopter. Whether it would be successful was still too early to determine. Seeing Su Wuwei resort to lethal measures displeased Su Tianzi, who admonished, "Wu Wei, what are you doing?" With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a spatial freezing spell. A flash of purple light enveloping Wu Wei as the surrounding space froze. After lunch, he leisurely wandered to the area where Jean Zhuer resided, compelling her, who spent all day watching television, to bask in the sun, while introducing her to Qin Weiwei. Volume 1, Chapter 36, The Unusual Behavior of Xiao Wu. In the sunset forest, the crimson sun set the entire sea of clouds ablaze, resembling a weary elder fading into the mountains after unleashing its final brilliance. The golden afterglow gradually painted the tops of the towering trees, with nightfall looming. The darkness of sunset forest was shrouded in shadows, chilling and sanguinary. A young boy, crouched low, stealthily approached along a thick tree trunk, eyeing a venomous snake, its forked tongue flickering, poised to strike a two-headed fire lizard exceeding a meter in length. The boy's gaze reflected fatigue, vigilance, and ruthless intent. Sasha, 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 the boy spun around upon hearing a rustle, only to realize it was merely the wind stirring the leaves. Not far off, Noah extended his hands, gathering immense energy that gradually transformed into a cloud-like form. At this moment, Jihan felt elated, waiting for the gifts to accumulate before logging into the game with the ID, "I am not a god." Lin Feng frowned, gripping his palm with one hand. Just as a startled cry pierced the air, Lin Feng would not hold a grudge against Tong Qian. He was confident in his drinking prowess, unperturbed by anyone. The flying fire blade, a top-tier technique, was indeed formidable within the Wu Wei sect, capable of cleaving hills over 70 feet high within 100 yards. One of Qin Shuang's signature skills. A wave of doubt emerged among the crowd, but it dissipated almost instantly as those who had ascended to the Yuanling realm suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment, collectively raising their heads. All uncertainties unraveling in that fleeting moment. With a sweeping strike, the resulting blade light stretched for miles, blood-red and translucent, cleaving the heavens and earth. Sitiyu had similar intentions, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered in his heart, as if something crucial escaped his notice. He sought to concentrate, but the pressure exerted by Lin Yu was overwhelming, leaving him hesitant to divert his attention to trivial matters. "Do not approach. This is Mirage City. If you kill us, you shall never leave alive," the tiger-headed orc threatened. This extravagant act utterly reshaped the media and public's perception of domestic tycoons. In previous auto shows, the spotlight was often on Wang Tsong, the son of the nation's wealthiest man. Every time he attended an auto show, casually spending hundreds of millions on cars, he would inevitably trend on Weibo, sparking widespread discussion. Zhou Badong promptly summoned his carriage for Wang Chong'ong, who without hesitation lifted the curtain and settled inside. Zhou Batong walked ahead with hands clasped, leading the group towards the Zhou family estate. Alas, Xia Wanju had endured 6 months as a bride, lamenting that she might be the first bride in the world to have been married for half a year. Indra shouted sharply, gripping Huang Ren's sword tightly, as the golden divine blade erupted with a searing brilliance, akin to 100 suns exploding, illuminating the cosmos. Now that the dragon and phoenix seal had emerged, he hoped to secure one of the remaining legacies, Xian or Hu, to grow stronger and silently protect her. "Mother, good morning. Do you need something?" Jean Ziming emerged from the bathroom clad in a white robe, a towel in hand to dry his hair. Simultaneously, aside from the deceased Alice and the unconscious Li Jiaohua, Lu Zifei remained present. The remaining officials gathered around the Qi men to form a defensive line. The few attendants who accompanied the crown prince were commanded to retreat, and Qingrang also stood up to withdraw outside the room. She slightly raised her gaze towards her father, her eyes brimming with reluctance, but before she could utter a word, Duan Muanrue, understanding Qingrang's feelings, refrained from looking at her, fearing to arouse the crown prince's suspicions. What was she to do? Yin Xiaoxiao felt it was absurd. She was merely a puppet, manipulated by others. When did she acquire such authority? He, indeed, overestimated her. However, in the secluded mountain, things were different. Her fellow disciples surely harbored the same thoughts. Once they perfected their own cultivation, they could guide others as well. Inhiwa remarked. Volume 1. Chapter 37. Xiao Wu has been led astray. What a chilling wind. Xiao Wu wrapped her sleeves tightly and ran towards the fire not far away. Her long, scorpion-tailed braids swayed in the air, like a carefree vine dancing amidst the branches of a grand tree, lifted by the breeze. Yet, Xiao Chang could sense that Xu Wu was not particularly joyful. Something weighed on her heart. While sitting with the masters, enjoying the barbecue, Xiao Chang could not help but ponder the cause of Xiao Wu's discontent. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice when Dai Mubai handed him a roasted leg of lamb. Dai Mubai settled beside him, draping his right arm over Xiao Chang's shoulder, asking, "What are you thinking about, Xiao Chang?" Xiao Chang finally regained his senses and shook his head. Dania stared at Wu Xin's emotionless face, which resembled a stone statue, and was utterly terrified. Feng Qianyu instinctively expressed her gratitude, noticing that the long robe had fallen, completely covering Jiang Zhuofang's figure. She felt a surge of appreciation in her heart, but Jiang Zhuofang remained unmoving, his head and hands still. This sensation made Chitian somewhat uneasy, compounded by the decaying odor that lingered. Only after a considerable time did he take measured steps deeper into the ghostly mountain. Although the scene remained unchanged, with a shadow seemingly struck by lightning and appearing to fall onto the sea's surface, it reappeared in an instant. Yet this time, Yang Yin could distinctly sense that it had sustained some injury. His gaze, filled with astonishment, fell upon the purple-clad steward before him. Xiao Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips slightly parted, her charming face etched with incredulity. "You guessed correctly, I have not come to discuss collaboration with you. However, I do seek your assistance," Gu Xiao stated. Just as Jiamu faced a life-threatening moment, an unexpected event occurred. A gray-black beam of light abruptly emerged, slicing through space and striking the man, piercing him directly. Yu Guiyuan witnessed Meng Xian transform into a beam of light that soared behind him, landing in the bag he carried. Ahead lay the heavenly steps, comprising 81 tiers, beside which stood a stone tablet inscribed with 16 characters. Difficult to ascend the heavenly steps, all flavors tasted. Do not look back. Life and death beneath your feet. Bai Shu crouched beside Luo Shaolan, gently patting her shoulder. Luo Shaolan leaned into Bai Shu's embrace, her tears soaking his clothing. A resounding crash echoed as a massive hand struck the water's surface, sending torrents of waves soaring, the fierce winds howling, and waves dozens of meters high radiating outward from the center of impact. While Wu Xian reveled in the moment, she remained unaware that there were classrooms on the 6th floor, directly facing the piano room, where Li Yifeng and others studied. Just as Liang Feilong began to speak, the melodious strains of the piano floated through the air. Su Julia headed to the restroom, simply washing his hair, completely unconcerned that Xiao Wanxin might vanish in his territory upon her return. Did I hear correctly? How could someone be calling for help around here? He scratched his head, puzzled, for this area was supposed to be uninhabited. Was it possible that she would never have the hope of winning back his heart? She began to despise her own selfishness. Serves her right. The pent-up anger and fatigue accumulated since registration reached a peak, and she simply walked away. Upon returning, she was met with a scolding from Qiaoyun, but offered no response, remaining silent and indifferent. Each word pierced her heart. A mere glance, a single phrase, or a fleeting expression could dissect her feelings so profoundly. Regardless of the angle, Ni Hamo felt an unprecedented respect well up within him. "Grandfather, I crave crowd." Yet, Lin grandfather was not home, while Lin grandmother was washing things by the well outside. Qin Do spoke, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lin Shuang, only to see her slowly shake her head. He cautiously glanced towards the right side, where a pristine white expanse lay, undisturbed by even the slightest breeze. Still, he did not dare to be careless. Lawrence was equally frustrated. Were it not for the throng of adventurers gathered in this forest, they would have long since claimed the rewards from Carly and found a comfortable spot to enjoy a drink. The jarring sound of gunfire drowned out the cries of the men opposite, leaving only a buzzing echo in everyone's ears, rendering them oblivious to any movements from the other side. In Volume 1, Chapter 38, What is a Soul Saint? Gazing at the blasted purple flame tiger, which soared like a colossal ball, propelled over 10 meters high, all eyes followed its descending arc with bated breath. Suddenly, everyone's hearts raced as a 2-meter-long spike loomed beneath where the purple flame tiger was about to fall. If it landed there, it would surely meet its demise. Wang Sheng's heart tightened, while Dai Mubai felt intensely embarrassed. All he had wanted was to showcase his skills in front of the upperclassmen, to draw their attention. Yet what had unfolded was a complete blunder. Just as the purple flame tiger was about to be impaled by the spike, a vine shot forth like a lightning serpent, wrapping around it in an instant. "Shark brother, look, someone's coming over there." This time, it was a large figure, adorned with a red shark tattoo. Huang Shan, through the telescope, spotted the gliding red shark and shouted excitedly. The formidable and imposing demon sword too emerged, exuding a powerful aura. Evidently having inherited the strength of its predecessor, Erzi, quick to act, turned to flee but was seized by Zhang Hao. After a detailed inquiry, Zhang Hao learned that Zhang Dashan's sister had married into the town. Although her family was not particularly affluent, it was undoubtedly better than life in the mountains. Unbeknownst to the monster, each impact it made on the ocean floor generated colossal waves on the surface. Not only in the Bermuda Triangle but also in the Indian and Arctic Oceans, wreaking havoc on passing vessels. Ming Kiki approached the Ape Demon King, her overwhelming celestial power radiating from her, clearly ready for battle. By the way, could you procure one of those for me? If I could corrupt it. My most powerful weapon could be wielded in this world, Li Dao inquired, looking at the ancestral dragon's corpse within the dragon coffin. Chu Feng was fully aware that it was the crumbling heaven tower that had saved him. He had clearly overheard the dialogue between the crumbling heaven tower and the ancestral dragoness phantom, sensing something amiss. Thus, Director Liu attempted to place a call. But after a lengthy wait, he received no answer, or was told the line was busy. Clearly, the other party was unwilling to engage. There was no time to ponder further. Yu Zhaoyi's life hung in the balance. I patted his shoulder, instructing him and Hebia to protect everyone on the shore. I had the method of avoiding water from the Xianmin and could remain submerged for half a day without issue. Yu Zhaoyi must not come to harm. With that, I dove into the river with a splash. Lucia, her friend in Paris, could not bear the thought of Leslie misunderstanding her, especially since Lucia was carrying Leslie's child. How could he speak of her in such a manner? If Lucia were to find out, how heartbroken she would be. Utilizing the skills of tilling the land, I identified the flaw in the Wolfang Wind Fist and launched a counterattack targeting that weakness within a short span. Moreover, like an elder, I specifically cautioned them that life in the camp was not as easy as it seemed, urging them to conserve their expenditures. After class, I headed to the activity room, for she had been nagging me about it all day. I truly dared not contemplate the consequences of my absence. Come, let me introduce you. This beautiful comrade from the People's Police is none other than the Rose of the Shanghai Police Force, Captain Ouyang Liena. I promptly introduced Ouyang to them. Upon first seeing my uniquely hideous postmodern hairstyle in the mirror, I wished to faint from embarrassment and never awaken. Take the princess back. Yet he did not forget this matter, turning back to sternly issue orders to Yin Ming. Shen Wanyu lifted her cup and took a sip. Raising her gaze to meet Chu Mohan's, she felt an odd difference in him today, despite his usual tenderness and indulgence. Yet, she distinctly sensed that his words seemed to carry some deeper message. And Ji's eyes darted back and forth between them, sensing that significant revelations were about to be unveiled. In Volume 1, Chapter 39, The Heaven Do Auction House. Dean Flander, shall we pay a visit to the auction house? After the crowd had dispersed, Xiao Chong turned to Flander and said. Flander paused momentarily. Are you implying? Xiao Chong nodded, realizing that solely relying on the grand tournament to earn soul coins was a sluggish endeavor. I wish to sell some elixirs in exchange for cultivation resources. This is a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly support you. Zhao Wuji chuckled warmly, patting Xiao Chong on the shoulder. The master nodded gently. Lu Erlong, with his arms wrapped around the great bear, remarked, I'm indifferent. After all, I have nothing else to occupy my time. As Lu Erlong spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the master, who deftly evaded Lu Erlong's gaze. Xiao Chong chuckled and declared, then let us set forth. He placed Xiao Wu upon his shoulder. As for whether his gestures of goodwill would yield any benefits, only time would reveal the truth. Nonetheless, these were preliminary steps he had to undertake. After all, the rise of Zhang Tianhou in such circumstances was intricately linked to Yang Wenji's prudent nature. Had Yang Wenji recklessly sought to eliminate Zhang Tianhou, even with his remarkable abilities, he would not have achieved his current stature. To contend with the military blade, Feng Linwan's immediate priority was to undergo a transformation, shifting from a campus force to a hybrid of academic and societal influence. Han Yicheng opted not to summon the driver and chose instead to hail a taxi back to the villa. Upon arriving home, he sank into melancholy on the sofa. She had initially believed that gaining admission to his school would bridge the gap between them, only to realize that their relationship had merely transitioned from friends to classmates. To think, you traitorous remnants still wish to escape this place? Imo remarked with a cold laugh. Upon uttering these words, the opposing sorcerers' faces darkened, indicating their palpable fear of Imo's threat. In the courtyard of the elder, Yu succinctly recounted the events surrounding Shiyu. Meanwhile, Yang Chao's attitude finally provoked Xiaoyu, who violently yanked his arm down, preventing him from continuing his game. The combination of these two heroes alongside Windrunner was formidable, resembling a composition poised for rapid advancement. The unfolding events were entirely beyond Elena's expectations. She had believed that her combat prowess alongside the sorcerers was exceptionally robust, even capable of challenging the Sky Knights. Thus, considering Dink's overtures as mere attempts to win her over, the world seemed to freeze for a moment as the Sage of Sacred Words sensed an inexplicable disturbance. Yet there was no time to turn and investigate. In that fleeting instant, the only one capable of movement, apart from the archer who released the arrow, was a lone human. There were still unvoiced aspirations, yet they bore no relevance to the current matters at hand. How about it? I bear no animosity towards you. Becoming my disciple should pose no issues, correct? After a brief moment of awkwardness, the Dragon Master redirected the discourse towards the matter of apprenticeship. Below the divine dragon, a colossal and sacred cauldron stood, infused with ancestral bloodlines and potent lineage energy, all converging within it. Although she could not comprehend their tongue, Shui'er understood that these individuals were truly malevolent to an extreme degree. Observing this, Xiaohe and Quang Qi rallied several flag bearers to confront the adversaries in a standoff. The next moment, Ae opened his eyes, startled to find the elder, third elder, fifth elder, and sixth elder gazing intently at him. The winds, clouds, and lightning roared incessantly, scattering countless remnants of clouds. The sky instantly transformed into a clear expanse. Following this, numerous blazing white swords of light materialized in the void, each appearing capable of rending the heavens and manipulating the stars with terrifying might. He had initially assumed that the evil spirit would surely perish, but unexpectedly, within the Qiankuan cauldron, a unique force shielded the remnants of the evil spirit's soul. Tianhong Baolin did not depart immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, meticulously examining the soul to ensure there were no issues before soaring toward Tianhong Baohua. Chun Fan employed introspection, examining his body thoroughly. His meridians and dantian appeared intact, and even his spiritual sea and spirit platform, including the Purple Mansion, had been scrupulously assessed, leaving no room for suspicion. In the first volume, Chapter 40, Bidding for the Catgirl, was Flanders a ruse? Osvik gazed at Ning Rongrong's innocent smile, yearning to lift her up, strip her of her trousers, and deliver a resounding slap to her backside. It felt as if she were playing mind games with herself. Withdrawing now would allow her to retain a shred of dignity, but continuing would either lead to being duped or manipulated. For 50,000 gold soul coins was the absolute limit for this Xiang Dan. Alas, time to focus on cultivation. Sister, your skills are remarkable. I concede defeat. Congratulations to this young lady for acquiring the Xiang Dan. The auctioneer's gavel fell heavily, his breath somewhat labored. Amidst the envious glances of the crowd, Ning Rongrong tucked away the Xiang Dan as if she had purchased something immensely precious. It appeared that since she undertook the task of exploring the Earth Source Dojo all those years ago, she had not returned to Tianhan. She maintained a stoic demeanor while conversing with Bu Xian, resembling a teacher reprimanding a student, an expression that remained unchanged. With the newly appointed Elder Caution present, the two naturally conversed with her about the past exploits of Miaoli Zuns and Wei Daonan. It seemed that dealing with this Golden Dan would require employing a trump card. The dark-faced cultivator shook his head, as if mocking himself. However, the reality was far from Hu Feng's expectations. The black bear possessed astonishing strength, effortlessly swatting the flying sword away, transforming it into a genuine projectile. The black glutinous rice that fell to the ground had been charred, the result of the interaction between the glutinous rice and the corpse poison, with the earlier sparks being the flames consuming the rice. At this moment, we observed her crouching down, digging several inches into the earth. Seeing this, Uncle Tu approached with a shovel to assist her. Shortly thereafter, Aaliyah lifted a handful of soil. In truth, her thoughts were not far off. Lin Yu had indeed acted on her behalf. Any friend who witnessed her being insulted or harmed would never escape Lin Yu's retribution. What is that? I gradually turned off the flashlight, lowering my voice significantly, even questioning whether what lay beneath was the legendary Tomb Guardian beast. However, this was merely speculation. We remained oblivious to its true nature. I have seen the group assignments. We have been placed in the same group. What should we do? I took Bu Xian's phone and inquired. In the final instant before the last vestige of true essence was expended, Feng Li's heart sank into despair, contemplating whether this day would indeed culminate in his demise here. Had I foreseen such a thunderous calamity, I would not have dared to provoke the formidable experts here. It seems that arrogance has indeed summoned the storm. With a single strike, the great deity Lei Zhe not only suffered the loss of millennia of cultivation but also endured severe harm to his primordial spirit, requiring centuries of recuperation to mend. Yet, Zhang Hao did not linger on Li Yun, unwilling to awaken the murderous intent of Sima Nan. Escaping once does not guarantee a second chance. The vast expanse of Dongling posed a challenge for their journey across the continent, but at present, Feng Lu remained blissfully unaware that GFA was en route from the south in search of him. Jin Yang had needed for an extended period, her hands weary. And the moment she paused, he would wail, his cries pitiful as if Jin Yang were tormenting him. After recounting his experiences, the iron-armed man noticed Xing Hao lost in thought, his expression growing increasingly aggrieved, and thus he joined Xing Hao in contemplation. Fortunately, Deng Yin had yet to lose his composure, forcibly suppressing his inner fury while maintaining an appearance of indignation. The second elder, recognizing his prior words had been excessive, found himself at a loss to retort after the princess's comments, diverting his gaze towards the quietly seated Long Huadang. As for those across from them, some with suitcases had begun to open them, revealing neatly arranged bundles of colorful banknotes. Hani flattered Shui Zhuqing, who felt ensnared in a scheme. However, he deemed it a benevolent policy for the nation and its people, thus did not refuse. With 3 days remaining until the Spring Festival, Duo Hua resolved to return to Xiangxi for the new year with Xu Tong and Yu Er. Huang Hai expressed his desire to join them, yet like Xu Tong, he faced the dilemma of duty during the holiday. As the deputy director, his position was sensitive, and the timing of his departure remained uncertain. In the first volume, Chapter 41, As Cao Chong and Xiao Wu reveled in affection, the auction neared its conclusion. Flander's second and third purple sun pills were claimed by Ozha and a mysterious elder, each fetching bids exceeding 500,000 gold soul coins. After deducting fees and accounting for the 26,000 spent on the cat girl, along with his remaining 100,000, he now possessed a total of 137,000 gold soul coins. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of excitement has arrived. Our grand finale treasure is about to be unveiled. But before we proceed, let us invite the most seasoned appraiser from the Tiando auction house, Gu He. Notably, Li Ling recalled that one of Yuan Shao's sons married the renowned Zhen Mi, the true embodiment of the goddess of beauty, likely surpassing Tang Ji in grace. The princess had harbored unspoken affections for the Night King for many years. Despite his bloody and fearsome deeds, she always found a way to extol his virtues. No matter. The royal offspring of Dali have always been known for their romantic inclinations. The heavenly sovereign spoke truthfully. The concubine indeed bears her mother's surname. The partner, Long Fian, responded with a hint of resentment. The man wielding the red light fled desperately, yet the yellow hound showed no intention of relenting, charging forward with great strides, toppling the two battling men in its path. An alliance? The two words weighed heavily on Yitian's chest like a massive boulder, leaving him momentarily stunned. After Wu Zizhua had given his instructions, he dismissed Shu Qing to rest. Once Shu Qing departed, Wu Zizhua picked up the telescope that Shu Qing had purchased and tested it by the window, before packing it into his suitcase. Master, could you rent me the car? I'll return it to the company tomorrow. Would that be acceptable? Li Bing offered cash once again. Besides the underworld serpent, those joining the fray included Gutilo, Chameleon, Lily, and all members of the Six Ghosts Gate who had been reborn thus far. They had intended to wait for Ghost 2 and Ghost 3 to be reborn before proceeding. But it was no longer feasible to delay. Upon hearing the news, there was no jealousy. After all, he had been in seclusion for half a year, and since no one recognized him, placing second was quite commendable. Ziyun poured more tea for Su Xiling, clearly attempting to silence her and redirect her concern away from him. He only needed to satiate his own hunger and thirst. Wang Chongnong had anticipated this outcome, so he said little. However, on the way back, he overheard several fellow disciples discussing something. Sitting across from him was a man from Sichuan, who shouted through his headphones, "It's coming, it's coming. Could you be quiet?" Noticing Xiao Xiao while looking at him, he grinned and said, "You rascal, causing trouble again?" He was warned with a cough from another plain-dressed middle-aged man beside him. On the 20th day, the voting interface for Tianyuan Gate displayed. Mexico was entirely red. The map revealed the first overwhelming red-blue percentage of a nation, with red at 99% and blue at 1%. This beauty seemed to express that she was an extraordinarily different part of this spring, as if to tell the observer what it meant to have a beauty in the north, existing independently from the world. Su Lu, frightened, hurried to Night Chin's side and instinctively clutched his arm, watching them tidy up the mess on the bed. I felt so embarrassed that I wished to find a place to hide. Since the two of us had not dined, the kitchen had prepared an early supper. However, as Sulu thought this, a subtle, inexplicable sense of heaviness lingered within her. That fellow immediately cried out in agony, only to be expelled by the blue flame. Curling up on the ground, trembling, as his skin was scorched, Xiao Xiao stared blankly, dropping the spoon in his hand, which clattered into the white porcelain bowl, resonating with a crisp sound. Volume 1, Chapter 43, The Abandoned Xiao Yulan. In the face of ridicule and skepticism from the crowd, Xiao Chang merely smiled faintly, calmly gazing at Master Gu He. Master Gu He, do you truly want me to reveal the secret of this bottle of 10,000-year-cold jade marrow? If I do, your auction house might suffer great losses. Upon hearing this, Master Gu He hesitated. This bottle of 10,000-year-cold jade marrow had been sent by a mysterious individual who claimed to urgently need money, pricing it at 500,000 gold soul coins for immediate sale to the auction house. After repeated appraisals, Master Gu He found no issues and assured the auction house that he would take full responsibility if any problems arose. If it sold for a high price, he would take 50%, which explained his fervent promotion of the item. Suddenly, the Azure King of the Skies glanced at the grill, his lips curling into a hint of desire that appeared rather adorable. That night, Yu rushed back to the holy city from the sect's teleportation array, aware that Yang Xiaozi was present in the city. Since ascending to the divine realm, Yang Xiaozi had focused on stabilizing his realm, rarely showing himself, even within the myriad sects. Few knew of his existence. Prepare. Qiao Feng and the others gathered their last traces of spiritual energy, even readying a forbidden technique that would enhance their strength at the cost of their lifespan. Kill. In an instant, brilliant sword lights and pale yellow fist shadows enveloped the battlefield. Bai Wuhua and Xie Yushu, employing two enigmatic sword techniques, fought evenly against the avatar of the Emperor of the Underworld. Nisi observed this situation but refrained from organizing the ranks, as General Rames had implied that these guerrillas were merely cannon fodder for the British Empire, even inferior to the status of the Indians. Ultimately, Nisi shook his head, choosing to turn away and return to his ranks. Xiang Yangshi immediately uttered a curse, swiftly moving behind Bing Yimei, saying, "I've seen it. He indeed possesses your recommendation letter." Just as he was about to continue, he was silenced by Bing Yime's murderous glare. At that moment, the remaining 7 main combat members sat together, seemingly in discussion. The atmosphere rather oppressive. What's yours? 6 days expressed astonishment, as Chen Xian had failed to inherit 5 times but succeeded here, appearing somewhat relieved. Brother Jiang Feng. What brings you here? Spoke a slightly overweight individual named Ho Chuanqing. They had long awaited this moment. Wishing for Zhou Qiang to eliminate Jiang Feng immediately to avenge past grievances, while learning to drive. Lan Shi pondered how to persuade him to abandon thoughts of restoring the nation, as it was utterly unrealistic and would only bring misfortune. Yet, would Gupe heed anyone's counsel? Regardless of whether the sun shone brightly or heavy snow fell outside, the dungeon remained perpetually gloomy. Continuing the fight was futile for him. He could only return and request the sect leader's direct intervention, for this matter was far too serious. Before Chang Su could finish speaking, he suddenly received a kick to his chest, violently tumbling off the unicorn with a pain cry. When Gongsun Kong regained his composure, Song Xian had already attacked, catching him off guard. Despite his efforts to evade, he was still struck, falling from his horse. Several of Song Xian's personal guards rushed forward upon seeing Gongsun Kong, binding him tightly. With such severe injuries, Gongsun Kong had no strength left to resist. The day they had awaited finally arrived. It was a bright and pleasant day. With the Shu army already arrayed ahead, I led my troops forward, and a platform had been erected on the open ground between the 2 armies. However, it was evident that although the sisters Xiao Jingyu wore friendly smiles, the tasks they carried out left Hua Shanshui unable to reciprocate the kindness. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. A grizzly bear's paw struck towards me, and I was momentarily startled. My stealth had indeed been uncovered. Awakening. Huzi opened his eyes groggily. He had been exhausted yesterday, but seeing the place filled him with excitement. He had bounced and jumped around all night, now utterly fatigued. Volume 1, Chapter 44, The Cat Girl's Achievement. The Soul Battle Strongman has arrived. Jiegu, I implore you, spare me. The child is gone, Shaolan pleaded. Weeping at the round table, Jie laughed heartily, indulging in his desires, disregarding Xiao Yulan's pleas, continuing to repeat his actions. It wasn't until he could no longer hear her cries that Jie disdainfully pushed her aside, exclaiming, useless. You couldn't even endure for an hour. It seems I must find a new plaything. Jie cackled, his mind filled with thoughts of that princess in red, with a high ponytail, slender and straight, perfectly developed and utterly spoiled. Tonight, we shall resolve this matter. The pace of CK quickened, and Qian Gu, somewhat bewildered, hurriedly followed. It is worth noting that although this is the 2nd floor, it is nearly 8 meters above the ground. Even if Li Yi were to fall, he would still find himself over 6 meters from the ground. A leap from such a height could easily lead to severe injury. CK glanced at Fan Jin and smiled, remarking that it seemed to take a liking to her. Its name is Dongwei. Dongwei. Fan Jin repeated the name in her mind, finding it vaguely familiar. Upon hearing her superior's voice, Chen Qing lifted her gaze towards the nearby parking lot, where a familiar figure came into view. Once again, in the balmy month of March, he approached in a flowing white robe, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Captivating and Nianqi as ever, this young man appeared no older than 14 or 15, yet had already achieved the remarkable feat of possessing 10 segments of spiritual energy. While she had encountered prodigies before, this was her first encounter with one possessing 11 segments. Yanxi engaged in exhilarating activities, with Dame June participating throughout, seemingly wishing to cherish every moment of tranquility with her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they returned home, their spirits high. The usual commercial banquet was enlivened this year by numerous fresh faces. Upon hearing Jiang Jinfeng's words, everyone nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Li Yi was indeed an alien. Other guests and shopkeepers remained oblivious to what they were observing, unaware of the significance of the conversation, and peered towards the west from their respective positions. After much effort, Li Xiaofen finally elucidated the immense impact of this sharpshooter on the battlefield. However, a single remark from the sharpshooter led to Li Xiaofan's dramatic downfall. Rest assured, upon the conclusion of the ET on Xianglu, I shall promptly head to Lord Kai's residence. With this realization, Xiaoyi could hardly refuse, for in Huaxia, where personal connections are paramount, many endeavors would be insurmountable without them. Total annihilation? Qin Dahe was taken aback by the formidable power of the soul-devouring worm, which had led to the complete obliteration of the elite special forces. As he spoke, Xiaoyi gestured to the rear, where generals such as Zhang Niujiao, Zhou Zhuqing, and Yang Ding approached to greet the assembly, sharing in the camaraderie. Among them, Xiaoyi spoke with grace and ease, and had this scene been said a decade prior, many might have believed Heng Ji to be the divine general of the heavens. Such youth, yet already possessing an understanding of humility, impressive indeed. Zikong Jiong cast an appreciative smile towards Lin Yifeng. Feng Yiru had initially planned to remain indoors, but knowing that Shou Jie would certainly come to call her, she decided to venture outside and see for herself. Hong Xian, along with her master and Changshi Xiong, returned to the Wangfu, where a Jiao emerged to greet them, informing them of the arrival of an elder named Ding and a monk from the Central Plains who wished to meet them. A Jiao led the trio to the room where the guests awaited, and they met with Elder Ding and Hui Yi, both exuding warmth and familiarity. Tears streamed down like a river, the delicate droplets falling onto the grass, coalescing into glistening dewdrops. She floated softly, like a fragile butterfly caught in the wind. Landing in his embrace, followed by the gentle sounds of weeping, Tang Yun's excitement grew as he contemplated the creation of an Iron Body 2 and a new power exoskeleton control system. With these innovations, he envisioned a life of ease, living off the royalties from these significant inventions, indulging in a lavish lifestyle alongside Qin Shuiyan. Volume 1, Chapter 45, Strength Enhancement, Mysterious Scale Restoration. Xiao Chang, come forth and meet your fate. A resounding cry shattered the stillness of the night, resonating in Xiao Chang's ears and shaking his very soul, causing him, in a moment of critical absorption of the soul ring, to nearly spill blood from the instability of his energy. Xiao Chang's brows furrowed, a surge of anger igniting deep within his heart. How could a soul warrior personally come to eliminate him? What kind of enmity had he inadvertently forged, compelling someone to pursue his utter annihilation? Fearing that the soul warrior might detect him, he refrained from releasing his divine sense to probe the surroundings. Instead, he allocated a portion of his focus to extract a soundproof formation from the Myriad Realms map and set it up. He needed to absorb the soul ring swiftly, before the adversary could locate him. Xiao Chang focused his mind and devoted himself entirely to absorbing the soul ring. In the Serpent Mountain, she realized that the restrictions imposed by the interstellar teleportation array he had established were, in fact, a form of protection for the people of Montan Star. Hai Long's voice held a hint of uncertainty. This was his domain, and if a battle were to unfold here, it would indeed be challenging for them to perish in their own territory. Is it not unprecedented for a sovereign to apologize? Alas, our eldest sister Wanwan possesses the capability, courage, and audacity to do so. Mo Yi's understanding words moved Han Jingxian. At times, she would lament why it was not he who understood and indulged her so deeply. I gazed at him in astonishment, unable to comprehend his actions, much like I could not fathom his origins or his connection to Shui Zhiming's family. The trees around us were so stout that two people could barely encircle one trunk, clearly beyond the means of the tools currently at Zhongshan's disposal. Even if they could be transported, returning with them would be another dilemma. My anger stemmed from my concern for you. I felt jealousy at the thought of you with other men. Do you not realize how anxious I am about you? El Tianhao declared. Upon arriving at Bai Bai's location, Yo Bebe discovered a man trapped beneath a pile of rubble, his breath hanging by a thread. Without immediate rescue, he would surely perish. In the realm of others' games, it seemed that the Shadow Gentleman's extraordinary healing ability was a modification of the game system, and according to the plot, I was destined to encounter this enigmatic figure. As the bathwater turned cool, Shenmingjin finally arose, casting aside today's troubles, and drifted into a dreamless slumber. The Azure Dragon retreated and returned, weaving through clouds and mist. Engaging in fierce combat with Luo Wangshu, who wielded his sword like a swift swan, each strike unfailingly aimed at the dragon's head. He was clad in a white t-shirt emblazoned with black letters, paired with black fitted trousers adorned with white lettering, and his feet were shod in white sneakers. Song Qinyu was well aware that this was a foolproof venture, understanding that Shun Mingze had the prowess to navigate courtly affairs with ease, especially with Shun Mingjin's support. Zhang Pei hurriedly approached, feeling the smooth texture of an entire sheepskin scroll, devoid of any seams. Should cavalry march, it would not take long, indeed. As Su Jie led his troops from Tua, news of his presence reached Limu and Ping'an. The once bountiful land of Blue Star was marred by the mysterious twilight of the gods eons ago, leading to the fall of countless invincible figures. What? Are we to go humbly to retrieve them from the Mu family? The handkerchief in Li's grass twisted into a rag, her face etched with resentment. As the ancients proclaimed, the prejudices in one's heart are akin to a towering mountain, insurmountable no matter how hard one strives to overcome it. Loudly declare to me, who is the strongest? Jia Rong bellowed, drawing his Qi Gang sword, which gleamed a faint azure in the sunlight. Techniques are merely techniques. Only when employed at the right moment do magical artifacts truly shine, and methods of differentiation and control can yield significant variations. Abandoning these for the sake of enhancing spells would not be a wise decision. Volume 1, Chapter 46, The Calm Before the Storm. Black Snake Mountain. 15 minutes ago, Asagi stared, perplexed, at the suddenly vanished defenses. He dashed into the cave, seeking Chao Chang's presence, yet searched in vain throughout the cavern. In frustration, he wreaked havoc within the cave, causing a thunderous uproar that summoned Dugubo, who glared at Asagi, who had rendered the cave nearly unrecognizable. Asagi, what are you doing? Asagi felt an immense pressure locking onto him. He abruptly looked up to find Dugubo's icy gaze fixed upon him, and he instantly regained his composure. With a hint of trepidation, he inquired, Senior Dugubo, what brings you here? Dugubo. Lian Haiping tapped the pouch at his waist, and the soul lantern materialized on the bamboo table, radiating a golden light and exuding a potent fragrance that was intoxicating and refreshing. The second reason lay in Kai Yong's perspective. Despite the brilliance of the young talents from various families in Yingchuan, they lacked experience. With the guidance of Kai Yong, a former court official, their growth was significantly aided. Just as I was about to approach, a gravekeeper suddenly dashed toward us, and at that moment, the creature unleashed a skill, startling me. The proximity between the two was so close that Su Yuehong's fragrance enveloped the air, and Lian Haiping could hear the pounding of his own heartbeat. Duke Edward spoke with confidence, offering reassuring words to Ferris. She felt as if she were the sole inhabitant of a universe, devoid of kin or foes. All existence had faded away. Li Wanshou was more astonished than anyone, his question arising from a sudden inspiration. As a lord responsible for the people's livelihood, he was acutely aware of the agricultural data within his territory, but when it came to the nation at large, he needed to calculate carefully to arrive at a conclusion. No wonder it feels so familiar yet elusive. The disparity between Zhou Laba and the figure in the painting is too great to recognize, but it is indeed peculiar. Lanting was graced with falling snow, which had settled beneath the stone platform. Very well, Liao Hua had long harbored this intention. And now that Zhang Yin had brought it up, he was most eager. When Lin Bei posed her question, her expression was one of skepticism. As if Chen Jun and Qin Yuqing had been involved in some incident. Chen Jun was rendered speechless. What sort of question was that? Returning her cousin home. What could possibly happen? New students congregated in small groups around the makeshift registration desks set up by various clubs, though most simply wandered aimlessly. Shun Hanshi pushed a shopping cart, following Yu Sheng, observing as she picked various fruits and vegetables to add to their cart. No, it can't be. Yan Yu raised her hand to shield her eyes, but then lowered it again, peering into the glass coffin, where her mother remained unchanged, her chest eerily open. And her heart had vanished. Health club? Zhao Zixin exclaimed, surprised. Wasn't it supposed to be a restaurant? How did it turn into a club? This old fellow wouldn't he deceive me, would he? She would go to any lengths for Yin Zheng, even if it meant incurring the displeasure of Uncle Su, to secure the position of head of the Su family for him. As the three entered the conference room, Guo Fangfeng noticed that Mitsui Company President Mitsui Takahisa was already seated. Yet, she cleverly refrained from asking anything, maintaining her usual demeanor, as if nothing was amiss. The couple shared dinner and later lay together in bed. In the dark corner of the dungeon, a young boy lay, his hands shackled. His face a grotesque mask of decay, twitching on a pile of hay, barely clinging to life, with blood streaming from his eyes, clearly blinded by a sharp instrument. The boy was not much older than 15 or 16. The Empress Dowager looked at the man, who had lost his ability to think, with sympathy, shook her head, and opened the wooden door, the swirling white gauze dancing in the wind as she stepped into this place filled with cruelty. Volume 1, Chapter 47, The Sorrow of Osaju, The Sealed Memories. The Ao's family. Outside the room of Ao Shui, as Chao Chong stealthily entered, a beautiful silhouette stood with her back turned to him. In her hand, she seemed to hold a scroll, softly murmuring, Chao Chong, do you know? I miss you so much. Chao Chang was taken aback, doubting whether he had misheard. As he attempted to listen further, he noticed the woman suddenly turned slightly, her profile facing him, though it was merely half of her face. It was enough to captivate anyone. Her arch willow leaf brows, elongated phoenix eyes, and pupils as dark as gemstones, complemented by a straight nose, flushed cheeks, and rosy lips, shimmered faintly under the moonlight. She draped herself in a sheer red garment. This was a realm reminiscent of a fairy tale, where the trio stood upon a rockery in a fountain, adorned with picturesque pavilions, moss-covered stones, and an array of unknown blossoms competing for attention, while beautiful butterflies flitted among the flowers. The tube from the respirator extended into the man's mouth, and with each drop of the air pressure machine, his chest rose and fell. It dawned on Shaolan that the man was likely sustained by this very machine. A thought flickered in her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. She could not allow herself to indulge in such fanciful notions. Some speculated that this might be a secret investment by the Shang family, while others believed it to be a joint venture with the Qiu family. There were also whispers of a mysterious foreign group funding the construction. Those eyes seemed to harbor profound meanings, casting a chilling sensation over Gun Yanqi. Han Feibai observed Guan Hongyan's smug demeanor, feeling displeased, yet, seeing Yuan Xiao tightly clutching herself, even the coldest heart would soften. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liun gasped, realizing the implication. Before she could finish her thought, she rolled her eyes and fainted. He was never adept at hiding things, and with a formidable rival like the Golden Rice Bowl, secrets were non-existent. Even if he carried this large bundle of energy stones, they would ultimately not belong to him. Very well. What is your true purpose in the Hua family? Each of Hua Xiaoran's inquiries struck at the heart of the matter. What had he just said? Jishan turned to observe Hua Weiluo, who appeared both embarrassed and irate, and curiously inquired. I apologize, Boss Zhang. I truly made a mistake. I am still in the throes of romance with Zhang Chui, and momentarily lost control. We will be more mindful in the future. Shui Zhendong believed that admitting fault was preferable to maintaining a stubborn silence. However, he recognized that these were merely his own imaginings. Unrequited feelings had rendered him weak. Could he possibly reach level 31? Lin Dong felt a surge of excitement. If this blood bodhi allowed Feng Ling to attain level 31, it would indeed be worthwhile, as reaching only level 30 seemed a loss. With this thought, Li Jinxia suddenly chuckled, causing Su Yuqing, ever sensitive, to abruptly open his eyes. Seated in the back were two tall, slender youths, both sporting flamboyant hair, convinced of their own charm. Upon seeing Wan Xin exit with a bodyguard, Lu Jingyi's smile gradually faded. He settled on the sofa, gesturing for another bodyguard to refill the teapot, and inviting Zhang Yang to sit and pour him a cup. As I turned, I grasped He Hui's wrist, just as I had once held the sharp black and white horns, and with a swift motion, He Hui, unable to halt his momentum, collided violently against the cave wall. Xia Hongqiu exuded an imposing aura, a chill pervading the atmosphere around us. If time could stand still, if the heavens would not age, and if humanity remained eternal, how splendid it would be for her to quietly observe him for a lifetime. Yet, the first words from Yamamoto Kenzo were directed at Lu Zulian, while the girl, Inzi, did not even glance in her direction. Inzi's disdain for Lu Zulian morphed into jealousy, which then transformed into hatred. It is essential to understand that this was a planetary-level beast, likely having undergone some unknown mutation, its strength exceedingly formidable. Yet, the outcome was as if it were made of paper, easily vanquished. Volume 1, Chapter 48, OSI Shui. Allow me a moment. OSI Jia, you truly are despicable. Chao Chong emitted a low, somber sound, his figure appearing like a specter behind Oshjak. Without hesitation, he hurled two mysterious scales. As they flew forth, one darted toward the nape of Oshjag's neck, while the other aimed for his lower back. Sensing impending danger, Oshjag immediately rolled to evade Chao Chong's attack. Yet he was a fraction too slow. One of the scales grazed past his head, opening a wound at the back of his skull, blood gushing forth. The other pierced his heart. However, he did not succumb immediately, for his heart, unlike that of an ordinary person, resided on the right side. Within the towering, nearly 100-meter-high complete Susanoo, Sasuke shielded his eyes with one hand, striving to suppress the discomfort caused by the transformation of his vision, wishing to deactivate the Susanoo. In a swift motion, Yang felt the collective gaze of the audience converge upon him, the familiar yet strange faces around him brimming with incredulity. Hua Qishan and Jun Mohan hastened to the punishment hall, and upon seeing Hua Qishan approach, Lingyan felt an unusual sensation within. It turned out that Motion had long foreseen that this matter could not remain concealed from Xiao Huan. Thus he had pressed her acupoint and remained seated until Situ Ming returned, requesting him to cover for him. Young master, I sense something amiss. An elderly man appeared beside the elegantly dressed dark elf noble, his frail physique and the magic staff in his hand revealing his identity as a mage. Once he had dealt with Alantir, he would immediately bring forth these 65. No, by the time the battle concluded, there would be at least 100. And he was curious to see who could withstand such a formidable army of frost giants. First group, second group, commence a full-scale assault on the target. Your strength is more than adequate to accomplish the task. Long Kei and Goya Airwar smiles. Having known that 2 of the 3 brothers from the Yin family had been expelled for possessing mediocre spiritual roots, even though Yin Gongcho's roots were subpar, it was not unreasonable to allow him to be an outer disciple, considering the merits of the other 2. As a neutral chaotic faction mage, Punk felt a tinge of displeasure regarding the righteous and virtuous aura emanating from the Eye of Judgment contract, while Kane, a knight of the evil chaotic faction, did not conceal his disdain for the contract laid before them. On the sea's surface, Arii gazed curiously at the moonlight reflected from beneath the waves, her expression akin to that of a child discovering a novel toy. No one knew what she perceived in the moonlit depths, yet she appeared in good spirits, the corners of her mouth curving into a gentle smile. Wang Jian echoed her sentiments. After regaining his youth, his appetite had diminished. Nonetheless, the potatoes were indeed satisfactory. Suitable as a staple. Annan's nephew, this is a gift I have prepared for you. Reese presented a valuable black gemstone earring. Lu Li, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded without troubling the master craftsman and turned to exit the cremation chamber. After a considerable time, most had perished, leaving only Luo Jianxin and Ning Rongrong as the remaining competitors. It was evident to all that Dongzi was alive and well, even live-streaming his mockery of them. A source of shame for the criminal investigation team. One could only remark on Li Hei's prowess as the steward of the left prime minister, observing his splendid treatment as he traveled by carriage. Now, even with his rank elevated to that of a high official, he had to foot the bill for his horse. When considering the carriage, the total expenses would surely amount to several thousand. The man removed his white robe, tightening the sleeves around his waist, his bare chest rising and falling with each breath. He slowly extended his hand to draw his sword, imbued with a poetic grace. Brother, do you know the situation at the Japan branch? How long are we to stay in Japan this time? Lu Mingfei inquired of his companion Chu Zihong, boredom evident in his tone. The viewers were abuzz with speculation, yet only Zhou Shi appeared visibly troubled, as if he had foreseen something. Let the subordinates return and properly allocate the station troops here. Await the return of His Highness the Crown Prince, he replied candidly. Volume 1. Chapter 49. The Struggle for Favor, all desiring to bed Cao Chong. Upon hearing a knock at the door, the Platinum Bishop Salus waved his hand, dismissing several alluring women. The door swung open, revealing a robust man, Oshjag, who had departed from the OS family. Salus greeted Oshjag with a radiant smile. Oh, my dear friend. What brings you here? Salus, I require your assistance. Oshjag recounted the circumstances to Salus, who erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Oh my goodness, I love it. In exchange, I wish to partake in this delectable feast with you. Oshjag fell into deep contemplation, reluctant. No, This time I came with Qin, who was quite familiar with the school. Lucy observed Qin Gang, who, despite his somewhat lecherous demeanor, did not seem entirely out of place. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Wei turned to gaze at the distant devourer demon emperor, his palms slightly outstretched as a surge of demonic energy manifested within. God! Sword Sage finally lifted his head, staring intently at the peaks of the back mountains. Indeed, under the focused gaze of the Sword Sage, he beheld a young man clad in a white Taoist robe, standing amidst the nine heavens, surrounded by countless spatial fissures as chaotic currents swirled about him. As the brilliance faded, Jiang Wei's wings trembled slightly, his complexion paling as he unleashed a string of furious curses. A love too deeply entrenched must be unveiled by one party, in order for Lan Feiyue to awaken from the depths of her self-imposed affection. Elder Wang, you sought me out. May I inquire about the matter at hand? Pang Feng asked, looking at Elder Wang. This is a characteristic of the long-range combat tactic known as Chongdiao, where despite the frequent initiation of attacks and the simplicity of the strategy, the success rate remains elusive. This is merely your conjecture, Feng Yu stated calmly, revealing not the slightest hint of panic, embodying the poise of a supreme being. Such arrogance from one so young. I have witnessed many like you. Only to see them meet untimely ends, the middle-aged man remarked, his expression grim and voice chillingly cold. Such occurrences were rare with Guangzhou Evergrande. Lippy's arrival not only transformed the team's tactical approach, but also infused the squad with a soul, cultivating a championship aura within Guangzhou Evergrande. This was a key reason for their consistent performance on the continental stage. Perhaps anticipating her next move, Qian Qingxi found her legs firmly ensnared by Mu Rishu, rendering her immobile. Mu Yidai's mouth twitched in response. Her fourth brother's tongue remained as sharp as ever. Owing to the Glory Group's primary revenue stream being derived from game sales, the current state of game sales could be deemed as tangible sales with substantial cash flow. A powerful sound of slicing air accompanied him, a blood-red sword aimed directly at his neck. What are you, fat tiger? I merely wish to make life difficult for you. The rotund coach retorted without hesitation. The students behind him erupted into laughter. The next morning, Yin Qi led Duo Barue, Lu Yun, and others back to Wanshan. Regardless of how this individual recognized Sun Cheng, he was quite pleased to hear Shuegu call out, waving his hand and exclaiming, arrest him. However, the people behind him remained motionless, merely gazing at Sun Cheng with a mix of mockery and intrigue. It appeared they were all familiar with him. It was clearly a nonsensical farce, yet at that moment, he had found it utterly captivating. That object resembled a shoulder guard, consisting of a wooden board wrapped in sheepskin, sewn with ropes that could be tied around his arm for support. Then, Zhou Min whistled towards the sky, and the gray falcon responded, spiraling above and landing on by Li Nuyun's shoulder. A figure emerged, with pale hair and an aged visage, slowly coming into view. Volume 1. Chapter 50. The Black Panther Osro faces dire consequences. In Tiando City, within the Tiando Palace and the prince's residence, a weary Xue Qinghe sat at his desk, rubbing his temples and muttering. Being a prince is truly challenging. How has Cao Chong been recently? Xue Qinghe suddenly inquired of a black-clad man kneeling before him. The man clasped his fists and replied, reporting to your highness, young Master Cao has made rapid progress and has now reached level 40. What? Xue Qinghe's expression turned to one of shock. How can this be possible? He looked incredulously at the black-clad man. The man recounted Cao Chong's recent experiences, leaving Xue Qinghe stunned. You say he possesses strength comparable to a soul saint. It is well known that the hero Yuzi Pansun has become less formidable in this version. Subsequently, Lu Shan recounted everything that Xia Mingfeng had said, and he separated and transmitted the memories to Luo Nanyang, then stood by, continually absorbing the techniques he had gained. Enduring the searing pain that penetrated to his marrow, Zhao Ming was already drenched in sweat, striving to withstand the torment, aware that it was a critical step in refining his body. After 2 months, the essence of the Xian's thought power had been altering his constitution, and if he could endure this trial, a significant transformation awaited him. Damn it. The world record for the long jump is only 8 meters and 95 centimeters. He cursed inwardly. Xiaowan knew that Su Ruhui was not particularly fond of rainy days, which had been incessantly gloomy lately. Thus, she often strolled through the Imperial garden, deftly arranging a disheveled bun for her, with 2 magnolia hairpins inserted at an angle. My lord, at that moment, Garen and Sejong and I emerged from the forest. The stilt houses, propped up by thick wooden beams, were uneven yet harmoniously arranged, resembling fish scales layered along the cave walls, creating a breathtaking yet desolate sight. Master, I embarrassed myself last night. I come to apologize, Li Qi said. His head bowed even lower. Each world possesses unique abilities, and its experts vary greatly. Although Hong Fa is among the strongest in this realm, Long Feiyan would eventually leave, avoiding Lan Mingming primarily due to another pressing matter. Inside the top floor box, Lan Mingchen inhaled sharply, her extreme worry rendering her hands and feet cold, her body trembling. As she spoke, Ouyang Ye soared into the air, his crimson flame blade engulfed in raging fire, aimed directly at Shinchan's chest. Senior brother, I was just joking. Please spare me. I have no desire to undertake such a dull task. Tong Cheng chuckled with a bow. Su Yuan ignored the Taoist, Seizing the opportunity provided by Zhou Daoist to speak, determined not to squander it. It seems you truly wish for your end. Baji's hand gripped his knife tightly, veins bulging prominently against his dark skin. If you wish to kill His Majesty, first consult with my staff. Bai Ninfeng's gaze sharpened, filled with combat fervor. It is also known that rogues like Gu Yu, ruthless and callous, regard human life as insignificant and view existence as a mere game. For him to surrender willingly is nearly impossible. Kai's complexion turned pale. If he discovered the presence of Qin Yi hidden within the room, her fate would be sealed. In the realm of spiritual consciousness, she encountered Qin Yin, nestled closely amidst a sea of flowers. Qin Yin was the high priest of the outer celestial demons, and this altar belonged to the demons. After a detective dashed out to pursue, another assisted Zhou Lin in moving the now lighter stone table. Zhou Lin was still adapting to such fierce confrontations. He had not anticipated Luo Fa's earlier performance. It was still slippery, and combined with Zhou Lin's initial momentum, he rolled several times before tumbling down the mountainside. It was only when he generated heat to melt the ice layer that he finally came to a halt halfway down the mountain. Volume 1. Chapter 51. The Porcupine Douluo. Do you wish to commit a crime? Osro has a twin sister who is not only beautiful but also intelligent and kind-hearted. Occasionally, Osro would ask Osu Shui peculiar questions, or deliberately snatch away her beloved items to provoke her. Osu Shui sometimes believed he was mentally unstable and suggested he see a doctor. Yet, unbeknownst to Osu Shui, Osro is not only a soul master but also a remarkably gifted writer. His words, often devoid of substance, lacked finesse. His erratic thoughts, coupled with a timid disposition, made his life quite torturous. He understood what it meant to feel affection but struggled to express it, often trapped in a cycle of self-doubt and denial. The so-called tenderizing involves using a meat tenderizer to puncture the thighs and breasts of the chicken repeatedly, allowing the steel needles to penetrate the flesh, creating gaps within the meat. Jiu stepped out of the cave, gazing at the unimpressive scenery before him. He could not help but reflect on how, with the enhancement of his strength, he was no longer the novice who could be easily bullied in the inner circle. Now, he possessed the power to defeat those listed on the bounty board. Yet, Ruo Fei appeared nervous, glancing around anxiously, unable to meet Nin Haofeng's gaze. Unsure if Ruo Fei would dare to retort if she knew he was a great F. From your tone, it seems you have collaborated with quite a few individuals? Sure, Wuchen inquired. There are no taboos here. Simply take it orally. Consuming 3 blood orchid flowers each year can extend one's lifespan by a year. Any more would be a waste. Susu responded. At this moment, the previously clear sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning, and a man clad in armor, encircled by lightning, descended beside the angel. Mo Ling's face turned crimson, clearly affected by Chu Qian's unexpected arrival into her heart, and she carelessly jabbed a silver needle into Chu Qian's thigh. However, to her surprise, Gu Qiqing opted for a peaceful resolution to the problem. From a distance, the illusory sea-starry night appeared as if it were a continuous expanse, adorned with resplendent starlight, shimmering in an intricate interplay. The Xianyuan clan and the Shindong clan had already retreated to the distant horizon with the human populace, gazing at the situation unfolding at the Immortal Radiance Palace. Their choice to abstain from participating in the 10,000 Immortals array was perhaps their wisest decision in this lifetime. Lumu gently tapped his head, acknowledging that he was not a top student in Chinese, and his knowledge of history was merely at a programmer's level. The term he pondered seemed not to have yet emerged. As the vehicle departed from the villa, a black RV slowly approached from behind, yet Qian remained oblivious, lost in her own jubilant emotions. Sima Du observed the milky liquid with satisfaction, lifting the bowl in his left hand without removing the Tai Chi mirror above it. He positioned the bowl upright, gently opening a small gap, allowing the red liquid to flow into the alchemical furnace. This scene was nearly a daily occurrence. Bai Li Yinshi would appear as soon as he finished his official duties, asking the same questions he had posed hundreds of times before, repeating the same phrases effortlessly. Do you dislike me pulling you? A flicker of displeasure crossed her glass-like eyes, as if a chill wind had swept through, causing An Yuran to shudder slightly. You lack resolve. After saying this, he gave Tian Shang a playful tap on the head, then turned to Lin Feng, stating, All right, let us leave this matter here. Tian Shang looked at Tian Gang, retorting, You claim I lack resolve, but you are the one without it. As he spoke, Tian Shang rubbed his own head. With just a glance, her heart, which had plummeted into despair, felt as if it had been struck by a barrage of sharp stones, leaving her in anguish and disarray. Lost in thought, a piercing gaze suddenly fell upon him. The bewildered Tian Jinxing gazed at the snow-white figure on Shui Meng's shoulder, pondering. The Xianyuan sword was inherently a weapon of the Nameless. It was likely that the Nameless had bestowed this secondary sword upon Lin Feng, allowing him to cultivate in the Valley of No Misfortune, thus enabling Lingo to find Lin Feng. Such was the conclusion. Qingsu Tianren had not anticipated that he would be linked to the Nameless. This realization filled his heart with joy. Volume 1, Chapter 52. Only children make choices. I want them all. The Porcupine Douluo recounted to Tang how an incident he had recently encountered. One day, an elderly woman had lamented her misfortunes to a young lawyer. She was a lonely old woman, her husband having sacrificed his life for the Star Luo Empire, and she could only rely on her pension to survive. However, recently, the pension clerk had extorted her, demanding a processing fee to receive her pension, a fee amounting to half of the pension itself. The young lawyer was incensed upon hearing this and decided to represent the elderly woman pro bono. On the day of the hearing, since the clerk had only verbally extorted her without leaving any evidence, he accused the plaintiff of fabricating her claims. Bei Wuyo, after frying 4 or 5 eggs, noticed that Dongfang Ruxue had an excellent appetite, consuming 4 eggs and 2 slices of toasted bread. Seeing his wife's hearty appetite, Bei Wuyo could not help but feel hungry himself, frying 7 or 8 eggs and consuming several slices of bread. Can you control these 10 demon weapons? Several interns exchanged glances, recalling that the highest number controlled simultaneously in the secret mobile unit was Commander Zhang Qing, whose dual shields were each formed from 4 pieces of armor. Furthermore, Yue Hua's words were indeed true. I should not harbor biases against Li Tianchen due to personal grievances. Yet I always sense something amiss. Should I separate these 2 matters? Initially intending to take Qinli to eat something nearby, Qinli insisted that their housekeeper had likely prepared a meal, waiting for their return, prompting Wen Tang to drive back. In a battle, without the aid of medicine, one might be drained of strength and collapse, rendering them unable to rise. That would be disastrous. Xian Meiying said nothing, her expression blank, as she drove directly out of the villa area toward the city center. However, Dongfang Ruxue, as the chairperson and president of the Dongfang group, was not easily appeased. Bei Wuyo exerted all his efforts and finally managed to cheer up his wife. I just wanted to see what you were doing here, not accompanying me, but coming here instead. Yu blinked her large eyes, staring intently at Bei Wuyo, her expression seemingly one of great grievance. The next day, Du Hong, limping, went to pay his respects to old Lady Zhao, only to find her gaze, which had been merely disdainful yesterday, now tinged with additional anger. Du Hong dared not say much, respectfully offering his greetings. Old Mu realized that he had inadvertently stepped on the white line marking the boundaries due to distraction. He quickly retreated 2 steps and stood at attention once more. Light gritted his teeth, placing the necklace around Lilith's neck. Clumsy as he was, physical contact was inevitable, and he was met with the odd exclamations from Long Ponxi. By the time the necklace was fully secured, Light's face had turned as red as a monkey's backside. The light streaked through the atmosphere, producing an incessant sonic boom, ultimately entering the interior of the Fire Dragon Star. The recognized third great power among the 360 states of Tianwang, the Southern Demon King, Zhang Yun, a formidable figure of the Glorious Day sect. Knowing well the prowess of his opponent, there were also several familiar faces. Xueling had seen some at the Elder's conferment ceremony, yet she could not recall their names. However, as Mu had stated before the assault, a mere MA would hardly influence the grand scheme. In the contest of shells, armor, and propulsion, the X-Series undoubtedly held the upper hand. What was happening? After finally settling the civilians involved, the newly appointed captain, with a hint of confusion, stepped into the familiar yet suddenly foreign bridge, noticing the Elder seated at the communications officer's station. In an instant, legends of power, treasure, and courage surged forth like the relentless tide of swamp-dwelling jackals, blooming endlessly. Would the enemy attack? If so, where? Was Panama merely a feint or a genuine threat? Moreover, could this position be held? The command center had been enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere akin to a tropical rainforest, constructed from a myriad of questions. Volume 1. Chapter 53. Bibidong surrenders. In the city of Tiando, the AOC family, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Chao Chong, supported by AOC Shui, arrived at her room. Xiao Wu, Inking Xiuyue, and Ming Yiran, having lost at dice to AOC Shui, were utterly defeated in their attempts against her single-handed challenge. Brother Chao Chang, you've had too much to drink. Let me help you out of your clothes. Chao Chang murmured a casual good, before sprawling on the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. The moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, casting a gentle light upon Chao Chang's strikingly handsome face. Ao Shui, captivated by his beauty, found herself momentarily entranced. She closed the door, drew the curtains, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as her delicate hands began to unfasten her garments. The moonlight gradually softened. Around them, a multitude of venomous insects swarmed, relentlessly attacking. The spirit of Xiling manifested as a green gourd, which emitted a faint green glow. At that moment, Wu Yi's heart was entirely devoted to Yan Yuhan, believing her words to be mere jest, unaware that time would render those words prophetic. Get away, Dan Tai Qingyun bellowed, sweeping her hand as the golden-clawed silver dragon roared and lunged fiercely at Xing Leshan. Newer S-form flickered, surrounded by radiant light that soared skyward, causing countless demons to gaze in terror at her ethereal presence. Upon waking, Nange felt uncertain about confronting the imposing crimson behemoth, ultimately swayed by the suggestions of her companions. She resolved to board the blood-red mech and forge ahead. Before her, a dragon twisted and soared, its icy breath enveloping her entirely. Yet, despite her words, Belinda sincerely wished Red Wolf well, knowing that at least when she departed from the fleet, she would ascend to greater heights. For Red Wolf, the frontline commander seeking promotion, success was akin to scaling the heavens. Previously, he had a junior sister named Lu Tianer, with whom he shared an ambiguous relationship. Lu Tianer eventually went to Zhao Kingdom, seemingly unaffected by the separation. It was no wonder he effortlessly escaped the formation. It turned out he had no understanding of how to set one up. In that case, where is your family located? Yin Fan could only begin to inquire about the exact whereabouts of the Ming family. Yi Guqing could not fathom why even Gong Jiu, who feared nothing, would be apprehensive of his mother, known for her gentleness and kindness. Regarding her and the child she bore, she, Zhang Shaoqi, would forever remain invisible, never to share the same sunlight with them. Hearing this, young Master Mu paused, smiling slightly. What brings you here, elder? Mu Shifeng recognized the elder as the one who had first received him, now advanced to a higher realm of cultivation, likely having recently broken through. And what about me? Have you ever considered my feelings? Have I never crossed your mind throughout these years? She finally lost her composure. When Xia Jiyuan arrived at her office, she was reviewing reports, a flicker of curiosity crossing her mind at his entrance. Unsurprisingly, Shui Xiaowai had also successfully traversed the stone forest, taking the least amount of time among them. Noticing a potential conflict brewing between the two, Hinata Shojin promptly admonished them. Internal discord among subordinates could not be permitted at this time. This was Deng Hua, the fifth disciple of the Jade Void Palace. Tai Yizhenren observed as Shi Hui glanced at the cultivator, quietly remarking, "No more needs to be said." Upon exiting the airport, she mustered the strength to call her mother, explaining that unforeseen circumstances had required her to postpone her return by 2 days. She then turned off her phone, severing all ties with the outside world, curling up alone in her hotel room, silently tending to her grievously wounded flesh. Miss A. Miao had long heard tales of the esteemed lady of the Qing En Gong from her grandmother and the favored concubine, holding them in high regard. She mused that such a family, being of the highest caliber in the Jin dynasty, could afford a lack of ambition, as long as they did not indulge in debauchery like that Lu Gongzi. Volume 1, Chapter 54, The Saint Child of the Spirit Hall. Chao Chong gazed at Bibidong, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes betraying an unmistakable greed. Bibidong's lips twitched slightly, and she inadvertently rolled her eyes, a subtle gesture that caused many oblivious males to gulp in anticipation. Yet, Bibidong paid little mind to how alluring her recent movement appeared. She surveyed the room, her beautiful eyes fluttering gently, signaling an elderly man beside her to speak. The elder addressed the gathered members of the Spirit Hall, esteemed elders and prodigies of the Spirit Hall. We have convened today to announce a momentous decision from His Holiness the Pope. He then invited the Pope to take the stage. Bibidong approached the platform. What a clever ploy of escape. From the stone coffin, a multitude of skulls erupted, surging in every direction. Upon hearing the cries for help from the young Master Qi Hai, the demons from the Qi family's collateral branches rushed to his aid. The treasures, carefully hoarded, were to be directly handed over to Ling Tiancheng, with plans to accumulate enough for a second exclusive showcase at Mingyuan Studio, gradually establishing the brand's prestige. Upon returning to the moonlit pavilion, Yi Feng and the others knelt before Lu Ju, pleading for mercy. Lu Ju, with a bitter smile, ignored them and ascended to Zhou Ruoshui's quarters. Observing the remnants of her belongings pained him deeply. And when he beheld the lantern gifted to her on the Festival of Lights, sorrow enveloped him. Yimingyu, can you not wait for me? Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart. After all, everyone yearns to be awaited. Yet, a sense of conflict stirred within him as he did not wish to squander Yimingyu's time, much like Luo Shui, who had already devoted 7 centuries to him. With a heavy sigh, Lu Ju commanded, "Bring Yu Xianglan to me." After speaking, he departed, burdened with his thoughts. In utter silence, it appeared that the treasured sword could not withstand the might of the twin blades. As they clashed midair, a fierce white light forced the treasured sword to retreat with a ringing clamor. However, the elder showed no intention of contesting the twin swords. His defense merely slowed the onslaught while his body moved closer to Tianxi. You claim I am a deity of time and space, yet I am merely immortal. I do not comprehend your words, nor do I recognize that Yenash. My only desire is to find Lu Ming and my companions. Ouyang Inger expressed her bewilderment. Here, take some silver, procure something to eat along the way, and make your way directly to Puxin Tea House. Zhong Nan, concerned, produced a hefty silver ingot and handed it to Shi Jing Tian. In the Dark Empire, there were virtually no spies from other factions. Even if there were, they would be of the most peripheral sort. Observing the 2 colossal figures beneath the tree, Jiang Zhouyue found herself at a loss, having just been relieved to maintain a distance from them, only to find herself right beneath the tree. Let us depart. We each have our own matters to attend to, Lei Yu remarked as he settled into his Buick. Having previously appeared as Luo Qi within the Mu family, Wu Xing suspected that Luo Qi was a figure behind Mu Zishi. Lei Yu's father was a lieutenant general in the S-City military district, once comrades in arms with Liang Ye's father. Thus, the 2 families were well acquainted, allowing Lei Yu and Liang Yi to grow up together. As he scolded, he inscribed the word cheating in large letters across Yi Hao's examination paper. Upon seeing Su Ming, Lu Chong experienced a sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered her before, though he could not place when. Thus, she never forced herself into actions she was unwilling to undertake. On the bed, he tossed and turned until dawn broke, finally drifting into a restless slumber. Yu Ni Huang remained unfazed, determined to keep the girl by his side. always seeking ways to dispel the burdens in her heart. Without a compelling motive for battle, the forthcoming conflict would likely disadvantage Wu Qimai's side significantly. Hearing such words filled her heart with joy. It seemed her discerning eye had identified her idol, who was adored by many. Lin Miaomiao felt puzzled upon hearing someone had come to see her. Logically, few should have known of her imprisonment. Could it be that Tang Zixin had devised another scheme for revenge, or had Yan Moli been released by her? Volume 1, Chapter 55, A Kiss for Bibidong. Gazing at the throngs of people in the Spirit Hall's plaza, a smile crept upon Xiao Chang's lips. Especially as he caught sight of a woman clad in black robes in the corner. He felt an unexpected surge of emotion and a hint of pride at her arrival. On the second day of Qiao Chang becoming the Saint Child, he achieved a remarkable breakthrough to level 50. It was time to seek the sixth soul ring. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he murmured to himself. During this period, free from significant pressures, Qiao Chang had focused on honing his foundation, largely abstaining from romantic pursuits. Suddenly relaxing, he inadvertently recalled the impressive form of Bibidong, evoking a sense of. The ghostly infant emitted a mournful wail, exhaling dark energy that shot towards Zhou Daoji like arrows. Zhou Daoji quickly dodged, but was unable to withstand the relentless assault. Meng Tao and Jiang Cohen found themselves at a loss, incredulous that this was Qin Jiao and not a mere human. Previously, Kong Mengong had relied on genetic medicine to break through, but this time he felt a headache brewing. Could his previous stroke of luck possibly carry over? Kong Mengong himself deemed it improbable. Exhausted, he lamented, Wang Chuyang, look at my arms. I can hardly lift them. Tao Yuan, while cooling off, remarked to Wang Chuyang, indeed. This position is excellent. The elevation is high, the surrounding slopes are gentle, and the visibility is superb, making it ideal for the reserve team to stay. This way, we can swiftly provide reinforcements wherever needed. Qinglong stated. 80 fully armed Phoenix City Special Operations Team evolvers fired their weapons into the sky in a synchronized salute, honoring the valiant souls who perished in the apocalyptic Phoenix City. On the other end of the phone, silence lingered for less than a second before Lin Jie was met with a deafening roar that nearly ruptured his eardrum. Even the stoic old Jin, sitting nearby, dared not provoke the furious Yang Xinchuan. As they spoke, Zhuang Mingzhu erupted into laughter, abruptly revealing his cards, only for his words to falter upon unveiling a mere spade ace and a club 9. At this sight, Zhuang Mingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless for a long time. Yet, through a twist of fate, Kong Mengong found himself a proud rogue, failing to save others' bodies and instead becoming a birdman. The blade struck Zhuo Chensu, who turned pale, astonished that the nearly exhausted Mu Sin could unleash such a formidable attack. He hurriedly withdrew his whip to counter Mu. Senator Chen Xian observed the harmonious scene before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. This was the smile they had endured humiliation to protect. A group of masked warriors burst into a noodle shop run by a one-armed elder martial artist, who had been in Fingya City for some time. Though his cultivation remained hidden, he projected an image of an old man on the brink of death, treating others with kindness, enduring any bullying in silence. Demon ape, let my subordinates go. Black dog, despite being grounded, wished to spare her subordinates the same fate she faced, trusting the demon ape to lead them away, knowing him to be a man of loyalty and honor. Though supported by Chushi, she remained steady. Yet Long Hao was still somewhat surprised. The other members of the safety zone began to grow tense, as Chushi had always avoided Long Hao due to his identity. Shocked to encounter him under such circumstances, Ning Yu closed his eyes, replaying everything from the earlier display of Zui Qiuxi's abilities in his mind. While the Taiji diagram hovered before him, slowly, he extended a hand into the void, his soul stirring with vigor. If you wish to cry, then continue. I can endure a bit longer, Wang Wei said, glancing at Li Xingyao. To Li Ji's delight, under these circumstances, she did not refuse to accompany him next time, causing him to secretly rejoice. In Volume 1, Chapter 56, Bibidong's heart stirred. In the Stardow Forest, she brought Qiao Chang to a dark grove where a massive spider cave awaited them. Without hesitation, Bibidong plunged into the depths, obliterating many small spider soul beasts that attempted to obstruct their path. Upon reaching the cave's bottom, they encountered an enormous spider, seemingly consuming something, covered in pale blue frost. It lay still, radiating a chilling aura that froze the entire cave. This spider, exceeding 10 in size, had others come here. They would have needed to establish their territory, but I exchanged a territory from the western continent for this one, which will serve as our new starting point. The blood demon Lord suddenly laughed. As the words the heavens have feelings echoed, the speed of the otherworldly vessel noticeably diminished. Hua Ming observed silently, smirking as she anticipated whether Mo Fan could maintain his arrogance. Yes, Gong Shaoqing nodded, subsequently explaining the situation in the 9-star canyon to Yizihan. They waited in this place. The second scene shifted to outer space, where two mysterious ships raced after one another, the latter attacking the former, which was on the verge of destruction. Having said that, the man in white ceased to speak, slowly turning to reappear at the entrance of the sky realm. Knight Zihan paid little attention to his transformation. Being of royal descent, a degree of disguise was only natural. Yet she pondered why Xianyuan Chang revealed his true nature before her. Moreover, even if such a water amusement facility were created. Few would dare to partake unless they sought thrill at the cost of their lives. The uniquely designed, unfathomably intricate wave slides could drown a person in an instant. However, it is lamentable that only after losing do people learn to cherish, only to grow indifferent again after a time, leading to a cycle of loss and appreciation. Perhaps this is the essence of humanity. Finally, allow me to conclude this lengthy journey through the mundane world with a spontaneous poem. In a brief moment, Heracles resolved to partake in some roots and leaves, despite Chris's prohibition against fruit. Xiao observed the milky broth, adorned with green onion and cilantro, its aroma wafting enticingly, stirring a desire to taste. Jiang Yihan, aware of Jiang Pang's tears soaking his attire, realized he must leave, regardless of the reason. He needed to move ahead. Yet, recalling how the Shanshan family had relentlessly pursued him to retrieve that girl, Yiming longed for Shanshan to experience the torment of being cornered. Approaching Qilan Palace felt surreal, as the cold wind embraced him. Just then, the door across the way creaked open, and as the prolonged sound echoed, Yang Ming instinctively recoiled, letting out a startled scream. At the northern end of the main street leading to the city gate stood rows of taverns and tea houses, serving as a vital gathering place for players to form teams and forge connections. The players returning from their excursions found themselves in a favorite sanctuary for relaxation. After finally enjoying a peaceful slumber last night, just as he was preparing to drift off again, the director summoned him, igniting a simmering frustration within him. The director's subsequent inquiries only fueled his ire. This resentment and discontent were palpable, as the gazes of those around Lin Piao bore an unusual intensity, compounded by the unfortunate loss of several members. Leading the exit was Liao Wanyue, who opened the door, followed closely by Nie Tu, who had located the keys, and Zhang Menghui, who had discovered the ghostly assault. Bringing up the rear was Yi Tianyi, dragging the barely conscious Bian Siki. The onlookers on the platform remained unperturbed. Jiang Yihan raised a hand, effortlessly blocking the oncoming gust of energy, her expression unchanged. Volume 1, Chapter 57, The Fury of Cao Chong. Good heavens! After Cao Chong's departure, Bibidong's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, silently chiding herself for her lack of modesty and insatiable desires. As soon as he left, her thoughts wandered once more. Cao Chong returned to his room, unable to find repose, as he reminisced about every detail spent with Bibidong. She favored the assertive and the proactive. He resolved to invest more effort and dedication into his cultivation. Ultimately, women are, after all, creatures of emotion, while men, in contrast, do not forsake their careers for the sake of a woman. However, it was daytime, not an ideal time for cultivation. It had been quite a while since he last returned to Blue Tyrant Academy. Surely, Xiao Wu and Qiu Yu missed him. Xiao Chong composed himself and leapt forth from the Hall of the Sun. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mo Lenny's eyes, and she suddenly grasped something, a smile blossoming at the corners of her lips. Duan Shuchu's hand rested gently on Wei Yi's nape as he lowered his head, gazing tenderly at her. Upon hearing Yang Weiguo's story, my opinion of him transformed significantly, perhaps due to my respect for my own father, which extended to this equally remarkable man. The arrival of a child forged an additional bond between them, allowing even the deepest animosities to gradually dissolve. However, he did not linger on the streets for long. After acquiring the location of the Linwu Academy from the locals, he hurriedly made his way there. Brother, keep him confined until the day of the alchemy competition. I will ensure he repeats today's words during the event, Lan Ziyue instructed Lan Zitian. It remained unclear how Li Mofan had persuaded Lois, but the outcome was that Lois agreed to remain in Z City for a while longer. I felt it was inappropriate for me to stay here. I needed to discuss my departure with him. He could either leave with me or stay here to pursue his ambitions, while I sought my own path. Aunt Chin had been with the Gu family for decades, developing profound feelings for them, which made her reluctant to leave even after their decline. During her days with the Fanluo family, although she had only met Fanluo Ward twice, she felt her nerves were perpetually on edge. Don't you feel it too? Qin Shijin continued her actions, her body trembling. Lai Xingda halted, forcing a smile that held no emotion, just a simple grin. He remained silent for a moment before continuing forward. Upon hearing Qin Yuetian's words, Gu Nianxi immediately lifted her gaze to him, searching his eyes for any trace of schadenfreude. From this moment forth, she resolved to live for herself, no longer dependent on any man who did not trust her. It hurts, Qian Chuan said expressionlessly, her rain-soaked cheeks pale as parchment. Her lashes fluttered, droplets cascading down like tears. With a beep, a line of text appeared on Yu Haoyang's mini-computer, instructing him to place the fruits into the bamboo basket. Sun Yingzi sat in her seat, pondering, feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction. After a moment of calm, she found herself mulling over her concerns. Yang Shang observed the tender exchange between Wang Li and Ling Chen, discreetly tugging at Liang Xing's hand and whispering, "Let us go out and arrange the tables." Liang Xing, blushing, followed Yang Shang quietly out of the kitchen to set the dining table. Qiu Linong arrived a minute early, and Shang Mianmian exhaled in relief. The man's visage passed before her, the scene unfolding slowly, akin to a moment frozen in a film. Yao Huang, the celestial venerable, was at the 5th level of the Xianling stage. Few could easily vanquish him. Sure enough, as we burst forth, we encountered the herdsmen drawn by the sound of gunfire. While traversing the path, I observed and cursed Professor Yin and his heartless companions. In the midst of battling the formidable Qingyan beast, they had not only failed to assist, but had not even offered a cheer to bolster my spirits. It was a disgrace, considering I had been so concerned for their well-being. I do not know. Sakata Chizuka chuckled, pleased to see Inoue Akira untangling his inner turmoil. His joy at Akira's breakthrough surpassed even his own achievements. Volume 1, Chapter 58, Ripening. As he gazed at the stormy clouds flashing with lightning, Xiao Chong suddenly laughed. An unprecedented fury erupting from within as he unleashed his martial spirit, directing a vine toward the sky. Sixth soul skill, a shattering heavenly slash. Xiao Chang wielded the Ghost King vine, which swelled dramatically, and with a fierce strike, cleaved through the ominous cloud above. A piercing scream echoed, suggesting something fled from the darkness. In the wake of a brief illusion, the surroundings reverted to their original state. This was not a mere corner of a city, but rather a lush, verdant forest. Liang Sheng gazed in astonishment at this transformation, struggling to regain his composure. He stared blankly at Xiao Chong, swallowing hard, and with wide eyes inquired, young Master Qiao. In terms of qualifications, Lu Guozheng indeed surpassed Song Jingchen, having served earlier and consistently followed Lord Du. I marveled at the focused expression on Wu Xie's face, her long hair dancing between her slender, fair fingers, resembling a tender scene of a devoted wife styling her handsome husband's hair. I wondered if Wu Xie knew my current thoughts. Would she be enraged enough to shoot daggers at me with her eyes? What transpired? Mei Qingfu, intrigued by the noise, approached Lin Han's side. The bone blade curved like the scythe of death, and a spatial rift appeared before us. Yun Suyu performed a swift somersault, raising her hand in acknowledgement. Yet her eyes remained closed. To be honest, Yuji had not explicitly stated he wished to support Jin Zhang, merely suggesting a duel, to which I unwittingly agreed. Perhaps due to my entanglement with Jin Jian? Finally, not far from the inn, I caught sight of a corner of a red dress near the sand dunes. With bare hands, Lin Mushuan clawed through the sand, revealing a blood-stained face, frail and emaciated, concealed within the yellow grains like a discarded rag doll. Walls not only have ears, but also mouths. Yin Siyu couldn't help but reflect on the endless gossip that follows every gathering of people. After taking a seat, Brute began to promote the smart home system to Anderson, a task assigned to every designer in the company. In a flash, I traversed at 5 times the speed to reach the ancient tree, gripping a talisman and striking it against the bark. A radiant explosion of colors erupted from that singular point, encompassing the entire spectrum of hues. Shaking his head, Imorin chose not to continue observing the black universe and instead entered the city of reflections directly. All right. Jin Xiaoyan, upon hearing this, set down her bag, peering into the hospital room where 2 nurses were tending to Lin's son. Just then, an overwhelming psychic strike descended from the heavens above. After hanging up the phone, Tiffany felt a flutter of anxiety. Would Jean Tion sense something amiss and come in? She glanced at the securely shut door, feeling a slight relief that for now, she could not enter. The combined power of over 10,000 level 6 practitioners was astonishing, destabilizing even the entire star system. I noticed you've been inside for quite a while, so I came to check if you needed any assistance. Yang Hongxian smiled from outside the door. Once at the exit, retrieving his phone, Gucheng suddenly remembered something he had neglected. It was already past 4 o'clock, and he doubted he would make it in time. The cries of long life were now near at hand. Meanwhile, despite the citizens following along with the shouts, their heads bowed lower. Not out of desire, but from the oppressive gazes of the Imperial guards and the fierce military presence, as if to suggest they were plotting treason against the king. I understand. Liena nodded and promptly dialed Choi Su-young's number from her phone. Enough with the powerful genes. If we're talking about inheritance, I inherited from my father too, Yi Zaheo retorted. Volume 1, Chapter 59, Sakura Akiyama's Devotion, A Harmonious Bliss. As night fell, Xiao Chong could no longer suppress his curiosity and restlessness, making his way to Sakura Akiyama's room. Like a water snake, she entwined around him. The two engaged in a passionate embrace, igniting like tinder to a flame. Their garments vanished in an instant. Heavy breaths and soft moans reverberated through the room. Their fervor blazed like fire. They rolled from the floor to the bed, then back to the floor, as if 2 parched fish seeking each other's essence, sharing warmth and solace. Eventually, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, they became one. Song Huanyan disembarked, with Lin Qiling linking arms with her, while Song Zhongchen trailed behind, dragging 2 suitcases. The left and right generals remained vigilantly stationed at the city gates, prepared for an ambush from the Li army. Yet many practitioners originally assigned to various gates had been dispatched to the rear mountains of Luoyang Academy to confront the practitioners of the Li Kingdom directly. By the way, are you sisters? Where do you hail from, and how were you brought here? Luo Ware asked curiously, reflecting on those grand estates. Which noblewoman had not utilized Xiao Wu to nourish her hair? Lu Ziqiao glanced at Zhen Ruoxue, and upon seeing her shake her head, chuckled, speaking in authentic Sichuan dialect. Does Tao Mora possess such audacity? Does he not fear the repercussions of confronting Guanqing so brazenly? He had initially planned that should the Ghost Holy Hall require him to travel far to slay a powerful demon king, only to return empty-handed, he would instead capture several demon kings to cast into the trial ancient lands as retribution against the Hall. Zhao Haiteng covered his ears, rubbing them incessantly, lamenting that the curry sauce had been too forceful, rendering him speechless. Lu Zichu looked towards Zhang Xiao, subconsciously having regarded him as the backbone of their group, akin to the central figure in a beloved sitcom. Thus, whenever the household helper was absent, cooking, laundry, or errands were instinctively done in pairs, even if offered to me. I failed to comprehend these objects, though my memories contain complex and sophisticated technologies, most pertain to physics and bear no relation to medicine. My understanding of the medical field is no different from that of the average person. Daytime, you say? So early? Not staying in the capital for a couple of days? You could fly back on my private jet. Present at the scene, aside from Shiro Amiya, were also Ichigo Kurosaki, while Inoue Oraheim and Nell were completely disregarded by Ulquiorra. Perhaps initially underestimating Yu Chue, believing he owed his rise to Han Lao, many began to reconsider their previous judgments. For reasons unknown, after the peculiar individual appeared, a palpable fear and apprehension enveloped the crowd. To her surprise, Ling Meng emerged unscathed, albeit with no morals inscribed across her face by Kagaya, the method of which remained a mystery. Yiming attempted to wipe it off, but to no avail. Before finishing her sentence, her voice abruptly halted, as they collectively stared at the three clan members lying on the ground, momentarily bewildered. At this moment, Shiro Amiya's concern was no longer whether the two separated Pinida Pikaja possessed equivalent strength compared to the original. Rather, he pondered how to eliminate an enemy endowed with such distinct traits. After administering the medicine, I checked her pulse again. Mingfei's ailment had long been festering, and a single dose would yield no significant effect. Acupuncture of this nature typically requires a span of 1 to 2 months to manifest noticeable effects. However, the roots of the colossal tree have been deliberately severed, preventing any frantic growth, as the grand tree has been transformed into a series of tree houses, with certain sections hollowed out, making the tree, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, appear far from congested. Yet, without further inquiry, upon witnessing Feng Yuan leap into the underground palace, I promptly shut my eyes and followed suit. Do you realize the significant turmoil your misunderstanding has caused for both me and the institution? Jiang Ku inquired sternly. Volume 1. Chapter 60. The mix-up between Liena and Xiao Chang. Time flies swiftly, akin to an arrow. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Over this year, Xiao Wu has grown considerably taller, blossoming into an even more exquisite young lady. Xiao Chang diligently honed his foundation and opened up a cavern, seamlessly integrating resources. Not only did he elevate his own prowess to level 60, but he also assisted Xiao Wu, Sakurai Akazuki, and others in transcending the 50-level threshold. Under Xiao Chang's nurturing, Osi Shui became even more enchanting. Meng Yiran finally experienced the formidable power of the Long Hu Shibao pill. Engaging in a fierce battle with Qiao Chang that lasted 10 days and nights, the strain proved too much for her, leaving her to languish in bed for 3 days and nights, a fitting consequence of her actions. Qiao Chang refrained from seeking the 7th soul ring, for he had established a pet contract with Xiao Wu, who willingly accepted. Who can delineate right from wrong in this bustling world, this ephemeral existence? In truth, absolutes of right and wrong are mere illusions, are they not? Observing Doctor How meticulously reinsert the tubes into her father, Chu Qiao gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. The blade danced with fervor. When engaged in dialogue through steel, there was no room for ambiguity. The brothers of Di Xiong were seasoned warriors, forged through countless battles. Is it so? Does mother believe I am still incapable of making my own decisions? Shangguan Ao lifted his head, gazing at Kai Qian with a smile that was no longer uniquely his own. He had matured, fully and irrevocably. He wished to speak, yet felt an invisible barrier between them, and neither dared to shatter the silence. Ling Donwu, in a fit of anger, raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Haotian's face, the sharp sound echoing through the still night, jarring to the ears. The visage of the formidable military leader loomed closer in her sight, growing ever larger, causing her to panic and shut her eyes. Rua, I shall not let her escape, trust me. Long Xiaochen murmured, his face buried in her neck. Qi Qiao would embellish the tale. She had just witnessed the events unfold and pondered how Luo Qinyang would interrogate her. Li Yunmu's gaze was rife with chill, his malevolence palpable as he slowly exited the divine origin realm. The revered General Guan Yu, after Lu Xie conferred upon him the title of Shouting Marquis, was henceforth addressed as Junho within the military. Two sorcerers of the demonic web exchanged words, yet time was of the essence. The 10 statues continued their advance, merely 50 meters apart. If one lacks this particular means, then what one perceives in the primary world is not but an expansive void. To kill me? You were centuries too early, Su Qingge remarked with a smile, her hand grasping the hair of Qingma Chu. Indeed, my master, we have apprehended Su Qingge's father. However, we remain uncertain of the third's progress, the cloaked figure respectfully stated. The palace is ultimately a labyrinthine structure. In some areas, while individuals may traverse, carriages may not pass. Yet, unbeknownst to Xiao Yuan and Nailan Hong, certain matters, which seemed tranquil, concealed an impending tempest. Upon realizing this, Yi Zifen resigned himself completely. If he could not expunge him from his world, he would ensure he remained forever by his side. At that moment, Luo Qinghan was in a state of urgency. Taken aback to still hear Zhu Zhuqing's voice, had the elevator not descended? She had severed the upward path of Yong'an, yet this was not a lasting solution. For in time, they would only realize their ascent had been obstructed without understanding the reason, and ultimately, it might be she, the victim, who would be branded a villain. Why must she endure this? As time dragged on, the season of harvest finally arrived. At the fervent behest of the Wei officials, Lu Changyao, uncertain of his motives, consented to invite them to partake in the harvest on the prairie. Observing the new Fourth Army discard bloodied corpses into the river, dark blood began to drift upon the water's surface. Alas, under the dim moonlight, the hue of crimson remained obscured. One might question, had she any chance of escape while I was in full health and mobility? Qingbei coldly scoffed, casting a sharp glance at the maid, whose pallor resembled that of a specter. Volume 1, Chapter 61. A case of gaining advantage yet playing the innocent. Very well, I shall escort you no further. Bibidong's voice, tinged with reluctance, echoed, remember my words. Only through unity can you survive in the city of slaughter. Nana, regardless of your whims outside, once inside, you must heed Xiao Chan's command. Liena nodded, though her thoughts belied her agreement, should he fail to earn her respect. She would not willingly acquiesce to Xiao Chan's authority. I shall take my leave now. Xiao Chang, take good care of Nana, should any misfortune befall her. I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, Dong Jia, I will safeguard Nana with my life. Xiao Chang was aware that yes, it is all due to your teachings, master. I have followed your instructions diligently, Daniel humbly replied. Just as I was about to enter through the door, he suddenly rushed towards me, pinning me against the cold wall. His kiss was both forceful and frigid, leaving me unable to break free. I could only widen my eyes and gaze at him. While traversing the coastal avenue, he rolled down the car window, and the wind swept in, carrying my tears away intermittently. You mentioned that everything must adhere to rules. After finishing our meal, one should leave the table. Why are you lingering now? Wu Lingfeng squinted and inquired. Brother Jiang, are you trying to reason with me? Fine, then allow me to speak. I understand that it is not easy for anyone to survive in this world, yet he is entirely unworthy of being a father, let alone a husband. To be frank, I was genuinely moved, for the rent exceeding 10,000 is indeed reasonable. Had this shop been located in the city center, the monthly rent would be no less than 30,000. However, despite my indignation, my stomach, betraying me, began to grumble. Having gone so long without food, could I not feel hunger? In a moment, amidst the towering cacti in the desert, it seemed as if someone was calling my name loudly. Having known that this might be a love devoid of resolution, why did I still cling to its beauty? Must one tear away the layers of warmth that veil this so-called beautiful entanglement to uncover its true essence? I initially did not wish to dampen his spirits, intending to heed his words and ignore the incessant ringing of my phone. The recruitment drive organized by the Guangdong Army indeed provoked the anti-Japanese coalition, compelling them to take significant risks. Little did they know, the instigator behind it all, the worldly son of the Insher family in Hejian, had already left, cloaked in anonymity. Xikong Yunping merely mentioned that he had lightly injured Luo Hong, only for a mysterious mid-level royal sorcerer to rescue him, leaving Xikong Yunping with no choice but to return to the Fingning dynasty. Subsequently, Yishu produced the third and fourth artifacts, both of which were of fine quality. Though lacking the 5 natural prohibitions characteristic of the Xuanwu 5-element shield, possessing only 4 prohibitions and 4 powers. This battle persisted for several hours, ultimately resulting in significant losses for the blood thieves, who recognized that the Listening Wind Pavilion was an indigestible bone, prompting them to sound the retreat and cease their futile struggle. To the Qingstone Alley, Ji Jingxi remarked, folding the roster and placing it into his sleeve, before stepping out of the office of the Minister of Rights. In the Flower Pavilion, do they intend to kill you or me? Lu Fubai queried while running and glancing back. The dual swords coordinated seamlessly. The massive toad could not withstand it, and the mirage released even more, taking the form of a dragon, charging towards Yin Changlan's face. Beijinyan refrained from continuing as at that moment, Yeni suddenly lifted his head, the previously innocent clarity in his eyes giving way to a fierce, vengeful glare, filled with the wrath of a predator. Beside him, Feng Zhanglua's expression grew complex. Suddenly recalling something, he looked at the man before him, Zhou Zhuqing, and was certain of his masculinity. Could it be that the solitary king's prolonged ambiguity regarding his romantic entanglements stemmed from an attraction to men? The assassin sidestepped, while Mufeng continued with the technique Wind and Rain of Sorrow. This time, the assassin could not evade, forced to desperately wield his dagger to counter the slicing winds. Volume 1, Chapter 62. Controlling Liena. The bar, situated in a small town, was entirely shrouded in darkness, resembling a grand coffin. The air within the bar was thick and murky, with all decorations painted in black, evoking a chilling and desolate atmosphere. At this moment, the bar was filled to over 70% capacity, yet it remained eerily quiet. Only upon the arrival of Liena, whose breathtaking beauty captivated all, did the ambience shift to one of liveliness. A burly man approached them, holding a large cup of crimson liquid, and bluntly stated to Liena, "Spend the night with me, and this Bloody Mary shall be yours." Liena glared at the man, ready to explode in anger, only to suddenly notice a dagger. Of course, from her words, It was evident that most present were unsavory characters, which led her to adopt a cold and indifferent demeanor towards herself initially. However, since her invitation had been a courtesy, she merely requested to refrain from meaningless chatter. Celia glanced around. Indeed, there were only dresses, simple in design, lacking extravagance, yet possessing a refreshing charm, rather adorable in style. He instructed Huang Dixing to position 2 teams of 3-eyed gunners at the intersection of the official road and the river, while the other teams rested, ready to expand sideways and halt the refugees' advance southward. She ducked her head to evade Doris's onslaught, breathing in the slightly tainted air. For the Academy's admiral, the most presentable asset was undoubtedly the shipgirls within his fleet. I cannot accept such praise. It was all the Grand Marshal's idea. I merely lent a hand. Mr. He quickly declined the compliment. Zhou Wang understood Li Yan's intent. He was to communicate with the various princes and generals. At this moment, he felt completely reassured. Li Yan's suggestion to change the plaque indicated that his position as the national son-in-law was firmly established. Yang Wei scoffed at this, rolling his eyes at his counterpart, before ordering a portion of chicken skewers from the barbecue chef. Currently, it was merely his body that was immobile. Were it not so, he would likely have knelt down on the spot. If it's to help my sister, I could do it 1,000 times. Doris exclaimed joyfully, finally expressing what she had longed to convey to her sister about the impossible tasks. Before them lay a steep cliff face, strewn with jagged rocks, seemingly reaching up to the heavens. After a brief rest, we resumed our journey. Although winter days dawned late, the mountain heights began to brighten around 5 o'clock. In the morning, a mist swirled through the forest, light and secretive, while the sounds of birds and beasts echoed clearly and ethereally in the vast woods. She gazed out through the fogged glass window, observing the colorful candy-colored cars cascading around the road's bend, and found it surreal to the point of incredulity. All right. Xiao Wu was momentarily speechless, recognizing the flaws in his statement yet unable to find a rebuttal, thus remaining silent. Indeed, he had acted intentionally. Lin Yang offered him a drink, which he did not refuse, fully aware of his own capacity for liquor, and as expected, Lin Yang became inebriated. Su Wuxuang felt a pang of sorrow, suppressing her reluctance to nod, for she sensed there was something more significant she needed to attend to. Yu Tang. I will save him as a way to repay my debt. Last time he risked his life to save mine. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Saving him today will balance the scales, I said calmly. Both Yu Tang and I felt a surge of anxiety, genuinely concerned for his safety. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed in the end. Perhaps sensing someone trailing behind, or merely due to the steep slope, she gradually slowed her pace. Her cool gaze narrowed slightly as she surveyed the chaotic pile of soiled fabric with footprints at the entrance and the already shattered heater. A smirk of derision tugging at the corners of Yihua's lips. After speaking, he hurried away, his frail figure appearing as if a gust of wind could topple him. Looking at him reminded her of Junior, both of similar age. Yet where had her Junior gone? Volume 1, Chapter 63, Entering the City of Carnage. Defeating you grants entry? Is it not about slaying you? Xiao Chang chuckled lightly. The dragon steed knight, spear in hand, emanated a chilling aura of slaughter as the black-armored soldiers on either side slowly retreated, parting to create an open space. Xiao Chang softly addressed Liena, saying, Nana, please step back and allow me to demonstrate. Liena quietly retreated, her heart fluttering with a hint of anxiety as she watched Xiao Chang. She was perplexed by her own feelings. She knew she ought to despise him, believing his injury would be more favorable. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress her concern for him. How infuriating. She truly should harbor hatred towards him. At that moment, Liena's thoughts were interrupted by a voice. You may also refer to me as Mr. Samuel. Mr. Senek maintained his usual demeanor, his face adorned with a smile, his complexion rosy, and his snow-white hair and beard matching his eyebrows. Feng Xiaoxiao understood the gravity of the situation, while Shi Shoshi was taken aback, raising his gleaming white sword, unleashing a powerful sword energy directed towards Hua Weiban. Should that strike land, even if Hua Weiban remained unscathed, he would surely be propelled off the precipice. The car door swung open, revealing a sturdy pair of somewhat dark military boots firmly planted on the asphalt road, freshly exposed by the gust of wind. The mention of food made the fourth prince acutely aware of his hunger, feeling as if his stomach were pressing against his back, rendering him unable to wait even a moment longer. As the dishes were served, he disregarded everything else, shoveling fragrant rice into his soup and heartily consuming it. The alchemist's chamber appeared slightly tidier than usual, though only marginally so, as it remained fundamentally disordered. The old poison master seethed with anger, nearly spitting blood. While Ren-Yi seized the opportunity to swiftly depart, leaving the 4 individuals to resolve the chaos he had instigated. She shifted her gaze and noticed a pair of eyes adorned with an unusual hue, which, under the light within the carriage, exhibited a splendid color reminiscent of deep purple sapphires. Sasha remained unmoved as he took a few steps forward, abruptly posing an unrelated question. Could you enlighten me on the meaning of this pattern, Mr. Douglas? He pointed with his toe at a plaque denoting the name of a plant, beneath which 3 curved patterns were engraved. I am a scholar, possessing knowledge from a millennium hence, which affords me a clearer understanding of most matters. Upon hearing Sane's approach, Solayton quietly recited his spell, yet failed to evade the sharp ears of the major. The sharpshooter Saint swiftly raised another pistol, accurately striking the youth's left hand, causing the bullet to ricochet off the ground and kick up a cloud of dust. Naaman let out a pained cry, rolling on the ground, with a red veil obscuring her vision and the heavy phoenix crown atop her head weighing several dozen pounds. I found it nearly impossible to lift my neck without exerting tremendous effort. If I were to faint in the water, would you rescue me? Ling Rong inquired. Her gaze fixed intently on Ling Shi. Li Yuan granted General Zhongren the authority to command 70,000 troops, while bestowing upon 3 other generals a contingent of 40,000 and 2 of 30,000. Thus, Li Yuan's target troop strength amounted to 170,000. Fang Chen quietly anticipated that, should the mysterious space expand to the point of mastery, it would equate to achieving the status of a transcendent ruler. My brother. You are mistaken. Xiner has not caused you any trouble, but has instead brought you significant benefits. I widened my eyes, pointing my chopsticks at him as a gentle reminder. The night breeze caressed the air. For these past few days, Chunhua had been recuperating in the servants' quarters of the Zili Palace, having endured only a few strikes. Her injuries were not severe, and after resting for this period, she had long since recovered. Lin Hai furrowed his brow, pondering why both of her masters were so stubborn and unyielding. He turned and entered the dimly lit room, where the faint scent of dragon's saliva lingered. At the head of the room sat a man, rigidly positioned on the dragon throne, his brow tightly knitted. Volume 1, Chapter 64, Life and Death Crisis. Nana, you must survive. It matters not whether protection is offered. Simply refrain from constraint. Chao Chong smiled faintly, revealing a captivating grin. Of course. The greatest rule of the City of Slaughter is that there are no rules. Chao Chong's smile exuded an infectious charm, seemingly captivating the girl in the black veil, whose voice softened noticeably. However, Liena felt an undercurrent of concern. She was uncertain of Chao Chong's intentions and whether his actions might lead him into peril. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from a shadowy corner, unnoticed even by Liena. She instinctively took a step back, but fortunately, Chao Chong was quick to grasp her, preventing any mishap. The elegant attire she wore accentuated her alluring figure. Long Tao gazed at Tang Wan, and memory surged of the recent embrace with the voluptuous bodies of Fu Mini and Sister Zhou. The winds were gentle, and the moon hung high, casting a silvery glow upon the vast expanse of snow. 2 swift horses, despite the bitter cold, appeared strikingly solitary, their inner turmoil palpable. Ling Xiao remained composed, bending to kneel, expressing her willingness to prostrate herself should the 2 deem her sincerity lacking, merely seeking their favor. When selecting seeds initially, she felt powerless. But circumstances had shifted. Opportunities now presented themselves, and if she could retain her son, her dignity would be a small sacrifice. The war chariot of the god of war, once activated, consumed vast resources. Refilling it required 10,000 military condensation crystals, a staggering figure. Each strike of the sword was ruthlessly fierce, sweeping through the air like a tempest of death. Upon receiving the coach's affirmative response, the students exhaled in relief, their faces blossoming with joy, as if victory were already within their grasp. Captain Carlo appeared somewhat awkward, yet quickly transformed his demeanor into one of anticipation, fixating on Lin Chen's eyes, eagerly awaiting positive news. Their gazes locked in silence for an extended moment. Others, listening intently, could not decipher the magnitude of their thoughts, patiently awaiting the final decision from the elder. Sun had knocked gently before entering, immediately spotting Akbabayo seated on a sofa at the far end of the conference room. Moreover, Su Yunying pondered a scenario in which Lu Guang might publicly disclose the events that transpired by the East Sea, leaving her with no face to govern Luxua City. With your words, I am reassured. I never anticipated I would have a day to stir up trouble on the Bund. I have longed to explore it, always watching your imposing presence from the outside. My hands have itched to showcase the might of the Xie family, Xie Tianhao proclaimed exuberantly. However, it was not so easily dismissed, and Lai's icy demeanor shattered entirely. He was now akin to the second of the great immortal seat. The celestial light Pegasus neighed, and a radiant shield appeared before it as 5 consecutive strikes landed upon the luminous barrier. Yet, this attack was formidable. The Light God S5 strikes was one of the most potent spells in the light magic repertoire. Though it did not breach the shield, it forced a retreat. Fortunately, as promised, today was the day for your arrival. I hope you weren't left waiting too long. Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. Thus, under the warm hospitality of Zhou Fuhai, Xiaoshan and Xia Tian accompanied Zhou Fuhai and Tang Shui in indulging in a lavish luncheon at the Zhou residence. It was the weekend, coinciding with the tail end of autumn, characterized by crisp air and bright sunshine, an ideal time for enjoyment. The attendees of the auction brought their families. While selecting floral arrangements at the conference center, their spouses and children wandered outside, reveling in the many entertainments available at Yaji Mountain Villa. The ancient pterosaur. No wonder it went undetected. Ball thought wryly. The ancient pterosaur possessed formidable strength and innate invisibility, making it the ultimate predator lurking in the shadows, beyond his capability to perceive. Bai Shui was absolutely delighted, having sold a set of 4 printed sheets for no less than 5,000. In just one morning, her bank account swelled by over 100,000, yielding a net profit exceeding 10,000. If every day unfolded like this, She could net 3 to 400,000 a month. The Jia family had never seen such cash flow at the end of each month, as funds were promptly allocated elsewhere. Volume 1, Chapter 65, Hu Liena, Xiao Chang desires me. Xiao Chang sprinted ahead, while Tang San leisurely followed behind. Upon witnessing Xiao Chang cornered with no escape, Tang San erupted into boisterous laughter. Xiao Chang, why stop running? Keep running. Can't you run anymore? Haha. Xiao Chang intended to convey. Yet upon reflecting on his civilized nature, he asserted, Tang San, do you truly believe you have the upper hand over me? Xiao Chang gritted his teeth as he spoke. Tang San chuckled lightly, responding, what else could it be? Listen to their cries. No sooner had he spoken than the group of fallen beings that had been pursuing Xiao Chang erupted in shouts, the eternal deity of the city of carnage. Clad in flamboyant attire, Tang San moved with grace. Grave upon grave split open, and countless malevolent spirits emerged, exuding an aura of decay, varying in strength. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves facing over 40 adept practitioners of the Xian realm. Qin Yang's words rendered the emperor's sword silent. While the blue tier's sword nearby trembled, its reasons unclear, perhaps shyness or something else. Of course, while one must not be foolishly fearless, Yi Fei's courage was commendable. Prince Li Chengxian preempted the eunuch's actions, swiftly handing the crimson notice to Li Shimin. Unlike the ordinary populace, the powerful grew increasingly grave as time passed. A series of disclosures followed, initially benign shopkeepers, enemies of Brother Leopard, none of which held their attention. Thus, they gathered in the wooden cabin, eager to seize the occasional urgent mission that arose. Brother Wu, having conversed for quite some time, it is now time to address serious matters. You see, I have traveled a long way from abroad. I do not wish to make this journey in vain. Are all the preparations nearly complete? Bloodspike, cigar in hand, spoke to a middle-aged man in his 40s across from him. With the master absent, the Earthswell could not intervene directly, aside from the guardians of the sacred land. No other entity could obstruct him, and the guardians typically refrained from involving themselves in local power struggles. She erupted, especially at the moment she raised her voice. Her tone faltered slightly, reminiscent of a cracked gong. At the initial stages of the spirit palace, Bai Li's spiritual energy was perhaps only 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary practitioner. However, once he advanced to the mid-stage of the spirit palace, this disparity could escalate to 10-fold, and by the late stage, it might even reach 100-fold. He cast a bewildered glance at the Bloodwolf monk. What does this mean? Why does Master Jiang have 2 memorial tablets? He swayed his body, twisting and turning. His exaggerated movements rendered it impossible for me to balance the motorcycle. The ancient demonic seed quietly sensed the surrounding space and the rate of physical energy depletion, eventually speaking heavily after a pause. In the eastern district, 3 areas had collapsed, separated by several dozen meters, necessitating the division of their forces. A portion of the zombies advanced cautiously after reaching the city S-base, and the situation grew increasingly dire. When Qin Haonan and Yao Ruoshi arrived, they beheld a thicket that was starkly different in style. The thicket was sparsely populated with trees, the few present were lifeless and withered. An antiquated suit of armor concealed the true visage of the corpse, yet the shape of the vengeful soul in the body suggested that Huang Chao was a formidable figure, broad-shouldered and muscular. Half a month later, Bai Li ventured beyond the confines of the Taiji diagram for the first time, directly enduring the assault of purple light in pursuit of furthering his sword intent. The relocation seemed inevitable. Xiao Tuo and Princeton could not remain idle, lest the noble consort as people failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Only after attending to all matters and indulging sufficiently did Wang Sudong finally embark on the journey home with his family. It would be wiser to remain calm and observe the unfolding events, at least without the fear of being burned by unforeseen troubles. The sister's suggestion was utterly unreliable. While she reaped the benefits, what of them? They were ensnared in a quagmire. Although he had yet to master any substantial ninjutsu, with just the shadow clone technique and a single Rasengan, Naruto still managed to achieve a commendable opening in this battle. Volume 1, Chapter 66, Departing the City of Carnage. Yearning for home. Within the arena of slaughter, Tang San, having forfeited his claim to manhood, unleashed his fury in a frenzied rampage. Xiao Chang has passed away. He clearly witnessed Hu Liena entering the city of slaughter, yet after searching extensively, he was unable to locate her, leaving him with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. However, dissatisfaction proved futile as he had dug through the earth without success in finding Hu Liena, after squatting in this place for half a month. With no sight of Hu Liena, Tang San finally resolved to temporarily relinquish his pursuit. In the city of slaughter, participating in 100 matches guarantees won the title of champion. Tang San has triumphed in 67 consecutive battles, currently holding the top rank. During this period, it is likely that no one dares to partake in the matches of the slaughter arena. The matches in the arena are: who covets your bracelet? It is not that I refuse to take it, it is simply beyond your grasp. Should you manage to obtain it, you may take it at once. Hua Jiao scoffed. Thus, they engaged in a back-and-forth exchange until, after a considerable time, they finally stepped into the Imperial city. At this moment, Guanyin yearned to eliminate this scoundrel. I have transformed into my true form to pursue you, and yet you respond in this manner? Gu Junming began to take attendance. And suddenly his gaze fell upon Zhang Qi, who sat at the back, prompting him to approach immediately. Wan Qichongning clung to Hua Zhao's arm, blinking her large, crystal-clear eyes at her, playfully seeking affection. Have we perhaps gone too far in our corrections? Zhou Zhuqing inquired with a hint of melancholy, gazing into the distant glow of the setting sun. Had they known this fellow could hide so well, they would have undoubtedly marked him in advance or placed him under soft confinement for surveillance. The crown prince and the queen nodded in unison, commanding the body of the king of the Black Chicken Kingdom to be lifted. Sha Monk and the others had long since packed their belongings, and this group departed from Balan Temple, heading towards the Black Chicken Kingdom together. Xiao Ning's nails dug into her palm. She could not look away, while Qiao Huijin clutched the back of her clothing tightly, urging her to straighten her posture. It was afternoon, and the front desk had few patrons. Save for a uniformed attendant engrossed in playing Tetris, their disheveled, yellow hair evoking a sense of familiarity. Yet I knew that regardless of discomfort, this was a valuable opportunity, one that might even aid those outside. Sun Tianyi concluded, raising his crystal sword and aiming for Chen Xian's throat. Chen Xian remained unconscious, unable to evade Sun Tianyi's long sword. In that fleeting moment, I fervently wished for the mysterious power that had once saved Chen Xian to reassert control over her body. Alas, Chen Xian kept her eyes shut, showing no sign of response. Fine wine should be savored slowly, with time to relish its flavor. As I observed Manjantian gulping down nearly half a jug, I felt a pang of sympathy, as if he were drinking from my own vessel. Throughout this journey, Feng Che rarely spoke to himself, mostly remaining silent while stepping towards the distance, lost in myriad thoughts. Did he not invite you as well? I dare say he harbors a greater fondness for you. One cannot confront Ichijin using conventional tactics. What is truly at stake? Chen Chen's tone was cold and distant, tinged with impatience, as if reminding me that we are no longer as we once were. Of course, this does not imply that warriors below the divine realm cannot cultivate or wield divine techniques. How could that be possible? Zhao Pengfei, hands on his hips and brow furrowed, exclaimed in disbelief. The realm of yin and yang, life and death, lost its efficacy for the first time. The waters of the river of life and death flowed by without washing away the colors adorning Xingfang, merely flowing past him like a stream. Time slipped away unnoticed until Lao Jun ceased emitting the aura, casting a glance at Yuan Shi in the sky before closing his eyes. Brother, Zhong Li is worried that we may fall into Han Xian's trap. Just then, Yuziki returned from inspecting the camp, sensing the tense atmosphere and stepping in to alleviate the situation for Zhong Wei. Seeing Lu Fei shake his head, Zhou Yinfeng felt somewhat reassured. If it were truly so, this group would be utterly absurd. With such limited cultivation, to possess 2 pieces of supreme spiritual artifacts each, isn't that an egregious waste? Yet Lu Fei's subsequent words left Zhou Yinfeng utterly speechless. Volume 1, Chapter 67, Enhancement of Overall Strength. Together with Liena, Chao Chong absorbed a considerable amount of the Yin energy within her, not only unlocking the time realm within the myriad realms map, but also acquiring the extraordinary skill of temporal reversal. Additionally, he unlocked the dream realm, enabling proactive communication within the dream domain, resulting in significant gains. Xiao Chang felt it was time to return. In the palace of the Spirit Hall, Bibidong gazed at Liena and Xiao Chang, who appeared hand in hand before her, and inwardly acknowledged, as expected, her disciple had not escaped Xiao Chang's grasp. After assessing their strengths, Bibidong was immensely pleased. Both had ventured into the world for over a year, and their abilities had, aside from the indifference of Shinkong Temple's Dong Yu and Hashino Aoi, others displayed a mix of apprehension and complexity in their expressions. Qingyan glanced at her lips, which appeared moist from the soup, and felt a sudden thirst, prompting her to finish her chicken soup. Suddenly, a grave lamp shimmering with 7 colors appeared, causing the elder to reveal a peculiar expression as he embraced the lamp and vanished into the darkness. Muyanaki seemed to sense something, quietly glancing back at the emperor seated high on the throne, and unexpectedly threw him a flirtatious glance. Upon witnessing this, Mu Cheng's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he yearned to rush forward and intimately engage with the enchanting Muyanaki. Hearing those words, Xiao Nono was somewhat astonished. Upon seeing Yi Guanyu's guilty expression, she realized that this man had indeed changed. As she spoke, she retrieved a peeled piece of white rabbit candy from her sleeve and placed it in Juye's mouth, causing Juye to smile with delight. They had uncovered the secret of the card god and finally discovered the true identity of Mr. Digital, leading them to understand why he was so shamelessly humble. No, Manager Su and Su Zhang began to explain, but with so many relatives around, he could not reveal his sordid affairs. Many times, Zhou Zhijing pondered what kind of enchantment Jiang Jinhao had cast upon her, brainwashing her to such an extent. After searching high and low, she ultimately found the remnants of 2 ceramic bowls in the corner by the door. Had they been broken and hidden away? In midair, the referee's expression was indescribable. In all his years of officiating, he had never encountered such a formidable competitor. His steps faltered slightly, and a seemingly mature voice carried a hint of awkwardness. Just then, as Lu Tian turned, under the dazzling light of the crystal stone, a figure captured Lu Tian's profound gaze, transporting his thoughts back 2 years. With another punch, Chu Tianyu unleashed his strongest attack, the Overlord Charge. In the limited time he had, he could only unleash 2 rounds. In a flash, Yuan Sahan and Qin Yao exchanged a decisive glance. They simultaneously retrieved identical talismans from their respective rings, biting their tongues to spray a drop of blood upon the talismans. However, Bai Jihong and his companions were unfamiliar with Lu Wuqing and harbored considerable resistance towards this suddenly emerged senior brother. Do you think such a possibility exists? Wang Zilong cast a disdainful glance at him, incredulous that he would pose such a foolish question. How could I have ever lost to these dullards? From then on, those who had been watching from afar retreated in fear, as they could no longer perceive any innocence in Yin Luonyang. Su Sierra gazed with wide, somewhat bewildered eyes at the scene, appearing somewhat perplexed. Waiter, another pot of Da Hong Pao. Zheng Ji took a sip of tea and beckoned to the server. Flustered by the sudden gratitude, Feng Ji sighed in a voice as soft as a whisper and fell silent, wishing that Song Qingjia's hair would grow a few more inches to shield his face. However, Luo Tianhua, despite his envy for this revered faith, found himself unable to breach the artifact's self-defense mechanism, which was beyond his reach at present. This was a long history from the West Prefecture. After the governor of Qianzhou's anger, she did not rush to defend herself but instead adopted a stance of understanding, embodying a daughter-in-law's respect and eagerness to learn from her elders. In the first volume, Chapter 68, Yuxian, Bibidong earnestly asked, Chao Chang, have you decided how to choose your seventh spirit ring? In the Stardow Forest, Bibidong inquired. Sister Dong, my martial spirit primarily focuses on control. I would like my seventh spirit ring to reflect that as well. After a moment of contemplation, Bibidong replied, primarily control? I have a splendid suggestion. Sister Dong, please share. Bibidong smiled slightly. Have you heard of the two great kings of the Stardow Forest? Sister Dong, you mean the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, the two kings of the forest? Bibidong nodded. Exactly them. One excels at gravitational suppression, while the other specializes in delayed skills. Thus, that notion left an indelible impression in his heart. No matter how earnestly he wished to forget, it remained unattainable. Perhaps it was due to the special nature of his previous identity with Zhuo Ying that he often felt a sense of embarrassment. Just as Ming Shi prepared to leave once more, her footsteps abruptly halted as she turned to gaze at the man on the ice rink. Those who had not personally participated in the Fengyang battle believed wholeheartedly in the truths proclaimed by Lu Xiao and Wang Feng, and in their astonishment, they held the utmost admiration for Wang Feng's magnanimity and courage. Her sleep was restless. Bizarre dreams blurred her sense of reality, and after a sudden shiver, she awoke with a start. Jiang Jing'an glanced at her but said nothing, taking his pajamas from the suitcase and heading to the bathroom. You cannot imagine, nor could I have anticipated, that even now I find it hard to believe, yet it is indeed a fact, Yuan Xiaofeng teased. At that moment, the heaven-slaying divine sword suddenly elongated, penetrating the reincarnation passage and immobilizing the soul light of the dark soul. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and his heart ached as if pierced by daggers. Zhou, I am aware of your current situation, yet I called today seeking your assistance, Li Xiaoyan said, her forehead adorned with 3 black lines as she listened to him ramble on. Do not overthink it. I am well. Han Zaicheng, upon witnessing Hui Kai's anxiousness, wanted to laugh, but restrained himself due to Hui Kai's aunt being present. Of course, there was also a lingering resentment towards the Qian Renxue exiled mage group, stemming from the Bear family's strained relations with Dalaran. With this in mind, Qin Jian penned a letter to Kai Qing, instructing her that no matter what transpired, she must protect the child of the 7th princess and ensure no harm befell her. He would immediately go to Tianxing to escort the 7th princess away. He remained unwilling to engage further with Jing Hao, reflecting on everything that had transpired in the border town. Even the most beautiful affections transformed into threads of resentment towards him in an instant. During this time, he gradually gathered his forces under Song Qi, amassing personnel and beginning to work overtime to secretly arrange escape routes. Wandering aimlessly on the streets, he was at a loss as to where to find her. If she truly wished to evade him, he would be utterly unable to locate her. Moreover, after years of separation, he was unaware of her usual haunts. Compared to Zeya, his efforts paled in comparison. I am not arrogant and overbearing. Bai Zimo's words faltered slightly as he spoke. Indeed, he was reckless and had engaged in acts of bullying outside. Qin Tianyan sat upright, taking the matter concerning the old man's happiness with utmost caution. Hui Kai admired her. Her words were so indifferent, devoid of any sorrow. I have felt the darkness, and thus have suffered. The scar on her finger has yet to fully heal. In the presence of Nie Qiong, even with her father, Xiao Yetong, a formidable figure in the condensing soul realm, supporting her from behind, Xiao Mingkong dared not act recklessly. Weary, Xiao Mingkong rubbed her aching temples and inquired with her brothers, Xiao Mai and Xiao Shang, about Yuan Wei's situation. When she discovered that it was Mr. Wolf calling her, her attractive brows knitted in displeasure. Initially reluctant to agree to hold an umbrella for him, she recalled her own truancy and feared his retribution. Thus she approached him with a hint of reluctance, nodding in acknowledgement. Volume 1, Chapter 69, The Exquisite Noblewoman. The 2 men in blue immediately sprang into action, simultaneously raising their hands to seize Chao Chang. Upon witnessing this, Chao Chang let out a light chuckle, utterly perplexed. He merely took a step forward, and in an instant, The two individuals clad in green felt an overwhelming force emanating from him, compelling them to reach out their hands towards Cao Chong involuntarily. Cao Chong firmly grasped their wrists, and with a gentle twist, two crisp sounds echoed. Crack, crack. Almost simultaneously, both individuals let out a wail of anguish, clutching their arms and screaming in agony on the ground. Cao Chong's prowess far surpasses that of these two individuals. From the fluctuations of their soul power, he can ascertain that these two figures in green attire are likely above the 40th level. Baby, you might as well give it a rest. If it weren't for my father, you would be nothing more than a wilted cabbage left to rot on the ground. The man, with his long legs and half-open shirt, his cascading long hair and exquisite features, gazed at me with an icy stare that was impossible to ignore, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. The moment he took to the stage, the ominous premonition in the heart of the serene Mo Shang intensified. The oppressive feeling and discomfort grew more pronounced, tenfold stronger than Mu Yang. What nonsense are you spouting? Receiving this news, the torment in my heart is no less than yours, understand? Qing Qing tried her best to restrain herself, yet her voice betrayed her anger. He uttered not a single word, simply handed the breakfast he had procured that morning to Shun Zue, and then led her to the car. The timing is just perfect. The man silently praised himself, adding golden brown spicy pieces and pouring in a spoonful of special autumn oil, alongside half a pot of rich pheasant broth, before recovering the pot. Upon seeing him enter with the meal, Lin Mo Heng, whose nose and eyelids were swollen and red, leaned down to assist Sanbao in sitting up. Fei Feng, playfully holding a chess piece, mockingly retorted, "What are we discussing? That you are married, yet dare not introduce your bride to your junior sister." As soon as the guard spoke, Shen Zue immediately turned her head, signaling him to hush. His chest was devoid of any substance. Through the front, one could see through to the back. There was no blood, nor was he dead. Yet the other parts of his body began to undergo the same transformation as his chest, converting into white light and departing from him. Early the next morning, the glasses-wearing individuals commenced their monitoring once more. Due to the terrain, the points they would monitor were somewhat scattered, making travel inconvenient and inevitably delaying their progress. Given the expansive area to be monitored, they took along 2 corpse refinements, leaving only myself, old Xiao, and a lone corpse refinement in the camp. The villagers rose early, most of them already awake. As there was no gas supply in this place, boiling water relied on firewood, which was quite troublesome. Thus, Tang Linlin and I washed up with cold water, our faces turning red from the chill, even after having seen Sima Jin's true appearance. And Bachin was still moved by her unparalleled grace, his heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. Suddenly summoned by Wei Shi, Pei Yongtu could not help but feel a bit bewildered. He lifted his head, his rapidly aging face momentarily lost in confusion, holding the jade tablet as he stepped forward, still appearing somewhat uneasy. Exiting the room, the pair of master and disciple had long since vanished. I then descended the stairs and returned to the conference room. Upon my arrival, the Onmyoji began to whisper amongst themselves. It was only at that moment that I discerned the full form of the insect. It resembled a peculiar shrimp, its surface covered in a black shell, with approximately a dozen pairs of long pincers beneath, while the appearance of its head remained obscured due to the angle. Before long, the 4 of them successfully crossed the Zhangtiao mountain boundary, revealing a towering stone pillar that reached into the clouds. The prophecies of Xiao Wu and Yin Ing came to fruition. Shortly thereafter, Lord Ling of Chu was abandoned by his soldiers during the Battle of Su. Wandering alone in the mountains, with villagers too fearful to offer refuge to the Ling King, the final sigh escaped Zhan Taichu Ji's lips, deliberately elongated, sounding even more mournful and plaintive. To belittle someone's artistic identity while simultaneously seeking to exploit it. What a contradiction. Volume 1, Chapter 70, Tang Yuehua. The beautiful woman did not exude the same oppressive aura as Bibidong. Yet, in her nobility, she was in no way inferior. Cao Chong possessed an extraordinarily powerful mental fortitude, enabling him to distinctly perceive that the enchanting woman bore no trace of soul power. Remarkably, she was not a soul master. This revelation intensified Cao Chong's intrigue towards her. He pondered whether she could withstand his torment. If she could not, how might he assist her? Cao Chong could not help but ponder in silence. The elegant woman descended the stairs with each movement exuding grace and poise. Even when her delicate brows furrowed like a new crescent moon, it appeared almost playful, devoid of any semblance of embarrassment. How could this be? Chief Steward Ode. Qin Sharon could feel the sensation of her soft, moist lips imbued with a hint of bitterness, the taste of her tears. I intended to comfort Chu Qing, yet found myself at a loss for words. Upon noticing a piece of paper on the floor beside Chu Qing, Yuhan picked it up and handed it to me. As I caught the gaze of Tong Tian, who regarded me as if I were a fool, Guyun scoffed and turned away. Tong Tian shrugged and led the way. Having had numerous quarrels with Guyun during this time, Yimu grasped Qin Sharon's hand, lowering her head, avoiding Aiden's gaze, softly confessing, "Brother, I like him." Her voice was barely audible, akin to the flutter of a mosquito's wings. Were it not for the presence of the other 2 extraordinary individuals in the room, the words might have gone unheard. However, Apart from the odd feeling that Xin you gave me, everything else was quite satisfactory. The hot pot was delectable, and the information they provided was commendable. With disheveled hair, I surveyed the darkroom, feeling parched. Lang Dong was absent, as was Shuaxing. They always left while I was asleep, making them elusive to me. Shi Ji Chun grasped my arm, exclaiming, "No, no, Lin, you misunderstand. I bear you no blame. Pray tell, how did you manage to enter?" His eyes were filled with longing as they fixated on me regarding the gossip formation. I pressed my ear against the wall. The soundproofing was remarkable. Under normal circumstances, with the television blaring and the surroundings bustling, I would have certainly heard nothing. Yet at that moment, my blanket shifted again, and a hand slowly emerged from the direction of Hu Xiaoyan, sliding beneath my covers and resting on my thigh. In an instant, the living room was filled with people, and I could not ascertain how many there were. I only knew that their appearances suggested exceptional prowess. Yu Yang's lips curled into a fierce smirk, his eyes ablaze with a fierce fighting spirit. As his voice echoed, two celestial eyes flickered on his arms, and in a moment of concentrated thought, a colossal spider web materialized, enveloping Yi Chun. The vice president of GA Club, Zhou Suong, was seen walking alongside the vice president of Huaxia University of Finance and Economics, Ing Rio. Had it not been for the assistance of those nearby, it seemed unlikely that we would have weathered the first wave of calamity. This particular deal was the largest that Tan Hai had ever encountered in his lifetime, truly deserving the label of a supersized contract. Meanwhile, Suzhou and Yulian were engaged in a constant exchange of phone calls. Simultaneously, countless fans and supporters sat in front of their televisions, cheering fervently. Under his extraordinary abilities, Sido Haomai could perceive the energy of the seal gradually waning. At that time, if he were to be frugal, he could ensure a comfortable life for his family. Amidst the mixed emotions of trepidation and anticipation among British fans, the sixth round did not unfold as they had fervently hoped. However, the harmony within the Mu family remained an undeniable truth. Mu Yihan's icy demeanor was reserved solely for outsiders, not for family. Zhu Gaming's expression darkened significantly. He found himself at a loss for words in response to Yi Chen's disdain, for Yi Chen indeed possessed more celestial eyes than he. After the referee departed the duel arena without uttering a word, he chose a place to enter the inner realm of the Dantian. Volume 1. Chapter 71. Something transpires with Tang Guiwa in a dream. Old ghost, this woman is ungrateful. Shall we directly unleash the polar stasis domain to control her? Allowing the holy sun a moment of pleasure? Suggested Zhu Douluo, who looked strikingly feminine, to Gue Douluo from the shadows. The cloaked Gue Douluo nodded. Old Zhu, you are indeed cunning, but will the holy sun consent? That was not for him to decide. What do you intend to do, old Zhu? Do not act rashly. Zhu Douluo crossed his arms, rhythmically tapping his fingers against his chest. I am merely striving to complete the task swiftly. Gue Douluo fell into silence, and after a moment, summoned the other two Douluos, Qi Tun and Shi Mao, to discuss old Zhu's suggestion. At that moment, the face of the Emperor of the East had turned grim. Although he was unaware of Nie Feng's betrayal, he understood that his situation was dire. Suddenly, the room fell into an eerie silence as the four members of the Greedy Wolf exchanged glances, each reflecting their own confusion. The S5, level werewolf suddenly twitched his nose, turning abruptly with a gasp. Lu Xian's eyes flashed with resentment as he spat blood, propelled from the ground by a sharp spike. Thus, Zhang Xiao sought a breakthrough, either by forging his own path or by venturing into higher realms to acquire the techniques he desired. No one could predict what would unfold during this expedition to Jing, so they prepared for every eventuality. The soul translator fluent in Korean was not always available, making it impractical to keep her on hand for emergencies. Ding Yulua felt a jolt as he was pointed at, his arm tingling with fear. Clenching his fist, he aimed a kick at Yang Hao's lower region. There is a saying, while one should harbor no ill intent, one must also remain vigilant. Hence, during the previous battle, Lu Feiyu had not revealed his full strength. In the days that followed, Ding Yulua set aside his own matters, occasionally visiting a few officials to gather information on the recent movements of the general's residence, while Ding Hao frequently entered the city to glean insights through his channels. Observing Shi Feishuan employing a gender card, Lin Yang snorted in annoyance. Your compassionate healing sanctuary only selects a wise ruler under the premise of ensuring your own benefit. As for the welfare of the populace, that is merely a secondary consideration. In a clandestine lounge, Li Wei slumped on the floor, devoid of any desire to move. Accompanying him in the lounge were Zheng Yutong, Meng Liang, and Dark. In the underground chamber of Qin City, everyone was excitedly examining the ageless herb brought back by the disciples of Guguzi. No one dared to assert definitively that this herb was the same as the longevity grass mentioned in the elixir recipe, yet Guguzi believed the possibility to be significant. As the two reveled in their exhilaration, Yin Yang, noticing their changing expressions, could not help but burst into laughter. Unfortunately, fate did not align with their desires. As Zhang Ruyun took a few steps, raindrops began to fall from the sky. Although spring rain is gentle and does not bring pain, Zhang Ruyun, feeling parched and anxious after days of indulgent drinking, found his stomach unsettled. George Hill shook his head lightly, saying, "Boss, you truly lack such capability. But I cannot fathom why we would travel to New York just to meet him." Did we really journey this far to see a young man so bewildered about his own future? That hardly seems like your style. Capsule storage space. Mubai recognized at a glance that the so-called capsule storage space was, in essence, akin to a disposable portable spatial ring. Once the capsule storage space was activated and the items within it were released, the space would seal itself, rendering the capsule ineffective. Master Wang was bound to the stake of flames, his face devoid of fear or trepidation, fervently chanting prayers. The boatman, possessing some discernment, observed Zhang Ruyun's genteel demeanor and momentarily restrained himself, removing the thrashing large fish and cleaving it in two, preparing it with the cooking utensils aboard the vessel. While Zhang Ruyun enjoyed his drink, he lent a hand, and by the time the fresh fish was prepared, the sky had nearly darkened into the depths of night. Volume 1, Chapter 72, Half a Year in the Moon Pavilion. In the wooden cabin, Xiao Chang closed the door with his heel. A gentle breeze fluttered the curtains, carrying with it a faint scent of jasmine, and the air within the room was surprisingly fragrant, fresh and elegant. The white silk robe worn by Tang Weiwa was embroidered with tiny butterflies that seemed to come to life, fluttering around the room. The romantic ambience stirred within the two passionate individuals an irresistible desire to unleash the fervor that coursed through their veins. Their kisses became fervent and entwined. As both could no longer suppress their yearning, breaths grew heavier, heartbeats quickened, and blood surged, as if they were on the brink of a scream. At last, when emotions reached their zenith, they both released a simultaneous exclamation. Jihan was indeed correct. During these days, any tactical thoughts he had would be implemented through training exercises with the four participants, and even when he trained alongside them, he felt his opponents were utterly vulnerable. But could this alone ensure tactical success? In previous days, profits had been collected promptly, yet this year, for reasons unknown, they had been persistently delayed. As the 5th day of the new year approached, the customary silver had yet to be distributed within the inner court, and today, in front of the guests. The matter was brought to light, indicating a growing impatience. At the very least, Yi Yuan found it impossible to clearly explain why a certain tokusatsu series from another Earth bore such striking similarities to the stories of this planet. At that moment, the black fire dragon vanished with a puff. It had expended most of its energy in a fierce confrontation with the two assassins, and its disappearance was but natural, given its current state. Huang Hua, the simple-hearted man, scratched his head awkwardly, turning to Lin Tao with a look of surprise at Lin Tao's unchanged attire. As I lit a cigarette and took a casual puff, silence enveloped the scene for a full 3 seconds. Were her heart less wicked and cruel? Her beauty and figure would undoubtedly ensnare the souls of countless men. The onlookers had already discerned the identity of this imposing young man, and a heavy atmosphere fell upon the gathering as they silently observed Zhao Ming on the phone, as if a tempest were imminent. The indifferent villagers quietly retreated, fearful that this unforeseen ire might engulf them as well. Even if an extraterrestrial descended upon Earth, without concrete photographic evidence, it might simply be reported as a meteorite. Initially apprehensive that Ling Xiao might evade the confrontation, she clearly witnessed him being struck head-on, sealing his fate. After Chun Hu departed, it was said that while he might still prove useful in the future, he was not a necessity. Chun Hu felt that repaying a life debt with mere ropes was particularly insipid. What good is being a queen? I wish for us to leave the palace and live peacefully for the rest of our lives, I remarked, resting my chin on my hand. The first to express support was naturally King Xiao Tu, who had his own plans. Once he allied with the Han court, he would finally reunite with his long-cherished family. Who could resist such an opportunity? Uncertain how long I had been lying there, I awoke to find it was evening, and he was gazing at my freshly awakened face. How long have you been staring? Why didn't you wake me? I asked as I sat up. Sigh. Too many night journeys, and one inevitably encounters ghosts, Chun Hu said, stretching his body in readiness for battle. Outside Yongding Gate, the smoke of battle began to dissipate, and the scattered bodies lay disheveled across the plain, while the abandoned warhorses roamed the cold, desolate battlefield, lamenting their plight. The capital was gripped with fear. Sir, the time has passed. We must enter the examination hall, Zhou Yanru said, struggling to maintain his composure as he gazed at Zhang Pu and others. However, when Tang Zhong glanced at the two mice in their antics, he was rendered speechless, observing one mouse chasing the other, which was clinging to the first, utilizing its own appendages in a rather peculiar manner. What more is there to think? Just wait for your imprisonment, Liang Tingdong said, waving his sleeve in impatience. Volume 1, Chapter 73, Perform. Captivate the heart. Mysterious. This seemed to be a term unique to a certain profession, yet it could not be more fitting to describe these two individuals. Both clad from head to toe in black, even their eyes obscured by fabric. One was robust, while the other had a notable bulge in a particular area, quite unconventional and peculiar. Unsurprisingly, they were halted by the gatekeeper. Hello, please present your invitation, a polite young man inquired. Among the two in black, the sturdy man clasped his hands behind his back and said, just tell Yuewa that when the full moon wanes, an old friend appears, and she will know who I am. Very well, please wait a moment. Tang Yuewa proceeded to the performance, observing his smile. I was acutely aware that preparations were already underway at this very location. Evidently, the address for Nailan Tingshu had been anticipated by them long ago. As the saying goes, Hunger knows no picky eaters, especially when presented with a feast of delightful flavors. Seeing Tian seated steadily on the rear rack, Jiang Fan skillfully took a seat on the saddle, pedaling forward with ease. Thus, he led Tian to the balcony, instructing her which towel was for furniture, which for the sofa, and which for the bathroom. Should the three great empires fall, and the Holy See dominate the demon and god continent, would there still be an opportunity for Kalong to rise again? Whenever there is a competition, there is bound to be gambling. Currently, Shirquan and Li Xiaoshang were in the spotlight as seed contestants, with many betting heavily on them. After repairing the equipment, 5 minutes had elapsed, and I began my journey towards our assembly point. By the time I arrived, my sister was already there. When Tian's underwear was torn away, she ultimately could not escape her fate. What was destined to occur still unfolded. As the thought struck her, a dark aura enveloped her, and the stench of decay permeated the air, inducing a sense of despair and a feeling of hopelessness. The aide harbored a tinge of jealousy, but upon glancing at the delicate Jin Ishiong beside him, his demeanor shifted, reflecting on the pitiful circumstance of Yi Sanlang. He decided it best to remain a self-sufficient single man. Thank you, my lord. Upon receiving his consent, a flicker of delight passed over Emoda's face. The bullets and missiles fired from the machine would not display the predictive blue trajectory lines, both to avoid confusion with enemy attacks, and because the onboard fire control system inherently possessed such functionality, known formally as the attack envelope. Li was taken aback, swiftly turning to enter the room, bowing as he recounted the events surrounding Jin Shuwan's passing. It was uncertain whose legs had trembled earlier, likely from fear, as they might have bitten their tongues in anxiety. As time passed, Jin Ling found herself captivated by Geng Chen's gaze. Her curiosity piqued as she searched for a hint of trepidation hidden in his eyes, their glances momentarily intertwining, yet possessing the mysterious body. Her soul could withstand the aura of a scholar, but she was defenseless against the rays of sunlight. A beam of blue and white light erupted from within the protective field, piercing through multiple magical shields and ascending through the atmosphere. At this time, if he were to venture forth in a dilapidated vehicle, he would surely be apprehended by enemy agents or spies operating under Luo Lifeng's command. Thus, Li Han swiftly turned the car around and drove it to the front of Wu Sibao's repair shop, honking the horn. When Niu Jingguang escorted Shen Tianla to the special high department, he also summoned Lu Aichuan, Gu Yaoyao, Lin Lin, and Yi Xiao to continue warning Lu Aichuan and the others. Lu Chuan left the academy and walked towards the south gate, pondering whether there was any way to investigate matters concerning his parents. The two donned the uniforms of the bakery staff, tying on aprons and flashing sweet smiles at the customers. Dumbledore savored the sweet honey candy, his smile so infectious that even the most formidable Death Eater would likely succumb to its charm. The Wu family excessively indulged their youngest son, which fostered Qin Kangyi's arrogant, superficial, and malicious demeanor. In Volume 1, Chapter 74, Miss Tang San, is she here solely to annoy people? When Tang Yuehua gave her first lesson to Chao Chang, she informed him that to become a true powerhouse, one must first learn to master all aspects of oneself, particularly emotions and breath. However, Chao Chang failed to control his temper, leading to minor skirmishes with Tang Yuehua on the first night. Tang Yuehua was somewhat displeased. The following day, the conflicts escalated, and by the third day, the entire room was embroiled in the turmoil. On the fourth day, the commotion reverberated throughout the entire building, with all the residents of the Moon Pavilion eager to discover the events transpiring on the top floor, yet they were neither able nor daring to investigate. Since that day, they frequently heard murmurs in the dead of night, leading them to suspect it was likely him. Li Tianqi reflected that he must not be too narrow-minded. Since she could reform herself and had rescued his mother from those monsters, what did it matter how he addressed her? Hearing Lin Yuming's voice brought Han Bing some relief, allowing her body to relax as she descended freely. Meng Fan was startled. The big yellow dog, having transformed into a beast, exhibited significantly enhanced intelligence. While it still paled in comparison to Yongli, it posed no threat to human life. Having successfully revived his aunt, he was now firmly in an invulnerable position, waiting for Hongqin to regain some vitality before engaging in a decisive battle with Xueqing to eliminate her. I have matters to discuss with you. I'll pick you up at Mingpin International. If you dare to reject my invitation again, do you believe I won't put a bullet through you? Wei Laneying exclaimed angrily before hanging up, feeling slighted and ready to unleash her fury. Hellish Lu Yun picked up a cold noodle with chopsticks, finding it delightfully cool, smooth, and particularly delectable. Returning to that wretched capitalist society, indulging in the decadent life of paper-drunk gold-dazed revelry, though he found this just difficult to articulate in the presence of the coldly alluring Li Shi. Xiao Yunfei could only speak seriously, harboring lingering feelings for the heroic and carefree Su Yaohui. Though Yin Xiaoxiao had slight doubts about Zhang Donghai's martial prowess, she obediently followed his instructions. The lady of the young master sat sipping tea, while the trembling Tao Hong knelt before her. Hand over the military token, or I have countless methods to make you suffer. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, yet a chilling malevolence lurked within. Ma Yuan recalled the moment she laid eyes on the corpse of number 10032, alongside the military firearm that served as their tool. Taking a deep breath, Dongshui nodded. wary that speaking might betray her sorrowful emotions. Imo Qian snorted twice, flames and black smoke billowing from his nostrils, causing the frightened Imo Lao to flee up the mountain in panic. Everyone's attention was captivated by Huang Gang. Who had ever seen a man tied naked to a flagpole? Who had witnessed such a spectacle accompanied by cries and wails? The most ludicrous part was that this man was none other than the director of the Revolutionary Committee. If victory and defeat were already predetermined, it implied that Wen Wanqing's backing could not compete against the Tian family's support. Yet, Wen Wanqing was no fool, knowing this. Why would he initiate conflict? Surely, one must possess the capital for a gamble to act so recklessly. Horshi stood stunned, gazing at Yuan Ji. His expression akin to that of a ghost. You are Xian Tian? He could hardly believe the thoughts swirling in his mind during the day of sun. Yuan Ji had been utterly ignorant of her past life, so how could she suddenly know so much now? Zheng Guanjia, are you about to leave? Liang Shiqing inquired, noticing the burden on his shoulder. The clear sky was abruptly filled with a blazing fire cloud, causing the temperature in Black Snake City to rise dramatically. Flattery without cause is either treachery or theft. Diane discerned that the young man was not quite right, yet she refrained from hastily revealing the truth. The middle-aged stranger chuckled, revealing a set of white teeth, then patted his chin, mimicking the act of grasping with his hand. In Volume 1, Chapter 75, Interacting with Bibidong, they set forth for Sea God Island. Let us test new tea with fresh fire, while poetry and wine accompany our youth. Spring is not yet old, and the gentle breeze sways the willows. A half-moat of spring water fills the city with flowers, while misty rain cloaks 1,000 homes. Spring had not yet faded. The delicate breeze danced with the slanting willow branches. In Tiando City, the moat brimmed with the shimmering spring water, vibrant blossoms adorned every corner. And a fine drizzle enveloped the city, rendering every household indistinct. Chao Chang ignited a new flame to brew a cup of freshly picked tea, composing poetry in a state of inebriation, wishing to bid farewell to Tang Yuehua during this fleeting, splendid era. Chang, as you depart, when shall we meet again? Tang Yuehua nestled against Chao Chang, her eyes brimming with tears. He gently wiped away her sorrow, whispering, Yuehua, do not worry. There were 50 or 60 lychees, still attached to their branches, nestled in an icy vessel, appearing as though just harvested. The vast starry sky remained silent, adorned with twinkling stars, enveloping the dark, tranquil void in a symphony of serenity. Imagine you as a handsome, accomplished male celebrity, rich in romantic experiences yet still unwed, surrounded by numerous companions, with a throng of weeping women clamoring for marriage, forming an impressive battalion. The elder monster, Jiao, slightly altered his expression, drawing in a breath and reciting an odd incantation. A strange vortex materializing in the void above. Hey, cat, how did you arrive here? This animal shelter prohibits animals from running amok. A somewhat arrogant voice rang out. Your people are urgently assembling. The mayor of Maiduguri has been assassinated, and the entire city has been placed under martial law. Two soldiers grinned as they accepted the cigarettes offered by Yi Tian, their smiles wide as they stuffed the remaining cigarettes into their pockets. Tang Yu and Bai Yu both shouted in anger. After all, this was a figure of unparalleled significance, a king among mortals. Although one may fall into the desolate abyss, survival would still be a grueling ordeal. Regrettably, Ling Hao, upon witnessing Zi Shi's expression, was reminded of Shangguan Ji Qiong, and with a sigh, retreated to his chamber. This forced the already flustered Emil into a corner, materializing into dragon form, indicated that the ingredients used to brew this pot of tea were extraordinarily precious. A single cup would nourish beyond measure, rivaling even the worth of a divine dragon. We must hurry. Soon, fearsome beasts of the great sage rank will emerge, and our formation will not withstand them, Xiao warned. He had always believed that Nangong Jingxin's rise to general was solely due to the emperor's favor. Now, being subordinate to him despite his superior talents, he felt profound discontent. Chui raised half a baseball bat, ready to strike. Mid-swing, it slipped from his grasp, flying away unexpectedly. With the emergence of Jindu's sinister gaze, the necklace of life vanished from the realm. Comparable in merit to the sand spell talisman exchanged for the head of the Scarless from Angela's ruins. Li Tianzi and his companions returned to Storm City, delaying their journey to Shanjin Town to linger in the city for a while. The scene of the first individual match between the Moonlight Travelers and the War God team unfolded in the sandy desert, with the initial two teams selecting their combatants. The referee announced. It was unclear whether it was Xia Yihan and her companion who provoked the flame's spirit bees, but their numbers swelled, and their attacks grew increasingly fierce. Upon this realization, Chengge broke into a cold sweat, finding himself unable to muster any strength in his legs. All right, everyone, be cautious. Do not exert too much force. Injuring them is sufficient, Elena advised. Duel produced silver needles, applying them to several acupuncture points on Yu Kunlun, temporarily halting the bleeding before reinfusing him with blood plasma, allowing him to regain some semblance of stability. Defeating Italy was a straightforward endeavor, given the disparities in both their entry and strength. Even the geographical advantages they possessed were inconsequential. Crack, 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 the yet-to-topple divine mountain, angered by the frigid snow, was encased in ice, then shattered into fragments. In the surrounding dimensions of the divine realm, breakthroughs in the sacred vein realm had already ascended to the ancestral divine realm. This signified that the ancestral divine realm had been recognized by the heavens and was indeed a true grand world. Volume 1, Chapter 76, Sea God Island, Seahorse Douluo. Observing their astonishment, Chao Chang could not help but inquire, "Why do you gaze at me with such astonished expressions? Is there something amiss on my face?" "No, not at all. You are exceedingly handsome," a middle-aged man replied. Qian Renxue covered her mouth, giggling, while Bibidong could not suppress her laughter, causing her to tremble in delight. Chao Chang was amused by the humor of the middle-aged man. He inquired, "Can we enter now?" "Yes, of course." The middle-aged man replied enthusiastically, resembling a local guide welcoming a distinguished leader. He led them into a forest where the air was infused with the refreshing essence of nature. As they inhaled the air, although there were supporters cheering, Zhao Hong was acutely aware of the dangers of the first round. He steeled himself, turned his horse around, and held his spear in a defensive stance, though his momentum waned, suggesting that Gao Chang's move had already bested Zhao Hong. Zhang Lingyu felt increasingly uneasy. Peculiar incidents seemed to occur more frequently this year. Since he intended to report the matter, he resolved to do so. Indeed, the rhythm of war. Lu Guangshi clenched his fist and struck the air with vigor. Moreover, the sacred palace had dispatched formidable warriors to oversee the proceedings. Any violation of the competition rules would result in the disqualification of the alternate disciples. Today has certainly opened my eyes, typically. It is the customers who choose the store, yet you seem to be selecting your customers. Let us see who will return to your establishment in the future. Zhao Jing observed that the salesman, who had just been so miserly with her, now appeared to be quite intimidated by the man speaking, indicating he was likely an authority figure. The magical beast was sent flying by Xiao Yu's punch, bleeding from all 7 orifices, barely clinging to life. With a gentle flick of his finger, the beast perished, dissolving into motes of elemental energy that returned to this unique space. Ultimately, Shi scoured the territory spanning thousands of miles belonging to Qi Haoqing, departing in frustration after finding no leads. In the quiet hall, Zhang Yun pulled the utterly stunned Gu Mimi along, her high heels clattering sharply against the carpet. "I've finished eating. I'll be leaving first," she uttered softly, turning away with tears on her face. With a whoosh, the fierce wind swept through, instantly lifting the zombie that had ensnared Gong Benli, the violent gust annihilating the creature's mobility. Lu Yueta understood that her husband was a man of integrity, one who honored his commitments. His solemn entrustment before he departed indicated he owed a significant debt of gratitude. However, Yin Wan's words could not continue, as Yin Isin always found ways to silence her. All protest gradually faded into indistinct murmurs. I cast a surprised glance at Ziyun, who promptly returned a courtesy and stuck out her tongue. I couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that teaching this group proper etiquette was indeed a daunting task. At that moment, Songhai entered to invite me to dine. Upon seeing Shiren smiling, he curiously inquired. Shiren simply mentioned that the Emperor might come to Cunning Palace tonight, which delighted Songhai, who eagerly urged me to finish my meal before bathing. As his words fell, a rumble akin to distant thunder echoed in the ears of those present, sending a shiver down their spines. No, I seem to recall something. Xie Suxin was also reflecting on where she had heard it before. Why should I need you to deliver my clothes? Yan Wan interjected, forcefully shoving money into his hands. Wang Hongbin understood, recalling that around a year ago, this Madame Yu had suddenly ceased selling medicine, causing pharmacies to hike their prices, yet she remained unfazed. With this thought, Master Hansu felt an increased resentment towards Master Xin, believing they should have left the Sword of Fire and Han Yunxi in Yudu back then. Whether Han Yunxi lived or died had no bearing on Tianyong City. Lu Yao feigned panic, widening his eyes at the unexpected guests, instinctively retreating a few steps to shield by Nian Yin. Just then, the sky fortress trembled violently, the external engines erupted in a thunderous explosion, unleashing rampant energy and flames. As the fortress began to tilt gradually, Volume 1, Chapter 77, Do not open the back door of Poseidon. Persist in being a person of conscience. Chao Chang and Qian Renxue exchanged a glance upon hearing the words, and Qian Renxue said, "Allow me to go first." Chao Chang nodded thoughtfully. The eyes of the seahorse Douluo, resembling a profound abyss, fixated upon Qian Renxue. His hands were raised slowly, and as he closed his eyes, a look of reverence graced his face. With his hands placed gently upon his chest, a faint blue light began to emanate from his palms, gradually intensifying and enveloping his entire being. Chao Chang was suddenly engulfed by a peculiar sensation. This blue light felt eerily familiar. As the azure radiance enveloped the seahorse Douluo, his eyes abruptly opened, bursting forth with a brilliant blue glow that illuminated the entire seahorse sacred pillar, shrouding it in a mist of cerulean light. Subsequently, a beam of blue light surged from the base of the sacred pillar. At that moment, Jasadeo, who had been watching with rapt attention, was unable to contain his drool. He ceased his inquiries until he run and voraciously tore off half a chicken with his claws, taking a hearty bite, unwilling to open his mouth again for fear of losing the delightful sensation. I, along with Yuman's father, arranged a marriage for Yuman. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Changda finally spoke up. The Qing Cheng remained undeterred, swiftly extending his left hand to grasp the ink sword, while his right hand wielded the spiral dragon staff, swinging it with great force towards the soaring beast above. Although Xiao Xiong was affected by the shattered moon's influence, his golden eyes could discern the movements of Lang Hongxiang beyond the shattered sky. Realizing that Lang Hongxiang was fighting with all his might, elated, he unleashed the terrifying power of the void-devouring golden claw once more. Determining one's location on a map using known coordinates may seem daunting, but those who truly master it would not share such a sentiment. Lying in bed, gazing at the ceiling, I reflected upon my myriad experiences over the past period, feeling as though nothing had gone smoothly, which left me quite perturbed. Amid the fierce battle, Liao Senlin's resounding voice echoed, "People often say fire can conquer metal. Today, Brother Sheng Tian, I shall demonstrate that fire does not necessarily triumph over metal." Within the Divine Dragon Academy, he belonged to the metal faction, while Wang Shitian was of the fire faction. According to the theory of the 5 elements, fire can extinguish metal, hence his assertion. The vehicle rolled back into the camp, where the instructor awaited at the entrance. Observing the soldiers disembark with smiles on their faces, he confirmed that the debut mission of these new snow leopards was a resounding success. On this day, Jing Ziming and several disciples of the Ten Seas visited his cave dwelling. They had been in this ancient locale for over half a year, and all the survivors longed to escape this cursed place. Their purpose in visiting was to discuss an escape plan with Yao Muching. In the Qiao family of Lanyu City, Qiao Shifeng, bearing a trace of blood, looked anxiously at Qiao Xian, who lay on the bed. He simply could not comprehend how Qiao Xian ended up in that situation, particularly during Wang Shiren's self-detonation in the fiery abyss. Fortunately, both Qiao Xian and Qiao Xian were unharmed. Although they bore injuries, they posed no threat to their lives. When I glanced over, I noticed that the strange creature had appeared on the tree where Chu Ru Niao had taken flight. "If I were to defeat you, I would offer you similar consolation." Zhang Ning pouted, receiving the sentiment with indifference. Now that Su Jiuan had a courtyard of his own, certain matters would inevitably need to be handled there, necessitating that its inhabitants be impeccably trustworthy. As a shop dealing exclusively in the affairs of the deceased, establishing it in the city center was exceedingly challenging as it disrupted the city's aesthetic. "Hey, do you want to ride?" Junju considered himself quite dashing. He could not bear to see a girl in her 20s drenched in rain, worrying about her safety. However, he did not use his energy for defense or offense, but rather as a propulsion force, propelling himself forward. Yet, Huang Qin's countenance was not only grim but also notably fatigued. His body slumped on the bed, gasping for breath. "Here, Zhao Yun is present," someone shouted. And barely had the words left his lips when Zhao Yun lunged forward, piercing him through the chest with a single shot. Mayer felt somewhat vexed. Although the surroundings were agreeable, the anonymity weighed heavily on her heart, preventing her from reveling in glory. Chapter 1, Section 78, The Heartthrob of Qian Renxue. Upon hearing Qian Renshue's astonished voice, Poseidon merely smiled without speaking, instead directing his gaze towards the Seahorse Douluo, saying, "Ouyang, convey my orders. Until they complete Lord Sea God's trials, they are esteemed guests of this island. Everyone must treat them with the utmost respect." "Yes." The Seahorse Douluo responded with a respectful bow. Poseidon then turned his attention to Chao Chong and Qian Renxue, stating, "If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your desires." Chao Chong nodded slightly. Qian Renxue was somewhat taken aback. This Limit Douluo was remarkably kind to them. Could it be that Xiao Chang was indeed the sea god? Qian Renxue couldn't help but ponder. Poseidon. Recalling the events at the Shang family's entrance during the day, Tang Jiaqing's actions made Shanshi's expression turn sour, lowering his head, too intimidated to speak. She wanted to call for help, but as soon as she opened her mouth, water flooded in, and she quickly raised her hand, flailing a bit, just managing to keep her head above water. Cheng Yinhui blatantly ignored Ji Yushin. Ever since their last disagreement, they had been sleeping in separate rooms, completely disregarding whatever Ji Yushin had done, and it was evident that neither would divulge information to the other. Their stubbornness had persisted for quite some time. However, it was merely a fleeting remark. Xiao Yi's words prompted Qian Li to glance back at them, smiling as she nodded to Lin Xiao, then turned back to continue her conversation with Xiao Yi. For such solicitous behavior, Pisley had become quite accustomed to it during his time in the merchant nation, feeling no agitation whatsoever, and even found it somewhat amusing. When the phone rang, Ji Lionian had no inclination to check it, especially fearing what Xing Shi might do if he saw it. Xing Shi was furious but couldn't quite grasp the reason for his anger. He picked up the phone on the table, intending to summon the waiter for some refreshments, but as he dialed the internal line, a thought struck him. Patients could only consume bland liquids recently. Upon reaching the entrance of the dojo, sensing the arrival of someone, the door swung open, revealing a long corridor before them. After Uchiha Itachi unleashed his Susanoo, a critical status effect appeared in his status bar, indicating a dire condition. While his chakra energy surged erratically, his life force dwindling rapidly. Indeed, such days were blissful, free from war and strife. Only the mundane matters of daily life remained. Having experienced war, she understood the preciousness of such tranquil times even more deeply. After defeating Long Fei, Shu Yao departed amidst the gazes of many. Returning to the military camp, the lay father and son remained quite professional. Despite the harsh conditions, they still produced signal flares according to the requirements of Jingxia. She hesitated to admit that she actually relished the sensation of injury during battle. The more severe the wound, the stronger the pain, the more exhilarated she felt. Jingxia perused the booklet, though it wasn't as neatly organized as Xing's notes. Thankfully, there were no significant errors. Amidst the seemingly harmonious, yet secretly competitive atmosphere, the gates for the second trial finally began to open slowly. This will do. It had been a long time since anyone had resided here. You can tidy it up yourself. I will fetch you a blanket. Qin Yuan turned and left. Mingxi found the sight of white bones inside quite unappealing. He entered the orb once more, gradually stacking the bones. It took him a month to tidy the place up. As the cave deepened, he, the guardian of Behi City, had a formidable opportunity for control and noticed some peculiar circumstances. I am Gao Wei, a mid-level refiner. It's a pleasure to meet you. The speaker was a boy, 21 years old, with a square face, broad shoulders like a tiger, and a sturdy frame akin to a bear. She extended her slender, fair fingers, with nails rounded and slightly pink, meticulously arranging Jingxia's tousled hair. Jinhan had met the master. Haha, there's no turning back now. What will life be like for me from now on? I dare not even imagine. Volume 1, Chapter 79, The Mysterious Golden Threads. Upon entering Haima City, Xiao Chang reflected deeply. He had erred. From the very beginning, he had lost his way. In his relentless pursuit of wealth and power to satiate his desires, he had overlooked the importance of familial bonds, friendships, and the passage of time. Once lost, these things could never be reclaimed. In Haima City, he witnessed the myriad aspects of human existence, and finally grasped the essence of his failures. Education. Can you believe the despair of a young girl who would leap from a building dozens of meters high? He did not save her. He could only observe the past. Unable to traverse time and return, he witnessed events that did not belong to his era. He beheld the girl. Jiangqing had just realized that what everyone was most concerned about was not any trivial matter. They were focused solely on one question. Who was resisting these individuals? The boss was astute. Upon seeing the two had remarkable qualities, Meng Jingyi inquired about the price, and upon realizing she was an outsider, he immediately inflated the cost. Saying nothing, merely gesturing at Meng Jingyi with an exaggerated hand motion. However, after he finished apologizing, Si Luhin displayed no reaction, not even blinking. My boyfriend just checked into her room. I want to know who she is and where she is staying. I spoke offhandedly. I held a wooden stick, aiming the sharp end downward, targeting Wang Chunyao's hand. Just the thought of piercing it and seeing blood emerge filled me with indescribable excitement. As the flames erupted, the temperature in the vicinity began to surge rapidly, the chaos within becoming so intense that it left everyone feeling a sense of dread. The man flying ahead turned back, casting a cold glance at Yi Chun, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. The year was 333 of the Guangwu era, and the setting was the midway point as I was escorted to the execution ground, where a number of warriors had begun to gather. He crumpled the urgent letter in his hand, still fuming, and swept everything off the table in a fit of rage. It seemed that the arrival of that individual was something Mu Qian had known all along. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such actions. Could it be that this person truly had a connection to Mu Qian? I will accompany you to the nursing home as a caregiver, and in return, you will help me find a divorce lawyer to fulfill my wish. Gradually, among the numerous photographs, Lan Shui suddenly discovered one where Duan Meishi was gazing intently forward. Zhao Pan nodded, suddenly stepping forward a couple of paces, drawing closer to Wu, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Everyone sprinted for a while, frantically rushing down one of the corridors, when suddenly, the captain raised his hand, halting them. Lu Shimin had escaped, or rather, he had been forced to flee by his subordinates. Typically, he would never retreat even in the face of death, but the camp was indeed formidable. With their side lacking sufficient weapons and ammunition, and the soldiers barely fed, resulting in weak morale and inadequate training, making defeat almost inevitable. He shook his head. In truth, he had already had breakfast, but still wished to share a meal with Mo Ting. The scene shifted back to the Dawn Pavilion, where the area within a 10-mile radius was laid to waste by the residual forces of the battle. However, the Dawn Pavilion remained intact, protected by the curse's power within its blood-red hall. Suddenly, the body of Fu Bao below convulsed, and a baby was born. Yet, at that moment, no one cared about the baby's appearance, for as it was born, the surrounding heavens and earth erupted in radiant light, violently impacting the formation. Once inside, Nathan immediately frowned. There was only one bed. Where would he sleep? Although Su Hai was surrounded by individuals wielding wooden sticks and shovels, he remained remarkably composed, quietly perusing his script without a trace of fear upon his countenance. Xiao Wanju, situated at a considerable distance from these masked figures, could not decipher their conversation. Yet she discerned that the entire affair was intricately linked to the Jingong decision. In Chapter 80 of Volume 1, titled Rescue Qian Renxue, following the threads of fate, Qian Renxue arrived at a quaint village, precisely the one that Qiao Chang had aided earlier in the day. The villagers were fervently kneeling in reverence to the sea god, expressing their gratitude for divine protection. At that moment, Qian Renxue realized the profound strength of faith. Suddenly enlightened, she hastily returned to her abode, closed her eyes, and succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, she felt refreshed and discovered Chao Chong busily engaged in tasks. After locating Chao Chong, the seahorse Douluo informed him that the first evaluation, involving traversing the sea god's light, was imminent. He instructed Chao Chang and Qian Renxue to proceed to the sacred core of Sea God Island, ascending the 108 steps deemed necessary for passing the trial. Gazing down from the mine's exit, she beheld the expansive base of the Lingyan volcano, which stretched wide, its fiery magma pattern sprawling across the ground like a spider's web. The noxious stench infiltrated her senses, almost inducing nausea. Dohua, Shiyun's devoted maid, rushed out upon hearing that Ji Wanrong had arrived. It is often said that the youth of today are too earnest, unlike the boastful elders. Upon seeing her still attempting to flee, Zheng's imposing figure swiftly tackled her to the ground. Moreover, at her age, addressing a young and handsome man as uncle was a notion she found difficult to accept. The elderly matron bore a bittersweet smile. Undeniably, Su Yan had surprised her, yet presented a perplexing dilemma. Fortunately, they had not severed ties completely, or hope for reconciliation would have been extinguished. With eyes tightly shut, his expression contorted, he seemed to be lost in the music, deriving pleasure from it while simultaneously enduring immense anguish. Without needing assistance, she instinctively reached out to trace the contours of his brow, eyes, and nostrils. Attempts to forcibly push through had already proven futile, even with the aid of the third-tier Xian Kong monk. In a fleeting moment, Li Jiannan's soul wavered as if a gust of wind threatened to disperse him. Yang Yu urgently alerted them to the situation. In this world, all things are subject to cultivation, and upon reaching a certain realm, one may ascend. This is not a privilege exclusive to humanity. Indeed, comparing her to Han Linglu was a sensitive issue for her, particularly as she felt inferior. Just as they were on the brink of entering the realm of the dead, Yun Feiyue and Mu Yalan sought out Yang to deliberate on certain matters. The two of them meandered through the tomb, the biting cold wind stinging their faces, revealing little scenery save for a few pines and cypress. When Xian lit the incense she had prepared, bowing in reverence, with a fierce roar, an expression of unbridled rage erupted upon her contorted visage. In an instant, icy hands grasped Xiao Ming's throat. Regarding the pervasive decadence and moral decay within the celestial realm's demon clan, many denounced the shame of association. Why did she perpetually sense a presence? Yet during those moments, her eyelids felt leaden, as if trapped in a dream, leaving her uncertain of the accuracy of her instincts. After searching for a while, she found nothing suitable to stifle Xia Mutian's mouth. Ultimately, she steeled herself, rolled up her sleeves to reveal her fair, delicate arms, and positioned them before Xia Mutian. The implication was likely a reference to Xian's legs. Rongqing disregarded Ran India, inquiring of Xian Yuan after consuming a pill. The mysterious poker box failed to detect any fluctuations from the enigmatic cards, yet the task description indicated that these snow apes indeed possessed one. He felt a surge of shame and disgust for his earlier actions, yet in that moment, he had felt compelled as if the arrow was already drawn. It was a rare sight to hear the teacher refer to others as madmen. Li Ziming stroked his chin, genuinely astonished that merely the revival of ancient species could leave him astounded. What else could Kaido possibly desire? A chimera, perhaps? Yet Li Ziming's expression clearly morphed into one of horror. In Chapter 81 of Volume 1, Qian Renxue implores, Chao Chong, allow me to be your woman. Observing her confusion, Chao Chong chuckled, you may attempt to strike using your skills. Qian Renxue was eager to comply. Chao Chang unleashed an attack at any moment, and immediately, a golden light flickered across the transparent barrier, rebounding his strike with even greater force. Chao Chong stood his ground without flinching, as a golden phantom materialized before him, hands clasped together, shielding him from the impending strike. Qian Renxue gazed at Chao Chang with a hint of astonishment. Chao Chang's casual strike surpassed even her most fervent effort, the rebound proving even more formidable. That golden phantom effortlessly withstood the assault, a testament to its terrifying defensive capabilities. Lost in thought, Chao Chang had already taken the initiative. Lord Li was plagued by numerous phlegm stones. Had they treated her well and not driven her away, a mere packet of radish seeds could have cured him. Upon returning to the underground base, Orochimaru collected the cells of the 4 individuals and placed them into specialized vials. Aztec took several deep breaths as he ascended the erected platform, observing the archers on the distant hill, poised and ready. 2 archer battalions flanked the rear of the expanded line, ensuring a steady output of firepower under the protection of the defensive perimeter. Of course, this several dozen kilometers posed no challenge for Lu Hang. Those so-called heavy troops were nothing to him. Mu Shirsen watched as he knelt slowly before the sacred fire, emitting a series of muffled sounds without uttering a single word, regardless of whether the deity would respond to their calls, or how powerful they believed themselves to be. This had been the case for countless epochs. The Wang residence in Guangling was immensely wealthy. Much of the grain sent to the northern tribes was borrowed from Guangling. What more could the emperor reward him with? The crown prince of Guangling lacked for nothing. Emperor Li Chun sighed helplessly, closing his eyes slightly as he leaned back in his chair, pondering how best to bestow his rewards. Gu Wushuang and Luo Shirin exchanged dry smiles, unwilling to conceal the truth. and promptly recounted every detail from their first encounter with Tang Dian until this evening. He harbored a measure of admiration for this sword demon. Otherwise, one might wonder why he had not vanquished him eons ago. If one is a monk, why not refer to oneself as this humble monk or this poor monk instead of this old man? Lu Heng once again posed a question. This signified that the time for the 5 families to gather was drawing to a close. The next assembly of all 5 families remained uncertain in its timing. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the ceiling descended like a rocket, piercing through the air with the precision of a blade. Fang Fei glanced around, her gaze falling upon a familiar alleyway. Peering into the entrance, she caught sight of a grand crimson door adorned with the character for King above a lantern. Old Mo emerged from the laboratory, observing the curious Xian Yi in the reception room. Unable to suppress his astonishment, in an instant, the eyes of numerous reporters gleamed as they turned to Lu Lin, aware that he was the evening's focal point. I had thought it wasn't him. I suppose I overestimated him a bit. Wu Yu shook his head. Initially, he harbored some suspicion towards the Yan Emperor, fearing someone might use him as a pawn, yet it turned out otherwise. Although she had been a ghost for some time, she disliked directly passing through the bodies of the living, instinctively shifting slightly aside as she continued to drift backwards. Upon meeting the queen, young Karen knew to lower her voice. With few connections among others, she could only approach Chen Pin, while she indeed intended to discuss matters of romance. The focal point was not the romance itself, but rather her romantic interest. Humph. Tan Man turned to ascend the stairs, cradling a thermos in the winter night. Warmth seeped from the container, filling her with a sense of comfort. In this city, she felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered so many kind-hearted individuals. And she was genuinely grateful to the world. All right, I don't care if it's pig or cow feed. Can you now reveal to us the way off the island? Locke initially intended to retort but realized he could not hope to match the opponent's strength and could only respond with resignation. Volume 1. Chapter 82. The Connections of Lord Sea God. Qian Renxue no longer exchanged a word with Cao Chong, resolutely pressing forward. The pressure mounted as she ascended the 30 steps, beads of sweat forming on her brow. By the 35th step, her temples were soaked. At the 40th step, a significant patch on her chest was dampened, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of flesh beneath her attire. By the 50th step, sweat pooled on the stairs. Qian Renxue appeared as though drenched by rain. At the 55th, 57th, and 58th steps, she could advance no further, gasping for breath as she slowly retreated. Meanwhile, Cao Chong had already surmounted over 150 steps. With each step he took, he left behind. Song Xianing felt a chilling aura of murderous intent approaching, shifting unpredictably. He sensed the presence before him was always shrouded in a veil, rendering him uncertain whether he had encountered the true visage. As the monk spoke, he smiled gently at me. His smile was unlike that of any ordinary person, filled with compassion and strength. It stirred deep emotions within me. Luo Yi immediately strode towards the Dragon God Temple. This time, he felt the weight of pressure, though it was not overwhelming. Even upon reaching the grand doors of the temple, he merely sensed fatigue, without any feeling of repulsion. This child remained trapped in an unbearable terror. Even the midday sun could not rouse her from it, fearing that any movement might cause her to vanish back into that abyss teeming with insects and venomous snakes. Anyone could feel the genuine respect in the voice of the mermaid general, Yun Qian included, who could not suppress his curiosity regarding the alternative method of return mentioned by the mermaid general. It seemed that when Yu Qingzi led us here, it was not a mistake. This stone wall was merely an illusion, having deceived neither Yu Qingzi nor me and Hu Sampang. This individual, clad in a blue and white robe with golden embroidery, appeared ageless, exuding an otherworldly demeanor. His eyes remained closed, and a blue mark resembling rippling water adorned his forehead. However, upon closer inspection, his features bore some resemblance to Wang Yixian. After hundreds of years, he had barely managed to infuse a fragment of his consciousness into the Yuanshu jade sword. The inhabitants of Polai Island had frequent contact with the outside world, engaging in trade and commerce. Hence, it is said that hardly anyone doubts the existence of Polai Island, for it undeniably resides there, clearly announcing its presence above the East Sea. Shan Xiong could scarcely believe his eyes. He strained to turn his head, and saw a flash of white light zip past him. A towering silver wolf leapt beside Jiang Yu, its claws stained with blood. Shaolan was well aware of Ren Saiyue's temperament and knew precisely how to navigate the situation. To showcase the precious jewelry, Hualing had arranged for a safe to be constructed the day before. Fortunately, everything has been completed. Now they have installed the safe. And when Mo Xiao and the others bring the items, they can be placed inside for exhibition. After walking a considerable distance, as he gazed at the lush scenery before him, Niexiang Yuan's previously restless heart began to calm. Mo Yun and Hao Yinsen exchanged reluctant words for a long time. And only when dawn approached did Hao Yinsen reluctantly depart. On the other side of the T-shaped corridor, a vulgar man dressed ostentatiously was continually grinning lewdly, his expression repugnant. She intended to snatch back the cup, but was thwarted as Ling Yi turned around and drained the water from it. The person in charge was momentarily entranced by the youthful beauty before him, momentarily distracted, internally lamenting where Lord Qin had found such a stunning beauty. After breakfast, each pursued their own affairs, and Shen Mengyao informed her family about her plans to establish a factory. Yin Tao raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. extending her right hand and playfully beckoning them with her slender fingers. Volume 1, Chapter 83. Poseidon is enchanted, seeking someone to cultivate. Seeing the expressions of Tang Hao and his daughter, Haotian Douluo sneered contemptuously. As one of the 7 sacred pillars of Douluo continent and the strongest among them, he could deduce what Tang Hao and Tang San were thinking with just a glance or a gesture. Envy and jealousy? One was unkempt and crippled. The other neither male nor female, a hermaphrodite. Did they really believe that Lord Sea God would not care about his reputation? You may return. Come back in a year. Ah. Tang San displayed an expression of astonishment. Tang Hao's brows furrowed deeply, suppressing his fury as he spoke slowly. Your Excellency. Surely the time required for Lord Sea God to accept the inheritance is not that lengthy. Before them stood a man with purple hair, long eyebrows like willow branches, and a body as graceful as a jade tree. He wore a pristine white robe, his impressive abdominal muscles subtly visible beneath the fabric. A light sheen of sweat accentuating his toned physique. His long hair cascaded down his back, exuding an invisible aura of pressure throughout the grand hall. Why did Lin Weiying wish to compete with He in hunting? Why did Chu Lin allow Lin Weiying to do so? Was there an undisclosed secret behind this hunt? Unbeknownst to them, Gu Luo Hung was stirred by these words, waves of turmoil surging within him, leaving him unable to find tranquility. Zhuang Xiaobai felt a shift in his spirit, but upon noticing Gu Luo Hung beside him, he could only lower his head slightly, suppressing his emotions as he earnestly savored the food in his bowl. Upon hearing this, Yang calculated in her mind, if 100 soaps were made and sold each day, that would amount to 500 taels of silver. In truth, many times she had taken them from her space farmhouse and placed them in the woods, claiming them as her own finds. This workshop was the only large structure in the 2 villages that was uninhabited. The outer walls were 2 men high, topped with sharp stones to deter poultry and those with ill intentions. In a previous life, the country faced a period of being throttled by chip restrictions, with Western nations continuously executing various operations to limit the development of domestic high technology. Gu Luo Hung observed Xia Tianwan's reaction, suddenly feeling at a loss as to how to handle her. The man, having found an opening, rushed in without hesitation, brandishing his whip towards Lin Weiying. The Naguan acupoint was struck with full force by Li Bin, instantly incapacitating his entire arm. Enduring excruciating pain, he used his other hand to parry Li Bin's subsequent lethal strike. For the moment, Aya chose not to dwell on her worries, at the very least. Once others arrived and contact was made, she could address his official matters. The elevator doors opened at that moment, and Matthew, clad in a suit, appeared during Connor's time of greatest urgency, yet he was not there to serve as Connor's savior. Unexpectedly, she encountered that member of the Jian family again. He had seen Si Luo upon entering the city and had developed lewd intentions, wishing to take her home as a concubine. But his identity as a city guard made it difficult for him to act. This marked their second encounter. In earlier times, when no restrictions had been established here, people could come and go freely, yet the marsh often wreaked havoc, capable of swallowing cultivators whole. It was only later that a rule was established to open the area every 3 months, avoiding the days when the marsh ran rampant. However, today, it was evident that the marsh had broken the age-old tradition and emerged on its own. This was not surprising. Akin to Xiao Jinlin's placement of individuals within Guangjing and Shui, he had long been aware but chose to feign ignorance. Jian Yuru observed with cold eyes the shameful act of 2 tall men in their 30s eavesdropping by the door. You all wish not to see me, I know, said casually. As if Gaia before him was not the creature he had raised, as if she bore no relation to him whatsoever. Chaqing found it utterly baffling. Listening to Yin Shou's resolute tone, he nodded without further comment. He moved to a secluded spot, taking a deep breath, suddenly comprehending Qinwan's intentions. She moved. She twisted, she struggled, yet this man's large hand enveloped her like an unyielding barrier, leaving no trace of his strength, yet she remained unable to break free. Volume 1. Chapter 84. The fine wine brought by the sea witch. Not long after the sea witch departed, suddenly, a trident over 10 feet long materialized before Cao Chang. One side of the trident gleamed with a golden hue, radiating a sacred brilliance, while the other side shone a sinister red, exuding an eerie, foreboding aura. The entire sea god island was enveloped by the contrasting influences of these 2 distinct lights. One side instilled a sense of tranquility and harmony in people's emotions, while the other incited a ferocious, bloodthirsty rage. Even Poseidon, who had reached the pinnacle of the 99th level, felt a slight discomfort under the suppression of these 2 lights. Overwhelmed by an impulse to kneel and submit, the 2 beams of light began to spread from the center of the trident. The areas engulfed by the eerie red light were permeated with the scent of slaughter. Lady Li nodded, acknowledging that in another room, there were too many muddled affairs at hand, making it unwise to have too many people present. No displeasure was evident. The actors present were cautiously testing the waters for any opportunity to join the film, even if just in a cameo role. Jiang Lu would forever remember the pained expression on his face, instinctively realizing that a job in the hospital would suit Jiang Qi far better. The 3 of them entered a Rolls-Royce, with Xiaoyi personally opening the door for Ding Mu and Shi Yufei. Xiaoyi took the wheel himself. Suddenly, a silver object streaked across the cosmos, heading towards the distant solar system. Lin Haoyu was taken aback. He had expected Ouyang to deliberate longer, but to his surprise, Ouyang made a decisive choice after just a few words. Qin Feng tightened his grip on the sword, his anger boiling within. Damn it, AICI. Today I shall take your life. He disregarded the consumption of his faith power and the pain in his consciousness, continuously supplying energy to the embodiment of his faith. Although Lord Feng was reluctant to stay at another inn, his wife was right. Feng Wanping residing at the Four Seasons Hotel would provide her with the advantage of proximity. Wang Han was now the head coach of a fighting company, enjoying an elevation in status and salary, as the company had risen to the pinnacle of domestic performance and fame. After being bested by Xia Anku during the rookie competition, Gao Shuang realized that sometimes copyright was not everything. Since they wished to come, Su Minglin felt it would be ungracious to refuse. In truth, having her parents nearby was not without its merits. It offered a glimmer of hope, Su Minglin mused. As Su Minglin ascended the stairs, she instinctively glanced towards the Criminal Investigation Department's office but saw no one. Not even Su Zhaoxi, who usually arrived early. The typically reserved and understated Chinese people, while not averse to the wild and eccentric form of rock music, exhibited only a limited enthusiasm for it. Kim Tion sensed something peculiar in Jiang Yang's gaze, casting him a curious glance before returning her focus to the album in her hands. Shen Yuan could easily employ the soul-devouring bag to forcibly capture them, even refining their consciousness. Lin Shenlu took out his phone, locating the last message from Enmushi, the characters etched in his memory, yet each reading brought forth a wave of discomfort. Shinsun turned his head, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red, causing Shernyan's hands to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, a thunderous roar akin to a waterfall erupted from the other side of the mountain. Everyone looked up to see a curtain of water taller than the mountain peak appearing in the sky. Amid the torrent, droplets cascaded down like rain, lightly drizzling upon their heads. I can't finish this. Please help me. Shernyan casually handed her youtiao and soy milk to Shinsun. Chuckling awkwardly, he rubbed his hands together, realizing that the moment the ancestral figure of Etian appeared, he had been utterly crushed, nearly hearing the words. Even a pig is stronger than you. The cold wind howled, and Li Tianyi felt the injuries he sustained during the rescue of trapped construction workers throbbing painfully. Yet, no matter how much those wounds ached, they paled in comparison to the anguish in his heart. Yifeng approached and discovered a skeleton beneath the tree. Its bones as white as jade, yet it emanated an oppressive aura. In the first volume, Chapter 85, the battle within Lu Erlong's dwelling commenced. Just then, the previously indulgent Xiao Chang suddenly regained his former elegance. He sealed the 2 wine bottles and returned them to the sea which Douluo, calmly stating, fine wine is delightful. But if its flavor changes, it becomes poison. Such wine is splendid, but one must encounter the right person, or else it becomes a bane to oneself and others. Xiao Chang's enunciation was remarkably clear. Not only did he exhibit no signs of inebriation, but even the flush that mingled on his face from the 2 types of liquor swiftly faded away. The 2 women present exchanged glances of astonishment. They had heard tales of the sea dragon Douluo boasting of the intoxicating potency of this drink. Even a titled Douluo would lose their composure after consuming it, succumbing to uncontrollable actions. It was only at this moment that someone cut the power. The lights in the auditorium abruptly extinguished, severing the online connection. A chilling scream escaped from Yunshin's throat as she collapsed to the floor, while Jianyu, alarmed, lifted her head from Ting Yu's embrace. Ah, understood. Han Ruozhou was acutely aware of the brutality inherent in such life-or-death confrontations, should the plan falter. The cold ruthlessness of the Dark Yama would render the demise of the army too lenient a fate. The medicinal cauldron significantly enhanced alchemical processes, the higher its quality, the easier it became to concoct elixirs of exceptional quality. Upon hearing Zhu Shikai's words, Yang Feng felt that their objective for the day had been achieved. Thus releasing his grip, she stared at herself, her expression somewhat bewildered. What should she do? Should she truly remain by Ximen's side? Coincidentally, just as Yang Feng departed, her phone rang. The caller ID revealed it was from Li Shuer. Observing Su Jima's sorrowful countenance, Qin breathed a slight sigh of relief. The fact that she still felt hunger indicated she retained some semblance of awareness. Yu Shuiqing had specially opened a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao for the army, while she herself sipped on juice as accompaniment. As he had remarked, the current situation was progressively improving, rendering further lamentation unnecessary. Upon opening her eyes and noticing the garment draped over her, she was momentarily stunned before glancing up into a pair of compassionate eyes. She accompanied me to Xin Yang's residence. Wang Tsueme was released, and Luo Qing indicated that his knowledge was limited, yet he would await Yu Fei's visit in Star City, a rather passive approach. Yes, uncle. Fan Yongdo rose from the ground and took a seat beside Han Wan. However, I found myself perplexed. What exactly was the purpose of this renovation company? Were they focused on interior design for houses, or were they enhancing human appearances, fostering internal friction? Meanwhile, the front claws of the hidden dragon beast struck the chest of the azure Xian beast with a ghostly blue luminescence, causing the latter to bend sharply. Every realm possesses its inherent bottlenecks. Even the most extraordinary geniuses cannot continuously break through. Yet, her mind began to falter, her eyes heavy with fatigue. She wished to comply but felt as though her entire spirit had been depleted. Opening the wardrobe revealed an array of garments I scarcely recognized. The only familiar sight was several LV brand bags displayed prominently, emphasizing the exorbitance of the wardrobe's contents. I hastily shut my eyes and lowered my head, avoiding the gaze of Lu Mingming. However, as I closed my eyes, a heart-wrenching cry escaped from Tang Qinghao's lips. Yu Yanning remained silent, her eyes gleaming with brilliance, fixed intently upon me, likely pondering my motives for such actions. At that moment, the Haiteng monster seized the opportunity while Su Feng and the others were distracted, hastily flipping over to flee into the sea. Be good, open your eyes and tell your husband, how did I turn into a rogue? His handsome visage bore a wicked smile. Indeed, at this juncture, I ought to speak less. Yet, witnessing Yu Jing's tragic demise sent a chill down my spine, instantly soaking my clothing with perspiration. Li Shaozi threw a punch at Yu Kaiyan, followed by a kick, just as Yang Ming and Jin Skeffing intended to intervene. Yu Kaiyan abruptly halted them, declaring, "You all regard me as your brother, so refrain from striking." The latter part of her statement was nearly a roar. Volume 1. Chapter 86, Xiao Wu's Discontent. Half an hour later, Lu Erlong had already exerted her utmost strength. Her attack speed increased with each passing moment, and Xiao Chang had engaged her in countless exchanges. Yet, the outcome remained undetermined. Lu Erlong no longer dared to harbor any contempt for Xiao Chang. "Xiao Chang, you rascal. How have you progressed so swiftly?" Lu Erlong gasped, clutching her chest, beads of sweat cascading from her brow, unfazed by the pristine view around her. She felt no apprehension about being observed by Xiao Chang. If she dared to dress this way, she had no fear of this boy's lingering gaze. Should he truly push her down, she would commend him for his bravery. Lu Erlong's thoughts were transparent to Xiao Chang, yet These two pieces of news swiftly circulated throughout the Ran fortress within half a day, by the evening of the arrival of the Aojin warriors. Even the most reclusive inhabitants were aware of the news. The initial dread transformed into overwhelming joy, igniting excitement among the populace of Ran fortress. Summoning kin from the island without authorization was a grave error, especially considering it included Alpha, the future patriarch of the Fire Dragon clan. This was not a matter that could simply be overlooked. She saw him lightly until he collided with Yang Tian and Ijio, who were approaching together. It goes without saying that they were concerned about the fates of Li Yinyu and Yu Shanxiao, upon learning that he wished to recruit them into the clan's army. Yang Tian became infuriated and vehemently opposed. Bai Mo's response met his expectations. Regarding the challenge against Nash Shah, he pledged to assist Tian Chiu with all his might. He also expressed understanding regarding the details Shisa had mentioned. After perusing the information, the 7 golden angels remained in a state of unrest. Each of Yu Etian's appearances was accompanied by new techniques, and within these techniques lay formidable power, often surprising yet somehow expected. How could he possess such an arsenal of formidable magic? Since the last battle at Jile Mountain, the Heavenly Court's forces had diminished significantly, becoming increasingly desolate. The Jade Emperor and Queen Mother found themselves enjoying tranquility, indifferent to such matters, living in a state of daily revelry, unconcerned with the passage of time. Regrettably, those rewards could only be attained if a super genius emerged within the nation. Uncertain of the purpose behind Nanwajiren's visit, King Zhou respectfully inquired, "What commands do you have? How could one not show respect?" A figure as formidable as Nanwajiren had brutally slain another sage, Bo Lu. A sage was inherently powerful, and slaying one signified an even more terrifying existence. Xiaodong initially believed that this pair of socks would possess special properties akin to a football, but upon inspection, the description was quite mundane. "I don't see any major issues. I'm not dizzy anymore," Shun Minghua stated, clenching his fist and striking his forehead. Kong Manjin trembled as she gazed at Han Zai, biting her lip in silence, suppressing her emotions, yet still refraining from voicing the mastermind's intentions. Luo Yaoqin grew more resolute in his conviction, a faint smile gracing his lips as his eyes glinted coldly, wrapping an arm around Qi Sirui's shoulders. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have shared this with you," Nangong Shui said, wiping away her tears, apologetic towards Yifan. "That may not be the case. You'll soon have to change your tune." Chaozi took the jade ring, shining a flashlight upon it. The ring became translucent, and as he spun it a few times, his eyes closed, tears unexpectedly streaming down his cheeks. Blood Cloud glanced at Yi Chun and the others, seemingly contemplating whether it was necessary to eliminate them here. Sun Tian felt no ominous signs either. The following morning, when she beheld her father in the dining hall, she was only slightly taken aback. As Gu Linggo entered the courtyard, she was greeted by a cacophony of voices emanating from within the house. Thus, she stealthily concealed herself behind the door, eavesdropping intently. "I said nothing." That was the young master's remark. Gu Linggo feigned an expression of indignation, deliberately adopting a posture of aloofness. Upon the arrival of Shui Yao, instead of retreating, she advanced boldly and struck him, leaving a vivid crimson imprint upon his body. In the first volume, Chapter 87. Forced Kiss by Qian Renxue. I will be with you for life. Xiao Chang had observed Lu Erlong's unusual behavior over this period. Despite harboring a modicum of affection for her, his ties to the master rendered him unable to reciprocate her feelings. From an occasion when Flander, inebriated, lamented his fate, Xiao Chang gleaned that the master and Lu Erlong had once shared a romantic relationship. Although they had not met in over a decade, Their hearts still held a semblance of each other. The master had treated Xiao Chang kindly, yet he felt an uncomfortable sense of intrusion into their past love, akin to the role of a third party. Thus, he maintained a cool demeanor. Days passed without incident, but as time wore on, the lack of hope became increasingly disheartening. The resonant clang of iron echoed from within the Lin Forge, where a plethora of weapons and armor lay in wait. Zhu Zhuqing was fervently hammering a piece of fine iron, his muscular physique glistening as he swung the heavy hammer, forging the glowing metal with tremendous force. At this moment, Lu Tianxiang distinctly noticed a dense, translucent substance forming upon his left middle finger, a manifestation of high-level spiritual energy, which he could barely replicate. Unlike the effortless display of the three presidents, within the grand tent, Zhang Fei, with a fierce countenance, slammed his palm upon the table and addressed Liu Bei at the head of the table. Gently caressing the bruise on her neck, she noted that, rather than fading overnight, it had become more pronounced. In just 2 days, it would be December 30th, the final day of the Yuan year for Emperor Zhao, marking the New Year's Eve for the people of Beilong. Dong Shui wished to remain by the princess's side, yet her life and loyalty could not be bestowed upon her. Nevertheless, Dong Shui assured with sincerity that her heart held no treachery against the princess, nor would she ever bring her harm. After a moment of contemplation, she met Shui Lin Yue's gaze, her own eyes revealing a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, Yue had overheard, yet it was not appropriate to speak of it. She merely entered under the pretense of not having heard anything, claiming that the fourth young mistress had summoned her to retrieve a handkerchief. Guanyin's hasty appointment of the North Gate commander raised eyebrows, even among the likes of Shishitsai and Zhu, who exchanged puzzled glances. The others, quick-witted, knelt in unison, proclaiming, "Long live our emperor," in a manner so synchronized it appeared rehearsed. Life in the mountains was harsh, with the inhabitants subsisting on meager fare. Even a semblance of warmth was a luxury, and meat was but a distant dream for most families, who rarely caught a whiff of it sent throughout the year. "Dare you strike me?" Man Yu exclaimed, feeling the remnants of blood on his nose, his anger palpable. She turned, snorted disdainfully, and strode purposefully towards the staffwork area, quickly distancing herself from the looming Dark Lord behind her. The last encounter with the Shadow Soldiers had backfired, falling into the trap set by the Jin army. Li Zuinshuan's plan had been meticulous yet, despite this, they had failed to capture a single Shadow Soldier, suffering casualties instead. Upon hearing Qiu Zhicheng's remarks, Hu Ting and Jiang Ximu realized that such an outcome was ultimately inevitable. Regarding Bai Xiao's demeanor, Sun Qian felt that Xiao Chang's brow gradually furrowed. "Why must you do this?" he inquired. "I am willing. Even if there is no outcome for a lifetime, I am prepared to wait." Upon finishing her words, Qian Renxue gracefully turned and resolutely departed. Shortly after Qian Renxue's departure, Xiao Wu approached Xiao Chang and urged, "Brother, you must go after her." Xiao Chang shook his head, relinquishing the matter to her. At that moment, Ao Shiwei approached him from the other side, gazing at Xiao Chang's resolute profile and remarked, "You ought to give her a chance." Lu Erlong exchanged a glance with Poseidon and said, "She truly is a source of constant worry." Xiao Chang suddenly spoke, "Sea Witch, bring out the wine." The Sea Witch paused, glancing at Poseidon, who nodded in affirmation. Nearby, a middle-aged man with a disheveled hairstyle coldly regarded Dong Zhanyin's arrival. Dong Zhanyin had long suspected that the 2 guards at the entrance were bribed by the master craftsman, and the identity of this middle-aged man was self-evident. Under the dreary rain, Cui Feng, Yu Yin, Stone Monkey, and the formidable heavenly dog, accompanied by a divine being, sat beneath a broad banana leaf. The host's thunderous voice, mingled with the audience's heart-wrenching screams and cheers, incessantly tormented his auditory senses, while the blinding flashes of light made his eyes sting, nearly bringing him to tears. This entire spectacle felt like a nightmare, rendering him anxious and at a loss. Despite the blood raining down upon him, Xie Qiao remained unfazed, his gaze fixated upon the solitary grave of his beloved. Dong Zhanyin resolutely shook his head, stating, "I can discern the gravity of the situation." Mu Rong Curson silently nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached the mountainside during their conversation. Mu Rong Curson said little, simply placing everyone on a grassy patch at the mountainside. She swept everything off the low cabinet beside the sickbed, clattering to the ground, her thoughts consumed by the events of the day. "Humph. I am Huang Mingjiang of the Huang family. State your name." The dark-skinned man retracted his fist, glaring fiercely at Cui Feng. "What? Who dares to cause trouble in our bar? Come with me." The irritable Southern, upon hearing this, erupted with rage, striding toward the front desk. "Well done, my son," Xiao Weiyuan affectionately addressed Xiao Minglu over the communication channel. The scene before Shaolan appeared somewhat familiar. It resembled the cliff she had once fallen from. One could easily mistake this ravine for returning to Zelentin. The Cossack cavalryman, having just seized a broad-bladed saber, swiftly raised it to intercept the fierce assault of the lone wolf soldiers. "Commander Wang." Lin Qing felt a wave of warmth upon seeing Wang Taijun. Not only his former leader, but also someone who had indirectly aided him significantly. Above all, Lin Qing admired Wang Taijun's integrity. "What?" And you gasped, recalling that just moments ago, it seemed as though Yi Yu was poised to duel with her. Why, at such a critical moment, had he issued such an order? Yang Feilong's words resonated with Lin Qing. Nowadays, People were preoccupied with making money, with few able to dedicate themselves to martial practice. Establishing a martial arts school in contemporary society was indeed challenging, and the younger generation seemed disinterested in martial arts. All combat members, pay attention. All combat members, pay attention. Heighten your vigilance. Except for those engaging in combat, everyone else, retreat immediately. Leave the area shrouded in darkness, now, at once. Before I could utter a word, Shi Yang's command had been issued, clearly indicating his awareness of the unusual circumstances. However, Zhao Qian understood that Su Zhonglong would not lie. If he claimed to have connections with the Public Security Bureau, he had undoubtedly sought them out. It was precisely because he had sought help yet could not bring down Lin Qing that he had come to seek assistance from himself. Sima Wu stared at him for quite a while, but found nothing amiss. Suddenly, the old man had flicked his sleeve and, without warning, struck towards his crown. Volume 1. Chapter 89. The Sea Star Douluo is nearly terrified. Level 100 ascended to godhood. Poseidon's 10 rings pulsed rhythmically, while the surrounding lush trees provided an abundance of spiritual energy, surging towards Poseidon with great fervor. Originally somewhat fatigued, Poseidon felt an extraordinary surge of soul power and vitality due to the breakthrough in his realm. The battle with Qiao Chang intensified. 5 days swiftly passed. Even with Qiao Chang's physique, coupled with the medicinal properties of golden snake silver dragon wine, the assistance of the 1,000 Ren snow angel spirit, and the reverse soul power input from the sea witch, Qiao Chang ultimately succumbed. This left Qiao Chang feeling quite disheartened. Strength. He must elevate his power swiftly. Upon learning that Xian had fled to the Rihi summer resort with the concubines and heirs, leaving only the loyal prince to guard the forbidden city, Ji Qin felt an indescribable displeasure. In her panic, she almost felt her heart leap out, yet suddenly composed herself. Gu Liu spoke softly, his tone gentle, even causing the bewildered Luo Yuhan to gaze at him curiously. What is there to discuss? Han Lauda expressed her displeasure. This second son sought her out, undoubtedly for some unsavory matter. Luo Yicheng's workload was immense, beyond what ordinary individuals could comprehend. Bai Zhe could hardly grasp the extent of Luo Yicheng's exhaustion. Biting her red lip tightly, she suppressed any sound, yet this only incited the man's audacious advances further. Fei Mo turned to Yuni, his sharply defined features devoid of emotion, his deep, dark phoenix eyes scrutinizing her. The members of the new Rout dynasty's second team remained oblivious to their numerical advantage, yet still positioned themselves as the weaker party. Di Maria had no worries about buyers. Teams like Paris Saint-Germain and Manchester United were eager to acquire him. As for whether he would end up in League One or the Premier League, that remained uncertain, although she did not fully understand. Lu Yuqi detected a rare kindness and tenderness in Qi Feng's seemingly frivolous tone. As she spoke, she pinched the 2 sides of the ninja shuriken with 4 fingers. And without exerting much force, the hard iron dart effortlessly split in half. Balmuxiaki remarked, "Did you 2 not know? This is already the territory of Luo Dao." The farmer spoke very directly. Upon hearing about going to the hospital, the man who had just been on the brink of death immediately perked up, his alertness heightened. Other Real Madrid players rushed to fill this gap, but it was too late. Zhang Shujia leaped and headed the ball towards the goal. Navis made a full effort to save it, but the ball was too close to the goal, and he could not deflect it. The ball sailed past his fingertips and struck the net. "Wow, I never expected your quality to be so subpar." Xiao Lu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mr. Mitsumyun's swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary, seemingly imbued with a peculiar spiritual force. Kakashi remarked. He had many options. Once the main force arrived, he could forcefully charge in or call Yi Shiyu to apply pressure on the property management's higher-ups. Yi Mingzhu was eager for this. Closing the door would enable her to accomplish more tasks. She complied and shut the door, plunging the dim room into even darker shadows, making her oblivious to the specially soundproof design of the room. The silver staff gazed at Li Shanxue, a few sinister thoughts surfacing in his mind. As it was undeniable that Li Shanxue had obtained this silver artifact, his gaze shifting to the cloak. Wang Ho understood that they intended to use the flying head barbarians to assault him. Recalling what Master Li had mentioned about the flying head barbarians attacking his camp, he felt a wave of trepidation. As the bamboo whistle sounded, waves rippled across the water's surface, suddenly followed by a clamor, as flying heads surged from all directions. Hey, there exists such a grand hall underground? No wonder those Imperial mountain hunters could not find any trace. They were concealed beneath the ground. A voice rang out loudly from outside. The elder pushed open the wooden door, turning back before entering, and said, "You are guests from afar. Please come in." Rain and solitary clouds felt a surge of joy at the elder's invitation and entered, pulling along long wear. Volume 1, Chapter 90. Who gave you the courage? A sudden beam of golden light descended beside the sea ghost's sacred pillar. Poseidon, draped in a flowing blue gown that reached her ankles, stood before 2 titled Douluo. The sea ghost Douluo immediately bowed respectfully, while the starfish Douluo hesitantly followed suit. Poseidon, perplexed, inquired, "Starfish Douluo, what troubles you?" The starfish Douluo trembled, pointing at himself. "I beg the great benefactor for mercy." "Mercy?" Poseidon questioned, bewildered. "Whose life should I spare?" The starfish Douluo, encouraged by her words, exclaimed, "Great benefactor? Did you not come here to kill me?" Poseidon was left speechless by the starfish Douluo's antics. Suyun felt a warmth in his heart and whispered, "Aunt has not yet given her consent. You are jumping to conclusions. Perhaps Aunt does not even hold you in high regard." She dispatched a messenger to Chang'an, which would take several days to arrive. "This is merely a lesson for you. Let Qingqing Zhao come to gnaw at you. Had it been anything else, your 7 orifices would be bleeding now." Mu Tang'ang playfully stuck out her tongue at him. He Yuan lowered the telescope and suddenly noticed someone behind the hillside nearby. He tapped the shoulder of a soldier beside him, signaling urgently. The soldier raised his gun and fired a shot, though he found nothing amiss. This shot served as a warning to Shao Kahn and his group. Ming Petion had to admit that Tang Yu understood him far better than he understood her. She always managed to grasp his mindset effortlessly, adeptly guiding his thoughts. "Now you don't even wish to speak with me?" he mused. Yet, did he think that silence would shield him? The usual smile on his face had vanished, replaced by a stark chill. With an unmistakable sense of loss and sorrow lurking in his starry eyes, Zhang Jelin's vehicle halted behind, uncertain of what had transpired with Toledo up ahead, necessitating a stop along the way. He lightly honked the horn, to which Toledo responded with a honk of his own, prompting Zhang Jelin to quiet down and heed his instructions. Sure enough, upon hearing the gunfire, Shao Kahn and his companions swiftly dispersed, seeking cover, while the intruders brandished their weapons and sought shelter. The pilot grabbed the radio, calling for assistance from the base, as the two sides began exchanging fire with light weaponry. The sharp crack of gunfire echoing through the valley, resonating loudly. Regrettably, Yin Qingwu's performance left him disheartened. She merely cast a casual glance and offered a polite smile before directing her attention back to the conversation with Bai Yangxian. Wei Liangdi suppressed a smile, concealing her disdain. "This is Long Xiao, a tribute from the Nanhai Kingdom. The prince rewarded me with 2 pieces. I plan to craft a ceremonial gown from these 2 pieces of Long Xiao to wear at the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet in half a month." Her words were laced with a sense of pride. If the other party wished to remain hidden, no matter her words, they would not reveal themselves. Thus, she pondered the futility of her efforts. Shortly thereafter, the entrance examination for Ling Tian Academy commenced with great fanfare. This was a major event in the capital. During this time, the city was bustling, and inns were fully booked with individuals arriving from all over to participate in the examination. Some claimed they were not superstitious. Yet who did not hope for smooth sailing? The Hufflepuff students were particularly fortunate, as their lounge and potion classroom were located on the lower level, in close proximity. Chen Yaoan felt as though Tang Hao loomed over him like a mountain, stifling his breath, the pressure causing his legs to tremble. He believed that Dumbledore's pained expression that day was genuine. The principal had once paid a price for his erroneous decisions, which is why he reminded himself that choices were of paramount importance. The familiar sensation of spatial compression enveloped Ryan, and this time, at the opening of a slender passage, he beheld patterns resembling silk folds. Shi Yi, having debuted for years, had never participated in any variety shows, leaving people to know him only through hearsay. "You all make valid points," Ryan responded casually, though his attention was drawn to the adults, hesitating whether to interrupt his father's speech. Volume 1, Chapter 91, The Abyssal Sea. The Return to Ruins. After hearing the words of the soul demon Great White Shark, the starfish Douluo realized he had truly invited trouble upon himself. The sea ghost Douluo was of similar strength. Apart from the sea witch, the two were among the weakest of the 7 Douluo. Seeing the sea ghost Douluo on the verge of obtaining a sea ling long to enhance their strength, he felt a surge of desire and mustered the courage to inquire. He never anticipated that the great benefactor would only intensify the pain. Thinking of this, the starfish Douluo cried even more sorrowfully. The soul demon Great White Shark chuckled. "What a wretched sight, why weep? Sister Poseidon, punishing you does not mean she won't grant you benefits. If you truly provide her with excellent ingredients, she will not mistreat you." Having heard Zheng He's straightforward response, Wen Qihong had no inkling of the convoluted thoughts swirling in Zheng He's mind. Feeling his face shift from pale to flushed, like a rainbow in motion. With the flickering flames of divine weaponry, it resembled a sharpened sword, its power surging dramatically. The once immovable statue cracked swiftly and then collapsed into fragments, while the demon beasts within were reduced to dust. Faced with the wrath of this ruler of the underworld, Yilu Shang grew even more formidable, flames of celestial cold igniting around him, leaving the surrounding titans of the underworld in awe. However, just as his gaze fell upon Chui tightened his 5 fingers without hesitation and unleashed another punch through the air. Once more, with this punch, the long blade shattered, sending shards flying, piercing the iron blood warrior, with vibrant green blood splattering everywhere. "You say Su Qian has some skill. Yet how could he possibly contend with us?" Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically, astonished by the fighting prowess of the young man before them. It is well known that martial artists at the level of Yin can use their internal energy to momentarily suspend themselves in the air. While they cannot achieve true flight, they can hover briefly. Thus, at this moment, a chilling energy erupted from Lu Ho's body, causing the temperature of the entire world to plummet. Yin Luo Wang and others were filled with terror, as the commotion outside bore striking resemblance to the re-emergence of the abyssal hell. With the 6 paths of heavenly punishment descending, a heavy palm struck down on his back, sending Han Feng hurtling upward, crashing into a beam nearly 2 zhang high. Blood spewing forth, accompanied by a 5-colored orb. Before the demon-locking tower, within the expansive valley, a multitude of simple wooden houses were swiftly constructed. Ordinary citizens of modest cultivation were diligently felling the towering trees on either side of the valley, establishing a sanctuary for themselves during this period. Moreover, under the infusion of these two streams of pure energy, the nascent soul inexplicably radiated a purple glow, enveloped in ethereal purple mist. As Yifeng traversed the tribulation of inner demons, a haze of purple energy was awakened by the stimulation of two forces. Xie Yunting, standing behind Han Feng, felt an immediate release of pressure throughout his body and was astonished to discover that his junior, Han, had suddenly experienced a surge in energy, his strength vastly surpassing his own. Had the circumstances not been pressing, Xie Yunting would have certainly approached to seek clarification. After listening to the grievances of numerous dark elf males, Gordon discerned something beyond their words filled with resentment and a thirst for vengeance. "Oh!" Franda exclaimed in surprise as her doll bomb unexpectedly took flight, resulting in a missed detonation, touching the red scarf wrapped around her neck. Mikasa suddenly realized that this scarf no longer brought her warmth, nor did she require it to provide any comfort. Xian Yuan Tian observed the tranquil countenance before him. A fleeting glimmer passed through his pale purple eyes. He remained silent, fixated on the letters before him, while his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Volume 1, Chapter 92, Subduing the Spirits. Rescuing Xiaobai in panic. Upon hearing the cry for help, Sister Zhou rushed forward to rescue, only to be halted by Cao Chong, who urged, "Do not approach. She is not Xiaobai." No sooner had he spoken than another cry for help echoed from nearby. "Save me." Listening intently, he recognized it as Xiaobai's voice. Why would the sea god prevent him from aiding her? Anxiously, Sister Douluo strained his gaze toward the source of the desperate plea. Chao Chang replied, "That is not the soul beast you mentioned. If it were indeed a soul beast, the aura it emits within a kilometer would not escape the detection of my martial soul." Xiaobai must have been ensnared by this group of specters. They mimic her voice and even her appearance to lure. Some merely refer to her as Chenping, unaware of the intricacies, only knowing he once concocted a scheme of discord. As for the betrayal of Shiji, there is no need for concern. That was a matter of the third generation's own making. Han Sui then softened his demeanor. "Prepare the incendiary oil and rockets. Tonight we shall burn Luha." Although the archery range is quite close, and the target is rather large before ignition, this remains our sole viable option. Is it permissible for me to abstain from next year's promotional events? Zhao Qinin expressed her anxiety. In some respects, the initial complaints have a tangible possibility of realization. For Naruto had already begun to dissect the corpses of the Otsutsuki clan. However, for convenience's sake, he removed the black eagle helmet, allowing Gamora to instantly recognize the assailant. These individuals were mostly acquainted with one another and felt at ease, although Chuyu was unfamiliar with them. The purpose of this gathering was precisely for such matters. After receiving guidance from Shishio, they understood that the path to enhancing their strength was neither simple nor easy. A single misstep could result in stagnation for several years. Kakuzu had just managed to calm his previously racing heart, yet he felt an inexplicable unease, which he overlooked in the joy of survival. Regardless, being imprisoned was certainly preferable to fighting to the death here. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and took the old man's phone, dialing a familiar number. Ji Zhao promptly elbowed someone, and Wei Xiao chuckled, releasing his grip, while Ji Zhao seized a spatula, ready to retaliate. Regrettably, by the time she realized what was happening, she was powerless to intervene, and could only exhaust her efforts to unite with the fan club's upper echelons to temper the increasingly radical remarks of the fans, seeking to soothe and counsel them. As the ruler of a nation, Emperor Wei possessed a broad perspective and ample knowledge. He had heard of the healing methods described by Lin Xiaoming, yet he was perplexed as to why Lin Tai had suddenly specified the blood of Wei Qinghuai. Even if one were to tear it off, assistance from a potion would be necessary. Although the silver-armored individual might not be the most powerful among the trainees, the call for help was not without its merits. Wu Jin vaguely speculated the most plausible explanation. When the escape pod was ejected, the eliminated contestants' face submerged in the potion within the pod, causing their facial disguise to dissolve under chemical reaction, falling into the hands of the perpetrator. "Lead the way," he commanded, and upon finishing, Su Wushuang's entourage followed Gushi directly inside. The five of them entered the elevator, heading straight for the 7th floor, guided by the attendant towards the private booth. Ye Yuan felt utterly wronged. Even upon passing the Imperial examination, discussing the provincial test revealed a grim reality. Above was a hanged ghost, below a deep well of ice. The intricately carved bed witnessed a fierce exchange between the two, various sounds crashing like waves upon the shore, accompanied by wind, snow, and the fragrance of plum blossoms. All amidst a sweat-drenched struggle, Wu Jin tumbled into a fluffy ball of a trainee beneath the sun, only to sit up moments later, rubbing his face. He meticulously folded the green voucher and tucked it into his pocket before sprinting towards the firearms training room. Wei Xiao paused, momentarily startled. Being called by his full name by Ji Zhao usually heralded trouble, yet this time he sensed something different. How annoying. They speak without understanding, and you take them seriously. Upon recalling the significant glances from Yumi's parents, Sun Wan felt her cheeks flush. Why can't I work here? Angela raised an eyebrow, retorting with disdain. She detested those who judged others based on their occupations. Did working an ordinary job render one useless? Such narrow-mindedness was truly contemptible. Volume 1. Chapter 93. The Return to the Ruins, the 10 Yama Kings, the Celestial Yama, Part 1. As the ghostly mist emerged, the ruins manifested. Gazing at the colossal vortex swirling before him, Qiao Chang's astonishment grew. He felt an inexplicable force within the ruins beckoning him, igniting an impulse to venture forth and uncover its mysteries. Do you know where this is? Qiao Chang inquired. Subai responded, reporting, Lord of the Sea, this is the ruins. The specters you just subdued were a test to gain entry into the ruins. I never anticipated that this trial would unleash so many formidable spirits from the Void Realm. I almost perished here. Oh, you possess considerable knowledge about this place? Xiao Chang was captivated by the locale. Xiaobai continued, I once inadvertently wandered into this realm. Bao Zhongrong was about to mention that the governor's family had ample wealth, yet since they had not heard of it, he could not guarantee the veracity of the information. At the very least, a return for confirmation was necessary. The prohibition imposed by Gongzi garnered near unanimous approval from the players of the Han dynasty. As a port capable of producing dual-masted warships, the Jima shipyard was the Han's most crucial guarantee in winning maritime disputes. No amount of protection could be deemed excessive. Gongzi leaned forward, ensuring no fireballs were ascending, then scanned the rocky walls to his left and right. Indeed, he discovered many crimson bamboo shoots firmly rooted in the crevices of the rocks, thriving against the odds. While everyone was astonished at the sight of Ouyang Qing and Huang Rui, Li Xiaoyang chuckled from the side. How significant, how extraordinary an occurrence this was. Yet, as it unfolded before their eyes, did no one wish to understand the reasons behind it, allowing Madame Xie to eliminate lives and extinguish this matter without a trace? Zhou Qingjun remained quietly to the side, and the guards regarded him briefly. Seeing his bindings intact, they chose to ignore him further. Han Lieni, clutching her cross-stitch, exited the lounge, only to find no trace of Lian Shaw outside. Panic surged within her as she rushed out of the office. The blades crafted from pure malevolent energy by Chuanqiang To could, upon successfully piercing Kazaki Ikamese's body, gradually erode his rationality, ultimately transforming him into a mere destroyer, bent on annihilation. Meanwhile, Ran, Yuanzi, Maidizi, and Yamazaki, after requesting leave from their homeroom teacher, met up with Conan, who had also taken leave, and together boarded the train on the underground circular line of Mihua, heading to the Chiyoda district at the Shinjuku Sakurajiko station, the third stop on the Ginza-Idabashi line. The Elven King, accompanied by members of the Elven Council and the Treant Council, bowed before the World Tree, awaiting its response. The elder understood that a boy of Su Ye's age was navigating the transition from youth to maturity. Most were stubborn, obstinate, and fiercely proud. So he sought to approach him in a manner that would spare his dignity. The chief examiner, Lord Gao, hurriedly redrafted the list, and once the emperor affixed his seal, he hastily commanded its release. This is the essence of the lightning attribute. Have you not seen Luo Yunshi utilize it before? Someone inquired. Suddenly feeling a chill at her chest, Zhen Rou snapped back to reality, forcefully pushing aside Chao Jin and retreating in a fluster. Is your father ingratiating himself with you? Chu Luo pondered the imposing figure of her future father-in-law, finding it hard to believe. TSK, is this the style of the young master? Using me and then seeking to dismiss me? Such coldness. At the very least, one should offer me a meal. Luchin smirked in jest. Yet when confronted by Li Jinya's sinister gaze, he dared not utter another word, merely waving his hand before departing. The battle intensified, and the night grew ever darker. Crimson hues stealthily spread through the darkness, bold and unrestrained. Li Jinya donned a pair of black swimming trunks, his upper body bare, revealing a lean waist adorned with enticing abdominal muscles and an alluring chest, his physique elegantly sculpted, exuding an undeniable sensuality. The sight was so captivating that Su Mianmian nearly drooled. Yuan Shao had besieged Tianyi city for several days without breaching its defenses, contemplating a westward advance while wary of Zhang Ji's potential ambush from behind, resulting in a tense standoff between the two armies. Volume 1. Chapter 94. Return to the Abyss, the 10 Kings of Hell, the Celestial King of Hell, Part 2, in the face of the Celestial King of Hell's threat. Qiao Chang remained unperturbed, his gaze fixated unwaveringly on the Celestial King. He calmly inquired, Are you so eager to expel me because a treasure is soon to be born, fearing that I might seize the opportunity? Upon hearing this, the Celestial King's expression shifted slightly, and with an enraged roar, he declared, Utter nonsense. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall have no choice but to erase you from this world. The Hell King's Divine Spike. A massive black skull-shaped divine spike materialized in the hands of the Celestial King, mercilessly thrusting towards Qiao Chang. Suddenly, a golden armor enveloped Qiao Chang's entire being, causing his form to rapidly enlarge until, in the blink of an eye, he became as grand as a towering mountain. Had it not been for the arrival of the founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, he would have likely sought a crooked tree on the back mountain to end his life in despair. The third storage bag contained a wealth of spiritual materials. while the subsequent bags held 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones and over 160,000 low-grade spirit stones. Some may argue that the forging techniques from the pre-Qin era were already known and thus not a hidden secret. Shadows surrounded the Wangjiang Tower, capturing the old madam. Feng Yunjia had successfully quelled the chaos at the borders, garnering newfound respect from the court officials, while the High Minister faced scrutiny from rivals amidst the ongoing tumult of political changes. Listening to the words of Chang Nazan, laced with amusement, saw Luo's wariness diminished significantly. What were you wasting time on earlier? Wouldn't it have been better to finish quickly and leave? Liena remarked with a smile. Upon agreement, the other party promptly initiated a trade request. Upon viewing the transaction window, Tu Yaoyao was astonished to see a level 50 phoenix dance in the Nine Heavens Grand Wing. Qi Lingshuan's face was left bruised and bloodied, yet it seemed he finally regained his senses as he caught a glimpse of Duan Mu, who was gazing intently at him. Feng Yunjia caught her, observing Hua Zhongjin lying obediently in his embrace, a smile gracing his lips. The heavy groan of the great door reverberated, isolating me from the outside world once more. Overwhelmed, I collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. In a sudden impulse, I aimed a kick at the elder, only to have my foot effortlessly grasped by him. The circumstances had changed. My plans were in place. The empress could no longer monopolize the harem's affections. It was time to distribute favor to others, and among those beside me, only Nan Xiao was most suitable and promising to seize this opportunity. The empress halted, turning her body slightly, her hopeful gaze fixed on Nan Xiao. As the dragon in Shun Zhe's mind fully formed, it unleashed a mighty roar, radiating brilliant light that illuminated him completely. Beside the ethereal dragon, a black divine dragon, born from his martial insights, also emerged. Early the next morning, Bu Hui was naturally awakened by Lu Mei. He had been embroiled in a fierce battle with Guotai until the early hours. Humph. If you can't even muster the courage to reveal your name, you hardly qualify as a true hero, Yao Ziyun remarked. Everyone gathered at the entrance, eager to see how Yu Xiao would concoct a mid-grade detoxifying pill within an hour. Sister, have you considered that once this event unfolds, the outcome is already predetermined? Chun Yu shot me a glance, her tone softening as she shared her perspective. You know it's not worth it, yet you still proceed. Wait. What do you really mean? Xiao Mukin? Kinkin exclaimed, suddenly realizing something as she looked at the man before her. He seemed to perceive everyone's thoughts, yet remained inscrutable in his intentions. Due to Miao Li's approval, Bai Shu was destined to marry Dong Sai, though Miao Li's consent would only sweeten the deal. Shi Guanghua, lost in despair, trailed behind the crowd, finally escaping the nightmare of the forest. Thousands of rebels regrouped in the plains below, leaving the deathly woods behind. Volume 1. Chapter 95. Inferior deity versus crushing you is like squashing an ant. A month later, with a thunderous roar, the heavens appeared to be torn asunder. Multitudes of colorful rays cascaded down from above. A grand portal to the underworld gradually materialized, from which emerged a towering figure, the 10th envoy of the underworld, Xing Tian. His presence sent tremors throughout the realm of Guizhou. The 10 kings of hell hurried over, bowing respectfully before him. Greetings, Lord Xing Tian. He cast a dispassionate glance at them and commanded, surrender all divine artifacts from this place. The 10 kings exchanged glances, and the Tongdian king shrank to a normal human size, kneeling in submission. We report to you, Lord Xing Tian, the divine artifacts have been. After a tumultuous negotiation, the other three reached a temporary alliance. Suiyang swiftly located the cornered Tao Yilu, directing Long Wangsu and Gong Yongchong Xin to launch an assault. You dare act on your own? If you're so eager, then go handle it yourself. What is so impressive about being at the 9th tier? I was acutely aware of the danger of remaining here, but facing a wild boar that practically ignored bullet fire, perhaps only I possessed the strength to confront it. If I left now, wouldn't the hunters perish? There's no need for such concern. I'm glad you grasped my intent. How about you assist me with a favor? Xian Jiangli began, then abruptly shifted the topic as if struck by an idea. Upon hearing this, Shaolan realized he had stirred up a great calamity by leading an attack against a foundational cultivator, especially one dispatched by the government of Jinglai Island, leaving him pale and collapsing to the ground. The steward inquiring about the situation, along with Shang Ingjia's father, Shang Xiyuan, was filled with self-reproach, repeatedly apologizing to Yi Xian. Sometimes, Song Haikue felt he merely sought rest here due to sheer exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Xing Kai regarded his second disciple with a complex expression, while Zhu Jun kept his head lowered, awaiting his master's judgment, both remaining silent. After completing his tasks, Yi Xian finally had the chance to reunite with Jiang Banlian and others, having not seen them for nearly 2 months. They all had much to share, yet Ji Xiaojun, understanding Yi Xian's sentiments, whisked Ran Jiao away, granting Yi Xian a moment alone with Jiang Banlian. As the men of Haifeng village surged forward, they fled in disarray. This was not battle but mere banditry. With their leader dead, what was the point of continuing to fight? Spare me the nonsense. Your delusion of rescuing them is laughable. Do you believe I won't eliminate you two? Wu Chun, already irate, felt further provoked by Zhuge Jintong's taunts, his anger boiling over as he glared fiercely at her. The long sword pierced my chest, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through me. However, I am not troubled, for I have successfully evaded a fatal blow. Qin Bushiwei cast a pleading glance towards Elder Song, the enforcer. Elder Song glanced at Zhang Lingyun, who appeared pensive and lost in thought, and chose to remain silent. Before him, Zhang Lingyun maintained a calm demeanor, while the ominous force that loomed over by Wei Ji's neck had already struck. Akin to a colossal rubber hand pressing down upon him. With a series of cracking sounds, several of his cervical vertebrae were shattered, yet he did not succumb to death. Upon hearing this, the crowd unloaded their belongings and made their way to the old station in Qinghai to purchase tickets to Yushu. However, following the cataclysmic upheaval of the heavens and the earth, this place became an unassailable wasteland. Regardless of one's celestial roots, entry would lead to inexplicable decay. Ironically, the spiritual flora that once thrived here now flourished vibrantly. The ethereal flower emitted a piercing shriek, a sound inaudible to outsiders but crystal clear to Zhang Lingyun. In a fleeting moment, the flower found itself incapable of countering his presence and retreated in defeat. As the words of the plump individual faded, another figure descended from the breached corridor, a venerable elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an air of celestial grace and wisdom. Standing resolutely with hands clasped behind his back. Volume 1, Chapter 96, Subduing the 8 Great Yama, Returning to the Sea God Island. An insignificant ant. You shall witness today how this humble creature vanquishes you, a self-important lesser deity. 8th Soul Technique, Endless Nightmare. In an instant, 2 beams of blue light shot from Qiao Chang's eyes, causing Xingtian to momentarily lose focus. However, he did not immediately succumb to the nightmare. The skill of the head soul bone, Divine Thought. This ability amplifies all mental attacks tenfold. As the power of the Endless Nightmare surged to an astonishing 10 times its original strength, Xingtian found himself in a state of bewilderment, ensnared within an interminable nightmare. Qiao Chang stepped closer, severing his head, deeming the brain utterly useless and casting it aside, embodying the spirit of Xingtian. Observing the headless figure, Shui Jian discerned that among the throng of onlookers, at least a dozen skilled practitioners, ranging from the mixed Yuan realm to the returning Yuan realm, were concealed. Shortly thereafter, the similarly unconscious Wang Mo was brought forth. Upon examination, he too was found to be devoid of spiritual energy and was unceremoniously placed beside Cheng Yong. Meanwhile, Princess Yu was covertly observing Yu Lu, perplexed that, after sipping the exquisite Keishi tea, she displayed no reaction whatsoever. It was a rare delicacy, and had it not been for her intention to extract information desired by the prince, she would not have withheld such a treasure. The princess clasped Yu Li's hands, expressing her concern. I truly apologize, dear. Your hands are unharmed, I hope? Allow me to see. It would be unfortunate for a young lady to bear scars. After scrutinizing Yu Li's hands and finding no injuries, she relaxed momentarily, only to have her mouth silenced once more. However, this time, Xiaoling used her lips instead of her hands, finally recalling the essence of a kiss and willingly extending her delicate tongue. The man, wielding a long sword, appeared somewhat frail, yet Yun Tian could sense the immense spiritual power concealed within this seemingly fragile physique, surpassing his own strength. Suddenly ambushed, the force of the attack shattered his sternum, inflicting excruciating pain and a severe sense of suffocation, causing the tall, lean figure to expel a mouthful of crimson blood. Once she realized her strategic vision, and as she progressed step by step towards her aspirations, she would choose the life she truly desired. The silver whip, animated as if endowed with life, soared through the air towards Jiangqing's bone cold flame. This was unleashed by a second-tier venomous fire python, which had been drawn by the commotion caused by the golden-striped tiger crashing into the mud slab, seeking to expel the intruder with a toxic fireball. However, due to Yangqing's prior identity, he had to act thus. Otherwise, as the saying goes, people naturally aspire to ascend while water flows downward. And one could not regress into obscurity. I now have a basic grasp of the earlier events. What about the happenings of these past few months? Xiaoqi inquired, pondering that if the current lord were indeed Brian's brother, then Brian's return should not afford him the privileges presently enjoyed. It turned out that the discourse was not merely about new merchandise or apparel. The nature of warfare in this era had also evolved significantly. What purpose do they serve? How long will it take to reach Hong Ning's level upon entering the evolution space? How long before I can assist Hong Ning? Will I even survive until then? Will I be able to aid Hong Ning when the time comes? In the end, the score stood at 26 out of 30, a commendable feat for a newcomer. Albeit a challenging climb towards the second tier. Lying upon the stone bed, Yunong was suddenly illuminated by a streak of lightning that parted his hair, revealing his glistening, obsidian-like eyes, which sparkled with burgeoning awareness. Having spent years in the capital, he was naturally well-informed. Li Junwei exhibited a rare humility. Lin Kuo gaped in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, watching his Zhang Wei soared above him, overwhelmed by the terrifying power of the malevolent spirit. The higher echelons of the 100 ghost soul-devouring sect summoned a winged monstrosity, leaping onto its back and charging into the distance. In the first volume, Chapter 97, Indulgence, the Three Maidens' Massage. A voice calling out to Xiao Bai emanated from the sea. At that moment, Xiao Chang and Poseidon turned their gazes toward the ocean, the sea which jubilantly soared from a grand vessel towards Xiao Chang and his companions. Her tail transformed into sleek legs. adorned in a fitted black gown with a plunging neckline, creating a striking contrast of black and white that was undeniably captivating. Xiao Chang gazed into the distance, yet discerned no sign of Qian Renxue, feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, at the bow of the ship, she noticed another individual whose demeanor radiated excitement, her body trembling slightly due to restraint. It was Bibidong, whom she had not seen for over a year. Unlike the sea witch, she was unable to unleash her emotions freely. "Is your sister's hand beautiful?" questioned Zhou as he held the wrist of the Holy Mother of Pure Land, prompting her to subtly showcase her delicate fingers in close proximity. "Madam need not worry. Lu Xiqing has already arrived in Li City." At that moment, Xian Wu seemed to recall something, inquiring, "If the lady cannot see, why do you place such trust in Xian Wu? Or have you begun to remember the past?" The next 3 hours proved to be the most arduous, as they searched from afternoon until dusk, yet yielded no results. As he felt his realm ascend incrementally, Fu Shi suddenly perceived his sister's primordial spirit, vast and boundless, surpassing the mountains and rivers before him, even exceeding the height of Mount Buzhou. As she continued to ascend, how could it be impossible? What rank is the magic cannon of the Bright Empire? If you do not mind, could we perhaps bring them back? Once we retrieve them, we can modify them accordingly, as long as they remain unrecognizable, Qin Xin proposed. Wang Enshi glanced at the stack of papers. Though he could not fathom how the items illustrated on the blueprints could yield steel, he did comprehend the concept of gunpowder. However, the greenhouse left him utterly perplexed. Based on the earlier exclamations, it was evident that someone had traversed their path before, with a decidedly unfortunate outcome. Everyone was bewildered. For it was an obvious matter. If one's combat strength was inferior, what more could be said? Furthermore, a vow could not be deceitful. A promise made by oneself is binding and devoid of loopholes. Not to mention, it was a soul vow. The moment their oath was fulfilled, Qin Xin felt it deeply. Realizing he could, with a mere thought, turn Alva to ashes, Qin Chuan forcibly twisted his body, bones dislocating, sinews intertwining, flesh contorting, barely gaining a modicum of strength to shift to the left, where he could just find a foothold. In the future, I should gather more cultivation experiences from esteemed predecessors for comparison and reflection, as this would aid in enhancing my own insights, Yi Fan mused. Within the military camp, he witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by the thunderstrike explosion, fearing an unforeseen calamity resulting from it. He received a letter from the jade slips in the storage bags of the black and white twin devils, which Bai Feifei had entrusted to them. After the golden carp ingested a drop of the source of life, it initially showed no response. Fang Chun thought it ineffective and contemplated giving it another drop when the carp, floating on the water, suddenly quivered, radiating a brilliant golden light that dazzled the eyes. Now, having encountered countless extraordinary events, their son suddenly becoming the wealthiest man in Huaxia was merely a fleeting surprise. Each item was a priceless treasure, capable of bestowing immense wealth upon its possessor. Each could drive one to madness. In truth, even if Yifuli did not come, Lin Huan was already intent on seizing the opportunity to visit Aostrali's chamber, having long harbored desires for Victoria and Aostrali. The servant frowned, harboring doubts about why Wang Sang would suddenly speak so. Recalling the last wave of Zhuge Liang lying on the ground after a brazen 5-kill streak, Knight could not help but feel a surge of anger. Yet, upon realizing that everything had settled into a definitive conclusion, his mood once again cooled, and he resolutely gulped down his drink. Volume 1, Chapter 98. Farewell. Fortunately, the group did not forget their main objective. After a brief massage, they remembered the necessity of dining. Xiao Chang expressed equal admiration for the culinary skills of Bibidong and Poseidon, ensuring fairness and recognition. Soon, they were satiated, and Xiao Bai wisely excused himself, having not seen each other for an extended period, and with no outsiders present. The Sea God Temple quickly became a scene best kept private. Outside the Sea God Temple, on the Sea God steps, Xiao Wu had already ascended over 170 steps. This pace surpassed that of 99% of individuals. Her realm successfully broke through to Soul Sage. Today was the day to receive the Divine Soul Ring. Yet, she had waited an inordinate time. Only I, Shu Yunru, shall respond, she declared. Then opened her backpack to reveal a parcel wrapped in cowhide paper, from which a faint medicinal aroma wafted. The sound of a detonating grenade followed, accompanied by fragments. But fortunately, the wildcat was clad in third-tier armor and helmet, thereby sustaining no substantial harm. Chu Lan extended her fingers, summoning 3 streams of dragon energy that surged around the iron tree, their golden light flourishing, nourishing the growth of this iron tree. Yin Han gazed at his hands, which he believed to be merciful, yet had personally slaughtered thousands of residents from Xishan town. By the way, Lin Xing, could you edit the live video of the Invincible War Goddess match for me? Chu Qi anxiously prepared a piece of large beef tripe from the prairie. He intended to pass the video through Shao Qian to Old Xiao, and then to Nightingale. Slowly, he extended his hands to applaud Lord Kong as he desired. Ning, with a courteous gesture, addressed Xiang Songwan. Bai Yun merely smiled, offering no further explanation, yet revealing a glimpse of her cultivation, which indeed left Han Changming in awe. It was utterly inappropriate for a junior to mock their senior in such a manner. Should they offend everyone, the collaboration would be irrevocably jeopardized. To his astonishment, Sun Xiaohua did not awaken them in the middle of the night, despite being well prepared, not even having removed his clothing. However, several practitioners at the paper infant stage discerned that Han Changming had been pulled away by a formidable force emanating from the other side of the dimensional rift. The sudden surge of this spatial power was overwhelming, leaving the paper infant masters unable to assist Han Changming in time. As for their concerns regarding the aircraft, even if the Navy dispatched planes for containment, the effect would be negligible. When Zhang Zhe imposed the most stringent master-servant contract he had ever devised, it bound the servant's thoughts and actions to his will, allowing him to command the servant at a mere thought. The unique positioning of Guanshanzhu rendered it a distinct entity, not affiliated with any of the three powerful nations, yet maintaining amicable relations with them. Even if this rare golden warrior found himself in a confined space where he could not fully unleash his abilities, he could still deliver a fatal blow if he so wished. She suddenly sensed him turning, and then felt a gentle indentation on her head as he placed a kiss there. Even if she were indeed a Japanese spy, her mission might not involve assassinating Captain Li. It was likely aimed at other objectives. In the store, equipped with high-definition cameras, when Luo Yinshu saw Su Tianyu's furtive expression as he sent a WeChat message, she magnified the footage, exposing his chat content without any privacy before the camera. Ningxi had long understood that unconditional obedience was the best way to mitigate suffering in the presence of this demon. He turned just in time to meet a merciless punch from Lu Jiming, whose veins bulged with rage, striking him squarely on the cheekbone. Her eyes widened in realization, momentarily comprehending why Zhang Zhe had initially dismissed her ailment. After a brief contemplation, she began to absorb the essence within the elemental stone. As she cultivated, a stream of remarkably pure energy coursed through her meridians from her chest into her dantian, akin to a refreshing spring. Volume 1, Chapter 99, Undercurrents Stirring. A great battle approaches. The night was deep, yet Xiao Chang was not inclined to sleep. He had now attained the rank of a level 90 title Douluo. If nothing unforeseen occurred, there was no one on the continent who could rival him. As his power grew, he found his humanity diminishing, while his divine nature flourished. Though he remained not entirely indifferent to those around him, it became increasingly difficult for ordinary individuals to capture his attention. Yet today, passing by the sunset forest, a patch of blue-silver grass near the ice-fire duality, I caught his eye. He gently descended beside the unique blue-silver grass, vibrant yet lacking a soul. Qin Luofan, seemingly oblivious, approached her, disregarding her resistance as he began to unbutton her shirt. 5 large baskets were brimming with the mineral salt excavated from the Yuheng salt mine. Unlike last time, this was entirely primary salt. The ability to arrange this formation was linked to the Heavenly Demon Sect, a method conceived by its members. As their lips were about to meet, Ninyu swiftly pushed her onto the sofa. In truth, even if these former subordinates breached the city, they could never reclaim Su Hong. They merely used him as bait to lure them in for extermination. Her delicate form trembled, a sensation akin to an electric shock coursed through her body, her pupils dilating in disbelief. Fortunately, Yi Kaidang possessed some knowledge of cosmetics. Though she candidly admitted that purchasing summer attire for Xiao Yu is somewhat challenging due to his considerable height. I do not claim that my writing is of immense value deserving of 5 cents, but if you find it worthwhile, please provide me with some encouragement. If not, I understand if you choose to depart. Her sensitive yet proud heart was stirred, as if the exquisite garments she wore had been stripped away. Qin Yong nodded. Comprehending Qin In's intent, it appeared the elders of the Qin family wished to assess his talent and determine his worthiness as a successor. His fingers glided across the ancient cithar, its melodies revealing the beauty of a painting, enchanting listeners to a state of tranquility, allowing them to forget their worries. The rationality of the mind cannot govern the deep-seated desires of the heart, a reflection that would linger with Lu Qianmo long after this night. Wait a moment. I have matters to attend to, Xia Ruoxin said, unable to explain everything to Chu LV at that moment. She hung up the phone and patted Su Zir's shoulder. Isn't that the eldest son of the Su family? How has he fallen to this state? Whispers circulated among those nearby. Even though she had enrolled in a specialized experimental school, the outcomes would differ, Yi Jiuzhou pondered secretly. Both parties could feel the warmth of each other's bodies in complete contact, and those unaware might mistakenly perceive their closeness as romantic intimacy. I hastily nibbled on a few bites before departing. The ensuing matters would be left to them to resolve. Upon exiting the Grand Hotel, Jiang Liken leaned against the car, lost in thought, his mind racing. All right, but you must help me request a leave of absence, Gu Fei implored, clinging to Huasixuan. It is a pity. Had you been packaged correctly back then, you would undoubtedly have become the most dazzling star, he remarked, tilting his head slightly, and everyone understood whom he referred to. The opinions of the world regarding past events were now inconsequential, for that tragedy had long become a trivial chapter of history. Master, are you all right? Upon hearing Yan Yunqing's sudden outburst, everyone couldn't help but express their concern. The grasslands and lakes were fraught with peril. This seemingly tranquil garden was likely even more dangerous. Shen Chao, after a moment's reflection, calmed himself and turned, walking 10 meters along the wall, concealing himself within the mist, refraining from recklessly entering the entrance. As the saying goes, all crows in the world are black. Wherever there are people, hierarchies and conflicts will inevitably exist. To expand a business to a certain level, one cannot do so without a formidable backing. Volume 1, Chapter 100, The Hidden Hands Reveal Themselves. 1 month later, Bibidong announced a momentous decree. The Spirit Hall was officially renamed the Spirit Empire. The situation on the Douluo continent underwent a profound transformation. Cao Panshir led 800,000 iron cavalry to pledge allegiance to the Spirit Master Empire, capturing the Balik Kingdom within a single night. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, having anticipated joining the Tang sect, altered its course upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's ascension to the rank of an 80-level title Douluo. The Star Luo Empire had initially intended to ally with the Heaven Do Empire against the Spirit Master Empire, but after Dai Mubai's return, chose to remain observant. In comparison to Dai Mubai, an 83-level Soul Douluo, and Zhu Zhuqing, an 81-level Soul Douluo, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing had only recently broken through to level 40. Ma Hai cried out, clutching his head as blinding white light pierced his vision, filled with the inhuman screams of despair. The slaughter in that fleeting moment nearly robbed him of his sanity, leaving him only capable of incessant cries. Setting that aside, the crucial issue was that she had left her vehicle behind. She had taken the train home. The car you sent her still remains here, Chu Zhiheng remarked. The fox continued to cry out, struggling in her embrace, soon staining her front with crimson blood. Yet Fei Yue clung tightly to the fox, refusing to let it escape her grasp. The 60,000 troops perished in battle, with only a few tens of thousands managing to flee, while the countless corpses formed a mountain, signifying the dissolution of the formidable enemy's most vital resistance. Having uttered these words, Brother Hu raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Han Mengmeng, his expression resolute. The van exited the city, heading straight to the nearby East Market, stopping at a factory situated in a secluded area yet to be fully developed. Ling Wei cast a puzzled look at Yuling, uncertain whether the discord stemmed from Yuling's personality or if she had inadvertently offended her. At that moment, the elevator light indicated that they had arrived at the B2 level, and the doors opened immediately. Ling Wei stepped out, only to be abruptly pulled back by Yuling, Liehua and Wang Baozhu. Aware that continuing to swim would leave them at a disadvantage, both opted to take a shortcut, awaiting an ambush. No, it cannot be. Qing'e would never act thus. She is the most loyal person, and she would never treat Jiug in such a way. Yini shook his head, refusing to believe, even unto death, that Qing'e could be so heartless. We haven't even asked you yet. Why have you been offline these past few days? What have you been up to? Xiao Ye's tone was less than amiable, evidently still perturbed by the incident with the Earth Dragon. Boom. The ground trembled violently, dust and debris swirling ahead as two entities collided with the earth, their bones vibrating from the immense impact. As the word kill escaped his lips, a sharp nail from Shangli grazed Ku Yong's neck, leading him to return to the resurrection point in the city amidst the echoes of that heroic cry. The one who would act in such a manner could not possibly be Fu Tianzi. Could it be Gu Jingxin? What trickery was he up to? As the prince had surmised, those noble lords, inspired by their peers, began to express their willingness to partake in this wager. There was no other option. The current position held too much allure, and to maintain it, they had to align themselves with the prince, binding their fates together to secure these rewards. Xiao's instruction foamed across the face, yet instead of feeling satisfied, she was filled with regret for her actions. The semi-finished artifact caught Yang Tian's eye. Just as he was about to make his move, a figure darted past, grasping for the sword hilt. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Tianyang furrowed his brow. Those ancient families were indeed formidable entities, with heavenly-level experts as numerous as dogs. It was likely that some extraordinarily powerful individuals, who had already attained the capability of godhood, were intentionally sealing their powers, resisting the laws to prolong their existence in this realm. Jian Ning smiled noncommittally, acknowledging that Qin Kaiwei bore the harshest burden, facing greater public scrutiny than anyone else. This was the anguish endured by Gu Jingxin's fiancée. Fortunately, she was not Qin Kaiwei. After observing the vast, swirling fog, Zhang Tianyang quickly dismissed his fervor. Such unknown mist could consume him entirely, leaving no trace behind, and the strangeness of the surroundings called for caution. Venturing forth carelessly was ill-advised. Volume 1, Chapter 101, Ascending with the Radiance, Entering the Divine Realm. Cao Chang's second choice was Oscar. Oscar no longer exhibited the defiance he once displayed in the presence of others. Upon witnessing Cao Chang strip Tang San of everything, reducing him to a mere paper figure, he was utterly terrified. You relish in tormenting others and covet another's woman, do you? Then allow me to transform you into a woman first. Oh. Suddenly a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Oscar clutched his groin, wailing in agony. Xiao. Cao Chang abruptly summoned the man who had only one arm, Xiao. You cherish your wife and willingly embrace the life of a mortal, do you not? But are you aware that your wife has entered that game you used to play with her brother in order to avenge him? In the game, Ming Nua and the others were absent, yet Shui remained online. The old prince, consumed by envy and resentment, refrained from chastising Jiang Yu out of fear of her displeasure, and he dared not rebuke Jiang Zhanwei either. He could only tug at his beard in silent frustration, averting his gaze from the irritating sight of Yimu. Subsequently, Jishi's frequency of battles increased, and amid this relentless warfare, the soldier's skills progressed remarkably, bringing Jishi immense joy. Yuan Shi's relentless efforts to cooperate further delighted Ji Shi, resulting in an exceptionally buoyant mood for her of late. They had never exchanged a single word prior, except during last month's banquet at Donghui Courtyard, when Dan and Princess Fengyang visited. Dan sweetly called him third cousin, her sugary voice rendering him profoundly uncomfortable. Numerous spectators had already received news of the new team challenging the White Hurricane team and gathered here to witness the event. Ji Yu turned to leave but was called back by Ji Shi, who had just thought of the departing Fu heir, reflecting on her condition, which mirrored Ji Man's. Since Ji Yu held 2 precious items, she pondered why not offer one to Fu heir. In the other continents, imperial power reigned supreme, which starkly contrasted with Qing Zhou's apparent weakness, greatly influenced by His Majesty's absence from governance while he roamed the seas. Despite the various unwilling and unreasonable conditions proposed by the Huya platform, Yi Haoran's resolve to direct was unwavering. Luli nodded, acknowledging that Tao did not possess his experience, and these insights were entirely his own conclusions, which were indeed sound. Although Luli could articulate more precise predictions, those were exceptional circumstances and could not serve as a reference. The opponent's ability to arrive at such a conclusion revealed a glimpse of their talent. After Li Bai departed, Dun appeared, taking out a cloth to meticulously wipe the area where Bai Wan had been. Then, with a few agile leaps, he retrieved 5 corpses from the grass. It seemed to align with what his father had said. Grandmother merely feigned innocence, crafting a trap for a counterattack when least expected. Clearly, he had underestimated her. Soon, a gentle and harmonious energy began to emanate from countless pores of his body, surging both internally and externally, gradually coalescing the dissipated fighting spirit that had been scattered by the violent purple wings. So this is how I perish, Yuan Tianqing murmured to himself, scratching the back of his head as he gazed at his own corpse. He had no knowledge of her youth, nor did he dare to act inappropriately towards her. Even if she matured, he did not believe it would be excessive. He hoped she would love him back, and they would live harmoniously together. Before he could take another step, he was suddenly obstructed. Wang Chongyang looked up, perplexed, at the rotund figure before him. What is the matter? As he gazed at the unconscious Wang Chongyang, Qin Fuan's heart raced. It felt as if many years had passed. At that time, Jia Chang was still quite young, far from the unparalleled status he held today. To avoid the calamity of extermination, he had brought his family to this place. The elderly lady did not comprehend the concept of nutritional balance, yet she understood that the day's plan was determined by the morning. If one did not eat well in the morning, their mood would be ruined for the entire day. If I were to light a smoke at the Chongtian cave, would I still be able to see that arrow piercing the clouds? Wang Fuguo exclaimed, surprised and delighted. In the evening, beneath the heavens of the divine realm, a gentle drizzle began to fall, nurturing tender sprouts in the soft earth. In Bibidong's chamber, 2 exceptionally beautiful women sat facing each other, displaying a striking resemblance. The woman on the left, clad conservatively, bore wavy golden locks, a delicate and straight nose, and youthful beauty. The woman on the right, dressed lightly, had an alluring figure and long lavender hair, exuding mature charm. Xiao, this is our first time serving our husband together. Loosen up and remove your outer garment. The sight of Bibidong's ample figure left Qian Renxue momentarily dazed. In an instant, she affixed 3 talismans to the door of their room to prevent any mishaps. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was still 9:30. There was ample time. At that moment, a slight gesture from Qian Yunqing calmed her previously anxious heart, bringing her a sense of stability as her heartbeat slowed. Although the location was somewhat inferior to one facing the mountains and sea, it was still a lovely spot, with beautiful scenery and a temperate climate, making it an excellent place nonetheless. In truth, the first 2 strategies stemmed from Qin Shi Huang's methods. He was both a revered emperor and a tyrant, and these seemingly ingenious governance tactics ultimately led to the downfall of the Qin Empire. How could Qin endure for eternity? The second emperor fell within a mere 2 generations. Nightling's exquisite visage was shrouded in the moonlight, rendering her expression indistinguishable. After a while, she extended a finger to gently caress her lips, which seemed to still bear the lingering warmth of Liu's alluring red lips. Her head throbbed increasingly, as if filled with glue, making her dizzy with a whirlwind of thoughts, and in this state, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. The scientific research facility was situated within a cave, constructed from local materials, resembling a naturally formed cavern that bestowed an ancient and timeless aura, as if one had traversed through time. She closed the kitchen door behind her. While breaking the rules was indeed a violation, it was essential to prevent others from witnessing it to avoid gossip. Shoji Emosu cast a puzzled glance at Shangguan Yushio, who, despite his usual shrewdness, seemed to be engaging in a losing endeavor with the Luo group. He found it hard to believe that this individual had so easily distanced himself from them. Upon hearing the elderly man's identity, Liu's brow instinctively arched beneath her cloak. This was her first encounter with someone other than an alchemist, prompting her to scrutinize the individual closely. Mr. Ambassador, how can you be so irresponsible? Did you not agree to provide him with asylum? Why the sudden change of heart? The proprietor, incensed by the ambassador's words, expressed his outrage, questioning how an ambassador could speak in such a manner. As her family faced imminent defeat in the chaos, she found herself directly in the line of sight of the opposing leader, hastily turning her head away to continue her escape. The young man could not discern whether he was fortunate or unfortunate, but his trembling legs and dizziness were undeniable. In the heat of battle, he had neglected the fact that these reapers hailed from another dimension. Logically, not only should their appearances differ, but their language should also be incomprehensible to him. A strange voice emerged, causing the fishman monster to shudder slightly. As it turned to investigate, a bicycle slid down its back, seemingly inflicting no harm. This remark shattered the prevailing silence, eliciting laughter even from Kuei Yang, who had been meditating with closed eyes. The synchronized shouts emotions of certain individuals acted as a switch, instantly awakening memories in all citizens. They promptly recalled what they should be doing at that moment, simultaneously casting smug smirks towards their adversaries. Although Yao Pu sensed the peculiar wind, he lacked the knowledge to interpret the phenomenon, leaving him perplexed. Beneath instinct, one must distance oneself from the eerie source of darkness, leaving the determination of whether it is a blessing or a curse to those of lesser fortune. However, there is little sense of panic spreading, for thus far, this peculiar orb has not exhibited any capabilities for distant assault. Nor does it seem to harbor much desire for aggression. At this distance, they should remain safe. Volume 1, Chapter 103. Arrogance and impudence offer no salvation. Observing Qian Renxue, whose face had reddened to that of a monkey's rear, Xiao Chang inexplicably found her rather endearing. He chuckled, I never anticipated, Sister Dong, that you would also conceal Xue in your room. At that moment, Xiao Chang suddenly revealed a devilish grin, causing Qian Renxue to gaze at him with unease. Xiao Chang chuckled, if that's the case, I'll first spank your little bottom, then hers. Bai Dong suddenly pushed Xiao Chang shyly, exclaiming, how can you say such nonsense? It was precisely Xiao Chang's light-hearted banter that alleviated Qian Renshue's awkwardness, allowing her to relax. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, Qian Renxue gazed at Xiao Chang and bit her red lips, saying, my dear husband, have you been? Jiang Han, without a word, turned to leave in the opposite direction. However, as the figure emerged from the crack, a smile played on his lips, and he did not hinder Jiang Han's departure. Ren Jian nodded, stating it would be no problem to convey your gratitude to the guild, but emphasized that you should personally express your thanks. What inconvenience could there be? Bill Brown paused, seemingly wanting to say more, but ultimately refrained, whistling for his men to bring the police car before he jumped in and drove away. Although it was understood that this room required payment for additional services, Long Yan had not signed the bill, indicating that she had likely already settled the payment when Fang Yichen was absent. Controlling humans is a remarkably effective spell. It can directly manipulate the target's mind, compelling them to obey commands. Aside from self-harm, which can easily evoke resistance, other ordinary instructions are generally not contradicted once the spell takes effect. Suyu assisted from the side, well aware that Fang Yichen had brought the machine back solely for her and Kuei. Here, only she and Kuei needed the black stone. Her heart swelled with gratitude and emotion. According to verifiable data, long-term singleness affects both mind and body. If you wish, I can assist you in ending your single status, something the gaming marketplace cannot offer. Ling seemed quite dissatisfied, as Chen Feng had the audacity to compare it to a mere gaming market. The execution of the god-slaying spell not only did not deplete energy but became even more perilous. Chen Feng inhaled deeply, his eyes flashing with fervor, and suddenly swallowed a vial of genetic serum. That is precisely what I wish to convey, Yi Ziming stated coldly, as the security personnel on the side also closed in. It's already locked on. Yi Ziming grinned, pressing the launch button, and a missile shot forth, its tail igniting flames as it sped toward the helicopter dodging above the sea. I do not wish to hear this. Your matters are of no concern to me. I currently do not wish to see you. Allow me a moment of peace, all right? Yang Shirua's face flushed with anger. I remained silent for a moment, and after a few seconds, disregarding the old man's reaction, I turned and entered the shop, picking up what I needed, grabbing a large bag to fill. How can you manage Fire Cloud Cave so strictly, yet have so many spies? I exclaimed in frustration. I had narrowly escaped earlier and was still shaken, drenched in sweat. Hee. You want territory, do you? No problem. I can grant you a peace, provided you serve me well. I can ensure you make a fortune. Engage in your drug dealings, but as long as you don't mess up like Shang Chuan, I can guarantee your safety. I tossed out my final chip with a smile. Is it because she is pregnant? Aunt Long suddenly remarked, startling Daya, who burned her finger. What? How do you know? I couldn't help but ask Anna. Wang Juncheng has been killed by me, yet Fu Qingfeng managed to escape? Tears streamed down my face as I recalled this, and I felt a sharp pain in my eyes. I never imagined that the long-lasting love I believed I could have would come crashing down in an instant yesterday. Junxing, Wei Junxing, why does merely thinking of your name bring me such unbearable pain? I initially did not want to acknowledge him, but considering she had come personally, was it not impolite to act oblivious? With that thought, I turned my head, momentarily dazed. Volume 1. Chapter 104. The Clinging Little Wild Cat, Zhu Zhuqing. After a song, Qiao Chang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. His realm began to shift. A crimson halo appeared behind him, signifying that he had reached the level of a divine officer, among the many slain by the god of anger. There was an emotion lord, a divine officer, from whom Qiao Chang effortlessly acquired his divine domain. He was now an emotion divine officer. able to absorb the emotional energy of others for cultivation. Upon breaking through to the divine officer level, Qiao Chan's power surged tenfold, allowing him to wield certain divine skills. Just then, a large bird suddenly soared through the sky, carrying a person. It was a middle-aged man, with his left hand resting on the sword at his waist and his right hand holding a wine gourd. In the midst of the shattered divine wasteland, Zhu Haoyan sensed that the annihilation power of the demon shadow had reached its lowest point after exhausting itself in the previous space, a moment that had once been the weakest invasion of annihilation transmitted from the dark will. The burly man, upon seeing Zhu Haoyan withstand his massive hammer with a fist, burst into a sinister laugh, as if reveling in the thought of flattening the figure before him into a pulp. The outer disciples, relatively weaker, could no longer contain their amusement and shut their eyes. As the Crimson Palace gate slowly opened, a peculiar sense of foreboding surged within Xiemingxi. It felt as though an invisible shroud of ominous clouds loomed overhead. Those who attain such realms are invariably those who have immersed themselves in the path of the sword for decades, even centuries or millennia. Fu Xin felt the burden of being an emperor, yet found the greatest relaxation in his mother's presence. Soon, laughter resonated through the room, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. The ground was littered with people moaning in distress, leaving scarcely any space to stand. The elderly man who had assisted with identification had long since cowered beneath the table. The teacup on the table had been knocked over, causing tea to gradually seep onto the floor. In the past, Zhang Kaiwei had always appeared to reserve his strength, as if no one could discern the depths of his capabilities. Li Wei received a letter from Zhao Qian delivered at midday the following day. It was not only Chu Qin standing before him, even the adept warriors invited by Murong Longqing could not guarantee they would emerge unscathed from this strike. In the mortal realm, I still have unfinished business. Could you perhaps grant me a reprieve and allow me to return to life? Chu Qin stated somewhat reluctantly. Could it truly be that deities exist? Could Zhang Wutian genuinely be a god? It was utterly hard to believe, yet reality relentlessly challenged Lu Ping's understanding. She had never anticipated that the fire dragon could be so terrifying, having only encountered Dehei, who, despite its fearsome appearance, always sat obediently and wore a silly expression, never spewing fireballs, and even smiled with its gaping maw upon seeing Hermione and the others. Zhou Qing could not be bothered to ponder Zhang Zhaizhong's thoughts. The only person he cared about was Qiu Yashan, a trusted aide of President Li Haijin of the Blue House, a remarkable politician adept at navigating between the South Korean government and the United States. This was the custom to a degree. Zhao Ji would distribute red envelopes to the expedition army, akin to how he would hand out red envelopes to the residents of Bianjing, though not in abundance. It was merely for good fortune. Jin Dong's demeanor was exceptionally professional and natural. Each time, it was merely her fault, yet he was always implicated by her actions. My dear husband, you should quickly take me to bed. If it is truly against propriety, let us hastily go to DM County to contest the divorce. Jia Xiaohong chuckled mischievously. What? Have you taken a wrong turn? With your intelligence, how could you possibly go the wrong way? Wang was rather skeptical. Kakalo rushed forward first, casting a glance at the pallid corpse of Crumb, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Wei understood that both the husband and wife were personnel of the system, which explained their child's exceptional abilities compared to ordinary children. From the system map, Zhang observed that the Japanese forces had amassed considerable strength at the mouth of the Dafu River, making a landing unfeasible. Thus, he chose to sail northward, opting to dock in the offshore waters of Qizhou. His plan was to first seize Qizhou, thereby severing the route for the Japanese 19th Division to advance southward, before subsequently occupying Anzhou, a task more challenging than a surprise attack. Volume 1, Chapter 105, Liena. After indulging in several hours of an extraordinary massage service, Dai Mubai and Chao Chong, in a state of bliss and drowsiness, were suddenly interrupted by a cacophony outside the door. A sycophantic voice announced, Master Qin, Wan Xiao and Chuan Xiang are currently entertaining 2 esteemed guests. Allow me to find you a couple of excellent technicians to attend to you. Get lost. A gruff voice thundered, overpowering all others. The voice continued with audacious arrogance. Summon Wan Xiao and Chuan Xiang to serve me immediately. How dare you let the ones I have chosen attend to others? Do you wish to close the Yin in? In that moment, Coach Chin thought to himself, as a professional fitness instructor, a 3-minute plank should be child's play for you. As if sensing an intrusion, the space began to tremble subtly, golden and silver light twisting and distorting, revealing soldiers and generals clad in armor materializing in the ether. Guyo smiled, laboriously moving toward the edge of the bed, yearning to be near Zhengji for closeness. However, as she approached, the pungent odor emanating from him overwhelmed her senses. Despite feeling utterly drained, an unexpected surge of energy compelled her to nudge Zhengji aside. Once she succeeded, she noted a slight easing in her breathing. A beam of azure light shot towards Mu Di, who, upon being struck, transformed into a pool of blood. Spilling onto the floor, the sword light danced through the heavens and earth like a graceful ribbon, captivating Himai with its spectacular display. Yet, their soldiers had grown so fatigued that they could barely hold their weapons, with several already injured. Among the 3 teams deployed for the same mission, Zhou Tian's team suffered no casualties, while the other 2 sustained nearly half their forces lost. Due to negligence, age, and various reasons. The courtyard fiercely guarded by Mao Zhong was breached. Gu Yao concealed her playful demeanor, her face pale as she performed her respects, and took her leave, casting a lingering, regretful glance at the young lady of the house. The rhythmic heartbeat of Su Han filled her ears, yet amidst that heartbeat, she discerned her own heart shattering into fragments. Zhang Yuan showed a flicker of emotion, pondering that most heavenly materials and treasures are singular in nature. Once matured, they wither and die, never to regenerate. In contrast, spiritually thriving plants are exceedingly rare, often regarded as treasures of a clan, the most precious wealth among their resources. Lu Heng expressed no dissatisfaction, gently beckoning with his hand. Controlling Lucian with the power of the world, and inquired with a smile, "Old Xiang, how do you feel?" Ma Qingyun, cradling Director Xiang's head, asked with concern. The fortune cap patted itself, then patted Lin Wuhan, gesturing towards Wua Street. The timing was neither particularly good nor bad, it was merely when people felt most fatigued. And generally, military bases had little nighttime activity, with most personnel asleep aside from those on patrol. Jun Emoli tugged forcefully, causing Feng Lingyu to collapse to the ground. Jun Emoli approached her, sword in hand, slowly advancing towards the incapacitated Feng Lingyu. Contemplating this, Nangong Ani issued an edict, widely soliciting laborers from the populace to construct a copper sparrow terrace within the palace for the enjoyment of wine and dance performances. After a moment of silence, Inglili glanced at the steak on her plate. Though she had only recently become somewhat adept at cooking steak, she understood that it is best enjoyed while hot. In autumn, even if she wished to avoid the melancholic sentiments often associated with the season, certain memories constantly reminded her of unresolved sorrows. In a moment of astonishment, the most handsome in the universe nearly leapt up. Astonished that Yi Fei intended to purchase his weapons, and in bulk at that, hundreds of sets. "Brother, do you think this is a marketplace for groceries?" The initial sympathy for the Yin family gradually morphed into envy, with small groups dispersing and discussing how the Yin family had indeed profited immensely, suggesting that the Yin family likely orchestrated this uproar, as reputation meant little compared to wealth. Volume 1, Chapter 106, The Handsome Youth. Gyuna remained silent, quietly regaining her strength as elemental powers, water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space, swirled around her in alternating brilliance. The aged, youthful priest observed her with a calm demeanor, signaling for the priest beside him to withdraw, indicating that he would confront Guyuna alone. The red-haired priest Anthony stepped back, producing a mechanical disc that glowed with crimson light, enveloping the three of them within its confines, a precaution against Guyuna's potential escape. As for Chao Chang and Dai Mubai, he merely cast a casual glance, dismissing them entirely. Dai Mubai quietly transmitted to Chao Chang, "Should we rescue her?" "Indeed. We must save her," responded Chao Chang. The Grand Princess acknowledged this as well. The children, of similar ages, had spent their days together and would each hold their titles in due course. In such a context, it was only fitting to honor the position of the eldest son of the De Yang family. Yi Chu, however, was different. Having experienced the downfall of the Yi family in a previous life, witnessing the death of loved ones, Yi Chu could maintain composure in any situation. Should the conditions for ascension remain unfulfilled at the junction, no matter how long one persevered, skills would cease to elevate, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. "I shall return to serve His Highness during the night banquet." Thanking Mao Su for his condescension, Yi Fei lowered his demeanor even further. The Prince of Shun appeared somewhat anxious, while the Prince of Kong exchanged a glance with the Prince of Min, contemplating that the Min Prince's strategy of retreating to advance was indeed the wisest. In this chamber, there were no alternatives. Pei Chuan did not indulge, promptly entering his adjacent room after speaking. "What of that insufferable Yi Jiao? Fu Tian, before Yi Chu, clenched her fist, eager for a confrontation. The vampire count's pupils rippled subtly as he knelt before the crystal palace, his gloved hand delicately lifting her fingertip. Regrettably, he was not alone. Other disciples of the Huangquan demon sect also beheld the spirit leaf flower. Finally, with no other recourse, she beckoned several maidservants to assist Yin Bao in trying on the battle attire. The enormous cost incurred from the sacrifice of 12 golden immortals had left behind the Azure Dragon Pool, which was initially estimated to sustain the 10th generation Tree Emperor's safe passage through the chaos heavenly tribulation, a vast fortune now nearly exhausted. Zhu Qingyan maintained an air of indifference. Her expression as tranquil as still water. I couldn't help but scrutinize him, unable to discern what marked him as anything but human. Aside from his posture reminiscent of the British Royal Guard and his nonsensical declarations that left one feeling adrift in a fog, he appeared quite the ordinary mortal. The roar of the fate demonic god and the retreat of the beast god were all witnessed by Kachino, who let out a furious roar as demonic energy surged forth, momentarily suppressing the sword chi. In an instant, countless pillars of lightning erupted toward the heavens, the cascading electric serpents radiating outward from the point of impact, engulfing the entire valley. Infused with the malevolent energy of the Twilight Valley, it was instantly rendered to nothingness under the onslaught of the electric serpent. Observing Li Hua entering the Qin residence, Qin Xiong and the others exchanged glances, sighing in resignation, opting not to pursue Qin Hao any further. Forgive my limited intellect or perhaps my insufficient exposure to espionage films. At this moment, the only strategy one could conceive was this. A fortnight ago in Yinan, even utilizing soul force, spiritual energy, and spiritual formations, one would still be no match for a practitioner of the first tier of the spiritual heart realm. Taking a deep breath, I placed my hand upon Wu Erzhan. The Wu family had voiced their support for me earlier. Thus I felt a greater sense of assurance regarding Wu Erzhan's words. Wu Erzhan appeared somewhat terrified, yet he did not shy away. Resolute in my decision, I immediately commenced my actions, striding forward. As I gradually entered the arena, I distinctly sensed a shift in the surrounding space. The heavens and earth seemed to realign, as if I had stepped into an entirely different realm, a realm of practice. Bai Yin hoisted Yin onto his horse with one arm. Hu Xie had never realized Bai Yin possessed such strength. He sensed something was amiss with Bai Yin, unable to pinpoint the change. It was as if, in an instant, a flash of crimson flickered in Bai Yin's gaze. Volume 1, Chapter 107. Temporal turbulence after her rescue. Gu Yuna gradually regained her composure. Why save me? She questioned, not recognizing the man before her and seeking clarification. There is no reason. I simply could not bear to witness such a beautiful celestial being perish before me. Chao Chang spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet Gu Yuna understood that he must have ulterior motives. At their level, beauty might indeed captivate a heart. But it was certainly not worth risking one's life for such a lure, especially in a situation where the other party's formidable background was already known. Choosing to intervene and save her undoubtedly indicated a desire for something she possessed, regardless of the circumstances. She only assessed that the situation was still somewhat favorable for his side. After bidding farewell to Chu Yi, he returned to the barracks to rest. The camp was limited in size, and with 10,000 defenders, it was already at capacity. Any additional personnel would serve little purpose, so it was better to rest first. Opportunities to vanquish the enemy would abound. There was no rush. I am the Snow Mountain Demon, known to all as the Snowman. You must win a snowball fight against me to pass this way. The snowman spoke, his words accompanied by sprays of snowflakes. I will not leave, Uncle Wang. Are you truly going to abandon my father? Xiao Xiao stood firm, unwilling to depart. Her words struck like thunder, shattering the stifling silence. Eyes from both sides turned toward her, an overwhelming gaze focused on Shen Wangxin, leaving her feeling immense pressure. As Shen Yuan spoke, she rose from the pool. And for reasons unknown, she felt her skin had become even more fair and smooth than before. Shen Wangxin entered the courtyard and noticed that the maid's face bore no trace of worry. Instead, there was a hint of joy, prompting her to observe her more closely. Accompany her to procure some items. Yet, the youth replied with indifference while driving the carriage, a myriad of unspeakable emotions swirling within him. Gradually, their patience wore thin, and they began to engage in a fierce struggle to vent their pent-up anger. The golden ribbon twitched a few more times before cautiously peering out, hesitating for a while before selecting a direction, leading the two onward. Initially, no fees would be charged. Let the public reviews subsidize the discounts, and the website would cover the difference. Liao Xian murmured 3 words, and the visage of Lu Shunchen flashed in his mind, causing a shiver to run down his spine. It must be you, Yi Xiaowan. Sha Moli lunged at Yi Xiaowan once more, without any reservations. Subsequently, she prepared the vegetables, meat, mushrooms, and soy products, cleaning and cutting them before placing them on the table. Within the glazed palace, an ambience of love enveloped the space. No one knew what transpired there, nor did anyone dare to speculate. The entire process of slaying the Sword Saint took less than 3 seconds, without the system notification. Many would have likely remained unaware of the event. Good. Qing Tian, you have not disappointed me. At that moment, Gulai and several tribal elders approached. An unpleasant odor emanated from Hannah's bed, where 2 piles of excrement lay alongside 2 yellow stains. Brother Inkai, you are no match for him. Do not act impulsively, said Yi Ziyu, reminding that Qi Inkai was merely at the first level of spirit martial realm, while Yi Xiong could easily defeat those at the second level. Qi Inkai was a first-grade alchemist, while Yi Xiong had even successfully refined the Tranquil Heart Pill. Last time, I inadvertently noticed a Qilan tattoo on your arm, coupled with your enigmatic demeanor, which led me to believe you have a past. As for this nickname, it is purely my conjecture. I hurried to explain, but by then, someone had already lost their composure. Mike understood that Link intended to exact revenge and frame him, and he felt compelled to comply. It could be said that Link was the master of their rice class of several hundred people. If Link fell from grace, they might face unemployment, and he was unwilling to forfeit such a position. He did not disclose this to Yin Di and Zue Xia. It was not out of distrust, but rather because he felt the events were too bizarre, beyond the realm of dreams, to adequately describe the memories he recalled. Volume 1, Chapter 108, Daimu Bai's Astonishing Act. The monster mountain range stretched for 1,000,000 miles, with even the lowest peak rising to great heights, without manifesting a Dharma form. Standing at the mountain's edge and gazing at the towering peaks felt akin to an ant looking up at an elephant. Even before entering the mountains, the monster mountain range exuded an unprecedented sense of oppression. When Xiao Chang arrived at the foot of the mountain, over 10,000 individuals had already gathered there. Amidst a throng of people, Xiao Chang's gaze fell upon an exceptionally beautiful and statuesque woman, clad in a delicate, cerulean gown, she stood out in the crowd, exuding an ethereal grace. Surrounding her were several other charming ladies, also adorned in similar shades of soft blue, who appeared to be in high spirits, engaged in animated conversation. Xiao Chang carefully opened the hemostatic medicine ceramic bottle and sprinkled its contents onto Zhou Daquan's back, estimating that the bottle would not suffice. He decided to gather some herbs from the mountainside. After a short while, Haotian Douluo returned with several herbs in hand. The reckless overuse of spiritual power leads to one inevitable outcome, the depletion of irreplaceable resources, drawing one closer to their own demise. This is a primary reason many cultivators struggle to transcend the mysteries of heaven. Liena, engrossed in her monologue, scarcely allowed Su Han a moment to speak. But when the opportunity finally arose, Su Han expressed her gratitude, asking Lin to convey her thanks to Director He. Gao Ming observed Su Han's recovering complexion and smiled, saying, "Since you've given me the floor, I shall speak. I have already arranged for Rin Jian to book a room in the Plum Garden. Let us proceed there." He did not anticipate that this formidable figure from the demon clan would be even more ruthless than he imagined, resorting to lethal measures at the slightest provocation, leaving him taken aback. Returning to the underwater secret realm seemed futile, as it merely offered a gathering of sea dragon beasts. It would be far more prudent to investigate the situation in the Death Marsh. Chang Zixing gazed at Hao Xian, who stood at an equal height before him, reflecting on the past with a heavy heart. Had his senior sister survived, their grandchildren would now be of similar age. Thus, the trio of Ryu dedicated themselves to an industrious period of skill cultivation, while Xia Yu pondered how to eliminate the ancient tree demons that had occupied the city of Shabak. The core abilities had been researched. Yet the challenge lay in their application, particularly with a seemingly trivial ability that only a fool would allow to drain them. Noticing his displeasure, Nohua departed in dissatisfaction. Picking up a slightly longer branch and using her teeth to tear her silken handkerchief into fine strips, which she then secured to her jade hairpin, crafting it into a makeshift harpoon. I focused solely on chopping vegetables, indifferent to her presence. As long as she did not create chaos, I would be content. Bai Zhen and Lu Fei were aware that something was amiss today. Although they were unaware of the specifics, the expression on the princess's face suggested no ill tidings, prompting the two maids to refrain from urging her to dine, instead quietly remaining outside. I certainly could not disclose that this was the result of practicing the Nine Heavens' profound art, so I merely feigned ignorance about any special diet. This much was clear to Chu Yuru, who also understood that as the fiscal capabilities of the town government expanded, so too would the allocations for education. Li Peihuan, momentarily jolted from her stupor at the door, realized the necessity of subduing Pylon. Otherwise, survival would be impossible. She rushed toward Han Pylon, forcefully pushing over a large mirror, which struck Han Pylon's right shoulder. The palace attendants waiting outside heard the commotion and quickly positioned themselves protectively in front of the princess. Otani remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon a tall building across the way, aware that a sniper lurked within, yet the range was insufficient for a successful shot. Jiang was smiled and directly declined the invitation, expressing his disinterest in dining at the Chu residence. He intended to take Chu Yuru out for a stroll, enjoy a fine meal, and then return. I had analyzed the situation. Someone of your principled nature, who adheres to rules, would never resort to unsavory methods. I felt a bit embarrassed to say this now, as it smacked of hindsight. It was indeed peculiar. During my last visit to the Pipa Medical Hall, even with the promise of compensation in celestial coins, no one wished to enter. Yet, just days later, the place was already bustling with patrons. As the unscrupulous uncle remarked with a hint of confusion. Volume 1, Chapter 109. Qin Xiaoyao and the 10 Great Families after sending Qi Li flying. Daimobai revealed his divine strength, ordinary divine power. Could an ordinary deity truly send a peak divine official flying with a single punch? Surely, this could not be a dream. Many could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. Even more astonishing was the sight of this formidable deity, standing beside Chao Chang like a subordinate, respectfully proclaiming, "Brother, that bothersome little rascal has been dispatched far away." The chuckle accompanying his words held an unsettling undertone, yet it conveyed an unmistakable chill. Chao Chang chuckled. "Well done. A killer shall invariably be killed. Those who dare to strike at me are destined for one fate, death. Ah, a true killer." No matter how she pleaded for mercy, I remained unmoved, as if possessed, venting an underlying fear of never being able to encounter her again. Thus, I fought with all my might until she could no longer endure and fainted, with her reputation utterly ruined by that wretched Wang Jingwei. The society ladies of the capital secretly mocked her. What did she, as a mother, have to say? Tang San and Guanyin exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with joy. For it was no wonder that the dragon bone radiated such ethereal energy. Leading a team for the first time and achieving a resounding success filled gigs with immense satisfaction and joy. The campsite consisted merely of a few simple tents, without any personnel left behind. After a brief tidying up, we each retreated into our tents to rest, to test his own strength. Tang Sung instructed Feng Qiao to lift a stone and strike it upon his own head. Yao and secluded herself from visitors for 3 months under the guise of cultivation. As the repercussions of the incident gradually faded, no one dared to disturb her, nor did anyone, emboldened by their status, presume to intrude. In their eyes, Yaoner was akin to a living deity that could not afford to offend her. Upon learning that the dragon bone was lost, Long Yang sought his father's intercession, inquiring if the date of the Dragon Saint Conference could be postponed. However, Zhao Baobao's expression revealed a hint of difficulty. Miss Morong, I have tried, but I cannot hear any news regarding Morong Wanyu. The extraordinary abilities displayed by Chun Mo before them were manifold: telekinesis, spatial storage, and instantaneous movement. These powers alone sufficed to ensure his survival amidst the onslaught of countless beasts in the pioneer world. Closer, closer, even nearer. At the moment when the man's severed arm was about to crash down upon Tanya, she finally sprang into action, moving with an almost imperceptible speed. That evening, Lu Xiaoxiao and Jing Tian awaited the return of Yu Huaqiu in vain. Uncertain of their thoughts, the two began their search. Eventually discovering Yu Huaqiu's lifeless body in the back garden, swollen and seemingly stung to death by a gored leopard bee, Ziyan awakened, finally escaping the clutches of danger, and Ling Yu's heart settled at last. This was his first sensation. Indeed, the tactile feedback confirmed that something was present. It appeared there were hidden allies. Li Jin smiled faintly. Although his opponent was formidable, fear was never a companion of his. If it were not for the fact that he had yet to establish a relationship with Qin Yu, and with Qin Sume present, he felt an overwhelming urge to throw himself into Qin Yu's embrace and share in the anguish. As a societal scoundrel steeped in vice for many years, Eddie Cotter was acquainted with several figures from the underworld. Through their connections, Eddie managed to contact a hitman broker. In truth, Freud's theories are rather flawed. Those who appreciate and embrace him find much wisdom, while many others remain unconvinced. Thus, she feared that Yiping would gain no advantage. Yet was equally apprehensive that Yiping might genuinely harm or even kill Chen Fong and the others. After all, they were all from the same sect. And infighting among fellow disciples was a grave taboo. He could not bear to envision a day when swords would be drawn against one another. The crafting of various magical artifacts and the advancement of treasured and spiritual instruments were diverse and intricate, and this realm was the one Yiping yearned for most. Currently, Wei Xiaopuan was not in Chang'an but stationed at the border, only returning to the capital during festivals to report on his duties. Volume 1. Chapter 110. The Fire Clan arrives. Upon hearing this, all present displayed expressions of shock. They could scarcely believe that a junior divine official would dare to challenge a peak third-level divine expert. Was this young man truly unafraid of death? Imo Chin was momentarily taken aback. He twisted his neck and said, "What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Please repeat it." Xiao Chang let out a cold laugh. "If you want me to say it again, then so be it. Am I not entitled to my dignity?" At these words, Imo Chin's crimson eyes revealed a fierce expression. "You seek death." As soon as he spoke, his body charged forward like a small mountain, wielding a black scythe that danced in his hands, casting shadows of blades in the air. As Shangguan Long's voice faded, the surroundings erupted in chaos, as if a kettle had boiled over. How could such a place exist uncharted? Surely, Shangguan Long was not deceiving them. Witnessing the explosive display of power, several souls that had invaded the bodies of the human race dissipated into pure spirit energy, invigorating the warriors of the Courage Corps, who found their morale soaring and their attacks growing increasingly forceful. Moreover, Tian Mo had to learn to grow stronger and become independent. Otherwise, how could he claim to protect others when he couldn't even surpass himself? Fei Er and Xiang stood in stunned silence, not expecting Feng Yufei to voice her desire openly before everyone. Although the meaning of her want differed from his, he still felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After the 8 9-star battle sovereigns of the Devouring Sky Gate stepped forward, they swiftly advanced toward Tang Yi. Zhang Sanbai appeared somewhat better off, but he distinctly noticed that Guizhou's face had turned green, especially when foreign entities were mentioned. It was rumored that even the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother had fled to the Doshui Palace to seek refuge, leaving them in a dire state. Yet, Yi Kuan arrived too late. Feng Yufei had already swallowed the pink pill. Earlier, although Song Ming had swiftly maneuvered to evade the scrutiny from foreign races, his recovery within the confines of the celestial metal was far too slow, not nearly as effective as absorbing the celestial energy from Tianhua Star. Consequently, after a while, they all emerged, soaring through the air while striving to restore their cultivation. Not only Ming Ming was worried, the lady was also filled with concern. After a slight sigh, Yin Mingming's expression turned apologetic. Soon, he arrived at the martial arts training class, where a poster stood outside depicting a muscular man, accompanied by a series of titles. Today, Su Cheng had summoned them to gather their opinions and thoughts. Even in contemporary times, when the mention of ancient deities arose among the mountain cultivators, fear and trepidation lingered. The more anxious one became, the harder it was to practice. After a while, the senior brother Su Bing arrived, extending a hand to the drenched girl. "Oh dear, how is it you cannot manage even this? If you can't get it right, we won't be able to eat. We'll starve to death. Let me teach you." The young man's eyelashes glistened with rain, and he often displayed impatience when thanked. Shen Yutang wanted to dismiss the absurdity, but the words caught in her throat as she realized no one could rebut this claim. Tang Ruyun found herself at a loss for words, ultimately lifting her teacup in silence, sipping her tea. After speaking, She presented the fish talisman to the attendants outside, who immediately bowed and retreated. Last autumn, His Majesty had intended to dispatch General Zhou Fan of the Left Tongue Guard to survey the north, but Zhou Fan, a man of integrity, was gravely ill and refused to leave his post. By the time the Imperial edict arrived, he had already passed away in Fang Xuanling's embrace, leaving a final message of regret for not being able to serve the Emperor any longer, due to the lack of news from the Akataka alliance in Pinggu City. Xiao Shuangyinan gazed at the sumptuous dinner before him, devoid of appetite. The previously reclusive Elder Wuzhen had resumed normal walking and began to intervene in sect affairs. Volume 1, Chapter 111. Farewell, Shaolan. The Xiao clan? Only 2 individuals arrived? Xiao Chang felt a twinge of disappointment at not seeing Shaolan. However, upon spotting the 2 from the Xiao clan, Imo Chen's face broke into a smile. His greatest support had arrived. Qian Imo, Miss Lanyu, you are here. Imo Chen's face donned an obsequious expression, yet Xiao Qian Imo and Xiao Lanyu merely cast a casual glance at him, nodding with polite smiles before respectfully greeting Elder Zhang. Xiao Qian Imo and Xiao Lanyu pay their respects to Elder Zhang Imo. Their movements were in sync, their demeanor graceful, unmistakably the offspring of a distinguished family. No need for such formalities. Elder Zhang raised a hand with a warm smile. May I inquire about your father? Zhao Yi appeared bewildered, unable to recall when he had released these songs. The iron gate behind him was pulled open once more, causing the onlookers around the gate to erupt into excitement, seeing the proprietors indulge so extravagantly and catching a whiff of the subtle fruity aroma. She could hardly restrain herself any longer. Before the 13 representatives ventured out on their mission, Bai summoned them to the lightning lizard domain, instructing Cabre to select 13 lightning lizards. Remembering the delectable taste of the stout snake, Gu Bo couldn't help but salivate, regretting that the snake meat had been consumed the night before. Under the moonlight, Bai led Binbo Urki back to the camp in the marshes, arriving well past midnight. Tang Yu harbored a vague suspicion that perhaps Gu Bo's intentions were not to boast, but rather to test whether she was a worthy friend to befriend. In an instant, the expressions of the auction house's strongmen darkened, feeling helpless against an unknown adversary whose capabilities were too terrifying, having stolen right under their noses without their awareness. All at once, she was thrown to the ground, landing on her rear, which spared her from greater injury, though it left her disoriented. He was engulfed by a tumult of unease and guilt, unsure whether to confess to Gu Zhangla or to continue concealing the truth. Even while seated, his posture remained upright, unaffected by age. Since Ling Dongwu arrived in this realm, he had never truly savored life, gazing at the splendid garments and adornments before him. He thought that since he was destined to die, why not enjoy life to the fullest, making the most of his time in this space? At the entrance to the garden, the guards behaved peculiarly. Those bearing invitations, regardless of age, were welcomed into the garden, while outsiders attempting to peek were promptly detained, questioned extensively, some even being ushered into the garden to partake in the festivities, while others were unceremoniously expelled. I intend to wait until Ling Yue's wedding is concluded, marrying her off to Lan Hai Lake, before recounting the events to you. After all, Mo Qingshan is the son of the National Protector General and a capable subordinate of Shimin Jia. She dared not act against him. She was uncertain whether he was genuinely committed to playing the role of a spouse. In any case, he seemed thoroughly engrossed in it. Lu Guang smiled contentedly, opting not to serve more dishes to Chang Wei, adding just a couple of chopsticks worth before returning to her own meal, occasionally glancing at the frowning Chang Wei, who was struggling to feed herself. Su Ranhua had also discerned Shimin Hao's behavior. When he remained silent, he would dismiss her, but if he pretended to be earnest, it was only to put her in an awkward position. It seemed the time had come for some decisive action. Without hesitation, she strode towards the carriage. Just as Feng Xin seemed poised to emerge, Yang Ruoli hesitated, unwilling to confront her directly, particularly after the rather awkward exchange she had just had with Qin Fengzhan. Sensing the palpable tension between them, she retreated, seeking refuge in a secluded corner. Ling Siyue turned, his striking brow furrowed in concern. Anxious yet aware of the numerous disheveled stone statues that lay ahead, he knew that by the time he reached them, she would have likely vanished once more. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to pursue her. Volume 1, Chapter 112, The Secret of Chao Chang Shaolan. The melodious voice of Xiao Lanyu, akin to a gentle spring breeze, resonated. Xiao Lan turned slightly, parting from Chao Chang, and affectionately called out, Sister Lanyu. Chao Chang and Lanyu exchanged a glance, a subtle chill flickering in their eyes. Allow me to introduce, Xiao Lan said with a hint of excitement. This is young Master Chao Chang, and young Master, this is Sister Lanyu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lanyu was momentarily taken aback. It was astonishing that someone as extraordinary as Xiao Lan would refer to Chao Chang as young Master. Lanyu's eyes widened in shock. Chao Chang offered a slightly awkward smile, taken aback when Xiao Lan addressed him in front of others. Meanwhile, her husband counted on his fingers, stating he must first acquire a fine automobile for himself, followed by a quality smartphone and a good computer. He also intended to set aside some funds for his parents and other relatives facing hardships. Subsequently, he pondered the possibility of changing their residence. This was the weapon of his beloved son, yet it had been ruthlessly reduced to mere scrap metal. Li Qiu observed her intently, as if an enchanting force was drawing him in. tempting him to unearth the peculiarities lurking within her depths. Of course, we must break free. Do you wish to perish? The minister remarked, casting a condescending glance at him in response. Upon hearing the effeminate man hastily agree, he sighed, lamenting the abundance of foolish individuals. The team leader rolled his eyes dramatically, nearly collapsing at the absurdity. In a short span, he had suffered severe injuries from the old master of Qian Mountain Villa, only to now be disdained by his subordinates. Although the earlier act of kneeling had been a result of bodily involuntariness, the fact remained that he had knelt. And Qin Shu felt an overwhelming urge to slam his head against a wall. Such a mutually beneficial opportunity, how could Sun so possibly decline? If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at those who had arrived a decade too soon, intent on undermining the Han dynasty. You say, as long as I am capable, I shall certainly grant your request. Xiao Wu eagerly nodded in affirmation. The Diqian court merely acknowledged the registration information for certain martial artists, yet reaped a comprehensive understanding of the martial artist landscape nationwide along with the capability to mobilize this force at will. General Fan, your praise is misplaced. This item can severely undermine enemy morale. Once they falter, this stronghold can be defended. It is not a matter of unwillingness to employ it, merely that such items are scarce and should not be carelessly utilized. Observing the dire state of the enemy beneath the fortress, Su Rong remained remarkably composed. Li Ruhai found himself in a difficult position. He and Mei Nai were lovers, and Lady Qian Shui was his elder, making it impossible for him to treat her with the same brusque disregard he would show a government official. Yet, he now possessed considerable self-defense capabilities and no longer required to cling to powerful allies. As we journeyed onward, I divulged everything without reservation to Lady Lan. Gu Yu felt a sudden jolt of alarm, though she masked it with a calm facade. Meng Kai Ren's increasingly thoughtless approach to matters left her concerned. If she failed to impart a lesson to Bai Baolin, she might very well compromise herself. However, Gu Yu dared not offer any caution to Meng Kai Ren. Such combat prowess was beyond what the Alliance could muster. There was no need for the Alliance to send troops. A single base, Autumn Wind, was sufficient to deal with the millions of foreign adversaries at the gates. Concubine Rong had been sentenced to death by the Empress's decree, yet the Emperor posthumously honored her, indicating his stance. Li Ruhai delayed in agreeing to meet with Haruhi Masaru, leaving them waiting in front of the Torii Gate. Several police officers ground their teeth in frustration, yet Haruhi Masaru remained patient. He had witnessed firsthand how formidable Li Ruhai could be. To him, Li Ruhai was undeniably a powerful figure, deserving of respect at all times and in all places. As resources gradually dwindled, the meat that survived from the pre-apocalyptic era became a coveted commodity. Ordinary members were relegated to consuming the nutritional liquids dispensed by the base, which became tiresome over time. Only a handful of Japanese soldiers reacted appropriately. The puppet troops, upon hearing gunfire, were instantly bewildered. Some looked around in panic, others dropped to their knees in supplication, while many simply lay prostrate in the snow, burying their heads in the white powder, feigning death. Volume 1, Chapter 113, Poseidon. Let us indulge in something different. Chao Chong leaned close to Shaolan's ear and whispered to her that he possessed an immortal bloodline, asserting that anyone who sought his demise would ultimately empower him further. Even the divine. If he were to survive, he vowed to annihilate those who had wronged him. Upon hearing Chao Chong's bold declaration, Shaolan did not perceive him as particularly malevolent. If a faction sought your life, yet you showed them mercy, then you deserve to be vanquished 1,000 times over. Chao Chang confided in her that his purpose for coming here was solely to seek a suitable soul ring. Once he found it, he intended to visit an ancient battlefield. Shaolan felt a pang of reluctance, yet she had her family's mission to fulfill. She could only hope that Chao Chang would take his time in finding the soul ring and spend more moments with her, despite the bittersweet nature of her thoughts. Yi Qingsheng recalled the peculiar conversation between Bai Linchuan and Mo Yoxuan, sensing that there might be undisclosed secrets surrounding the matter. Without uttering a word, the Yu Wang firmly grasped the Yu Wangfei's arm and led her out of the courtyard. The Yu Wangfei, already battered and bruised, struggled against his pull, yet he remained undeterred in his pace. As they passed a deep well, she trembled in fear. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Quan Shaoqing beside her, dispatching all the wolves that threatened her. No matter the dissatisfaction of the Ministry of Works, it was futile in the past. How many times had they labored for 2 months on the Imperial tomb repairs? Their work was no better than that of the Ministry of Commerce. And 2 months compared to 7 days? Did the Ministry of Works truly have the audacity to complain? After receiving news of Mo Yoxuan's assassination in Baiming, he hastily returned, undeterred by the torrential rain. Ning Fei could not help but admire Su Lingquan. Even in such dire circumstances, he managed to maintain his facade. Are you Meizian? Shen Bichu asked, his discomfort evident as he confronted the unsettling thought. Jun Feiyu glanced at Yu Qiqing, only to find her still with her eyes closed, seemingly in slumber, unaffected by the turmoil around her. Exiting the courtyard, they entered the main hall and spotted Madame Lin resting under a tree, accompanied by Chang Ziyuan, who wore a veil and was engaged in a low conversation with Madame Lin, her eyes filled with submissiveness and charm, occasionally glancing at a nearby man. Chang Guanyin had not witnessed it firsthand, but from the information gathered, It seemed Chang Jinyo rarely spoke at family meetings, yet when he did, it was to protect his great-grandson, exuding the same imposing presence as he had a decade ago. Just as he prepared to move, Lin Lang had already discerned his intention, denying him any opportunity. In a swift motion, he charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to his ribcage. Senior, Lu Lixia, responsible for the excavation matters, greeted Wang Yuan respectfully as he unexpectedly appeared beside her, halting her incantation. The red python let out a pained cry, thrashing violently as it seemed to be struck hard, disorienting Ling Shiqi. Yet, seeing the effectiveness of the attack, she maintained her grip despite its wild flailing. Shen Sui watched as Xian Qinggong recounted how a helmeted rat had knocked out his front teeth, along with his scars, criticizing Shen Sui for being too slender to handle the equipment. In summary, he seemed eager to leap into action. However, as he heard the conclusion, confusion spread across his face. They were all esteemed figures outside, capable of determining the fates of many with a mere thought, yet here they were, subjected to bullying at every turn. Shen Rusong grasped a brush, his eyes reddening as he scrubbed every inch of his skin, the stiff bristles causing him pain. Yet, no agony could compare to the moment he had shattered the military token with his own hands. Lu Zhongmu felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he had yet to uncover the secret formula, witnessing Chen Anian's impending demise filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Shen Rusong lowered his head in silent mourning, only then realizing why the squad leader had suggested it might be better to perish in battle. Such a fate would render him a martyr. His name etched more prominently on the Longshan Tiangong steel rather than being merely a statistic of training fatalities. In Volume 1, Chapter 114, Gu Yuna offers herself, achieving a breakthrough in her realm. Gu Yuna stealthily approached Poseidon, who signaled her to remove her clothing. Feeling shy, she hesitated to undress in front of them. Sister, we women must be braver. If we do not pursue the man we desire, he will become another S. Did you see how Chao Chang disregarded authority to save me? A man like him, I would gladly die for 1,000 times. Don't you want that? As Poseidon valiantly fended off Chao Chang's advances, she silently urged Gu Yuna on. Eventually, unable to withstand Poseidon's persuasion, Gu Yuna slowly shed her garments, revealing her alluring form. Without uttering a word, Zhao Qiguang turned and left, discarding his hat and unbuttoning his clothing as he walked away. A single word from Qiaobin silenced the room. Obediently following him into the office, Zheng Qinheng casually tossed his suit onto the sofa, taking a seat in the boss's chair and briefly perusing the documents on the table, glancing at his own name on the note. Upon hearing the news, the individual immediately fell silent, their expression inscrutable, yet they quietly continued to follow. In essence, amidst various legends, the Night Watchmen bearing the Demon Scythe emblem are the most elite cadre of the court, as well as the most ruthless hounds of the Radiant Church. In truth, prior to her arrival, Hesunshire and her accomplices had thoroughly prepared for how the magistrate would question them in court and how she should respond. Albeit their strategy was somewhat rudimentary, if executed properly, they could still evade scrutiny. Even the agile Ning Xiu fell victim to a few ambushes from the vengeful spirit of his deceased father, sustaining several painful wounds. Everywhere they traversed, the landscape bore witness to devastation. Mountains crumbled, roads shattered, riverbeds ravaged. This was the force unleashed by a grandmaster. If any commoners had been present, they would have surely faced utter calamity. A jolt of intense stimulation surged through her, and Zhou Xiaoqing cried out, unknowingly tightening her legs around Chen Shaolan's waist, her arms clasping his shoulders. Whether it was coins or silver ingots, Ning Liang found joy in counting them. Chen Shaolan moved, opting to walk at a leisurely pace. Step by step, nestled in his embrace, she listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat, savoring the cadence of their movement. The middle-aged man quickly grasped the situation, eagerly acknowledging it, before the Taoist had inquired what matters required his resolution. Upon mentioning the issue, a look of concern crossed the middle-aged man's face as he began to recount his troubles. Wang Yitian stifled a chuckle, pretending to be a passerby as he approached the career advisor. Before he could speak, the advisor suddenly dashed towards him, startling Wang Yitian. Did the old man suspect him? Liu Guang, when did you move my belongings? Lin Xiao pointed at a suitcase placed beside the bed, addressing Liu Guang in the shadows. Everything related to her former world was contained within, save for the sketchbook she had left with Xiaofeng. However, crafting this talisman was no easy feat. Unlike the previous symbol she had drawn, this one was relatively advanced, requiring exponentially more energy, and was far more intricate than the Dingmao Xiafu Gui talisman. You have a wife. This is unfair to both me and her. Xiaoling felt a weight in her heart as rationality took precedence. How intriguing. Allow me to thoroughly ravage this true angel. David extracted a golden chalice from his bosom, the very artifact previously wielded, and boldly invoked its power before Middelin. Their organization had been dispatched to stabilize the region and apprehend the associated cultists. However, these elusive sorcerers had proven difficult to capture entirely. Much to the chagrin of the hawk-nosed leader, the anticipation of greater chaos looming over this territory only added to his burdens. In the depths of the Beastman Mountains, a vast, dark red pool lay. Floating upon its surface were hundreds of human corpses, predominantly women given their attire. Above this ominous expanse, A group of individuals valiantly shielded a woman clad in white, her attire marred by a pool of crimson gold blood at her chest. In the sky, a wounded colossal dragon, boasting 3 immense black heads and enormous flesh-colored wings, loomed over the scene. This creature, the scorpion-tailed, 3-headed dragon, ruled over the depths of this abyssal pool with power rivaling that of a first-tier deity. The figure known as Captain Yi, a young man with a somewhat robust build, bore a striking resemblance to Yi Yan. You seek death by daring to assault my Battle Heaven tribe. You will face the wrath of Battle Heaven's cold fury, he declared. Jianshan managed a faint smile. The Guinu he had encountered in the Daming Palace appeared significantly improved compared to their meeting in Hengyang. Though whether he recognized his own grandson, Gua Chuanzong, remained uncertain. Then, Ji Guahai obediently retreated, silently vanishing into the shadows. What are the recommended places from the school? What should we do if no one is willing to employ us students for internships? A particularly lively student inquired, blinking with curiosity. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Yin extended his consciousness, rippling through the void, reaching outward. Humph. Your insinuation implies my ignorance of the rules. Is President Jabber so reluctant to deliver ahead of schedule? Is there a problem with the goods? Rog remarked with a sardonic tone. No worries. I shall accompany you tomorrow and lend my support. Yilong responded with a broad smile. Only the strong are worthy of the title of Lord. Since Beelzebub is inferior to me, I have naturally usurped his position. Lord Qing erupted in a fit of rage, shattering several decorative items within the cabin, fragments scattering across the floor, before he calmed slightly. Directing a fierce gaze at the kneeling, silent Lord Bing, Wu Xiang suddenly realized that without any followers, returning to the Daming with the stigma of surrender would be tantamount to inviting execution. They quickly retreated from the arrow's range. Isn't this the truth? Your father's business has fallen into disarray, Chen Hui remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Nian Xiu harbored no resentment towards Qin Xing, only pity remained, as this formidable young man wept uncontrollably like a child. In City A, countless sought to usurp Liu Balin's position, yet few managed to achieve it. The living room lights were turned on by Yang Yang, the brightness blinding, transforming the previously dark room into a semblance of daylight. Later, under the pressure of protest from the surviving majority at the Spring City base, the former government leaders were compelled to act prudently, otherwise, riots could ensue. Given that their military strength was merely over 20,000. Ultimately, they had no choice but to relinquish control of the base to Shirtian. Guopan grasped Guo Shangshan's arm. Though Guo Shangshan spoke with an air of indifference, Guopan sensed a lingering sorrow, entangling him like a complex web of spider silk. Initially invisible until he found himself ensnared. Lin Feng's thoughts stirred, and the long-neglected cube glimmered with a ghostly light as it devoured both stone and soul weapon. The sudden shift in the class leader's demeanor indicated the high standing of the Wolf Smoke Special Reconnaissance Company within the government forces. Of course, you may choose otherwise. However, should your monthly credits fail to meet a certain threshold, the Academy will withhold your free credits for the subsequent month. A true gentleman cannot stand idly by while a fair maiden is harmed, Lewis proclaimed, kneeling on one knee with arms braced against the door, his dazzling smile reflecting unwavering confidence. Volume 1, Chapter 116, The Eastern Beauty Erupts, Spring's Chill Reveals Intent. Xiao Chang continuously utilized several teleportation talismans, deftly shifting his position until he finally evaded the relentless pursuit of the scorpion-tailed 3-headed demon dragon. Simultaneously, he noticed that Xiao Qianma and Shaolan Yu had not followed him, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. After employing dozens of teleportation talismans, even with Xiao Chang's formidable spiritual strength, he began to feel the strain. He resolved to find a temporary refuge to cultivate with Staobai and the Catwoman, aiming to restore some of his spiritual energy. Upon spotting a cave ahead, he used his spiritual power to ascertain that it housed only a few sub-god-level beasts, and promptly commanded Sibai to eliminate them. Both Staobai and the Catwoman had signed a pet contract with him, and during his leisure, Xiao Chang had taken the time to nurture Staobai. Observing that they all disregarded her presence, when Xinyu managed to calm her emotions and found a casual excuse to retreat to her room. Approximately 2 years prior, Vitruvius had rashly embarked on a team mission to slay the river serpent, injuring himself gravely and falling into unconsciousness as a result. Let us refrain from discussing such unpleasant matters. Today is meant for relaxation and enjoyment. Poppy, however, averted her gaze, offering a faint smile, though it did not reach her eyes. Upon hearing this, Yenner cast a lingering glance at him, only to discover the concealed desire in his eyes. How had she forgotten? This man was driven by base instincts. After each encounter, he sought companionship to engage in physical activities. Her cheeks flushed, feeling flustered. Her gaze flickered between the ground and Liang Xiuqi. A subtle energy emanated, converging ahead to form a colossal, gaseous hammer that crashed down. Akalai regarded the over 100 formidable adversaries surrounding him with indifference, striding boldly towards the location where the crimson tornado had vanished. Yu Ningwan and Aunt Tong simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment, evidently taken aback by Lu Xinqing's unexpected revelation. At that moment, the thunder hammer was unleashed with a casual toss. The hammer was flung away effortlessly. Seeing his father in dire straits, Cheng Yi realized his own fate was sealed, collapsing to the ground in a daze. Let us embrace the good news, while mustering the strength to confront the bad, avoiding unnecessary alarm. Although the auction site was visible, prolonged sitting proved to be neither comfortable nor easy. The World Health Organization designated the region between Central Africa, Kenya, and Sania, spanning nearly 10,000 square kilometers, as a zone of the hellflower epidemic, prohibiting any human entry. Had it not been for the strategic plan devised by that old fox, preemptively demolishing the trailer, he would have faced insurmountable odds against the TMD, 3 equipped robotic dogs. The Crimson River? Countless wisps of black mist surged forth, devouring the water tornadoes in an instant, revealing the figure of the Dark Emperor. Over the past 9 years, he had gazed at the Shadow Stone daily, reminiscing about the illusion, his feelings for her profoundly intricate. The subsequent fortnight remained tranquil, as Zhu spent her days in the company of Lan He, indulging in leisurely strolls and visiting Pingfen for conversations. She would occasionally venture to the moonlit mountain villa to see Luo Mama and others, and at times, Wei Wan would invite her for moonlit boat rides. Though the Snake team did not advance to the playoffs Final Four, they had performed commendably throughout the regular season. A year ago, Dayu Biotechnology Company prepared to enter the fiercely competitive and volatile vegetable market, transitioning Fanjiu's years of research on soilless rice and corn into production. How so? Is it beneficial? After a while, upon seeing Ming and Yu withdrawing their spiritual consciousness from the storage bag, Ming's bright eyes turned towards him, filling Xiaomo's heart with anticipation. These 2 legions were entirely composed of low-level cultivators, while the formidable Undying Legion of the Heavenly Empire, previously introduced by Fei Yin to the immortal spirits, was nowhere to be found. Hee, do you not like it? Xiang Shui held on to Chenyi tighter, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, utterly unable to acclimate. He was genuinely curious how others managed to adjust. Volume 1, Chapter 117. The Flawless Alluring Sacred Body, Realm Breakthrough. Emerging from the mist, 2 exquisite beings, glistening with perspiration, approached and respectfully bowed to Chao Chang. Catwoman, Xiaobai, greetings to our master. Chao Chang nodded gently at them, and with a wave of his hand, the 2 vanished, leaving behind the site where the 3 had once battled. The ground, damp and exuding a briny scent, beckoned. Remove your garments and lie down, he urged. Chao Chang gently set down Chunhani and spoke to her with tenderness and tranquility. Chunhani's heart raced, nearly leaping to her throat. He intended to claim his first moment of intimacy in the very place they had once battled. How shameful, yet how exhilarating. Chunhani bit her lip, slowly loosening the jade-like belt around her waist. The lofty vice mayor actually bowed to Shintao? Moreover, he addressed Shintao as Master Shin? Even if the emperor were to regain his senses with the Imperial palace firmly in our grasp, it would not be unfeasible to orchestrate a terror-induced demise due to excessive fright. Ku Inu remarked ominously. Li Mei had already opened her backpack, revealing a collection of clothes that appeared quite novel: dresses, jackets, trousers, all varying in style, which, when paired together, would surely make a striking ensemble. However, throughout, the rulers of the Yuan dynasty sought to prevent their kin from engaging in bloody conflicts. Thus, they assigned the surrendering Han soldiers to the desolate edges of a bay. Furthermore, the promise of payment only upon results naturally enticed many to try their luck. With a sense of authority reminiscent of a scripted drama, the guards began to strike the ground in unison with their batons, producing a synchronized thud to instill psychological intimidation in the prisoners. Of course, such intimidation was somewhat amusing to Li Mu. It was inconceivable. A fuel tanker had overturned in the western suburbs of Chongqing, and his mother dared not stay away from the scene. Haolan spoke as if it were the truth. This wolf, with its last breath not yet exhaled, was drawing in the nearby vengeful spirits to undergo a transformation. Once its transformation was complete, the nearest Hebei tomb would surely undergo a dramatic change. Immediately thereafter, Shintao resumed his seat in his BMW X6 and drove towards the Phileton Hotel. This was amidst the steady progress of the village's reconstruction, where everything remained relatively stable. As a formal ninja of Konoha, one should never associate with rogue ninjas under any circumstances. Father, how could you let brother leave? Look at what has happened to sister. Shui Qingru gazed at by Li Wuchan as he departed, feeling a deep sense of injustice. She had put in so much effort to stage this drama, only to have it end so abruptly? Yet she was far from powerless. With her will, she could concoct a multitude of potions to ensnare him. If only for a moment. In the courtyard, her master's uncle, and her senior brothers had arrived, though she was oblivious to their presence until now. Among them stood an unfamiliar figure to Lu Gongquan, who looked to be of similar age but exuded an extraordinary aura. Even her master and the others slightly bowed in deference behind him. To have stolen the celestial official's treasure record, even the Supreme Laojun and the Methreya Buddha would be compelled to express admiration. However, this turn of events would likely complicate matters significantly. Sheath your weapons, and do not be disrespectful to our guests, Judah commanded, noticing Qin Chuan approaching with a smile, which made Judah smile in return. They were now in a position to converse. Yuro's back was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, and she lay motionless, raising concerns about her survival. However, atop the palace, a sphere of 5-colored magical energy had gathered, poised to erupt. In the past, many had hunted such mystical beasts for storage, leading to their gradual extinction. Now, what Tenleagui possessed was the last remaining specimen, an extremely rare treasure. Simultaneously, the darkly contemplative Shinohara Yukiki hastily issued relevant support orders, instructing the 3rd Division and the 1st Division to promptly head to the ambush site reported by Yamen. This stark contrast left Jia Junkai, who had long been under the pressure of Guji Dong, momentarily at a loss. Volume 1, Chapter 118. The first time in the act of self-immolation. Deep within the Beast Mountain range, Poseidon and Gu Yuna had been anxiously awaiting Chao Chang for several hours in a concealed cave. Rest assured, sisters. My senior brother is extraordinarily capable. He will return unharmed. Just remain here and wait patiently. It is chaotic outside, and should you venture out, you risk falling into the hands of villains, Dai Mubai assured them. Mubai, I understand your point. But your brother has been gone for so long without a word. Could something have gone awry? We are quite worried. Poseidon expressed her concerns. Fear not. My brother harbors many secrets. You remember he. Yes, I promised them I would grant them power beyond death. Blackjack declared, as his words fell. For knights clad in ice armor swooped in, their swords stained with blood. At that moment, I lost the last remnants of my dignity. The wound inflicted was a fatal one. As Li Jianfei stepped on it, I could not help but scream in agony, beads of sweat cascading down my forehead. Feeling as if it were worse than death itself. Alan had already slaughtered 3 demon cities, triggering 3 disasters. Yet the Punishment Legion steadfastly held the remnants of the Twilight Canyon, seemingly intent on exhausting the alliance forces of St. Cassis. Gazing at the vanishing silhouette of the flying saucer, all were left in a daze. Disbelief etched across their faces, capturing the royal family of the Jinyu force without leaving a single one behind. I'll handle it myself. Yao Yuf forced a smile, feigning indifference as she sipped from her cup, then pushed it aside. His guidance seemed to unleash a pent-up energy, flowing harmoniously into the 5 organs, settling within them moments later. Rest assured, this second trial involves merely a lightning king mongoose. You need only rely on your physical strength to defeat it to pass. Dong Xia Wang conveyed as he observed Nanfeng exploring other areas. Though the successive beast monarchs had unified most of the beast tribes and dominated the northern territories of the continent, the prevailing economic conditions meant that the entire behemoth race was not particularly affluent. Unlike humans, even the most basic soldiers among them lacked even simple armor. Certainly, this approach must be executed flawlessly. Otherwise, having suffered once, she would certainly be on guard, not allowing herself to be ensnared a second time. Therefore, I find myself with no opportunity for failure. Success hinges entirely on this moment. Orpheus could have directly adjusted the coordinates of the portal and made his escape. Yet the surrounding area was filled with battered and bruised paladins from the Northern Church. Without Alan's intervention, those fierce-looking barbarian warriors would certainly not allow anyone to leave. Shaolan squatted at the roadside, cradling a dumpling and casually starting a live stream on the curb. Bai Xing felt a twinge of discomfort and wished to move on. But just as she was about to turn away, a voice called out to her. The officer, seeing the silver wolf drawing closer, remained unflustered. For their purpose was to lure it in. Whether they could defeat, it was secondary. Even if they were to perish, they were determined to spill the enemy's blood, trusting that their comrade would seek vengeance on their behalf. The security personnel directly intervened, forcing a person out. Those invited from the fashion week might find themselves forever barred from such occasions, as no one would collaborate with him. His attire was wrinkled, his frame appeared gaunter, making the ill-fitting clothes seem even larger, as if they were merely draped over him. After the establishment of the modern container terminal, the Wharf Holdings Group retained only 35 of the shares, a stake that remained quite stable due to the concentrated ownership of the modern container terminal, with dispersed shares accounting for merely 25. Presently, while Li Jiaqing merely held the title of executive director at Hutchison Whampoa, Wei Li understood that he would not relent, especially since Chung Kong owned a legitimate stake of 2,528 in Hutchison Whampoa, making him the rightful major shareholder. Xiao Cheng glanced at her, then lowered his head. Typing rapidly on the keyboard, he had spent the entire night working, his mood utterly foul, and his speech was succinct and terse. Volume 1. Chapter 119. The treacherous scorpion-tailed, three-headed dragon. After hearing the round-faced girl speak, Xia Zhu wanted to say something more. But suddenly a commotion from the vicinity of Whomping silenced them both. At that moment, a serpent-headed creature, bearing a wooden bucket filled with frogs and toads, approached. It rapped on the iron cell door, signaling that it was time for their meal. The 5 women, upon witnessing this, felt their previously eased tension return in an instant. The snake-headed creature, seeing their stillness, blinked its eyes and knocked again on the iron door, tossing a lively black toad into its mouth while gesturing for them to come and eat. The 5 women shook their heads in unison, panic evident on their faces. They were currently devoid of divine power and vulnerable. Shira's words caused the right minister to fall silent, as he weighed the significance of his child's remarks, contemplating what decision to make. With 2 soft sounds, in the blink of an eye, Lu Hao acted swiftly, severing both of the opponent's hands before they could react. Zhang Jun and the others were carried by the villagers, trailing behind the elder, oblivious to what benefits had been exchanged. Zhao Fuxin followed closely. and the elders showed no fear of Zhao's potential escape. They headed toward a remote and desolate forest, and Zhao Fushan pondered ways to evade capture. Yet, in the face of overwhelming strength, all methods seemed futile. Once inside, they sat at the edge of the bed, holding hands and gazing at one another in silence until darkness enveloped the sky. Well, it appeared that Xia House was in an unusually good mood, exhibiting remarkable patience. Regardless of her outbursts, he maintained his calm demeanor, rendering her frustrations futile. Gu Ming's words, half-truths, managed to captivate the attending reporters, leaving them with no room to question her assertions. Yes, the crowd shouted in unison, their eyes brimming with fervor. After enduring such grueling training in this sunless environment, their struggles were palpable. For those murderous villains, nighttime raids were their reckoning. Yet conversely, such raids also bore their own consequences. Moreover, Li Zilia discerned the subtle lack of romantic interaction between Gu Ming and Song Shiming, which instead revealed a familial intimacy that suggested their relationship was far more complex than it appeared to be. What a predicament! Let them fight among themselves. It was of no concern to me. However, I remain uncertain of my own capabilities against Xiao Yu, having witnessed Wu Shuang's cruelty firsthand. As she plummeted from a great height, her feet plunged into the river, the cold water swiftly enveloping her legs and rising to her waist, the water that rushed into her nostrils causing an immediate dizzying sensation. The pressure in the water constricting her organs. In a moment, I shall take you to my home star, the Qingwang star. A sizable celestial body radiated a verdant luminescence under the guidance of the Green Emperor. Just as I spotted Xiao Yu's figure not far ahead, he abruptly halted. In my haste, my unstable shoes caused me to collide forcefully with his back. But could I truly relinquish the flame hall? The thought stirred a sense of reluctance within Wei Meizi. It gazed longingly at Ling Kuei, unwilling to accept that the prize was slipping away. It resolved to consume Ling Kuei, even at the risk of injury. After finishing one bottle, it promptly reached for a second. But it was evident to all that Gao Lin was already inebriated and would soon collapse. The Emperor of Yunhai rejoiced at these words, especially upon witnessing the sullen countenance of Shaolan. Xiener, as the figure was about to plunge into the icy waters. He recognized it as Yuan Xiener and promptly dove in to catch her. Clearly, she needed to strengthen her physique. Had she done so, she would not feel so exhausted now. In truth, although Yun Xian and her companions departed early, they were not entirely oblivious to who their adversaries were, for they had observed them during registration. Xin Lang, as the general of this planet, bore the weight of countless lives, while Li Ling's secret held implications for the lives of innumerable beings across the globe. Volume 1, Chapter 120. Dongfang Wan surrenders, becoming incredibly gentle. In a location west of the abyssal magic pool in the Beast Mountain range, behind a large stone at the edge of a crumbling cliff, Qiao Chang's figure emerged. They had moved some distance from the core area. Qiao Chang released Dongfang Wan and addressed her. Dongfang Wan nodded in response. Qiao Chang grasped Dongfang Wan's hand, his gaze fervently fixed upon her. Dongfang Wan felt somewhat uneasy under his intense stare, shyly lowering her head. Master Dongfang, I believe you are a person of great intellect. You have witnessed the formidable power of the scorpion-tailed three-headed demon dragon. Given our current strengths, avenging Senior Li Habai in the near future seems impossible, he continued. Moreover, it is accompanied by Xiao Qianma and Xiao Lanyu. Shall we proceed? Mu Ziyu hesitated, reluctant to stop, yet still yearning to lean in for another kiss. Her fingers brushing her lips. Teachers, I have prepared gifts for you both. Do you wish to open them now, or later? Shui inquired cheerfully, uncertain of her teacher's preferences. He himself found it hard to believe his own words, for the police informant had witnessed Qing Rongjin in the villa. This is a dead end. Mu Bai's expression darkened as he controlled the golden mother furnace, plummeting suddenly towards a grand palace. Thereupon, Jiao Moji leapt into action, igniting the flame blade, sending a wave of fiery sword energy towards Ben Yin and his companions. Instantly, they unleashed the Six Veins divine sword. Both sides continuously channeled their internal energies, engaging in a fierce contest of power. Wang Yu, do you think we might encounter trouble this time? Xiao Changfeng voiced his apprehension. Without giving Nanyu an opportunity, Tang Huaiqin pulled her towards his villa, which stood directly across from Mu Qian's residence. Long Yichen recalled reading in the Academy's ancient texts that only upon reaching the 7th rank of spiritual formations could one withstand the chaos of spatial turbulence. Jiang Guangwang ambled leisurely behind, occasionally kicking pebbles along the roadside. Upon arriving at home and spotting Qing Rongjin leaning against the car, she paused in surprise. The Emperor Li Shimin, hereby decree my royal brother's expedition westward. You shall either allow him passage, or I shall lead my troops forth. Do not claim that I did not forewarn you, he declared. Originally filled with fervor for battle, they now found their feet heavy, unable to take a step forward. Ludwig explained to the outside world that the war between the winged people and the sea tribe had persisted for many years, leading the armies of both factions to grow weary. It turned out she was merely seeking emotional revenge on me, using different men to trample upon my dignity as a man and her husband. At that moment, Su Bihan fell into deep contemplation, realizing that her father's loyalty and righteousness had led to the tragic fate of the three clans. Was this not a testament that his steadfastness had brought about his own demise? Most notably, the elven royal court within Prashier City thrived under the influence of magic, flourishing with verdant life. However, the number of ferocious beasts far exceeded Qin Shou's understanding. In addition to the third-tier beasts, there were numerous second- and first-tier beasts relentlessly attacking him. Madame Shun instructed her guards to transfer the gold to a secure location before inviting Lin Chen inside for tea and a discussion. It was the idea of Steward Shui. Not mine. The one-eyed bandit squinted, hiding behind his steed, attempting to discern what hidden weapons Lin Chen possessed that could slay the disciples of Hong Xiang. Jiang Yu pondered, stroking his chin, then glanced at the expedition angels rescued by the Angelic Legion, a plan forming in his mind. Typically, when special items make an appearance, they often come accompanied by a sort of aura or BGM. Although the brocade before them felt luxurious to the touch, it exhibited no extraordinary phenomena, leaving everyone rather disappointed. I too sensed the anomaly, nodding in agreement. Together with Chao San and Su Song, we approached the door, peering through the peephole, only to find an impenetrable darkness beyond. Was the peephole at Yu Huai's residence broken? With a crack, the premium magical artifact, the fire serpent whip, shattered the cluster of lightning, transforming the flaming tongue into a great serpent that lunged at the cultivator who had provoked Qin Feng. Volume 1, Chapter 121, The Ancient Buddha's Black Lotus. A resounding chime echoed as Chao Chang's domain of death was about to make contact with the Black Lotus. To his astonishment, a colossal golden bell silhouette emerged upon the surface of the Black Lotus, intricately inscribed with golden Buddhist scriptures. The ancient Buddha's Black Lotus. How could it be? The voice of the Yin-Yang ancestor resonated excitedly in Chao Chang's mind. Chao Chang was slightly bewildered. What is the ancient Buddha Black Lotus? Is it truly impressive? Young one, relinquish the soul ring of this scorpion-tailed, three-headed dragon. Once it has fully absorbed this soul ring, I shall assist you in acquiring it. The ancestor of Yin and Yang emitted a sinister cackle. Chao Chang, unfamiliar with the ancient Buddha Black Lotus, inquired, Senior, what is the ancient Buddha Black Lotus? Ache. What conditions do you propose? What must I do to earn a phone card from you? Following Gu Anqing's words, her fists tightened. If Su Yush refused once more, she would have to devise an alternative plan. Subsequently, Su Jinxiao pinned a letter back to Murong Qi, relaying the events that transpired since entering the ancestral family's forbidden grounds. This battle was won without a single soldier lost, capturing over 1,400 indigenous foes. At that moment, Zhu Ling finally discovered a lighter within the mouth of a snake. How clever she was to conceal it there. Did she not fear being swallowed? Moreover, as she had just regained her inner strength, her control was not yet seamless, causing her movements and steps to remain as light as an ordinary person's, going unnoticed by Zhong Ye, which was to be expected. Initially, only a few ants detected the scent of flesh, colliding their antennae to exchange information. Should the bidding for that land succeed, leading to the construction of the largest shopping center in Ningji City and even the entire province, it would be sufficient to marry Tianqin Yanqi's Taoist. I choose the second path, Yin Qing affirmed with determination, her resolve strengthened by a year of tribulations. Once she made a decision, nothing could sway her. Will the Grand Master act recklessly? Xiang Na expressed her concerns, gesturing toward Wu Yong. Her prejudice against him ran deep. Even if he accomplished extraordinary feats, her views would remain unchanged. Furthermore, there existed the Kunlun mirror within the ancient clan, yet these merely hinted at clues, while others remained valuable yet unattainable. As the words fell, the figure cloaked in black transformed into dense black mist, instantaneously merging with the head of Talant. Simultaneously, Talant, previously motionless like a puppet, seemed to awaken, with a red glow erupting from his eyes. The distorted world, akin to the edge of a black hole, gradually restored. The black dragon dissipating into the celestial realm of decaying stars and clouds. Zhao Hai's health had always been exceptional. He seldom experienced fevers or colds, let alone fainting, which startled Wang Qingmei, who feared the worst, and promptly took him to the hospital for a full examination. Consequently, Kong Lei edited a post, stating that from this moment onward, the tasks from the previous post were officially cancelled. The rosy-cheeked skeleton, regardless of its unparalleled beauty, would ultimately turn to dust after a century, forgotten by the world. Li Chenglong lamented that only power was eternal. Pan Dawei covered the car with vines to prevent theft or being crushed by zombies during the night. Do you know where these individuals are from? Bai Mingxi inquired from the back seat, glancing behind, unable to discern the driver's features behind dark sunglasses. Thus, transferring all assets to his younger brother was indisputable, and Li Shuli harbored no objections. Yang Mingche possessed an eerie physique and unleashed thunderous attacks. The peanut vine had yet to approach, leaving its defensive capabilities unknown. She boldly speculated that Yang Mingche's refusal to allow the peanut vine near suggested his defenses were not as extraordinary as his speed and aggression. And Yu Jing was oblivious to when the banquet would conclude, merely following the crowd in confusion. Within the palace, an eerie silence enveloped, broken solely by the sound of his bowing, creating a disconcerting atmosphere. Volume 1, Chapter 122, The Scorn Dance. After a period of cultivation, upon reaching saturation with the power of the demon goddess Trident, Chao Chang ceased his training. Chao Chang felt an overwhelming urge to adorn his demonic trident with soul rings, but was halted by the ancient one of yin and yang. Young man, he warned, if you wish to avoid stagnation at the realm of the Divine King, refrain from hastily equipping your demonic trident with soul rings. Furthermore, the soul abilities within the Black Lotus can be utilized once in a short span. With this trump card, you have sufficient power to revel for a while. However, I advise you to maintain your composure and refrain from recklessness. It may lead to dire consequences. Hebehe. Xiao Chang nodded, awaiting the awakening of the women. Once they roused, he would imprint the ancient Black Lotus upon his forehead. However, upon glimpsing Sophia beside Stephen, a tremor coursed through her body, instinctive fear flashing across her face. This was the oppressive force of the death god system, the intimidating presence of a sovereign within the realm of death. Let us assume she is indeed an expert, and listen to what peculiar translations she has conjured. In the vicinity of the forest, the trees surged uncontrollably. No longer mere ordinary flora, each branch radiated formidable divine power and energy. They departed from the rubber boat and boarded Jiang Han's yacht. Though some among them possessed means to navigate this transition without concern, a few exceptions existed, with S being the most notable representative. The snow wolf was momentarily distracted by a gunshot, forgetting the imminent threat posed by Arno. It leaped over his head, charging toward the concealed position of Zhuishou. Regarding the third round of the competition, the academic forum had made predictions about the strongest attack genes and the most potent XX genes, prompting many to prepare in advance. Yet, when the actual rules were unveiled, the crowd was astonished. No one anticipated that the third round would unfold in such a manner. Yu Pu glanced at Wang Yu and smiled, retrieving an entire set of green arrow attire from his ring. This ensemble included a green fabric hoodie, half-archer gloves, and a green arrow, which he placed before Wang Yu. What happened to you? Why are you so gravely injured? Why are the practitioners of the cursed school pursuing you? The seer, Ankara, inquired softly. Are you honestly confessing that if I were to consume you, I would need do nothing else? Zhang Han asked, having grasped the truth of the matter. His target was the esteemed Major General Xiao Wu, confident that, under his superior prowess as a first-tier ghost operative, this exceptionally gifted general would be unable to evade him. Lin Qingxian remarked, if that is the case, what harm is there in taking a look? And he made his way toward the ice cave. The first time she met Tang Feng, she was humming this very song in her room. As she sang, Tang Feng appeared before her, a moment forever etched in her memory. He had even requested her to teach him the song. With a radiant smile, Xiao Xiao reminisced and sprinted toward the campus exit. You cannot go. We cannot look after you, and we are merely there to move things. You would not be of any assistance, so it is best you stay and help us with other tasks, Yin Yun said, glancing at Shenmeng Yuan. The criticism was relatively mild. However, the school was genuinely incurring losses. The acquisition of the script, coupled with production costs, had yielded returns far below expectations, to the extent that they were nearly left with nothing. Without any forewarning, a shard of the Heart of Dark Souls suddenly surged from Han Ningxin's palm, shooting a beam of black light toward the divine light sphere. It pierced the sphere effortlessly, as sharp as a needle. The process of decomposition could not only dismantle matter, but also any form of energy attack. The shockwaves and heat generated by explosions were repelled by the energy shielding enveloping his entire armor. Since he was conducting business in Chansha, Jingzhou, which is considerably distant from Luoyang, he arrived later than others. By the time he reached Luoyang, Wei Liang had already departed from the capital. Among them, one individual donned tattered black clothing, her attire in disarray. Her long hair nearly obscured her face as she advanced slowly, following a tall middle-aged man adorned with a straw hat. Volume 1, Chapter 123, The Dog of the Dragon God, Die. Shi Bolong? Am I interrupting you? The youthful Shi Bolong, clad in stone attire and appearing no older than 13 or 14, regarded the water ghost with a playful expression. The water ghost's demeanor faltered as he forced a smile. No, not at all. Meanwhile, the mountain tiger had stealthily retreated. Xiao Chang found it both amusing and infuriating. This Shi Bolong truly had a knack for meddling in others' affairs. Disregarding the bothersome presence, he promptly steadied the about-to-fall Li Wujuan, placing a healing pill into her mouth and instructing, swallow this. It is a healing elixir that will aid in your recovery. Li Wujuan hesitated for a moment before consuming the pill, which dissolved instantly, its pure medicinal essence nourishing and mending her injuries. Once, Gan Hong treated such matters as a gift to Yu Huanxue, as if he ought to be eternally grateful, with a hint of sarcasm. Here, Yichen used Liang Enni's misfortune to ironically highlight the disparity between her and Gan Hong. The Tang monk before them truly possessed unfathomable strength, even without a weapon. He could engage in a stalemate with ease. Indeed, Chief Wang regarded Wei Siyu with a gaze full of suspicion, seeking to discern any clue from him. Scarcely had he finished speaking when a series of loud rumblings erupted from the earth below, causing the surrounding trees to tremble violently. And the ground beneath the soldiers' feet began to loosen. In the next moment, a man soared into the air, crashing heavily onto the street amidst the astonished cries of the onlookers. Dusan swiftly covered his phone and retreated to a secluded corner of the company, his previously calm expression now revealing unmistakable anger. Sherming Xue, already fair-skinned, appeared even more radiant in her white blouse. Regrettably, he had always disliked the sensation of being controlled by others. Only upon attaining the state of a sage could one truly resist the so-called heavenly laws and the authority of the sage itself, achieving genuine freedom. This scene mirrored the first round of the duel between Feng Bugue and Dongfang Bubi at Lu Jingfeng's farewell banquet. However, unlike that encounter, where Dongfang Bubi retracted his silver needles with a red thread, Fei Bin was directly blinded by them. Yet Chen Hao's back, cheeks, and arms were riddled with shattered fragments of shrapnel and broken bones. After the trio's performance concluded, the audience began to engage voluntarily, showcasing their talents. Some children sang folk songs from their secluded upbringing, while others, lacking singing ability, entertained the crowd with interesting displays of their qi. The allied forces of the Yuji tribe trudged back, covered in dirt. This time, they had failed to seize any supplies. Nay, they had not even touched them. Instead, suffering inexplicable injuries. Until they understood the nature of that mysterious force, they dared not provoke the Han people again. You've repeated yourself endlessly. Aren't you tired of it? Xing Dai remarked, glancing at the familiar face. As soon as the words left her lips, Yi turned away, pressing the elevator button without waiting for Chun Hao to respond. Once the spherical lightning dissipated and the metallic knight vanished from sight, the three-style mech dragon sighed in relief. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Li Wan hurried to the bathing room for a quick wash, and after her shower, she promptly retreated to her room for rest. Though this technique bore the name Gaia, it bore no relation to the entity itself. The term merely served as an adjective, signifying that the technique's power was as immense and formidable as the earth itself. Had it not been for Chun Hao's call, she might have believed him dead. Now, though Chun Hao lived, his body was likely in tatters. Enough chatter, let us eat. Chun Hao feigned ignorance of Yang Xingshi's words, subsequently releasing all the chains binding him. Although the clan possessed feudal lands, these lands were not the clan's property. They referred to the taxes collected from the area, a portion of which was allocated to specific individuals for collection and then transferred to the clan. Volume 1, Chapter 124, Suppressing the Yellow Spring Demon Well vs. Crisis. Elder, secure the rope. I shall pull you up. Xiao Chong's voice suddenly echoed, prompting Qin Mu Yang to swiftly wrap the rope around himself. With a forceful tug from Xiao Chong, Qin Mu Yang soared upwards, propelled by the rope. Just as he burst forth from the cave's mouth, a surge of dark demonic energy coalesced into a massive hand, reaching out to grasp him. The sound of wind whistled behind Qin Mu Yang, his heart racing with trepidation as his pupils dilated, sensing the fury emanating from behind him. He trembled with fear, his first thought being, "Oh no, I am doomed." Yet, in that moment, the talisman he had previously dismissed flew behind him, shielding him, while the formation at the wellhead. The situation was set. What purpose could the crown prince have in confiding this to me? Yi Qinju's lips unexpectedly curled upwards, offering an ambiguous reminder. As Li Er departed, Wang Chongyang's eyes brimmed with fervor, for not only had the other healed his chronic ailment, but also a vast expanse of opportunity awaited him. Song Yuanyuan did not believe that a timid individual like Lu Jinyu could bully Lu Qing, yet as a friend, she felt obliged to assure Lu Qing that she would teach Lu Jinyu a lesson. Below, Song Jiao observed the unfolding scene with mounting anxiety. Upon seeing the figure being relentlessly forced downward, his gaze ignited with fierce intensity. They called upon Ji Qinfeng, gathering for a rare lunch together. Ji Qinfeng and Lu Tiance shared a few beers, and as Ji Qinfeng drank, tears inexplicably streamed down his face. All right then, Fang Xing conceded to stop probing. Although inwardly he mused over Dr. Li's strangely peculiar reaction the previous night and resolved to seek clarity that evening. Of course, Annie could not undertake this matter herself. She would instead use Dumbledore's name to enlist Angel for the task. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, my body felt uncontrollable, swaying as I stumbled forward. The phrase "I've had enough to drink" forced me into silence, and I slumped down onto Mina's bed. "Senior brother, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." In Kong observed Liao Kong, aware that Liao Kong practiced a silent meditation, and since they could not appear in the same space, he politely took his leave. The ground beneath was a soft, exquisite carpet, and the two men in tailored suits treaded lightly in their leather shoes, creating no sound. Huang Tianhua's heart-piercing nails struck true until he set his sights on Xiao Sheng of the Yuqing sect, when his once invincible nails faltered. Vanessa's cheeks flushed as she looked up to find Fang Yin gazing at her with a bemused expression, prompting her to huff in irritation and turn away. A spark flickered in Traitors' eyes. This youth bore a strong obsession, and he could perceive that unwavering momentum, indicating he spoke with sincerity. The results were unexpectedly impressive, indeed. The similarities between the purple gold continent and the ancient earth of Gu Yi's past were striking. What is happening? Qin Hamoyu and the four clan leaders exchanged bewildered glances, only to be met with a shocking sight. A deluge of rockets surged towards them like a rain of fire. The Heavenly King was audaciously questioning his fairness under the guise of celestial ministers, clearly attempting to undermine his authority. He needed to devise a strategy to counter this. Becoming a candidate for an astronaut was an arduous challenge, and they were unwilling to surrender easily. As Gabriel recounted his experiences from that night, the hall fell into silence, followed by uproarious laughter, leaving him feeling foolish. What was happening? Did they know her? Indeed, this included that dreamlike television station. The elder waved his hand, and the car resumed its slow advance. The long beach harbor area was complex in terrain, with roads stretching endlessly, filled with scenes worthy of exploration. What a treasure! Lin Weiguan nodded vigorously, his mouth watering profusely. Lu Nan's words resonated deeply with the Koreans, who cheered loudly, filled with pride. Their gazes towards Lu Nan softened significantly. Volume 1, Chapter 125, Requesting the Ancestor's Assistance. After hearing the suggestion from the Yinyang ancestor, although Cao Chang found the proposal somewhat shameless, he resolutely agreed. Even if afterwards Xia Zhu and the others disagreed, Cao Chang would find a way to procure some Yinyang power for the Yinyang ancestor. After all, the white jade pendant given by Li Hebai contained the purest essence of Yinyang energy. However, Cao Chang was uncertain if he could utilize the energy within the white jade pendant from Li Hebai's lingering remnant. He understood that this pendant was the key to entering the ancient god battlefield. If he tapped into the Yinyang energy inside, he could not guarantee he could replenish it. He must venture into the ancient god battlefield. There, Xia Hosu's words sent a chill through Lu Xina, casting her world into darkness, nearly causing her to faint as she gazed upon Xia Hosu's indifferent visage, her heart unwilling to accept. Chen Xing had not touched a drop of water, nor a grain of rice. Pei Yeye was equally disinterested in eating. She had brought a thermos filled with her homemade light vegetable bone soup. Yet Chen Xing refused to sip even a drop. Yu Youjiao watched them, the moonlight sketching a gentle smile, perfectly blending every shadow's shape. After all, the original storyline spanned numerous threads, condensed into just over 40 episodes of animation, leaving many aspects unaddressed. Frankly, Su Ruo harbored immense expectations for the Wandering Swordsman's Reminiscence arc. In her years at the Inkfish Comics Society, although she had serialized several works on Manning, none had achieved remarkable success. Some had indeed witnessed such occurrences. Winter often bore witness to such phenomena, yet many remained perplexed, unaware of the underlying reasons. Zhao Fushan admired those who had long occupied the market. Their eloquence and insight unparalleled, adept at tailoring their words to their audience. Zhao Fushan wished to purchase a hairpin for Binglian. Yet the noble golden hairpin akin to Lin he was beyond his means, regardless of how much Li Chuanyin secretly resented, outwardly. He could only dutifully and subserviently hold Emma Wanlin's hand, playing the perfect supporting role as the mermaid princess transformed from Princess Huawei. Song Yi held a profound impression of that tale, although she had never had the chance to wield a weapon. She had once learned how to calculate alongside her father on a whim. Upon seeing the young man, the man squinted. His gaze fixated on a green gourd hanging from the youth's waist. The youth smiled calmly, and the man returned a faint smile. The twin sword saintess remarked, "That you were injured previously, you shouldn't be this weak. What a waste of the celestial radiance red refining spear." With a swift motion, she flipped her wrist and sent Huani flying. Fortunately, Hao Xuan was there to shield her. He picked up a spoon, scooped a piece of watermelon jelly, and inhaled the refreshing and unique fruity aroma before tasting it. The subtle sweetness was delightful and smooth without being cloying. Mani complained as she playfully hit Camus' shoulder. Camus laughed through tears, holding her hand. Su Ziyue was astonished to receive the box, exclaiming, "She actually predicted I would come?" The moment she uttered those words, an eerie chill coursed through her. This caught the attention of everyone. All eyes turned to the two individuals, anticipation flickering within their gazes. Should the Iron Army triumph, the Han Dynasty's fate would not yet be sealed. In the realm of lords, some must lie in wait while others strive for advancement. The enigmatic faction Shin Wenji faced off against Chu Sun and He Yang in the Battle of Min Xingwang. He Yang, unable to withstand Chu Sun's might, met his demise, while Min Xingwang sustained grave injuries and fled, leaving the demonic clan severely weakened. A man wielded a long, snow-white whip that shimmered with a pearlescent glow, appearing as if sculpted from pure jade, yet the sinister aura emanating from it dispelled any notion of it being merely ornamental. The culinary creations of the spirit chef must not only ensure exquisite taste, but also preserve the spiritual essence of the ingredients throughout the cooking process. Within the inner hall, apart from the pained sobs of Bai Yangong, an eerie silence enveloped the space. All present gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape and eyes wide, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. However, if he truly possessed his own will or even consciousness, his actions would be understandable, shedding light on many previously inexplicable aspects. As a substitute can indeed be attacked by another substitute. Volume 1, Chapter 126, Devouring Starvine, Summer Bamboo, Summer Ink Bamboo. To utter the name of the Shura god as treasury, and to offer soul blood in servitude. This Huang Kuan-Yu is indeed a remarkable talent. Ancestor, grant him a reprieve. Cao Chang conveyed a message to the ancestor of Yin and Yang, who nodded in acknowledgement as a large character of prohibition sealed him. His gaze then fell upon the great Buddha, Imo Chen. Upon locking eyes with the ancestor of Yin and Yang, a wave of fear surged within Imo Chen, prompting him to immediately kneel like Huang Kuan-Yu, pleading for mercy while offering his soul's blood. "Apologies, we merely desire your soul ring." Before Imo Chen could utter another word, the ancestor of Yin and Yang struck down upon his head. Imo Chen's colossal cranium split open instantaneously. At that moment, The Huangquan demon well unexpectedly transformed into 10,000 gold coins. Though it was merely a fraction, it was still considerable. What do you think, Lei? Liena smirked at Lei. A piercing, despairing scream erupted from the Ice Emperor as Qian Yu's true energy surged forth like a roaring tide, mercilessly engulfing the Ice Emperor's form. The night in Yangzhou City was devoid of curfews, with streets aglow in lights. The painted boats moored along the river occasionally echoed with melodious strains of the zither, weaving through the air as if confiding in passers-by. Qian Yu traversed through this place, not far from Black Mountain City. Utilizing the connection with his clone, he estimated it to be merely a few hundred miles away. Reaching Black Mountain City would not require much time for him. Following the breach of various defenses in Meteorite City, the Underworld Temple had opened the gates of the Underworld at the northern entrance. The personnel of the Underworld Temple did not establish the other gate in East Sea City or Witchlich City. Instead, the entities emerging were the most rudimentary skeletons, primarily intended for harassment, effectively severing the northern retreat of the station troops. Did Zhu Zhuqing drive here? If not, I shall take her home. It's south unwise to drive after drinking. Li Jianxiao rose to propose. The two were grateful for their timely assistance, unaware that this journey would lead them into the jaws of peril. Has she turned into a zombie? Does she consume humans? Right. I saw her enter the building. Yang Guimei disregarded Principal Luo's explanations, solely concerned about whether Baobei had transformed into a zombie and if she would bring calamity to herself and others. Hiki, the man revealed an odd smile, flexing his wrist before turning away from the window and heading towards a nearby storage room. Your strength may not be formidable, yet your technique is indeed commendable, Thor remarked with curiosity. Meanwhile, Amitabha had been keenly observing the expression of the Bodhisattva of purity since the moment Laozi spoke, and upon noticing her growing impatience, he discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Thus, through a series of coincidences, the station forces in Rihe came to understand the intentions of their superiors. They could not outmaneuver the military and political department, nor could they contend with Zhang Xuewu, especially with Zhang Xuelyang and Chiang Kai-shek of Nanjing backing him. Consequently, they each silently vowed to be more astute in their next encounter and set out in earnest. Sui Xing remained oblivious to the trap laid by Lu Yunfei, gradually sinking into the depths of darkness. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong refrained from entangling further, recalling the saying that one may engage once or twice, but 3 times would provoke the displeasure of Jin Yuanzi. Sun Wukong held a favorable impression of Jin Yuanzi, the one who enlightened him, and thus did not wish to impose upon him. With this thought, Xiao Zhun enveloped himself in a peculiar shape of orange-hued battle energy, which emanated an imposing and vigorous aura, quite intimidating. Why are you being punished? The voice was somewhat hoarse, as if deliberately muffled to avoid detection. Sensing the chill emanating from Ling Yun, the elder of the withered bamboo and Lu and I both shuddered, casting a surprised glance at Ling Yun, who unexpectedly exuded such formidable presence. The 3 from Qing Tsong, upon noticing Ling Yun's anomaly, bowed their heads in fear and quietly stood beside him. As the pain subsided slightly, Niefeng struggled to retrieve a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Instantly, a warm current surged through his body, flowing into his arms and significantly alleviating the discomfort. In Chapter 127 of Volume 1, Shaolan encounters danger, life and death on the line. Upon seeing the tears welling in Xia Zhu's eyes, Chao Chang gently wiped them away, speaking softly, "Emo Zhu, do not worry. Upon my return from the ancient divine battlefield, I shall assist you in searching for your mother, no matter where she may be." Hearing this, Xia Zhu's emerald green eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. She embraced Chao Chang, exclaiming, "Husband, thank you." She understood that Chao Chang enjoyed being addressed in such a manner, from the fervent way he reacted when Lang Qingwei called him husband. Xia Zhu surmised that he cherished being called that by others. Though somewhat bashful, she sweetly addressed him as such. Chao Chang gently caressed her smooth black hair. It was highly likely that he was a classmate of Xiao Yoli. Just as I was about to greet him, I noticed a distinct hostility in his gaze, one that conveyed disdain, revulsion, and even a hint of nausea, akin to the expression of a germaphobe confronted with filth. He led the charge with a shout, which incited a few others to join in the mockery. Meanwhile, some onlookers, upon hearing Shui Yuting Zheng admit her fault, began to question her about the transgression, causing chaos to erupt in the guild channel. Despite her attempts to interject, Shui Yuting Zheng found herself repeatedly silenced. However, what was inevitable eventually arrived. After pacing around the room a few times, she finally settled down when the door creaked open, revealing Fong Yi, who entered dressed in formal attire. Accompanying him were several sons of officials, and just as Xiao Xiang was about to speak, she noticed Li Ku trailing in last, entering the room at a languid pace. Li Hua Jingjing immediately activated the vehicle and whispered, "Leader, what if we discover a tail?" Su Qing chuckled coldly, offering no reply, his hand casually brushing against the belt at his waist. Though worn on several occasions, its remaining length was sufficient to dispatch any unwelcome pursuer. As her cheek brushed against the cold platinum button of his suit, Tong Ran felt warmth gradually returning to her body after being exposed to the wind for so long. The two who had fallen during the earlier collision had naturally not witnessed the 2 members of the Diansong sect being swiftly sent to meet their demise by Su Qing. By the time their acupoints were released, the lifeless bodies had already been deftly loaded onto a pickup truck, leaving her to silently seethe in frustration. Having once been a relative of a patient, she now understood the emotions of both families and patients even better than during her school days. Knowing how to comfort the former and treat the latter, the thought of being caught stealing glances at him would be mortifying, even if it was unintentional. Lan Wanning quickly shut her eyes and pretended to sleep. She pleaded with me to keep her secret, and I was well aware that such matters should not be carelessly divulged. However, tonight's events would undoubtedly be impossible to conceal, so many had witnessed it, and the dormitory residents would inevitably learn the truth. Moreover, seeing her kiss another would surely extinguish Song Jiqing's hopes, preventing him from informing their parents about their relationship. Lewin patted Anthony on the shoulder, ushering him towards the door with a benevolent demeanor. The host had already taken to the stage, approaching to inspect the visibly incapacitated drunkard, lifting Hishang's right hand high. Aikisi was struck away but not entirely defeated, just as he was about to be propelled out. Two beams of light emerged, coalescing into two luminous giants that caught him before he could soar away. As the entire wilderness grew anxious for Buddhism, the Great Tao's golden list had already expanded to over 60 names. One hand rested upon the robot's fist, effortlessly revealing that the robot could not retract its fist. A tremendous force struck down, creating a significant dent in space, violently pulling him from midair. In the future, often gazing at the sky, the sun, though blinding, was merely dazzling to Ultraman. Who did you lose to? Shin Mo inquired, eager to understand how Mayo had been eliminated in the first round. As he spoke, Hishang scrutinized the newcomer at the door, a tall figure clad in a white hoodie, their face obscured by the angle of the light. Their arms hung naturally at their sides, and a red tie appeared to be knotted at their chest. Volume 1, Chapter 128, Shaolan completes her inheritance. The canine siblings surface. Suddenly, two blazing rays of fire shot from the eyes of the Zhuqing demon god statue, incinerating the leading second-tier spirit demon into ashes. A mature beauty, adorned in a fiery gown and a brown feather crown, appeared in the air, seemingly around 30 years of age. Her ethereal and commanding voice resonated throughout the demon god altar. Disturb my inheritance, die. Upon uttering the word die, a multitude of charging spirits was cast into the air, reduced to dust by a colossal flaming wing. Witnessing this scene, the demon king of ghosts was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for the Zhuqing statue to possess such means left by the Zhuqing demon god he had inadvertently stumbled into. Yet, seeing the detestable humans on the brink of entering another realm, how could the proud wolf king allow them to succeed? As long as they had not fully crossed over, there remained a glimmer of hope. Upon seeing Mufu in this state, Mu Shuiqing could not contain her emotions, crying out in sorrow. As for Lu Yaoyao's fate, it was destined to be tragic. Not only was she expelled from the Lu family, but she was also directly dismissed from the academy. Moreover, the charge of intentional injury would ensure her a lengthy stay behind bars. With 007 confined to the reflection room, an urgent internal meeting was swiftly convened. During the meeting, Zhang Xuewei delivered a stern critique of 007's unauthorized departure from the team and strongly demanded severe punishment, a sentiment echoed by the majority of attendees. In comparison, the visceral thrill and blood-soaked atmosphere of the gladiatorial arena seemed far more enticing. Zhao Xian's complexion paled. At that moment, he sensed countless spiritual entities gathering outside the castle. A mix of soul beasts and humans merging together, their consciousness waves resonating in unison. After some idle chatter, Nick Fury concluded the matter, subsequently displaying the image of the imprisoned Loki on the monitor. In terms of consciousness alone, Zhao Xian's was not particularly formidable, perhaps only comparable to a level 93 spirit system titled Douluo. Despite Yusu's calm demeanor, Xiao Yu detected a hint of peculiarity. Yusu's words astonished him. He had previously speculated that soul-eating beasts must be linked to soul-eating smoke, but he never anticipated such a revelation. Everyone was puzzled. Had this man not departed? How was he now present again? Logically, it should have been impossible. Yet now that he had appeared, what were they to do? Zheng Xinhua was a rational individual. After the municipal meeting that morning, Yan Zishu had called him, and although Zheng Xinhua had previously sought Yan Zishu's assistance in vain, he felt disheartened to learn that Fu Chong had arranged for his replacement, who was none other than his wife's uncle, Ao Xiong. Meanwhile, Gu Qingying had finally managed to cleanse herself after scrubbing thoroughly multiple times, yet she still sensed an odd odor lingering, prompting her to douse herself in floral water. A great knight approached the entrance, peering into the dark corridor, hesitating to break the taboo and venture into the underground sanctuary. Yet, even a 10th-tier Morningstar knight, like Cimmerian, had perished at the hands of the enemy. What could he or his colleagues achieve if they descended? Qin Zheng, noticing her distraction, felt a surge of dissatisfaction, lifting her into his arms to seat her on his lap, her head resting in the crook of his arm. He gazed intently at her, her skin as pale as snow, lips as red as cherries, his eyes lingering on her rose-like lips, gradually lowering his head. Though Wang Li acted under Imperial orders, his relentless pursuit was decidedly peculiar. Understanding that this matter should not be disclosed to others, he kept his thoughts to himself. Having concluded her words, Captain Xia hurriedly departed. Just as she was entirely absorbed in the flow of her bodily energies, the door creaked open abruptly, and Su entered. In Chapter 129 of the first volume, the venomous snake soup brewed by Shaolan was revealed. Upon witnessing Shaolan trembling with rage, Xiao Qianma burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Shaolan, this is the consequence of defying me. I grant you 3 breaths of time. If you do not surrender the sacred artifact, I shall summon Lord Ghostface to obliterate you." Ha. Is this your only prowess, Xiao Qianma? Do you even realize how you appear at this moment? What do I look like? Xiao Qianma instinctively inquired. Like a dog. Shaolan guffawed uncontrollably. Shaolan Yu frowned slightly, while Xiao Qianma seethed with fury, imploring, "Lord Ghostface, please eliminate this wretch." Just as he uttered those words, he suddenly found himself unable to speak. They all understood that preparations were underway in the snowy mountains, making Wu Wei's location critically significant. He must not be informed of the situation there, lest chaos ensue. Lost in his thoughts, Lu Ziguei was summoned by someone. He abruptly looked up to see Ji Zheng rushing towards him, and then glanced at Jiang Guantong and the others trailing behind, momentarily flustered and unsure of how to respond. Zhong Lu regained his composure, realizing that if this were indeed Zixuan, she would not appreciate his deeply affectionate gaze. Once everyone had entered the room, Pinocchio peeked outside again, confirming the absence of any malevolent sorcerers, albeit with a tinge of disappointment. Wang Chen could not hinder the minister's advance at this moment, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Lu Qingxuan nodded, leading the dazed monk and the false Taoist into the encroaching darkness. She only recalled that when the incident occurred, they were still on the street, and before she knew it, she had been knocked down. Beneath her lay a sheet, and under that, some straw, which was distinctly more comfortable than what he had gathered, indicating that the owner of the straw had meticulously filtered out the harder bits. He observed that the once resilient individual had, in an instant, aged and diminished in stature. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yong had no choice but to produce his police identification to validate their presence, which ultimately led to their reluctant release. The origins of these great formations remain a mystery. No one knows how to break them. As time passed, these gradually morphed into legends, preserved only by a few ancient clans through oral tradition. No, on that day, she had deemed the situation untenable and fled immediately, while our focus had been solely on Fei Er, thereby neglecting her. Han Shoshan lowered his head, feeling a twinge of regret. He had never considered the implications of seizing the moment, instead blaming Han Fei for instigating trouble. The torrential rain from the previous night had washed away the long-accumulated dust, and the Yi residents had begun cleaning early in the morning. At this time, Chao Liangsa was awakened by the commotion, still adorned in a bright red wedding gown. The remnants of the meal had long been cleared away, and before Li Tianqi and Lin Yifan were 2 cups of steaming tea, accompanied by an assortment of seasonal fruits. Thunder rumbled, and flashes of lightning lit up the sky as the wind howled fiercely, accompanied by torrential raindrops that fell incessantly. Feng Xiaoxiao's intentions were crystal clear. There was nothing substantial, and they needed to accomplish much more if they were to remain. They could not even establish a normal schedule. At that time, the cave master had frequently admonished us not to harm the innocent, fearing a backlash akin to that which had befallen Fuling village. Xia Yunfei turned, his firearm coldly aimed at the man charging towards him, pulling the trigger with a resounding bang as the bullet struck the man's thigh, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground. The 2 of them, alongside the village children, had spent countless carefree moments climbing trees and fishing after Mrs. Lin's departure. Yi Luhuan had journeyed to England. Now, several years later, Yi Lushing feared that if they grew estranged, it would be unfortunate. With such thoughts, he could hardly remain seated and hurried home. Meanwhile, the words detailing how Lu Rume harmed and entangled others tightened the grip of the dog, reflecting his agitation. A mere northern barbarian poses no threat, let alone the thought of harboring ill intentions towards me. Even if someone truly harbored malicious designs, I would ensure they face dire consequences, Zhan Shi declared with confidence. In Chapter 130, Goddess of Butterflies, Wang Donger, as the 2 had just donned their garments, Shaolan approached, glancing at the nearly empty pot of snake soup, playfully inquiring, "Aunt Qin, you haven't done anything to wrong me, have you?" Qin Xiang's face flushed crimson, and she shook her head repeatedly, thinking to herself, "If he insists, I have no choice." Chao Chang appeared notably more composed, smiling as he deftly shifted the conversation. "What were you up to last night? You were gone the entire night." Shaolan produced a collection of rare herbs for Chao Chang to see. "I went to gather these. Let us return." She neatly packed her pot and took hold of Chao Chang's arm, winking at Aunt Qin as they departed. He had meticulously tried on every robe in his wardrobe for this evening, eager to see the surprise in her eyes. It was all worth it. Zhou Wujia, upon catching sight of the Wuji apricot yellow flag in Lin Ye's hand, had initially considered making a claim for it. However, upon realizing Lin Yi was affiliated with the Yushu Palace, he promptly dismissed the thought. I am not prepared," he stammered, clutching by Zhao Chen's collar, his cheeks slightly flushed. Even Zhang Rui was momentarily taken aback, beginning to comprehend why the live streaming industry had surged in popularity in recent years. It was purely a monetary allure. Many flocked to this field in hopes of encountering a generous tycoon and achieving overnight wealth. Lin Yi had been observing Zhang Yulei, noting his furtive demeanor, which immediately suggested ill intentions. If by Zhaoqin's words reached his mother, one could only imagine her furious reaction. You might have forgotten the outcome of our last encounter, he said, narrowing his eyes towards the restroom. Moments later, his voice echoed softly. Indeed, there likely wouldn't be another opportunity. Renxue gazed out into the inky night, silently reflecting that such an event would never repeat itself. Following the defeat of the Naxi and Zhongzhan tribes, the survivors were taken captive, amounting to around 300 robust men, divided among the Mumu, Changyu, and Taihang tribes. A dull ache throbbed in his head as hazy memories flickered before him, images connecting to form a vivid tapestry. The sight of grayish-brown tree trunks and pure white snow was suddenly interrupted by a jarring splash of pink, an unsettling anomaly. The guests present bore witness to these events, leaving no room for disbelief. Gue Wutian, within the entire Beast clan, claimed to be the second strongest, with no one daring to contest his assertion. With his abilities, subduing a winged society was merely child's play. Having recently moved in, he sought to inquire about his neighbors. When the property staff remained tight-lipped, Lu Fan approached an older administrator under the pretense of wanting to add them as a friend, discreetly transferring 600 yuan. In such frigid conditions, those clad in such thin attire were either impoverished or possessed immense power, unperturbed by the cold. At that moment, the serpent swayed its body, opening its massive maw to strike at Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan immediately sprang away, leaping several feet back, yet it seemed the serpent had anticipated his move. Before he could land, its tail swept towards him with lethal intent. Is that true? I cannot thank you enough. Zhang Ye's face lit up with rare joy as she handed her phone number to the elderly lady. If one considers the art of duplication, the method of transforming one into a myriad is unparalleled. It is a divine technique learned by the great Sun Wukong, where a single individual embodies the strength of countless soldiers. With a mere flick of his wrist, the flying knife was unleashed, and Lin Xuedong felt the bonds that restrained him loosen significantly. He quickly moved, and indeed, the ropes fell away. The reason the undead are termed as such is due to their deceased state, imbued with an abundance of deathly energy. The flame of the undead represents another manifestation of mortality. Do you recall the time I exhausted all my magical power to retrieve that exquisite orchid for you? Volume 1. Chapter 131. The mysterious blue star. Upon exiting the certification hall and walking approximately 7 or 8 miles south along the official road, Chao Cheng encountered a colossal violet light screen before him. Maintaining a deliberate distance from Wang Donger, he felt the yellow pass in his palm radiate with brilliance. He stepped forward, crossing through the violet barrier and entering the Isno wilds, with Wang Donger following closely behind. She sensed the change in his demeanor upon learning her name, but chose to remain unfazed. The boundless desert, with its sparse vegetation, was dominated by yellow sands stretching to the horizon, the dim sky casting a suffocating gloom. Yet, Chao Chang remained unaffected by its oppressive atmosphere. Though the Ghost King's Gate is indeed a Dao artifact, it cannot unleash its true power when suppressed by the formidable magic of this great shaman. It is akin to a tiger being bullied in its den. The glow of fireflies aspires to compete with the moonlight. I shall demonstrate the true might of the beast god altar. Yin Xing's words incited the fifth priest's ire, a peculiar smile gracing her face. Is it really necessary for you to act this way just because I have chosen not to respond? Once they all arrive, they might assume I have treated you poorly. Shen Han remarked with resignation. Do you expect us to pay? Are you out of your mind? What if I smash something? City management officer, A exclaimed, seizing a watermelon and smashing it into the ground, the fruit bursting into a cascade of juice. Humph. Shen Hanwei, already displeased with Maya due to Tang Wan's affair, would never let such treachery pass unpunished. Do not fret. There is no need for excessive guilt. Accidents happen. She merely fainted from shock. You should go eat now. Yin Chang's soothing words eased their minds, yet they felt uneasy leaving before she regained consciousness. Unbeknownst to them, it was the nearly negligible dark magic element within the soul stone that had thwarted his fusion at the last moment. Tong Xin was truly bewildered, momentarily forgetting that Han Dasha was indeed Han Jin Ming, as she had only ever referred to him as Master Ming. It was evident that this entire scenario was a conspiracy designed to lure disciples from the three sects, yet they remained oblivious to the identity of their adversaries. Such encounters were rare for them, so it was unexpected that they would arrive collectively. Li played with his phone, somewhat distracted, as senior sister Lu and Zhao Jingxian observed him. Li Zai, the enigmatic figure with an elusive past, truly left them questioning. Was he indeed a transcendent being returning to the mortal realm? Or had all the deities vanished too? Those seeking to court his sister were undoubtedly men of high status, yet none were worthy of her. Time could not afford to linger any longer. Ling Xingya immediately realized that he had originally intended to take some time to prepare thoroughly before devising a plan to rescue the Misaka sisters. Wu Taoshi pondered this, but unexpectedly encountered Do Jiaoyu, and upon hearing her speak, she choked on her tea. Wang Feng suddenly conversed with the young lady in Japanese, aiming to ascertain whether his perception of her demeanor, expressions, and gaze differed from those of the previous two young women, thus conducting a bold experiment. Miao Miao was the first to react, astounded, and said, Lin Mei, you must have confidence in your voice. Trust in teacher Zhou Yi, who discovered your potential due to your abilities, and believe in yourself. Just as Zhang Duanren was examining the documents, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. He put away the materials and rose to the door, glancing at the surveillance screen beside the door, which revealed the person ringing the bell, causing Zheng Duanren to pause in surprise. Seeing that he still refused to acknowledge it, Jun Wushuang hesitated to voice her thoughts, and instead wept even more fiercely. I caused you to be in such a state, so I must apologize. Chu Hui shrugged nonchalantly, adjusting his newly donned robe while keeping his gaze fixed on the illusionary flower. Volume 1, Chapter 132, Blood-Colored Mist. In the realm of stars, where law prevails. 5 centuries have passed. Wang Dong felt both anger and confusion within her. She coldly stated, Sir, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. The middle-aged mech warrior clapped his hands with a smile and replied, Very well. Butterfly God, you are indeed a wise individual, so I shall speak candidly. If I am not mistaken, you and the individual outside intend to enter the ancient god battlefield, correct? Wang Dong nodded. The middle-aged mech warrior continued. It is 100,000 light years from here to the ancient god battlefield. If you are willing to part with a small sum, we can not only exempt you from criminal charges, but we can also personally escort you, ensuring your unobstructed passage through the Isnos Desert. How much do you desire? The blood shield shattered instantly, emitting a blinding radiance that dimmed considerably, leaving Qin Yun in a wretched state. Yet, he expressed no discontent. Rather, a hint of joy appeared on his face, for he sensed that the energy within him was gradually stabilizing, and the turmoil within had subsided. This was, in fact, a premeditated arrangement by Qing Huaiyang, who had stationed Li Ku here to capture any remaining fish that had slipped through the net. Stop! Stop! Zhao Ting shouted loudly. Yet Luo Yi unleashed a powerful lightning strike, and the whirlwind absorbed it before directly toppling Zhao Ting. Liena paid a heavy price to adopt 8 fallen angels emerging from the Kanya epidemic zone. 5 black, 2 white, and 1 yellow. Immediately afterward, a chestnut-red mark resembling an eye appeared on Sun Ya's forehead. This mark was the crystallization of her 50 years of life, shaped by her own cultivation and essence. Initially, those around her paid little attention, unaware of who had made the phone call or what the other party had said to Lu Huaidong. However, as the conversation prolonged, Luo Bing increasingly sensed the deepening gloom on Lu Huaidong's face. I have offended my elder brother, saying things I should not have, Wu Yong said, his expression somber. Fraudsters, get out of Boxian town. We do not want fraudsters as our lord. Leave. The townsfolk clamored in unison. He said he's still in Black Mountain. What's wrong? Has something happened? The gang had already grasped the implication of the Supreme's words. Qin Yun let out a soft huff, and with a sudden surge of immense power, he thrust the longbow away, which slid across the ground for a distance before finally halting. Miao Yuan's body remained too frail after taking medicine and drinking water. She fell into a deep slumber once more. Li Zhang suggested that concubine do summon a royal physician to check Miao Yuan's pulse. The elderly physician, upon examination, expressed surprise that Miao Yuan's condition seemed to have improved, which finally eased concubine Du's worries. Just moments ago, having been obstructed outside, without hesitation, she made a phone call, instructing her assistant to handle the subsequent matters seamlessly. Tang Likek's expression changed upon witnessing this. He looked at me with curiosity, then quickly rose to take the paper, leading Lin Yuan away to converse at a distance. He opened the paper, glanced at it, and then relayed something to Lin Yuan, who subsequently departed with the note. The banquet was nearing its end, and many were merely exchanging pleasantries when this farce drew curious onlookers. What exactly happened between you and Jiang, my mother? Lin Da's confession was interrupted by Jiang Yuanjun. Yalu Shi, upon hearing this, finally awakened to the reality that the recent conquest of Guanghua Prefecture had clouded his judgment, leading him to overlook the disparity in troop strength. No wonder Yalu Rin had previously appeared so concerned. This revelation struck his heart profoundly, as if a thunderbolt had suddenly shattered the silence in his mind. Observing the retreating figures of the young women, Su Ying could only smile, at a loss for words. Su Imo toiled until the early hours of the morning before allowing Jiang Yuanjun to sleep. The next day, both parents were still fast asleep while the children were already awake. How about we take turns singing? It's a lyrical relay, and the loser must drink. Voices began to rise among the crowd. This was merely a formality. Zhou Tianyong accepted the menu without hesitation, stating, then it would be remiss not to comply. Just right. Your sister-in-law hasn't cooked yet. I'll bring some back for them to taste. We can hardly afford a place like this. After making his selections of 4 or 5 dishes, he was finally satisfied. Volume 1, Chapter 133, Tangya, Beibei, and Hui Yuhao. This is the place. Captain Pang pointed ahead, where a vast expanse of blood-red mist loomed. Chao Chang nodded and handed a storage soul guide device to Captain Pang, within which lay 250,000 divine crystals. Upon inspecting the contents, Captain Pang's face illuminated with a radiant smile. The quantity was precisely suitable. A delightful collaboration. Captain Pang extended his right hand and shook hands with Chao Chang. Chao Chang suddenly revealed a wicked smile. Captain Pang's gaze momentarily dulled, and a smile identical to Chao Chang's appeared on his face. Pleasant cooperation. Chao Chang responded, stepping off the flying boat with Wang Dong. As I gazed at that nostalgic visage, my heart raced uncontrollably, my feet instinctively shifting toward the entrance. He felt an overwhelming disdain, pure theatricality. The act was indistinguishable from reality. These two brothers were indeed remarkable. Boom. Unlike the previous trial, which had merely been a probing attack, this time they unleashed their full strength, determined to ascertain who was superior. Their combative natures naturally led them to exert their utmost, resulting in devastation that could not be underestimated. In the hospital, a heavy atmosphere resonated with the glaring red of the surgical lights outside. Zuolun sat with bloodshot eyes in a chair by the door, while Tang Muyang nestled against Milan. Other comrades waited outside in various poses. However, Lei and his companions failed to notice the somber expressions on the faces of the 5 elders from the Reynolds and Thunder clans. The path of cultivation is inherently arduous. Only through hardship can one achieve results. A voice of stern reprimand echoed. Rest assured about my matters. If anyone dares to challenge me, they will soon learn how I subdued those fellows with my 7th level Qi cultivation. Qing he smirked slightly, exuding an air of satisfaction. Seemingly unfazed. After concluding the call, Ingzhua Xiaoyu hung up, and Xiao Shan's eyes sparkled with a bright light as he instructed Lin Ko Xin to summon a Gui. He then turned to a Gui with solemnity. What has the content of the trial been altered to? Upon hearing this, Lei became gravely serious, as such a situation had never occurred before. Shaolan flickered through the air, his eyes glinting with a cold, bloodthirsty light. Several figures appeared, evading all of Shinzue's incoming bullets, with a wave of his hand. Those behind him raised their Thompson submachine guns, firing at Shinzue's group. Previously, the adversary had been too aggressive to engage, but now that they had calmed, they were likely less volatile. A true realm expert is an indomitable presence. Even a clone far surpasses those in the Void Realm. The stone temple has been completed, and Ming Xianger is set to move in. She relishes her time with Guodong and has been eagerly counting down the days to this moment. Outside, malevolent spirits wreak havoc, and this once accessible secret realm has transformed into a veritable paradise, especially with the suspected connection to another world, attracting a plethora of cultivators. All right, let us return home for now. We can discuss matters there, Guzhong Tian remarked, eyeing the two. Sure, Hai also exhibited a hint of this tendency, yet his greatest virtue lay in his self-awareness. However, this time, she did not provide an answer in advance. Instead, she rose to select suitable clothing from the wardrobe. By the time they gathered their belongings the last time, they encountered Qing He and his companions at the dormitory entrance. He Junwei exited the seaside villa, retreating helplessly as the door closed automatically, his back resting against the wall. She abruptly turned to look at Gong Qianro, much like the frantic individual before her demise who lunged at Gong Qianro, grasping her neck. The theft of the relic atop the Golden Light Temple's pagoda had plunged the monks of the nation into such dire straits. How could Tang Xing not feel a pang of sorrow? It is hoped that these combat techniques will empower the two further, thereby increasing the likelihood of success when facing the formidable King Piccolo and his minions. Volume 1, Chapter 134, The Unprincipled Tangya. Xiao Chong nodded, still unfamiliar with the ancient battlefield and in need of understanding the rules of this world. It would be wise to cultivate more friendships. After half an hour, a radiant purple aura suddenly enveloped Tangya, expanding before swiftly contracting. Her eyes flared open, a flash of purple light igniting within them, and she erupted with a power several times greater than before. I have broken through. Accompanied by a joyful exclamation, Tangya leapt into the air. Xiao Chong, thank you. She sprinted towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Wang Donger, standing nearby, was utterly taken aback. Being closest to Qiao Chang, she could distinctly see the transformation unfolding before her eyes. Lu Jia had secluded herself for days, refraining from selling goods at the market, confining herself to her room. Even when Jiang Hao grew hungry by noon, she remained unresponsive to his knocks at the door. Upon the introduction by Old Wu, Qin Jing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having long awaited the Ford Raptor series, previously, her dream was to save enough to purchase an F-150, but upon discovering the existence of the F-650, her aspirations soared. As she spoke, she took notes, contemplating a visit to the art supply store with Chi-Chi to lighten the mood and relax. Qin Jing let out a sigh of relief. She had not anticipated her casual display of skill would attract such attention. She had proposed the clear-cut rules of rewards and penalties with Li Guihao, fully aware of her son's prowess, which far surpassed that of the ineptly Qin. Everyone was acutely aware that as soon as they left, the other housemaids would eagerly jostle to enter. Qin Jing waved her hand, and a Western man approached Ma Tong, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Li Chaolin picked up a document, which clearly outlined the events that had transpired, with a flicker in his gaze. Su Mo Yao turned towards Jiang Wan, unconsciously tightening his grip, pretending to joke. Upon hearing this, Commissioner Hao could not contain his laughter, but after a couple of chuckles, he abruptly coughed, silenced by Commander Wei. How delightful! Ren Xiong and Bai Yu could hardly contain their pride. Still reveling in the exhilaration of their breakthrough to the Soul Sea realm, their demeanor brimming with arrogance. It was precisely due to this variable that he insisted on intensifying the scrutiny for the upcoming Pill Domain feast, aiming to eliminate any potential threats. This region was known as Dragon Emperor Mountain. Yi Fei pondered, unaware of how far it was from the Imperial heaven. The moment she retreated behind a rockery, the assailant approached her, poised to strike, when a beam of flashlight illuminated the scene, followed by the calls of those around her. The sword contest emphasized fairness, rarely allowing for real battles. Should several disciples from the same lineage unite to persistently challenge a single contender on the leaderboard, even the most robust individual would find it exhausting. Thus, disciples from the sword sect were granted rest between battles. The more fights they engaged in, the longer their respite. What, then, does this mating season truly signify? Will suppressing such instincts lead to dire consequences? A vacant house in the east courtyard, long unoccupied, was also generously provided for the Sword Alliance's use, and Renxiong decided to establish their headquarters there. However, Yifei's god of war physique proved to be exceptionally resilient. Despite the onslaught of punches raining down, sparks flew from his body as his fist struck fiercely against Shang Qianwang. On this day, as the gentle morning sun cast its first rays upon the fervent earth, the tightly shut city gates were already overcrowded, with mercenaries eagerly awaiting the impending moment that might alter the course of their arduous lives. Reflecting on the approaching chill, she sighed, genuinely apprehensive of Ningxiang's tenacity. The scandal involving the chief eunuch Wanchangda and the imperial consort Fei, who conspired to assassinate the emperor, sent shockwaves through the realm, resulting in the emperor sentencing Wanchangda to death by hanging. Volume 1, Chapter 135, The Sea King Tang Yu arrives at Shrek City. Very well. I intend to join your Tang sect. Please release me, or I shall be unable to endure. Xiao Chong took a deep breath, striving to maintain control over the tumultuous emotions within him. Tang Yu flicked her delicate tongue, pondering to herself, this is truly extraordinary, before reluctantly releasing her jade-like hand. Xiao Chong felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, having already labeled Tang Yu as an exceedingly seductive woman. Meanwhile, Wang Donger displayed evident jealousy. Engaging in a provocative dance, her allure undeniably captivating. Which man could withstand such temptation? How infuriating, such blatant provocation. Wang Donger stepped closer to Qiao Chang, grasping his arm with feigned anger. Xiao Chong, how could you be so? She paused. Have you not considered how formidable your wife truly is? Qing Yi chimed in, reveling in her own vanity. In terms of cultivation, both were at the same level of Saint Yuan. Yet one had relied on elixirs and potent herbs to enhance her prowess, while the other had advanced through rigorous trials in the training grounds, rendering the former incapable of matching the latter. The rank of Ding was rather lowly, being one of the most basic levels in the nobility of the celestial realm. The hierarchy included various titles, with the lowest being Ding, and usually, local rulers held nobility titles. For instance, Feng Yuandao, the Lord of Ling Mountain, held a title, while Wang Chong, the Vice Lord, possessed a different rank. This time, Tianxing did not enter without preparation as before. Instead, he followed Ling Dai's advice, extracting the silver power of time from the five-colored star stone to envelop himself before utilizing his mental prowess to penetrate the black line. The surrounding onlookers displayed no expressions or comments, simply walking away as though the farce had never occurred. Qian Dong's face bore a mixture of anger and a knowing resignation. Zhao Shu chuckled bitterly. Brother, why put yourself through this? Must you force me into governance in Qingdu? Wei Yan replied, because aside from the general, no one else can stabilize the situation. He then addressed Ronger. It would be best for you not to resist, lest it disrupt our harmony. Ronger, understanding Wei Yan's intentions were not malicious, directed her gaze toward Zhao Shu. The sound of stealthy movements was as subtle as a mouse stealing food. Even Zeng Guoqiao inside the room likely remained oblivious. They gazed upon the celestial sovereign, reflecting on their fortunate encounter with legendary figures. The following morning, as Qing Yi opened her eyes, she found the space beside her empty. The bright red quilt she had covered herself with lay in disarray beside her. Instinctively, she reached out to feel its warmth, now notably cold, indicating her so-called husband had long since risen. Upon realizing this, Chao Zhang, in a fit of frustration, hurled his wine cup to the ground, the sound startling the guards outside. His trusted aide, Zhou Yi, hurried into the tent. Recognizing the scene and knowing Chao Zhang was in a foul mood, he dared not speak, silently kneeling to collect the shattered pieces. Your name is rather peculiar. I find myself a bit hungry, Lin Fuer remarked nonchalantly, smacking her lips. Well, someone will speak for you, Zhang Jiayue said, directing her gaze toward another individual. That person, under the watchful eye of Wen Xian, broke into a cold sweat upon meeting Zhang Jiayue's gaze. The wet nurse, anxious and fearful, quickly responded affirmatively, coaxing Qiao Jia out the door. Though the child was reluctant, she understood her mother's temperament and dared not oppose, exiting with her head bowed in a semblance of defeat. As Guyu contemplated ways to enhance her cultivation, the young Dan practitioner Tian Yi brought news. Clearly, both the greedy wolf capture technique and the South Sea fierce crocodile were met with wariness, even hostility, from Zhao Lao. The Holy Emperor retracted the brilliance of his Dao, placing his left hand directly upon the mark, and soon mechanical sounds echoed. Jiang Kai scanned the area for a pharmacy or clinic, only to find taverns and tea houses lining the street, causing her forehead to bead with anxious sweat. How do we handle this? If the Xiao family learns of it, they won't let us off easily, Huang Chunin asked nervously. Volume 1, Chapter 136, Shrek Academy Enrollment Shrek City, located on the Limai Plains, stands as one of the foremost cities in Douluo continent. Its vast expanse accommodates over 2 million inhabitants, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Originally, Shrek City boasted 4 gates to the north, south, east, and west, while the southern, western, and northern gates allowed free passage to all. The eastern gate was exclusively for Shrek Academy. Tangya and her companions could have entered through the eastern gate with Qiao Chang. Yet he wished to immerse himself in the local customs, suggesting they enter through another gate. Meanwhile, Tangya sought to purchase some enticing lingerie, the purpose of which was all too evident. Believing that Kushao would hastily depart, she thought she could escape, yet the vehicle remained waiting outside. Do you truly believe that those who reside on Hawk Street would fall prey to mere aphrodisiacs? Luna raised a hand to rub her brow, not denying that she had sensed the distinct sweetness emanating from Bali when she had collided with him earlier. Indeed, as the parrot translated, Luna's smile grew brighter, her agreement evident. While Li Ling tended to Ping Er's wounds, Jia Baoyu approached the outer chamber, where Jia Zheng began to inquire about the unfolding events. However, the situation had already escalated significantly. Further delay could extinguish the momentum that had built up. You can provide them with such excellent weapons. Surely you possess others as well. Just give me one, Sima Fenglin stated. Gongyu complained, feeling utterly lost after an hour of puzzling antics. From pushing carts to striking comical poses that would undoubtedly provoke laughter if witnessed. This is your fate. Accept it. Lu Mu had now subdued Shui Miaoran, rendering him unable to resist as he knelt on the ground. Mu Tianyu, increasingly agitated as she recounted her sister's grievances, sat on the sofa, overwhelmed. After nearly an hour of flight, suddenly the surface of the sea stirred, and a massive shark leaped out, lunging ferociously at Han Ren. Before Minggu could finish his words, a delicate hand pressed against his chest, swiftly snatching away the 9-turn bronze lamp. The Xuanwu Great World differed vastly from Li Zhaoyuan's homeland, which recklessly exploited resources for economic gain, disregarding the well-being of future generations and wreaking havoc on the environment. In contrast, the Xuanwu Great World remained adorned with primal forests, green mountains, and vibrant life. This was the king style, indicating urgent military matters. Otherwise, there would be no absence of wine. Though Guanzhang's tone was weak, it lacked the indifference he once held, as he seemed to have realized his past as a mere tool for the Wei family, masquerading as an emotionless weapon. However, after being rescued by Liang Lingfeng, enlightenment dawned upon him, and his heart felt liberated. It is not just a matter of a debauched young master. Even a genius of alchemy, trained by esteemed mentors since birth, could not possibly concoct the legendary 9-pattern pill within a mere 17 years, especially one as refined as the 9-pattern Linglong pill. Yet, from a certain perspective, one could not pinpoint fault. His prolonged absence from the political arena rendered the discussions within the political hall irrelevant to him. If something seemed amiss, it was best to take action oneself. The Lord of Tianhe turned to glance at Ming Jia and then vanished from the scene, never to be seen again. Cousin, see how the world is turned. They dare to lay hands on me. It pains me greatly. Chen Shou lamented as Chen Shuexin approached, feigning sorrow and playing the victim. But you were so stubborn. Park Suji cast an irritated glare at Zhao Yangqi while tidying up items on the coffee table. Following the completion of their transaction, the elderly gentleman showed no intention of departing. Rather, their minds seemed to become increasingly active. Just as Zhuang Sun pondered the situation, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. The voices tinged with urgency. In the first volume, chapter 137, titled Emotional Tensions Rise, Qiao Chang, Wang Donger, Hui Yuhao, and Shi Han were all newcomers joining our Shrek Academy, and she hoped to enlist their support. Tang Ya's delicate hand swept over Qiao Chang, Wang Donger, and Hui Yuhao as she spoke. Her request for their assistance was genuine. As Zhou Shihan was her closest confidant and also a relative of Teacher Zhou in the new student class, if she could speak a few kind words on Hui Yuhao's behalf, his experience in class would surely improve. Absolutely, Zhou Shihan confidently proclaimed, her demeanor reminiscent of a towering mountain. She then summoned a handsome young man, instructing him to assist Hui Yuhao. Before Chen Sha, the gale generated by the techniques began to twist and showed signs of collapsing. However, at that moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from Chen Sha, swiftly infusing the gale, which had been on the brink of disintegration, restoring its strength and solidity. Yet, all present underestimated the peculiarities of Dong Zhu's physical techniques. Upon witnessing the second protector activate his energy channels, a familiar ominous aura emanated from the skeletal sockets of his eyes. The trio settled down for tea and conversation, oblivious to the passage of time until darkness enveloped the sky. Yang Ronga took her leave, while Zhang Ning opted to stay for dinner before quietly departing the estate. Several officials exchanged exasperated glances, questioning whether this was the appropriate moment for such discussions. They were eager to know when the Yingtian prefecture would take action. Nonetheless, Zhou Yun's 3 letters resonated deeply with her thoughts, as if somewhere far away, there existed another soul akin to hers. 10 days swiftly passed, and Qingmu and Qingshui finally arrived in Dongyang City. As the capital of the prefecture, Dongyang City was bustling with life. Having never ventured beyond Qinghai village, Qingmu was awestruck by the vibrant scene, with throngs of people filling the streets and vendors shouting passionately. In that instant, everyone reacted swiftly, employing their own evasive techniques. As the shadow lunged, they scattered, and the shadow fell short of its target, leaving them all gazing intently. Upon returning to the palace, Zhou Yun and Xiang Su found the queen pacing anxiously at the palace gates. Upon witnessing this, they were surprised that Xian Yu had managed to escape peril, and fate had ultimately reunited her with a beloved sister. Its sister immediately embraced her, tears of joy streaming down their faces. A moment of sisterly affection that brought forth their shared happiness. The engagement between Zhou Ming and Gui Jiaying had been arranged for September. However, Zhou Ming insisted on waiting for the triumphant return of the courageous marquis before proceeding with the wedding, having already been betrothed. Emperor Zhou consented to Zhou Ming's request regarding the wedding date. Isn't that an angel from the underworld? Suddenly, a curious onlooker pointed at me, whispering to a companion. Instantly, more and more people cast inquisitive glances in my direction. If the body had not first undergone the purification of the solar essence, but rather approached with the energy of the lunar Yin, Emperor, how would have faced severe consequences. My previous confusions regarding inner world cultivation had dissipated, and some matters became rather absurd. To resolve the issue, one must confront the source. Since she had found clarity, she ought to inform Pei Qingtian. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to amend them is a noble virtue. Sister, you can seek out the heart of the wicked. Wouldn't that suffice? Yushin joyfully grasped Deji's hand and stated, having exhausted the opportunity to select techniques, I ventured into the martial arts area and briefly perused the offerings, ultimately choosing a foundational technique titled Thunder Swordsmanship. Longhua felt no remorse for his statements. He lifted a stool, ready to take action. However, at that moment, 5 figures clad in black emerged from the corner, encircling them. I wish to defend myself. Qing Ling furrowed her brows. With a flick of her sleeve, she proclaimed, I need not rely on the heavenly slave to provide such a gust. I shall simply soar from the grand hall myself. Zhao Hui and Li Jinghua lingered on the bench for a while longer before proceeding forward. After more than 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the summer palace. In Xiaokong finally relaxed his furrowed brow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in his cultivation. In the first volume, chapter 138, titled Hui Yu Hao, the Great Electric Light Bulb, Xiao Chong remarked, Junior, did you see that notice board ahead? That's where the new students will be assigned to their classes. Peng Yu pointed to a nearby notice board, her face adorned with a smile. Xiao Chong gazed at the notice, slightly channeling his soul power, and clearly discerned the words inscribed upon it. The head teacher of the new first class is Zhou Yi. The head teacher of the new second class is Wang Hua, and the head teacher of the new third class is Qiao Qian. Zhou Yi? If my memory serves me correctly, I have been assigned to this very class. Tang Yu chuckled mischievously. You are not mistaken. You are indeed in the new first class. And your head teacher is none other than teacher Zhou Yi. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao's expression fell dramatically. On Monday, Gu Yuanshan arrived at work as usual, his heart perpetually anxious, on guard against Tai Dan coming to confront him. Surprisingly, he spent the entire day in a state of dread, only to return home safely after work without encountering Tai Dan. His heart finally eased a little. Sir, with your assurance, I feel at ease. I have unwavering faith in your words. Ji Yankun's face broke into a smile. Fortunately, Brother Zheng promptly retrieved the nylon rope from the vehicle, and with everyone's collective effort, they slowly lowered me down. She believed that life inevitably brings unforeseen events, which can paint vibrant colors upon the otherwise mundane tapestry of existence. To spare Xiao from any grievances, she undertook 3 part-time jobs each week, living frugally to purchase cosmetics, a mobile phone, and a handbag for her. I must tell you, without our support, you would be nothing. With this attitude, how will you manage in society? You will only spiral further into your own bitterness. A voice from the spirit realm revealed that the terrifying intent stemmed from the spirit of the colossal tower, which, being incomplete, rendered its wisdom somewhat flawed, merely executing the commands of its original master. Some say that Yun Shuai, now over 200 years old, has experienced and witnessed countless events. His emotions have matured, granting him the ability to make his own decisions. Whether or not to acknowledge his parents is not merely a personal matter, but also concerns the empire. So it is only prudent for her to exercise caution. A series of blood-red blade auras, each extending 10 zhang into the sky, erupted. The number unknown, perhaps hundreds, or even thousands. Ultimately, these blood-red blade auras suddenly merged, forming a solid, formidable blade aura that ruthlessly struck the spatial barrier. Zhang Long spoke, his hands forming a seal, inscribing symbols in the air to establish a soul-binding array within the private room, before raising his hand to disperse the purple sphere, releasing Chen Lindong's spirit. In the forest, the leopard gritted its teeth, glaring at Gu Qicheng, but upon catching sight of her, the anger on its face vanished, replaced by a spring-like radiance. It is essential to recognize that this is undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity, as the quantity of spirit sources produced monthly by each village and town inherently fluctuates. In an instant, all emotions seemed to evaporate from Zhao Nishang's face, transforming into an expression of chilling indifference. Firstly, the ability to absorb and store free starlight energy. When the inheritance ceremony commences, it will activate the starlight body tempering. refining the successor's bones and muscles. Whether or not we can attract the celestial team hinges upon this, I declared with conviction, yet internally, I harbored some uncertainty. Boundless essence was forcibly gathered from the world onto the Tian star. This realm was already deficient in essence, and the actions of the underworld river only served to exacerbate the decay, reducing the already desolate world further into ruin. As countless mountains and rivers turned to ashes and innumerable lakes and seas completely dried up, under Lu Tiany's command, numerous fourth-tier experts were swiftly dealt with by Chu Sun's swift blade technique. When he finally managed to open his eyes, he found himself surrounded by silver light, which encircled him like chains, immobilizing Qin Hao. As Lin Qinghan spoke, her tone grew increasingly grave, the weight of her words pressing heavily upon my heart. Particularly the final statement that left me pondering the implications of my existence being transformative within Lin Qinghan's world. What could this possibly mean? Volume 1. Chapter 139. Enjoying Wang Donger's massage. Donger, shall we tidy up together? Xiao Chang gently grasped Wang Donger's hand, his tone tender. Wang Donger's cheeks flushed. Allowing Xiao Chang to hold her delicate hand, her expression one of bashfulness. Hu Yuhao could no longer bear the sight. The display of affection was overwhelming, akin to a date, evoking feelings of irritation. I'm going to get some water, Hu Yuhao exclaimed, fleeing the dormitory. After Hu Yuhao left, Xiao Chang led Wang Donger out of the dormitory, and soon they returned with a basin of clear water, Hu Yuhao trailing behind them. Wetting a towel, Xiao Chang held Wang Donger's hand, twisting the cloth until it was damp. Although others surrounded the trio, the darkness obscured their identities, preventing any reckless actions. Yang Wanqi's smile faltered. Her father had never before requested her presence at a banquet. She usually clamored to attend. Shang Yang was not solely a politician but also a military figure who had participated in many battles. Qingyi noticed Gani gazing at him blankly, his wrath transforming into tangible fury. Li Yunzi wished to conceal past events from others. Did she intend to sever ties and become a mere passerby? It was too late to escape. In a moment of urgency, Xia Hongfei plunged the heavenly absolute demon blade deep into the ground, gripping it tightly. Everyone, lie down and hold on to me, he commanded. Quickly, he lay on the ground, his right hand clasping the blade, while his left clutched Murong Shuofei's hand. Tears blurred his vision as he gazed mournfully at the love of his life, who was about to fall into another's grasp. His golden eyes widened with a strange crimson glow. He could not guarantee he was more reliable than Su Linhan, yet Su Linhan was perilous and unsuitable for Wanning. Unlike before, a middle-aged man emerged, attired in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of cultured amiability. Outside Lan City, a large flying vessel was clearly visible, patiently awaiting its passengers. Although Alban appeared benevolent toward the refugees, he secretly shifted significant blame onto them. Gu Yinhao contemplatively observed the slumbering Tang Wanwan, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, before rising to follow Gu Jingxiu outside. What you intended to do to my Tang Bao, I shall reciprocate, and Jin smiled, casting a glance at the Emperor's fallen formation. For those like Yinuanyu, who learned only to discard their knowledge, raising their hands was out of the question. As tranquility settled, the lights dimmed, yet within Su Yu's room, unrest prevailed. This time, Mario was reluctant to cook using roasting methods, but under the insistence of the fairies, he begrudgingly set up a grill, trembling as he applied the scant spices to the pork. Despite being mentally prepared for Lin Yu's prowess, his recent display shattered the psychological defenses of several reincarnators. The remaining guests in the living room were taken aback, utterly unprepared for her sudden arrival. Now, no one knew how to proceed. If the engagement were to be called off at this critical moment, the Situ family faced only the path to bankruptcy. These novice reincarnators lacked even the qualifications to approach the battlefield surrounding the two formidable figures. Any attempt would only lead to their destruction by the residual forces of battle. After traversing the wilderness for about a month, the once dense primordial forest gradually thinned, the vibrant greens being replaced by yellows, and occasionally, one could behold the startling sight of distant yellow sands stretching across the horizon. Lin Jin wished to evade, but he was too weak before Lin Jing, who swiftly pinched his face, lifting him effortlessly. Dugu Anchi stood frozen, feeling a pang of self-reproach. Her lips pursed as she gazed at Dugu Anchi, fearful of causing her any harm. Yun Fan furrowed his brow. The young prince appeared relatively youthful, perhaps a year or two older than they. Yet he was already a spirit king-level powerhouse. If a confrontation arose, fleeing was an option, but standing against him would necessitate revealing all his hidden strengths. Chapter 140. Xiao Chang's protective instincts. Upon hearing Xiao Chang's words, Su Sanshur suddenly stroked his chin, regarding Xiao Chang with skepticism. Do you realize who you were just speaking to? He queried. I am a noble. I fear not a fallen Tang sect. Should you disagree, feel free to challenge me at the duel platform. Very well, very well. Xiao Chang replied enthusiastically, clapping his hands. Remember what you said today. 3 days from now, I shall formally challenge you, and you will apologize to us in front of the entire academy. Su Sanshur was momentarily taken aback. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his brown eyes as he narrowed them, addressing Xiao Chang with deliberate emphasis among the newcomers. You are the most audacious I have encountered. Just as they were about to engage, several island guards suddenly descended, the aura of the enlightened ones erupting. casting a cold glance at everyone present. With this elixir, combined with the evolved calamity fire red lotus, his eternal body could be further enhanced. Perhaps even transcend to the silver rank without difficulty. He then approached Zhao Xian, embracing him tightly while planting a fragrant kiss upon him. In ancient times, a celestial being of immense power had sought to investigate the primal body, but was inexplicably annihilated, becoming a puppet of its master. A being perilously close to the pinnacle of the continent. Liena clutched Niafeng tightly. The terrifying sound from earlier had originated from a nocturnal demon bat. I was in high spirits, disregarding Huan's scorn, as I embraced her and entered a taxi, heading towards the pedestrian street. At that moment, in a lavish chamber, Johnson suddenly heard a strange shriek. The sound was somewhat familiar yet elusive, as if he had encountered it before in some time or place. Yenshin coldly chuckled. Leaping high, his battle blade raised, slashing repeatedly, each stroke summoning a flame dragon, rapidly creating a grand scene of 100 dragons dancing, reminiscent of a time long past. As the temperature in the void soared dramatically, if this occurred in another family of the pirates, it would be entirely unremarkable. However, her mother was not only a pirate but also a senior figure in the mysterious Sakura Society. At this moment, her only ally was Yang Tsung, who could slay even silver 5-star demon beasts. The occupants of the vehicle discussed road conditions, as this road was under construction, necessitating periodic exits to survey and measure its length. Indeed, all of this stemmed from my own proposals, and I confidently convinced all those involved, leading to today's outcome. Village Chief Zhai, in his quest for a pilot program, sacrificed his own future. Such a sacrifice felt excessively great and unfair. Wasn't it you who instigated this situation? It seems Mr. Kong's assistance will be required here. Yuqin shook his head. This newly released map had yet to be explored by anyone. Akin to beginning a perilous journey. The other two, witnessing their companion's predicament, hesitated momentarily before following suit. Furthermore, the subjects of the dynasty gained immense confidence and pride from the divine beast in Zhuang Bangshu. The Flower Emperor cannot lie, should he deny reality. The very concept sustaining his existence would be compromised, rendering him weak and susceptible to slaughter by other beast clans or humans. The tree spirit spoke thus. The might of the beast king perpetually envelopes his homeland, ensuring that no creature forgets him, nor forsakes him. The distribution of feathers upon his form is uneven. Those upon his head and neck are short, while those further down grow longer and denser. Witnessing such a complex world, teeming with life, he is filled with joy, his thoughts more vibrant than ever, observing the realm they have created as if it were a reflection of himself. Wasn't it your suggestion? Why do you ask me how to proceed? Yu Rongwen inquired, turning in surprise, pondering the nature of this teammate. Zhu Di nodded in agreement, stating, if you can return Zhang Yu and Wu Ping the monk, I, Zhu Di, shall owe you a tremendous favor, rest assured, should the opportunity arise. I will repay you in kind. Volume 1, Chapter 141, The Tea Maiden, Zhou Shihan, Chao Chang, Hui Yu Hao, and Wang Donga swiftly cleansed their hands, shaking off the droplets of water, and prepared to head to the cafeteria for their meal. At that moment, they heard a call from behind. Chao Chang, Yu Hao, Donger. You are all here. Chao Chang, Hui Yu Hao, and Wang Donger turned around to behold the tall figure of Zhou Shihan, clad in a sleek black leather outfit. Her flowing azure hair, cascading like a waterfall behind her as she waved at them. Beside her stood another strikingly beautiful woman, adorned in a crimson gown, with voluminous wine-red waves of hair cascading down to her waist. Her sapphire blue eyes, reminiscent of a starlit sky, were fixed upon the trio. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Su Tai as he expressed his determination to alleviate the elders' burdens and safeguard their family's fortune. Vowing not to betray the elders' trust. Though my master is undeniably powerful, surely a mere incident would not instill such fear in those around us? He pondered. Yet, in a matter of days, Lu Xingshan managed to persuade the elder of the Lu family, compelling his parents to approach him with a proposal for marriage. Cheng Shui, usually composed, found herself gripped by an unfamiliar terror in the presence of Jiang Haotian, nearly succumbing to tears. I have fulfilled your request to sing. I hope you will not be deceitful, Yinan Qian remarked coldly. Before marrying the princess, His Highness had a number of concubines. The queen had lamented to him, claiming that several of his favored concubines spoke ill of her behind her back. You must cease your baseless accusations. I know not of what you speak. I have matters to attend to. Xiaoyun, initially seeking a confrontation with Yinan Qian, hurriedly departed, anxious to avoid further embarrassment. Driving schools have designated areas for aerial vehicle examinations. Does that mean anyone could pilot a hovercar? The crackling sounds of flames echoed beneath the flickering orange glow of the campfire, illuminating the pale faces of those who had been rescued. They bore the lingering aura of death, still tormenting them despite their escape. Su brother, please. Xiao Yu, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, addressed Su Ping earnestly, seemingly oblivious to the clamorous cries surrounding them. Perhaps due to the medication, Nian Nian felt somewhat better. As a Shu placed her on the bed to tidy up, she joyfully played with her doll. Upon seeing Mu Chinga, Qianxue felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. She burst into tears and threw herself into Mu Chinga's embrace, clinging desperately to her neck, sobbing helplessly. Gu Rugi, who had initially turned away, hesitated momentarily before extending her hand towards Shun Nian's blanket. The figure in her arms murmured in response and gestured for him to take the letter from the table. The disciples of the lesser celestial domain fell silent, gazing upwards at Mu Qingge, who stood outside the barrier, brandishing a blood flag. Before the bandit Xiao killed the entirely Daoyuan family, they had already been poisoned through their food and water. Consequently, while some servants managed to escape, the family was tragically unable to flee and met their demise before the poison claimed them. A thought, seemingly implausible, began to take root in his mind. Qi Haofan had not only awakened, but had silently reclaimed his identity. Sima Jinghong bore an enigmatic expression, his voice calm yet imbued with an unassailable authority, instilling fear in all who met his gaze. Without revealing too much, one might inspire a sense of urgency in the other. Indeed, upon hearing this, the individual became disheartened and hastily recounted their own story. Gradually, a crimson bloom stained the snow, exuding a nauseating scent of blood. Yet, the diversion of the Yellow River bore its own merits. The river's change in course deposited vast amounts of silt, creating fertile plains downstream, such as the North China Plain and the Central Plains. All thanks to the Yellow River's new path. Volume 1, Chapter 142, The Dominant Zhou Teacher. Upon witnessing Jiang Nanan's apologetic gaze, Chao Chang finally grasped Zhou Shihan's good intentions, feeling a surge of affection for the beautiful girl. Wang Dong also reassessed her view of Zhou Shihan. Hu Yuhao, however, remained largely unaffected, as he had always perceived Zhou Shihan as flawless. Those plagued by insecurity often regard others as exceptional. With grievances set aside, their relationships blossomed into harmony. They dined, shopped, and trained together, and 3 days slipped away in joyous camaraderie. Soon, the time for the new students' orientation arrived, with the white educational building's doors swinging open, welcoming Chao Chang and his peers clad in white uniforms. The death of the War King left the people of the Divine Phoenix universe in a state of dread. Their strongest protector had perished, leaving them feeling vulnerable, as if a sword hung over their heads, poised to strike. As the palpable waves of energy surged, cracks began to appear in the protective barrier, igniting a sense of urgency and fear among them. The bullet was thrown by Muyu, lacking lethal force but accurately striking the bodyguard's right eye. Although it could not compare to the power of a gunshot, Muyu's strength ensured that the bullet would inflict unimaginable pain. Emboldened by her resolve, she left Southeast University with Zhang Dajiang the following evening, announcing her name at the main desk of Tianyu Building, where she was escorted to the conference room on the top floor. Should the investigation continue, it might lead to a legislator or even higher, a thought that sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to halt at that point. Magicians? Minggu, your powers indeed resemble those of a magician, Li Lan affirmed with a nod. The first general meeting of the Holy Mountain Alliance concluded, establishing a strategic framework. The next phase would focus on defense, resolutely protecting the 7 great worlds, rendering the forces of the Divine Phoenix universe powerless to advance. In nearby indigenous villages, plans were made to linger for a while. Huang Ji, the most seasoned and mature among the 4, contemplated a solution. Would all cultivators gather in the Kunlun immortal realm to engage in a bloodbath with foreign races, ultimately vanishing from this world? Or would they deplete the Earth's spiritual veins, invoking the divine purple sky thunder, forcing these cultivators to relocate their sects to seek survival elsewhere in the cosmos? Beneath the hood, his slightly tousled golden locks danced in the breeze. He brushed off the dust from his garments, the embroidered blackthorns glimmering as though animated under the radiant sun. The Imperial Master Hall once boasted a kitchen, fully equipped despite its redundancy. A fraudulent doctor had infiltrated our hospital, audaciously claiming she could cure the venerable Mr. Jiang. Our panel of experts had deemed his condition beyond remedy, yet she persisted in her deceit, clearly intent on swindling the old gentleman of his wealth. This morning, after a seemingly innocuous fall at home, Mr. Jiang inexplicably lay unconscious in the ICU, despite suffering no apparent injuries. A crowd had gathered around him. Even those of a more distant acquaintance seemed eager to heed his every command. I retract my previous assertions. Even the clergy of Sequence 6 found themselves powerless against the taint of darkness. The ironclad vessels and aerial ships could perhaps offer temporary reprieve, but ultimately, they too would succumb to the encroaching monsters. After the passage of a quarter of an hour, the cave widened into a vast expanse, the temperature rising significantly. The sound of rushing water echoed as a stone bridge emerged ahead, a pristine clearing bisecting its path. Just as their gazes shifted, the colossal crucifix along with the demonic armament affixed to it began to grow increasingly ethereal until it vanished entirely. Surrounded by 2 imposing figures and inundated with a barrage of saccharine words, Suju maintained an impassive demeanor, perfecting the art of his expressionless visage. Volume 1. Chapter 143, Changing Clothes with Wang Dongwu. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, all the students of Shrek Academy's new class bolted from the classroom. Even Xiao Chang, reluctantly tugged along by his deskmate, hastily followed suit. Zhou Yi's raspy voice interjected, a friendly reminder, you have but 1 hour. At the end of this hour, should you fail to complete 100 laps, you will be deemed unqualified and expelled on the spot. The students seethed with indignation, their thoughts brimming with curses aimed at this old crone. Shrek Square. Xiao Chang feigned an air of fury, gritting his teeth as he ran in circles, his speed remarkable, far surpassing others who had yet to complete a single lap. Breaking the law? Bai Laoda scoffed. You dare speak of legality? This is the most amusing jest I have encountered in years. As a husband, Jing Su believed it was his duty to indulge his wife's minor flaws. Li Shi returned to shore, burdened by the intricate emotions of being a faithless man and treading two boats. Wu Xiao sipped the wine poured by Jing Qin and savored the dishes she served. Feeling as though he had finally endured the bitterness to witness the sweetness, Jing Qin had finally comprehended his deep affection, leaving him in a daze, grinning foolishly. Tang Qiqing observed their lively conversation, noticing a joy on the man's face she had never witnessed before. She lowered her gaze and began to step out of the office. As I anticipated, just after dusk, Xie Qinin delivered another letter, stating her unwavering commitment to securing Jiang Yixing's freedom by any means necessary. It was already known to me that the sister I spoke of was to wed Qi Jingmu, yet she deliberately inquired about my intentions in approaching her. A clever mind quickly connects the dots, rendering surprise unnecessary. Without hesitation, Ron embraced his firearm once more. Pressing his cheek against the cold metal and even extending his tongue to taste it, the gun would heat upon firing, yet the outer casing provided some insulation. And with only a single shot, the air would suffice to cool the barrel, rendering it merely warm to the touch. She approached the telephone booth, retrieving the scant few coins she possessed to call Changya, only to find the phone turned off. Gluttony, it seems, is the original sin of swine. Even after a hearty meal, the desire for more persists. Subsequently, confirmation came regarding the launch of the new version of Facen in Silicon Valley, along with the initiation of the PayPal online payment project and the search engine venture, marking the restart of Li Feng's digital strategy. Faces emerged from Oz's form, as if striving to break free and exist as individual entities. He Jiao appeared somewhat hesitant, his dark gaze fixed upon her, deep in contemplation of whether to speak. Indeed, I too am grateful to the heavens for bestowing you upon me, Lung Huching declared, taking her hand and kissing it tenderly. Ultimately, he guided her to a location with the fewest puppets, ensuring they stood at just the right distance from one another. After their instantaneous movements, he directed the puppets to retreat beyond the range of Blackskin's teleportation, allowing them to flee into the distance. My grandson is aware. I shall personally handle this matter. However, Fei Air is still my flesh and blood, and should he express remorse, I will spare his life, Qian Yu remarked. I am uncertain. Yet my master has indicated that only upon reaching the tribulation phase will his name be revealed, Zhou Jiu replied, shaking his head. The player's gaze towards Zhang Yun shifted dramatically, stripped of disdain and scorn, now reflecting the curiosity reserved for novices. Yet, even if he perished, it did not guarantee the return of their child, Lin Wanner thought sorrowfully. After sending a message and receiving no response, Zhao Yao could no longer contain his impatience and stepped outside, determined to confront the foolish cat. Is there a lady willing to assist this young woman in searching for the money pouch belonging to this esteemed lady? Yuma Xuan called out. The tavern staff, who had rushed to intervene, ended up drenched and ignored, their shouts falling on deaf ears. They ultimately abandoned their struggle and retreated to the kitchen, resigned to the outcome of apprehending individuals and compensating for damages. Volume 1, Chapter 144. Wu Yuhao, please step outside. I wish to converse privately with Chao Chang. A quarter of an hour swiftly passed, with Chao Chang and his two companions being the first to arrive at the classroom. Zhou Yi entered promptly after all the students gathered. Observing the 111 students before her, a rare smile graced Zhou Yi's serious countenance. We shall commence our lesson now. Your performance on the recent test was commendable. Particularly you, Chao Chang, who excelled in the assessment I assigned. Let us applaud him. No sooner had Zhou Yi finished speaking than thunderous applause erupted within the classroom. The prowess of Chao Chang is evident to all, earning him immense admiration. The applause persisted for approximately a minute until Zhou Yi gestured for silence. At that moment, an enraged roar from Naruto echoed in the distance, accompanied by the appearance of hundreds of identical figures materializing before him. Is that so? If you manage to uncover the truth, would you kindly inform me? Asked Qian Song after a moment of contemplation. Bold demon, how dare you display such ferocity before this elder? Prepare to meet your demise. Elder Lu Fa finally regained his composure from the disheartening defeat and lunged at Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong swiftly stored the egg, transformed from Annie into the realm of the great intestine, and took a step away from the scene. Yang Chen smiled faintly, remarking on the newfound industriousness of these factions, a stark contrast to their previous lethargy. The three martial artists were masters in their own right. Having honed their skills with the long sword for decades, their blades responded to their commands with precision, unleashing an array of peculiar techniques, regardless of your identities. If you provoke my tree lord's heavenly realm, you will not escape death. Should you dare to lay a finger on me today, blood will surely flow in abundance in the days to come, Bai Yi proclaimed coldly. In an almost instantaneous movement, he evaded the attack of a black sphere, countering by kicking Watergate back. Could it be they have arrived? Senju Hashirama's gaze sharpened, a weight settling heavily in his heart. He had initially thought it was Mo Yin pursuing him. As for Xiao Tiansu, despite his seriousness during card games, his luck had waned slightly. Qianchen felt a sense of relief knowing He Bing had purposely sought him out today, although he mentioned encountering Shinjun. It was highly likely that he was specifically looking for his master. Furthermore, his melancholy was largely feigned. aimed at preventing Mei Qingli from further obsessing over the matter of taking a concubine. Lu Lianming wished to retort, but a single glance from Yu Qing silenced her, forcing her words back down. It is absurd to be taken away at such a time. This occurrence is even more outrageous, as I was dragged out without warning. Having been here for 3 days, she had engaged in 3 battles, and today was the first instance of a guard appearing to ascertain who had initiated the conflict. After ascending to the rank of a level 1 sorcerer, Lu Shang's Wei visited once more to express his gratitude, accompanied by Lu Shang's Xiao. After wandering for a while, Lu Junqi suddenly halted, his gaze betraying a hint of admiration. Qin leaped from the water, fixing his eyes on Yu Qing suspended in midair, as he stepped forward to rescue her. Xiaozhan signaled for them to maintain their distance before activating his true eye to survey the vast ocean before him. Fool! You cannot even manage a few mounts. Michael Glass roared in fury, kicking the soldier down before hastily departing. With the introduction provided in the jade slip, things became considerably easier, yet the more he examined these items, the more he found each one exquisite. Without mentioning the formation plates and flags crafted by late-stage golden core cultivators, the materials themselves were nothing short of top tier. Lu Qian had indeed invested significantly. Upon seeing the lingerie, Gu Fei's face flushed crimson. Gao Shan couldn't help but smile at the sight. Skilled in the art of seduction, Xian Yu flashed a charming smile, twisting her body before reclaiming her previous seat. A wave of soft, alluring laughter suddenly resonated in Xiao Zhan's mind, startling him. He quickly glanced at Billis, realizing she was intently focused on the battle unfolding, oblivious to any unusual happenings. Volume 1, Chapter 145, The Inner Thoughts of Tangya. All right, teacher. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Hui Yuhao exited the office, closing the door behind him. Zhou Yi rose and approached Qiao Chang, locking eyes with him, her tone grave and earnest as she inquired, Qiao Chang, were your previous words sincere? Qiao Chang nodded in affirmation. Zhou Yi, brimming with excitement, clenched her fists tightly and gazed intently at Qiao Chang, exclaiming, shall we begin our training together now? Please, instruct me on what I must do. Qiao Chang smiled gently, his gaze calm as he looked at Zhou Yi. Teacher Zhou, you need not do anything, simply practice normally beside me. Is it really that simple? Zhou Yi asked, unable to believe it. Indeed, it is that simple, Qiao Chang affirmed. In the face of this situation, Qin Tian let out a cold smile, his body surging with the power of thunder, as the fiery avatar merged with his true self. After a moment of suspense, Jing Wuming recounted a great deal, and Qin Tian observed for a long while before taking action. Zhang Zhu listened attentively, growing increasingly respectful of her grandmother. Her grandfather, a scholar, naturally held high expectations for education, emphasizing sincerity and filial piety. Zhang Zhu felt no dissatisfaction at all, especially as her grandmother had taken the time to explain things to her and even gifted her several pieces of jewelry as an apology. Sun Shining fell silent. Some matters, once opened, flowed forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Finally, Hui Yong'ang was willing to reveal the truth. The moment Yin Wufeng left the cave, he regained consciousness. Yet he could not recall the purpose of his visit. This encapsulated Chun Daomai's life. He understood his limitations, resigned to a life of farming, preserving his father's legacy, and viewing the rise and fall of the dynasty from the lowest echelons. Thus, Dongfang Yiping entrusted the task of hatching the northern dipper eggs to Ling Wu and Mi Wei. It was Yun Hao who informed me. We just met, Shenbai said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she earnestly recounted the events to Shun Junsheng. The celebratory banquet was scheduled for the afternoon. That old man Su truly knew no bounds. Celebrating what exactly? Would it not be better to enjoy a quiet meal instead? With so many people around, any action we take would surely arouse suspicion. Both human and demon cultivators are present, and given the numerous dangers, using others as tools is most appropriate. Duga Wu sneered, having faced Qi Shuani repeatedly. Now, she aimed to eliminate him once and for all. The disciples of the supreme teachings were taken aback by Qi Shuani's audacity to strike at them directly. They had always been accustomed to arrogance, looking down on others, believing only they could bully, never imagining someone would dare to retaliate. Although Zhao Gan contemplated many things, his thoughts shifted rapidly, taking little time. Ji Shenkai had just removed his hat and obediently raised his hand, with the hands of his 2 attendants following suit. The identity token, now void of contribution points, was treated like refused by Guolin, who unhesitatingly tossed it back into the starry ring. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan obediently remained still, yet his expression showed no sign of change. This is your 3rd senior brother, Wu Mingji. Wu Mingji was tall and slender, his eyes perpetually closed, exuding an air of elegance. Among the 5, he was the most handsome, carrying a peachwood divine sword forged from millennial wood, draped in a long blue robe. Qiyu directed his spear towards the Yin Emperor tribe, which had once allied with the Yellow Emperor, driving them into the Hebei province controlled by the Yellow Emperor. However, mercenaries tied to treasures would not fare any better. The major powers and military of the Wilson Kingdom found themselves helpless in the Enchanted Valley. But would they be allowed to roam freely beyond its confines? Few knew how this unassuming vessel would be intricately linked to the impending storm of bloodshed. This old man is truly a blockhead, imposing his thoughts on the lives of the children, said the Singularity. The masked figure faced the momentum ignited by Dongfang Yunyang. showing no signs of retreat, instead charging forward. In Volume 1, Chapter 146, Victory over Su Sanshi, as Bei Bei and Hao Winner entered. Qiao Chong emerged from the lounge. The moment he appeared, some of the observing students could no longer contain themselves, leaping to their feet in ecstatic screams. Qiao Chong, you are simply magnificent. Qiao Chang smiled warmly, waving to the observing students, his gaze naturally settling on Tangya and Wang Donger. Tangya rose to her feet and returned his gesture with a wave. Qiao Chong offered her a faint smile and winked. This scene was captured by many female students, eliciting a chorus of excited shrieks. Meanwhile, Wang Donger pouted slightly, silently nursing her jealousy. Qiao Chong entered the venue shortly, and at that moment, Su Sanshi followed suit. One could hardly say that even Dong Qingxie, let alone his father, or indeed Tang Tanny's father, possessed such influence. She once believed that in this world, her relatives bore no love for her, that none desired her presence, and that not a single family member would genuinely treat her with kindness. The aroma of braised pork was incredibly rich, infused with a hint of sweetness reminiscent of caramel, and the succulent meat practically melted in one's mouth, a truly exquisite delight. As the saying goes, such flavors are seldom found in the mortal realm, akin to those of celestial origins. Yuchen raised an eyebrow, should this fellow's reply prove ineffectual. A single strike would render a swift end to his plight. Ah, Bai Yuxuan, do you see the tall, slender figure over there in black? Is that my brother? Zhang Shiru furrowed her brow and nudged Bai Yuxuan, pointing to a silhouette several hundred meters away. Qin and Zhang harmonized their efforts, respectively ushering their sons out of the Duke's residence, only to return with smiles to apologize to Ali. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Can we discuss this after we return? Over the past 3 years, with no one to guide her, Yaowen lacked self-discipline and thus indulged herself freely. Perhaps sensing Xiao Qingqing's low spirits, Tawanzi merely stayed by her side without being overly clingy. The elfin Bing Xue gazed at Xiao Qingqing with a hint of concern. Sigh. Let us take a stroll. Staying indoors all the time is quite uncomfortable, Mo Chen remarked. The riverside was abuzz with life. In the night, strings of variously shaped lanterns floated on the water, creating a most enchanting sight. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Wu Yi purchased several to share with them. During his time on Earth, Sun Haoqi had a fondness for candied hawthorn, and now, in this otherworldly realm, he could not let such delightful treats slip away. Thus, he procured a silver coin to buy 2 skewers reminiscent of the candied delights from his homeland. Do you not think your man quite handsome? Gao Ziyu's hand, resting beneath her head, curved back to embrace her shoulder, his large palm gently caressing her smooth, rounded shoulder. While such impacts posed no harm to players, the countless grains of sand ensnared many in a predicament, making it seemingly arduous to extricate themselves within a short span. The swan contemplated for a moment before sinking into the sofa, closing her eyes to sleep. However, do not misconstrue this. It did not imply that his demeanor was tranquil, as one could easily discern his tightly clenched fists in the undulating rise and fall of his chest. The thunder ceased its descent, yet the storm clouds lingered, crackling with a ferocity that hinted at the gathering of even more potent lightning. Nevertheless, she was not mistaken, after an evening of playful agreement with Shui Yuhan. The latter boldly invited Bai Qi to share her bed. Sun Haoqi felt as though he were ensconced in a pitch-black abyss, where he could not even glimpse his own hands, let alone touch his body, as if he were merely a fragment of the darkness itself. Thus, her brow furrowed deeper as she attempted to shake off the fog that clouded her mind, striving for clarity. Ergua, initially resentful for being embarrassed before the crowd, soon recognized the respect that the duo showed towards those in the car. It became evident that even they dared not provoke the occupants within, compelling him to swallow his indignation and refrain from further outbursts. In Volume 1, Chapter 147, The Bathhouse, Wang Donga remarked, My feet are quite small. The gates of Shrek Academy mark the eastern entrance of Shrek City. Outside the eastern gate, numerous vendors abound, including many students from Shrek Academy engaged in commerce. With Wu Yuhao's grilling skills, he need not fear unsold fish. Even if they do not sell, he could preserve them within his ice domain for an extended period. Exiting the soul fighting area, Qiao Chong and his companions made a beeline for Shrek City. After meandering through the town, they procured several hundred bluefish, along with grilling racks, charcoal, and various seasonings. Qiao Chong assisted Wu Yuhao in setting up the grill and preparing the charcoal. Meanwhile, the young women busied themselves arranging the freshly caught and cleaned fish, even going so far as to procure a small table for their provisions. However, a voice filled with expletives reached Lin Baobao's ears, nearly driving her to the brink of madness. That evening, in a drunken stupor, she could not recall her encounter with Yan Yi, nor could she remember whether she had taken precautions. On the other hand, Catherine, restless and unable to sleep, struggled with her particular form of obsessive cleanliness. It seemed that the magical beast regarded the blazing fire lion as their prey, slowly encircling it with cautious steps. Tom, please contact the other party and inquire how much longer they will take to arrive, requested the middle-aged man seated in the driver's seat. A death had occurred at the inn, and it was at the hands of a cultivator, indicating their situation was far from secure. That night, Song Qinin and Xiao Minglan shared a room while the remaining 4 took turns keeping watch. Su Fan visited the market, intending to purchase crabs, shrimp, and several large chicken legs, along with tofu, fish balls, fish, beef, ribs, green peppers, and other ingredients. Before stopping by the supermarket for 4 cans of beer and 3 bottles of soda. Just be aware, and I hope your police department handles the situation properly. Lu Tian expressed, somewhat apprehensive. Du Enki clenched his fist and retracted his mysterious blade. Without the earthly level technique, engaging with the blade would surely result in severe injury. His sole chance lay in retracting the blade and countering Fong Long's earthly level sword technique with his own. Observing her absent-minded demeanor, Luo Ming raised his hand and unexpectedly slapped her. Wei Jin lifted his head and peered over the partition at the front desk. Noticing that Weigman and Anthony had calmed down, engaging in quiet conversation in the lounge area before retreating again. And what of the Celestial Sovereign? The Supreme Sovereign? Based on my experiences in the Celestial Realm, the masked individual from the blood altar I encountered must have been of Celestial Sovereign cultivation. Lang Yu possessed a golden water splitter, capable of at least summoning a heavenly transformation. If cornered, he felt unafraid. Surely the god of Death's Hall would not fear being reduced to rubble. Li Mai, having experienced hunger, understood its true nature. A starving individual could hardly concern themselves with dignity or pride, especially not after enduring such conditions for an extended period. The relentless cycle of 10 years filled with hardship and hunger could obliterate anyone's sense of pride and perseverance. Allow me to share a tale, Yufan remarked. Noticing that Xie Qian appeared far from a competent host, thus taking the initiative. I found it while wandering in the river, drawn by its beauty, and decided to bring it home. Yufan smiled. The slap on the driver's face sparked a rapid succession of ignorant reactions, igniting the driver's fury. Yet he felt unable to retaliate, as he was behind the wheel. He intended to take advantage of the moment to have him call out for Wei Tingfang. But upon seeing her subtly shake her head, he refrained. She now resided alone in a house within the community where Li Mu Yuan lived. Making a living by tuning and teaching music to children, occasionally performing at a nearby church, achieving a degree of self-sufficiency. This old turtle is utterly insufferable, Li Mai thought. Unable to bear the sight. But the most grotesque events were yet to come. After the initial wave of impact, all 3 of us, including the mosquito, had lost half our health. Regaining our composure, we regrouped, surveying the enemy's defensive formation awaiting our assault. Yes, I know. I am not so easily discouraged. Although Xian'er verbally affirmed this, I could sense a hint of her underlying discontent. Volume 1, Chapter 148, Wang Donger, Brother Chao Chang. May I have a kiss? Tang Ye pinched a pill, teasingly licking it before winking at Chao Chang. It's salty and absolutely delightful. Wang Donger exclaimed, her eyes nearly bulging with excitement. Can we play like this? She took another pill and licked it. Where's the salt? Tang Ye burst into laughter. Does it taste good, Junior Sister Donger? Humph. Wang Donger huffed in annoyance. Tang Ye giggled, casting a flirtatious glance at Chao Chang. Thank you for the pill, Senior Brother Chao Chang. Let me show you a deep throat performance. Chao Chang was momentarily taken aback, his pupils dilating as he caught sight of Tang Ye raising her snowy white hand. General Hart, relying on his imposing stature and formidable presence, could barely confront Chen Feng head-on. Lin Xiu's imperial aura now reached a staggering 60,000. The spirit of the dragon vein likely possessed the strength of a 6th-tier martial Dan realm, thus allowing Lin Xiu to attain that level of cultivation. However, this assistance had been summoned by Xue Hao. This individual had once been a valiant fighter, but was wrongfully slain in the arena, transforming into a vengeful spirit after death. In light of this, it appeared that the 4 spirit envoys were somehow domesticated. Could it be that Jiang Xian's father harbored such intense resentment? Lu Yun nodded. And in an unexpected moment, Zhang Qiang suddenly embraced Lu Yun's arm. Humph, I never intended to conceal anything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have threatened you from the outset. In truth, it was akin to me voluntarily informing you, Christina remarked with a cold snort. Rod sensed no trace of a robotic nature emanating from Chen Feng. Thus he was convinced that Chen Feng was undoubtedly human. The common folk, along with soldiers and numerous children, were in tears, utterly disbelieving this news. Most crucially, after he steadfastly maintained his stance, Chu Jiang bestowed upon him 3 divine thunder talismans. Lin Xiu, what methods are you referring to? He inquired. As if seeing a ghost while gazing at Lin Xiu's back, Aki half-heartedly divulged some information to Gul'dan. And they agreed on the next steps for their cooperation in exploring the tomb of Sargeras, also sending Gul'dan back to the tribe with courtesy. She was not incapable of escape. Rather, if she merely rolled aside, she could indeed save herself, but the carriage had already descended. Thus, her protective mission had failed. Everyone had exerted considerable effort up to this point, and they must not allow their adversaries to succeed. Upon entering the cave, there was little change within. Only some areas had been repurposed for storage. The plaque in my family home was personally inscribed and carved by my grandfather. Last year, a merchant offered 500 taels for it, but my grandfather refused to sell, so we shall consider it worth 500 taels. I understand. Tang Feng bid farewell to Ji Moshing, closed the door, and surveyed the modest office, recalling the perplexing encounters he had experienced in Petersburg over the past few days, and could only helplessly shake his head at Liang Yuan. Under Aki's persuasion, both elven lords agreed to personally lead a small contingent through Aki's portal to Changhu Town to assist in battle. Sheng Yun observed the interaction between Guan Xingzhong and the children, feeling genuinely gratified, realizing that his previous concerns were unwarranted. Employing tactics, Zhang Xiong's resistance grew increasingly challenging, especially as Wang Feng's strength far surpassed his own, amplifying his sense of struggle. Witnessing the aloof and unearthly demeanor of Mo Shaolan, who surprisingly was willing to do this, and that for Ran, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but smile at Su Weiran. How should we view this? From the governmental perspective, the matter is concluded, but in other respects, it remains unresolved. I wonder if my words are clear to you, brother, Li Ming remarked, glancing at Zhao Tianyi. A hibernating snake was yanked from its den by two bullying crows, who tossed it playfully into the air. Shang Guanyin increasingly affirmed that the sword intent described by Hua Xiangrong was precisely that, an essence that could only be comprehended intuitively, not articulated. If one could truly grasp such a realm, that would likely find no equal in the world. Volume 1, Chapter 149, The Temptation of Tangya. Hearing the words, Beibei's eyes narrowed in contemplation. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and asked Hui Yuhao, "Are you truly forcing me to take action against you?" Hui Yuhao raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Beibei retorted coldly before turning to leave. Hui Yuhao made no attempt to stop him. The other had already conceded, and pursuing further would be his own folly. After Beibei departed, Hui Yuhao received a transmission from Chao Chang. Ignore the buffoon. Focus on your cultivation. A smile of delight spread across Hui Yuhao's face. He knew he had made the right bet. Cheerfully, he ascended to the second floor, entered the room adjacent to Chao Chang's, shut the door, and began to undress. Ahao slowly withdrew the steel pipe from Chen Bing's eye socket. Watching as drops of crimson blood dripped onto the ground, he chuckled, even extending his tongue to taste a few drops of Chen Bing's blood. The metallic tang both pungent and choking. With hair adorned and golden steps swaying, the warm hibiscus canopy birth spring's essence. Chaotic blooms captivate the eyes, while the favors of a beauty stir the clouds and rain. In a lifetime, a pair of souls. Where can one find a place where the red candles do not evoke yearning? If life were but as it was upon first meeting, the tears and rain would cause no lament. We shall obey your command. Gong Sun Yin and the other ministers immediately accepted the edict. Pondering the demise of the Gua and Su states. What do you know? What right do you have to judge me? Is it merely because you have witnessed those things? Let me enlighten you. What you see is but a reflection of my indifference to the gaze of others. The truth behind this blood-soaked world is something you remain utterly unaware of. Yang Yuyong exclaimed, stepping before Lamidia, consumed by fury, disregarding whether she was a match for Yilu. Moreover, it was well known that Li Laodao was a martial arts master. Though the extent of his prowess remained unclear to many, it was simply accepted that Li Xiuji was formidable, capable of defeating most with ease. At that moment, the Zero Ridge Martial Arts Academy was in full swing when a messenger from Chang'an arrived bearing a secret letter from Zhang Yao. Chen Long and several advisors detected an exceptionally perilous aura from the seemingly simple correspondence. After a considerable time, Long Yu finally consumed the remains of several Tyrannosaurus Rex corpses from the pit, when the melodious voice of Tong reached his ears. Just as Jinping took a few steps forward, a chilling wind swept past, and a Japanese man charged at him brandishing a katana. A green firework ascended from the dusk forest, a unique signal flare from the gates of hell, signifying the completion of a mission. Today, Li Shimin felt as if he were basking in a gentle spring breeze, experiencing a season of triumph, for he had eradicated Luo Yi, restoring peace and harmony to the Tang dynasty. Following Chu Hongling's memories within the light curtain, Shin Feng discovered that the group of children had infiltrated the secret passage, managing to relocate a significant portion of the unguarded granary of the prince's residence in merely 1 hour. Gao Yu observed the reactions of those present in the conference room and hurriedly clarified. He did not wish for these influential figures to misconstrue the purpose of the assessment at Huaxia University, which was not intended to humiliate candidates publicly, but rather to enable them to conquer their inner desires. At this time, Wu Daming and Wang Xingji, having given up on the Imperial examination, entertained thoughts akin to those of Chen Binsin and Yang Yuanchao. In her dreams, that morning, the police discovered a diary in Xing Fingling's room, and it seemed she could no longer articulate her thoughts. Xiaoming, you should have been able to guess what transpired thereafter. I too am struggling, managing to hold back my tears. In contrast, Chen Jing, who has likely not tasted meat for a considerable time, would find it difficult to digest such an abundance of fatty food. Thus, Yilin thoughtfully selected lean meat for her, which would be more suitable. This wisdom has been imparted to me by my master. However, due to my pursuit of the Tao, I often subsist solely on simple wild vegetables and mountain delicacies, frequently grappling with hunger that hampers my understanding of the heavenly principles. After expressing this thought, Chun Xiaolin stepped forward, halting 3 paces from Gao Yuan. Lin Fengzi perished in a great explosion. Although many of his eccentric ideas were preserved by the elite, no one was aware of the audacious experiment he conducted in secret, which unexpectedly opened a new horizon for Yunlang. Volume 1, Chapter 150. Zhou Yi's attempt to exploit Xiao Chang. Upon entering the dormitory, Xiao Chang beheld Wang Donger, now dressed in male attire, seated alone on her bed. Upon noticing Xiao Chang, she haughtily turned her head away in annoyance. Xiao Chang approached her and rested his hand on her shoulder, only to have it shrugged off by her. Xiao Chang released his grip once more, and she shook it off again. This back and forth continued 2 or 3 times, until Wang Donga finally acquiesced, allowing Qiao Chang's hand to rest upon her shoulder. Though she remained resolute in her intention to ignore him. Donger, are you upset? He inquired. Humph. Wang Donga huffed, turning her head away defiantly. Qiao Chang gently grasped her shoulders, subtly turning her body towards himself, yet Wang Donger continued to avert her gaze, turning her head to the side. Refusing to meet his eyes, Qiao Chang deliberately leaned his head closer, questioning Wang Donger. Since the master had long been familiar with this formation, why did he insist on having his disciples compete? Even now, while you await Lin, it is difficult to escape the suspicion of deceiving your disciples. Lin Yu said somewhat discontentedly. Has the murderer mistaken them for monsters, scrutinizing their daily lives for any peculiarities? The partner still believed that the murderer regarded himself as a crazed exorcist. Otherwise, how could one explain the silver scales? When dinner arrived, everyone savored the long-awaited Chinese cuisine, as Mu Jin only knew how to prepare Western dishes and was still learning the intricacies of Chinese cooking. The 822 independent examination halls began to crumble. The myriad events of life, love, hatred, joy, and sorrow that transpired upon this beehive-like land would cease to exist from this moment yet remain forever etched in memory. Don't you want it? Su Shu gently shook the bill in her hand, producing a melodious sound. Chu Tao, feeling helpless, spent the next 7 days recuperating and diligently refining his martial skills, currently focused on the 6th-tier technique, Indestructible Body. Yua cast a sidelong glance at him, casually hoisting the cannon onto his shoulder, then kicked Qinzhou twice, signaling him to step aside. This cave cannot withstand further destruction by your spirit beast, Scorpion suddenly interjected, harboring deep apprehension towards Luo Yu's spirit beast. After much contemplation, he realized, no, I have not yet been born. Luo Yu's statement was riddled with grammatical errors. Yet it posed no issue in the current context. Qi remarked that when he and Qinzhou had failed in their second collaboration, they had left behind a self-correcting system program, but regrettably, that program was later lost. Indeed, if an accident were to occur, Fan Ge would spare no effort to rescue you, Sure Fan asserted. He could scarcely fathom that this fleeting one to pursue defeat would indeed accompany him throughout his life. In the distance, flames soared skyward amidst billowing black smoke. Many skyscrapers had collapsed, and those that remained were but mere shells of their former selves. The morning sun was obscured by the thick smoke rising from the earth, robbing it of its inherent radiance, rendering the once thriving city a desolate ruin. Mo Wu's countenance was equally grim, yet this was the will of the Ming King, or rather the system's dictate. No matter her reluctance, she could effect no change. Barthelphalet, satisfied, inhaled deeply above his coffee cup, savoring the mingled scents of gunpowder, a hint of blood, and the rich aroma of coffee, creating a unique fragrance that no alteration of his coffee recipe could replicate. In Nailan Xiaoshue's view, his so-called chastity was merely a ploy to inflate prices. How could a notorious wastrel claim purity? A little money would suffice to dismiss him. Did Sure Fan not require anything from her? The residual power? Was he not a monster? The Gale Wolf pondered, though it seemed that in legend, Fidelis was not of the demon race. Was that the case in reality as well? Brother Sure Fan, can we do this? Chang'e urged, for if this method were to fail, would not Sister Chang'e be utterly disappointed? After all, she had painstakingly devised a profitable scheme. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had previously harbored some concern regarding whether such a tactic would ensnare the Golden Core cultivators. If such a day were to arise, Musu's promise today would become invaluable, for throughout history, when nations fell, royal families seldom met a favorable end. Even if they were not exterminated, their descendants were destined to fade into obscurity. Volume 1, Chapter 151, Zhou Yi's lack of confidence in Qiao Chang. The following day, Zhou Yi arrived at Class 1 early. She had been increasingly agitated over the events of yesterday, leading to a restless night. Today, she arrived before 7. Xiao Chang. When you arrive, just wait and see how I will deal with you. The second hand of the black round clock on the wall ticked away, and Zhou Yi felt that time was passing exceptionally slowly. In recent days, the news of Qiao Chang's effortless victory over Su Sanshi from the 5th grade in the soul fighting area had spread like wildfire throughout Shrek Academy. As the homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi was well aware of this development. However, she was not overly surprised. Given Qiao Chang's innate talent, she would not doubt him even if he claimed to have defeated a soul master. She pondered, could these bowls still be used? Had she known, she would have brought one from home. Jian Nan furrowed his brow, reluctantly finding the cleanest bowl among a stack of dirty ones. Lifting it with 2 fingers and examining it closely. As soon as he spoke, the attendant lifted the lid, releasing a fragrant aroma of rice into the air. Takeo Shinobu hesitated for a moment, glancing at Zhou Tian, then surveying the table before pausing briefly on the dealer. A somewhat frail, brown-haired youth sat in the carriage, wearing a troubled expression. Chang Feng looked at me. The results are not yet in. I will inform you once they are. He turned to leave. If I could provide you with crucial information, would you let me go? Sister Yin spoke again. He feared that Gu Yuzhou would be obstinate, unwilling to accept his assistance despite his evident anxiety. At present, the high-ranking Moses battleships in space were the main force of the Moses rebels. highly sensitive to treasures like the components of Ares fighters, as they were crucial for determining their capability to confront the impending wrath of the Moses home planet government. However, the virtual systems had yet to be fully developed, and Shi Xian did not intend to disclose this to his subordinates. To address the pressing needs, he must return to Huaxia. As the night passed, the following day saw other teams gradually arriving at Monster City, settling into the student dormitories of Monster City Martial Arts School. Upon reflection, if young Guangbei indeed wielded any influence and genuinely desired this title, why had he taken no action over the years, leaving only a mediocre impression? Before the war concluded, his chances of securing a title would have been far greater than they were now. The journey was arduous, with the winding mountain paths exhausting the three travelers to the point of fatigue. Particularly, Yishu had tugged at Yikue's sleeve multiple times, pleading to stop. Now nearly being dragged along by Yikue, the maids and servants had never witnessed such a scene. They immediately weakened at the knees, no longer daring to seek help outside. The courtyard fell silent, despite being filled with people, none daring to move. Before Su Chong could rise, Lin Feng extended his foot and stomped down hard on him. What nonsense are you spouting? The body was discovered in the well of the haunted house in the manor. The third lady scolded him first, then, with a chilling tone, attempted to frighten Yikue. Without a word, Yihan raised his arm, resting it on Yi Ruoshue's delicate shoulder. Surprisingly, Yi Ruoshue made no attempt to resist. The well-digging apparatus relied on a thick tree trunk moved up and down by a rope, and at this moment, Li Zhan could not pull the rope with his hands. Although his movements were no different from others, the task seemed remarkably noble when he undertook it, as if he were not merely digging a well, but performing an art. In a fit of rage, the figure clad in crimson unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks, yet Tang Ning remained composed, showing no signs of fatigue. She watched helplessly as tears fell from Yikue's eyes, dropping onto her face, instilling a sudden sense of panic within her. Qin Wushuang glanced at Lin Feng, initially wishing to say something, but ultimately waved her hand and turned toward the parking area. Moments later, Xiang Lin noticed that the previously charred and blood-soaked wounds on that individual were starting to scab over. Volume 1. Chapter 152, Negotiating Conditions with Shou-Yi for the third revision. As a class of students was jogging, they spotted Xiao Chang walking into Shrek Square alongside a tall and stunning female student dressed in purple. The young woman appeared quite jubilant, seemingly seeking to please Xiao Chang as they walked together, her eyes brimming with joy and pride. Xiao Chang, are you thirsty? Would you like to have a bite of fresh peach before we continue? Grapes are fine too. Xiao Chang, you haven't had breakfast yet. Shall we head to the cafeteria? I'll treat you to some milk-flavored buns before class. I'll talk to my sister. She won't punish you. Be quiet. Faced with Zhou Shurhan's incessant chatter, Xiao Chang. Surprisingly, 90% of the comments from fans below were in support of the two coming out. That man only uttered 2 words, and yet, he ended up like the ill-fated couple in the lobby below, shot in the forehead. Bowen obediently moved her body slightly, her waist gently brushing against mine. Hee. Phone shimmy. Wang Ming emerged from the void, appearing before the main hall of the Yaoguang sect in the valley. He waved his hand, causing the yellow gourd held by the young man in the distance to vanish. These two are the deputy ministers, Tang Ying and Lu Yeye. Ming Jiayan introduced Tang Ying and Lu Yeye to them. Indeed, it is recognition, he stated, although the term carried an air of superiority. A general from America held enough psychological leverage over a Ryukyu general. Even if this general by Qi also possessed American nationality, such a description was not unwarranted. Holding the key to the handcuffs, Yu Cheng was unaware of when he had been cuffed, possibly due to the earlier anesthetic. Yu Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for words, regretting his foolish doubts, and lowered his head in shame. Impossible. Si Juanhao patted her hand, attempting to break free, but she clung tightly to his waist, preventing him from moving. Affected by the malevolent energy of the earth, a new breed of beings, the dinosaurs, emerged within a mere millennium. This creature was a remnant of ancient ferocious beasts, appearing in the mountains and rivers, wreaking havoc upon the world. Resembling the fierce beasts of yore, the continuous obliteration of the banks was not without consequence. It incessantly drained the cultivation of the formidable array masters. At this moment, Yuji had yet to exit the barrier, still contending against the sword intent. If the opponent wished to play tricks, Rocky could effortlessly eliminate any threat. Thus, why should he act like a turtle hiding its head? At this time, the child of madness was desperately absorbing the energy of the throne of madness to activate his frenzied wings. With Duan Zhengming's assurance, Dang Yuru finally felt at ease. Returning to the stronghold with Situ Ju Feng, she had never cried so tragically before. The countless torments and grievances had coalesced into the deepest nightmares. Although she could not persuade Chang Xing to establish a farm, she did have some ideas. Zhou Shaolan returned cheerfully. Yang Su spoke, and with a booming sound, a sinister aura surged from behind, transforming into a pitch-black demonic wing. Moreover, the forces of the Demon God Beast Mountain, Qianjin Mansion, Weiyang Palace, and the Yantian Tower were not to be outdone, rapidly advancing in their development. The efforts and changes they implemented were entirely aimed at ascending to royal status. In Dechu, there are hundreds of divine kings, and if one includes those from other traditions, they are countless. Just in Dechu, there must be over a dozen strong individuals whose cultivation is not inferior to mine. Why would the Lan family, deeply entwined with the royal family, place such importance on me? Shen Hao furrowed his brow and inquired of Wu Qing Yuan. Zhang Shi had invited Chongqing and Zhang Dalai to his home for dinner in a couple of days. Chongqing, though cheerful, sensed an imperceptible barrier between himself, Zhang Dalai, and Zhang Shi. Upon exiting the principal's office, a weighty gloom enveloped me. The disintegration of my family had already drained me, and now, with career setbacks, I found myself utterly fatigued. Resigned, he abandoned his vehicle and, with a nimble leap, vaulted over his home's protective barrier, triggering the electric fence upon landing. Volume 1. Chapter 153. 3 Women in a Play. Welcome to join the Tang clan. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's acquiescence, Cao Chong beamed with delight, solidifying their plan for the Shrek City. Room 502 at the Rose Hotel. With that, Cao Chang dashed out of the classroom, joining a throng of first-year students for a run. Zhou Shihan wished to follow but was halted by Zhou Yi's stern command. Halt. Zhou Yi's voice was laced with ire. Zhou Shihan turned back, her face a mask of distress, fully aware that she was about to endure another of Zhou Yi's lectures. As expected, Zhou Yi launched into a barrage of admonitions. Zhou Shihan, do you even realize what you are doing? Zhou Shihan, feeling wronged, replied, Sister, I know exactly what I'm doing. Beside the cart selling horse meat. A villager had just purchased some meat. At that moment, the steward was engaged in selling horse meat, while Qian Wu sat at the steward's dining spot. He, Feitung, Yifeng, and others had taken bones and meat home for their wives and children, leaving only the steward and Qian Wu by the cart. However, what troubled Feng Yi next was a particular sect named Yulong Wu, which adamantly refused him entry, with its old fogey threatening to take lethal action should Feng Yi not depart. To miss the chance of pursuit over a mere step back would indeed be a regret never to be undone. Liu Yong swiftly led 30,000 troops, including 1,000 cavalry, significantly diminishing the strength of Xinye. Su Shu, Shertao, Meng Gongwei, Hu Jun, Pang Ji, Pei Yuanxiao, and Shotsong remained behind, with Su Shu temporarily overseeing all affairs in Xinye, while Hu Jun commanded the army, and the others were assigned as needed. The demon knight Black Tiger, upon spotting the shield, leaped forward, striking it with a claw. Yet, the full force blow imbued with the essence of a demon knight merely caused the shield to tremble slightly. Returning to stillness, the shield could defend against frontal attacks but offered no protection from the sides. The azure dragon conjured by Tai Shirtzi's spear let out a proud roar before gradually dissipating, leaving behind only a trace of moisture in the air and the metallic scent of blood pervading the surroundings. Jiang Yu endured a single drop, the agony threatening to tear his soul apart, nearly rendering him unconscious, and one could only imagine the suffering endured by the colossal golden thunder dragon. Simplicity and naturalness. This was the comfort found after weathering many storms in the passage of time. Such a life was delightful, often leading the villagers to jest that theirs was an aging community. No matter where one went, whether returning to the Luo Su continent or elsewhere, they would embrace a genuine home that would eternally accept and cherish them. A procession advanced toward the grand encampment. Within the camp, a commanding banner fluttered in the wind, its yellow background and black lettering strikingly visible, while the other flags, slightly shorter, danced in the breeze, creating a stunning spectacle. Lu Hong casually greeted Zhang Tianshi, a spring-like smile breaking through his icy demeanor. A shadow burst through the window, shattering the glass, heralding the entrance of the chief examiner for the second round of examinations in a most shocking manner. The celestial sword spiraled in the air before transforming into a colossal blade, crashing down upon the fiery dragon's head. Apologize. The savior gripped his wand, its tip aimed at the platinum boy. Lin Feng was not an avid dog lover, while he adored Mao Mao, the celestial dog pup. He did not exhibit the blind fanaticism typical of dog enthusiasts, nor would he oppose others' dog meat festivals. Observing Digga besieged by 2 beasts, Lu Hong seized the opportunity to point out Digga's weaknesses. Lu Li finally ceased stuffing bread into his mouth, straightening to face Magellan, his expression clouded with confusion. He could not comprehend why Magellan was so insistent on the rescue. It seemed utterly illogical, suggesting there was something he was unaware of. Tomorrow, the shogunate's army should also be entering our Satsuma domain, and at that time, any Han army general with a modicum of sense would not allow the shogunate's forces to threaten and besiege our Heiwan city. The Shimzu 3 mountains paused momentarily before continuing, as if to boast. Volume 1, Chapter 154. Shirhan, do you wish to be with me forever? Ha! Upon hearing Zhou Shihan's words, Tangya and Jiang Nan erupted into laughter, finding her jest utterly ridiculous as she had barely begun to establish her virtue. After the laughter subsided, Tangya suddenly stifled her amusement and, glancing at Zhou Shihan and Jiang Nan, proposed, shall we go outside? Chao Chong and the others should be finishing their run soon. Yes, Zhou Shihan and Jiang Nan replied in unison, smiles illuminating their faces. The 3 women exited the classroom together, their spirits lifted, feeling as though the air outside was significantly fresher and the sunlight particularly radiant. Upon arrival, oh, is it just the absence of a mobile phone? At your age, do you fear I might run off with it? Given our age difference, if I were to sprint with it, you certainly wouldn't catch me. Xiao Yu scrutinized the elderly man skeptically, pondering whether he was a rogue. During this period, Xiao Yang had been preoccupied not only with preparing for the debate, but also with concerns regarding Mu Qinshan. The king of Yiksha appeared without any indication of spatial disturbance, as if he had torn through the very fabric of space itself to materialize before him. Moreover, as Qiao Yu closed her eyes, she could distinctly feel the warm current coursing through her body. After committing this section to memory, Qiao Yu settled cross-legged on her bed, reciting the incantations and insights of the celestial techniques from the tree. However, the WeChat voice message arrived too late. Du Cheng had already drifted into slumber, while Fong Kailan had entered with her belongings, inevitably hearing Du Cheng's phone alert for the WeChat message. Very well, I permit you to speak frequently in the future. Luo Qishan finally revealed a smile, though it quickly turned serious again. Regardless, I still place my trust in General Xiao. He possesses the ability to earn my faith. Unbeknownst to whom, a voice suddenly echoed, prompting unanimous nods from those present. Setting aside his martial techniques, Guyan pondered for a moment, soon replaced by a steely resolve. Cultivation is inherently a defiance of fate. To abandon it in the face of danger would make it impossible to become a strong individual. That night, I did not share a separate bed with him. I allowed him to draw close, to caress to his heart's content, and I too found satisfaction in the experience. Why are you suddenly smoking Southern cigarettes? Uncle tossed a pack of Southern cigarettes onto the counter. You shouldn't dwell on it too much. This is indeed a legacy of the formation, but it can't be directly imparted to you. Instead, you must earnestly study the myriad transformations upon this Bagua plate and come to your own understanding and enlightenment. The continuation of this legacy is a fortuitous occurrence, attributed to the opportune convergence of time and place. Unlike the common perception of extortion, robbery, and murder, the Ramos family is characterized by a comprehensive organizational structure, dismissing such nefarious activities. In mere few minutes, Li Wei successfully eliminated numerous military and political figures crucial to the fate of the Neon Nation, including the future architect of the war against China, Prime Minister Tojo Hideki, and Yamamoto Isoroku, the mastermind behind the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. The Apache helicopter, indeed, is a remarkable asset, far superior to Li Wei's current Z-9 police helicopter, boasting a staggering speed of 360 km/h and equipped with an array of American weaponry. With just a supplementary cost of 5 points, he could procure the Apache. With a swift motion of his hand, the spirit conjured a surge of crimson light, enveloping Chun Su's form, prompting him to writhe on the ground amidst piercing screams of agony. My explosive cannon fist shattered the defenses of the left Qinglong's arms. And transforming my fist into a claw, I aimed to grasp the left Qinglong's throat. However, to my astonishment, my claw met only air, as the left Qinglong exhibited remarkable agility, leaping backward in the nick of time. Do you truly wish for me to elaborate? Huang Jun stated. I can only speculate. Yet I possess no concrete evidence. With a sense of resignation, Huang Jun glanced at Xu Yao and others, concluding that honesty would be the best policy, given the prevailing mistrust between the parties involved. Moreover, Zheng Hua was the individual they sought. Therefore, with Fang Li's consent, Huang Jun recounted the entire sequence of events to Zheng Hua. Volume 1, Chapter 155, Training Zhou Shihan Provokes Zhou Yi. Chao Chang released his grip on Zhou Shihan's hand. Taking a couple of steps back to sit on the bed, his gaze fixed intently upon her, yet he remained silent. Zhou Shihan understood his unspoken demand. He sought her to affirm her love for him. She securely closed and locked the door before stepping back in front of Chao Chang. With delicate fingers, she began to unbutton her blouse, one button at a time. Prior to her arrival, she had chosen a white blouse that accentuated her figure. And if all the buttons were undone, her flawless silhouette would be revealed. Chao Chang could perceive her slightly accelerated breathing and the rapid beating of her heart due to anxiety. He could observe her flushed cheeks and her trembling hands. Chao, this is the embodiment of soul power. Here, there are certainly individuals with exceptional insight, particularly the likes of the heavenly dragon demon commander. Upon witnessing the radiant silver sun behind Qin Mu and feeling the overwhelming waves that even caused them to tremble, their expressions abruptly transformed, and their gazes turned gravely serious. They focused intently on the direction of the divine city, attempting to deduce the opponent's secrets, when suddenly their hearts quaked as a bolt of thunderous light approached. The aura of annihilation sent shivers through their souls, and within an instant, countless thoughts raced through their minds. With a swift motion, they retracted the Imperial palace. Unbeknownst to them, they had unconsciously grown to such a formidable level, wielding a principle capable of easily subduing a wandering immortal. Even an ordinary immortal would struggle against it. Ding Feng had long comprehended the situation of entering the Tao, but found himself unable to break free from confinement. He realized that the laws of this world were exceedingly stable, making it incredibly difficult to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. These officers, though not of high rank, were far from inept in martial arts. They were all valiant warriors handpicked by General Lei Hua of Wenziza to serve in his army, capable of engaging in a few exchanges with Sui. At this moment, I observed the earlier blue-clad specter swiftly drifting towards the great mouse. Elder Shi, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, it was quite remarkable that, with her keen eyes, she failed to perceive the anomaly of the stone tablet, while I was able to discern it. The young prisoner was unaware of what offense he had committed to incur the wrath of the Court of Judicial Review, as he was subjected to torture every 15th day of the lunar month. Fortunately, although each session of torture was exceedingly brutal, it had not claimed his life. Otherwise, why would the malevolent spirit caution us against descending into the ghostly abyss, only for Cheng Yang to unleash a frenzied roar? Was this instinctive or deliberate? With unparalleled innate talent and a complete inheritance, I was typically nourished by Lu Yuan, the gourmet beast master, during my cultivation. Once everyone was seated, as Master Mingwei executed his hand seals, a surge of celestial light enveloped the assembly. Within the swirling black mist, Lin Xiao could only discern its head, while the rest of its form remained obscured. The torrents of water were instantly transformed into azure ice, encasing those humanoid ferocious beasts within. Very well. I shall lend you a hand. Let us see how you will act thereafter. After saying this, Ruelia cast a supportive spell upon Lin Xiao and then leapt down. Elder Qiyu pointed with a single hand, and his luminous figure abruptly vanished, dissipating into specks of light upon the ground. Beyond the method of enhancing rewards, she could conceive no other means of motivation, nor did she possess any better rewards worthy of the creator's attention. Before long, Su Ming and the Rift Sky Dragon noticed the feather necklace hanging from Nana's neck. Yang Qingling's cheeks flushed crimson as she boldly approached the talent show participant, striking a pose that elicited even louder screams. Yet, she dared not move too vigorously. Even a slight pressure on her nose could inflict excruciating pain. A traumatic incident from years past had filled her with aversion towards men, to the extent that any physical contact with her skin would induce immediate nausea. She had considered consulting a psychologist, but ultimately dismissed the thought. Though she could rationally comprehend her feelings, her heart remained obstinate, particularly against the sight of his deceptively charming face. Now, encountering someone with a doll-like visage would only serve to exacerbate her distress. Volume 1. Chapter 156. Zhou Yi breaks through to Soul Saint. Qiao Chang, is this your means of revenge against me? Upon hearing Qiao Chang's voice, Zhou Yi was taken aback, instinctively reaching to push the door open. At that moment, she suddenly realized the wall before her had become ethereal, allowing her to glimpse the scene inside the room. Zhou Shihan was seated atop Qiao Chang, her arms wrapped around his neck, while Qiao Chang held her waist, the two maintaining an exceedingly intimate posture. Zhou Yi could see Zhou Shihan's cheeks flushed as if she had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, her expression one of pure delight. She was demanding, incessantly extracting from Qiao Chang, akin to an insatiable seductress intent on draining him dry. Meanwhile, Qiao Chang turned his head, a teasing glint in his eye, seemingly able to see her through the wall. Zhou Yi, would you like to come in? Fortunately, Naruto had anticipated such a scenario. Before the third Hokage could inquire with a peculiar expression, Naruto spoke again, clarifying any confusion for the third Hokage, despite later discovering his affections for her, and that in his heart, Shangwan Jinyue also harbored feelings for him. They remained merely friends, never progressing further. Countless greedy souls, opportunists, and well-wishers could only silently observe, unable to disrupt the monk's tranquil mind. Yet, the most popular activity in Ping'an City was stone gambling, with the most prosperous street filled with gambling establishments, including a workshop run by a prominent family from the Holy Land. Rest assured, Lu Yang sighed in relief, ensuring he was not being monitored by Guasheru while listening in on Guashaodian. In such circumstances, it would be impossible for Jiraiya not to notice the unstable elements concealed within the relationship between himself and Tsunade. Given the glaring signs of impending attack, those who were constantly on edge, fixated on Orochimaru's every move, promptly devised their respective countermeasures. The Mafia is not a hotel. It does not necessitate branding every item with its insignia. Yet, what was the significance of this handkerchief appearing at such a moment? Lu Xian felt that this was no mere coincidence. Feng Lingyun snorted disdainfully, kicking up a broken sword from the ground, sending it hurtling towards Husan's thigh like an arrow released from the bowstring. A scream erupted as the sword embedded itself into Husan's leg. We did not speak. Why were we disqualified? Shangguan Wanner and Tang Xin vehemently protested. However, you should notice that, surrounding the Taishan Time training tower, there were not only numerous grandmasters, but also a considerable number of immortals in attendance. He placed the jade stone of the infant beneath the precious mirror, allowing the light to cascade down. Moments later, he observed streams of light emanating from it, dazzling and enchanting. Realizing this was indeed a treasure, yet upon closer inspection, he found no peculiarities. Many individuals refused to enter the air raid shelter or underground facilities, instead brandishing weapons and roaming the streets, seizing anything of value without hesitation. If their mood soured, they would set fire to buildings as a means of emotional release. At the outset, everything progressed smoothly, the wind speed was normal, and the flight was stable, with the moonlit Li gradually drifting into peaceful slumber in my arms. However, it must be noted that Qin's stamina was ultimately finite. Gazing upon the magnificent and noble longsword in my hand, Takagi's demeanor exuded a haughty arrogance, radiating an aura of sovereign dominance. A man with fair skin, clad in red garments, held an embroidered needle and was engaged in embroidery. Before the incredulous gaze of all, the demonic hand suppressed the gradually illuminating crimson moon shield, shaking the enormous red moon as if celebrating with champagne. Yet, even though they were not required to attend school, they were nonetheless students of this institution. The necessary procedures must be completed. The charming Amuya, not yet a year old, giggled softly, clearly enamored with the beautiful older sister before her. In Lingyang's residence, and Jing rose early to tidy up, but after waiting for a considerable time without hearing from Xianqing, she curiously knocked on Xianqing's door. Receiving no response, she cautiously pushed open the slightly ajar door and called out Xianqing's name softly. Chapter 157. Should we reward him tonight? Teacher Zhou, what's the matter? Has that Xiaochang from your class not arrived yet? Is he perhaps too intimidated by the hype surrounding him? Fearing he might be brought back to reality once he steps onto the stage? Chuckled Zhou, while Mu Jin, the head teacher of Class 9, who had been keeping an eye on the situation in Class 1, couldn't help but provoke Zhou upon noticing the absence of three of her most concerned students. Zhou felt a surge of anger, her lips twitching in frustration. She was inexplicably upset by the disdain others showed toward Xiaochang. With a piercing glare directed at Mu Jin, her eyes narrowed, and an aura of authority enveloped her as she coldly replied, Teacher Mu Jin, whether our students arrive or not is my concern. Upon hearing this, Aogue instantly retracted its fierce demeanor, clasped its hands in a gesture of respect, and stood behind Zhao Jiazhou, displaying utmost reverence, no longer the menacing figure it once was. Their formidable power manifested swiftly, as a mere touch caused the essence of the fire to transform the once vibrant Zhuqing into a hazy apparition, its temperament becoming wildly uncontrollable, no longer responding to his command. The nurse nodded and continued with her duties. Jiang Qian entered the ward and felt a pang of compassion upon seeing the pale-faced Yuling on the bed. Your Majesty, please do not overexert yourself. Let everything unfold naturally. After the new year, we must prepare for the expedition, Yu Xiaoyan quickly advised, as Leah had been waiting patiently nearby. They suddenly noticed that nearly all members of the Knight's Order at the city gate had turned their attention towards Ian, when Fei had already reserved a private room. A luxurious one, and he brought Luo Feng along. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng deemed it a splendid choice and moved closer to Ning Rubing. Even more so than Dai Qingxing had. Is that true? Are there no other omens? Tao Xiaomin, being the professional, was the most suitable to inquire. Lin Feng had prepared an abundance of buns, and since he could consume any leftovers, he harbored no fear of overproduction. Haha, what immense energy this must entail. Although the master assured that it wouldn't harm her, possessing a dragon vein under such conditions is undeniably advantageous. Others might fearfully kneel and beseech for divine intervention. Yet how dare Luo Tian speak so brazenly? Could it be that the protagonist is endowed with such extraordinary capabilities? Su Fu, hearing the commotion at the door, pretended to be oblivious as two individuals entered. The many fairies present were instantly taken aback, retreating swiftly, as at that moment, Su Yang emanated an overwhelming aura, far beyond their capacity to withstand. The laughter was laced with an alluring yet sinister charm, as if an invisible black dragon roared beneath the heavens, soaring and diving, startling the nocturnal birds in the nearby woods into a chaotic flutter, as if heralding the end of the world. The consequences of a severe blow to the heart were akin to a sudden cardiac arrest, resulting in an immediate imbalance in heart rate and frantic palpitations. The optimal response was to lie flat on the ground, avoiding any unnecessary movement, for even the seemingly unharmed could suffer dire consequences from excessive exertion. Bring over a water jug. We cannot afford to waste this blood. We need to conserve our salt, the captain stated solemnly. I have never understood why that person struck us down. There was no theft, no intent to kill. What could he possibly seek? Mike furrowed his brow deeply. We do not aspire to be nobility, but we must ask, who was born with a silver spoon in their mouth? Who was born superior to others? Yan Han. Upon receiving the bodyguard's notification, rose as well, still clad in his pajamas and rubbing his eyes, appearing sleepily dazed at the sight of Su Luai. This time, the red-eyed mole was thoroughly enraged, emitting a sharp, piercing scream as it charged toward Jiang Ning, its eyes ablaze with fury. However, adhering to his principles, he accepted any customer rewards, no matter how peculiar they might be. Mother, it has been a long time since I have seen you smile so joyfully. Although Long Yinxie was regarded as a hero in the eyes of others, he remained, before his mother, an eternal child. Chapter 158. In the throes of anguish. Xiao Chang and Zhou chose to confront their challenges. Xiao Chang and his team have triumphed. After teacher Wang Yin recorded the competition results, he cast another glance at Xiao Chang and his two companions, pondering to himself, this Wang Donger must indeed be the ace of Class 1. Zhou, oh Zhou, the students you have nurtured are truly remarkable. Xiao Chang and his companions descended from the competition area and approached Zhou, quietly winking at her before stepping aside. They were the first group to compete and the fastest, while many students from Class 1 were still engaged in their contests, eager to stay and witness the outcomes. Class 1 comprised a total of 110 students, divided into 36 groups, with two particularly gifted in soul guidance directly recommended by Zhou. As Chen Qing proceeded, he gradually sensed an unusual heat enveloping him, a warmth that transcended mere physical sensation to ignite his very soul. Initially, the heat was bearable, but as he continued on, it became increasingly intolerable. A large vessel arrived, and Lin Yi directed 7,000 robust shrimp soldiers into the container. which was then transported back to the mainland, box by box. Lin Yang felt a mix of embarrassment and timidity, although he longed to voice certain thoughts. His lack of eloquence left him at a loss for words. Lin Yu ran, oblivious to any hidden intentions, assumed that Jun Mo Li had lowered her guard, and thus met with Su Qing Air and Su Yu Air not far away. After all, Bai Lin was considerably more composed than Long Ting. Otherwise, he would not have fled with Long Tongue upon hearing Guo Fan's anguished roar and witnessing Lu Hu charging toward the Tianlang army with a massive tree. As the magical energy of the crystal began to flow along the erased designated path, it spontaneously activated. Feng Ruo Sheng expelled a few mouthfuls of water, gradually regaining consciousness. Only to find Su Jia before him, the initial joy in his heart quickly turned to chill. Iluli's prowess earned her the respect of Lily, who affectionately referred to her as Sister Luli. As Luo Yi prepared for battle, a distant azure goblin spotted him and, realizing the presence of an enemy, charged forth with a furious cry. In that moment, Lu Yu's form transformed into light, disintegrating into countless particles, vanishing from sight. The two celestial beings at the heavenly extreme realm fell victim to Lu Yu's overwhelming force, obliterated entirely, while the bodies of two deities at the heavenly one realm remained. This indicated that someone had accurately anticipated a fierce battle between Qian Mo and the allied forces, prompting them to act before the conflict erupted. Without phones to relay messages promptly, by the time news reached the battlefield, the coalition was already in dire straits. Previously, in a moment of desperation, he had unleashed a powerful punch that had fatally struck the blood-cloaked prince, showcasing the might of this martial art. A young man leaned forward to grasp a pistol from the drawer, and at that instant, Du Juan rose from the ground, not to continue the struggle with the young man or flee for the door, but rather to dash toward the corner of the wall. "Why are you still keeping the corpse of the Xianbei thief?" Zhang Yang roared. "Get out of the way." He unsheathed his sword and severed the arms of the Xianbei, finally separating the two. The crowd had long been captivated by Tong Yuan's martial prowess. The military was a pragmatic realm. Those with ability commanded loyalty, who would willingly follow a commander, leading them to ruin. The people had already regarded Tong Yuan as their cornerstone. However, in the future, should she fall from grace, her family's destruction would merely serve as a catalyst, for no one would doubt that a villain would commit vile deeds, rendering evidence unnecessary. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be that Malian does not wish for others to see. How could one become enamored with that common hen? Otherwise, why would she show such attention and inquire about her activities? Once the veil of love obscuring her vision was lifted, Tao Tao's perspective became clear, revealing Zhou Wei's many malevolent traits and ulterior motives. Volume 1, Chapter 159. Teacher Mu Jin takes action. The Soul Emperor must not be insulted. Xiao Chang. I miss you terribly. In Shrek Academy, Zhou Yi hurriedly made her way to Qiao Chang's dormitory. Simultaneously, Xiao Chang was headed towards Zhou Yi's office. On his way, he reached the teaching area and encountered Su Sanshi, Bei Bei, and Dai Hua Bin, who had indirectly caused the death of Wei Yao's mother. They were encircling a girl with long red hair, who was currently berating Su Sanshi with rage. "Su Sanshi, I do not wish to see you. Leave." After scolding him, the girl turned to leave. At that moment, Su Sanshi suddenly blocked her path. "Nan Nan, please agree to be my girlfriend. I promise to treat you well." Bei Bei also chimed in. In truth, Wang Xian Wang's silence with closed eyes was not a moment of repose, but rather an act of patience. Zhang was adept at discerning his father's thoughts, although he initially spoke the truth. Hearing his father's words made it clear that he desired Zhang to align with his sentiments rather than merely convey information. After a moment of reflection, Atai swiftly rode through the long street, heading straight for the royal palace in the inner city of Xianyang. Before Wu Wan could even express her frustration, Gu Jincheng had already vanished from her sight, appearing before a bun shop. Yet humanity, in its insatiable greed, took the sacrifices of others for granted, even suggesting that Lucifer should perish to grant them power comparable to that of the angels. Unbeknownst to him, as Xian uttered these words, a flicker of secret delight and pride danced within him. This young lady, if placed in a previous life, would undoubtedly be deemed a once-in-4,000 years beauty. Then, someone emanated an aura distinctly characteristic of fallen angels, slowly extending a hand, only to unexpectedly meet a pair of pure eyes. Yes, indeed, you are correct. If the royal family could assist us in dispersing the kingdom, what worries would we have about the Qin people? Duke Ji Zhao exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this. The senior disciple of the inner sect spoke with pride, casting a victorious glance at the elegant disciple nearby. As though the previous words were an account of his own exploits, it must be said that Su Hu's teachings were quite effective. Upon hearing his words, the morale of the people within the city surged instantly. No, perhaps participating in this blessing and prayer had already marked them for death. For indeed, as Gu Zhao she stated, his presence could not prevent Ji Yan from speaking, and might even hinder Brother Wen Li's retreat. Before long, Xiongqi began to sense a wave of heat rising from his scalp. What was happening atop his head? It was so scorching. Instinctively, Xiongqi reached up to touch his head. The official leading Chun Mu upstairs brought him to the third floor, then paused to smile and bow. After all, he was merely employing hired help. He could choose whomever he wished, and even the governor could not oppose. If Qin Wuyi and his companions dared to play tricks, Ming Dai would not hesitate to call for aid. She and Shou Xinyan could easily find a place to hide, but they could not. If he intended to keep secrets, even 100 players observing him would never uncover Yuan Yushue's existence. After all, Yuan Yushue excelled at concealing her aura. Ming Dai coaxed him out with 2 large white rabbit milk candies, seizing the opportunity while the pot retained some warmth to wash the pot and utensils, cleaning the kitchen thoroughly. It seemed success was at hand. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in cheers, some even shedding tears of joy. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable tension rise within him. His chest seemed to burn slightly, and his heart felt as though it might leap from his chest. Ultimately, he averted his gaze with a hint of awkwardness, his demeanor betraying a touch of discomfort, while Yuan Yushue continued to gaze at him intently. Ma Yiming found himself momentarily stunned. In truth, he had already prepared a guest room for her. But out of frustration at her refusal to drink the coffee he had personally brewed, he sought to play a prank on her, merely to witness her flustered reaction. A sudden jolt propelled the motorcycle out of the Forest Protection Bureau's yard, trembling towards Wrenchtown. There, the prophet, Elder Yu, set down his staff and eagerly reached for his cigarette case, lighting one and taking a hurried puff. In the first volume, chapter 160, Has Teacher Mu Jin Gone Mad? Guard, Elder Chao Chang. Thousands of Tang's sect disciples shouted in unison. Tangya and Zhou Shihan rushed to the forefront, joining forces to fend off Teacher Mu Jin's assault. Many teachers in the teaching area witnessed this scene, yet chose to turn a blind eye, uninterested in intervening in such trivial matters. Since Elder Chao Chang had recommended Hui Yuhao to the Soul Guidance Department, he himself had become a core disciple of the Martial Soul Department. Under the persuasion of Dean Qian Duo and Dean Yin, certain policies were relaxed regarding their group. For instance, in the event of a brawl at school, as long as it did not escalate too severely, it was permissible. At this moment, many teachers were present. Had they simply stepped forward to mediate, this situation could have been mitigated. Her hair cascaded like a rushing black waterfall, her skin radiant in the glow of the flames, resembling the unblemished beauty of a celestial gem. Her delicate contours resembled an exquisite ice sculpture, both resilient and gentle. Lin Xiao had withdrawn from the international battlefield and arrived in Falling Leaf City. This news was one that NPCs would inherently grasp. He intended first to ascertain the intentions of the 2 princesses. As he spoke languidly, an aura around him began to intensify. Upon hearing this, Chief of Staff De Shui immediately drafted a telegram, transmitting it to General Yamamoto in warning. The meritocratic system of Kalongsan had predetermined the number of personnel from its inception. It was now impossible to increase their ranks or to annex others. They could only rely on their formidable presence to continue fighting. Yan Ning nodded, instructing Chao Lu and El Tai to attend to Hong Sini, while he stepped aside to call Duan Yi. Yuan Qingming glared angrily at the unfolding events, suddenly tasting blood in his throat, provoked to the point of spitting it out. The mercenaries grew tense once more, stealthily positioning themselves to block the path of the 2 guests. At that moment, Zheng Yi was seated in a conference room of the emotional entertainment company with Cui Jian, relaying the intentions of Zhu Zhuqing. After spending 3 nights in the national forest, Lin Xiao and Lu Su prepared to return home early the next morning. With a sigh of resignation, Feng Jing felt a surge of worry when Qin Yao's phone vibrated. Zhang Tao felt as if the other party was jesting with him. He had never encountered such a perfunctory task before, and the target's information seemed excessively simplistic. Su Jia, who had been saved by Feng Jing multiple times, circled around the scenery, observing her intently before playfully commenting. At that moment, the short dagger was perhaps less than 1/10 of a centimeter from his throat. Or perhaps the blade had merely grazed his skin. Had it not been for his years of training and instinctive reflexes, he might have already met his demise at the hands of his opponent. Conversely, Xu Yang merely chuckled at this, believing that there was nothing significant to discuss in this matter, as he had simply acted as was expected of him. There was no need for further conversation. Oh, could you share the details with me? Bella inquired eagerly, sitting up and leaning against the stone by the pool. His voice echoed incessantly in her ears. Feng Jing furrowed her brow deeply and abruptly closed her eyes. Wang Fan felt a sense of unwillingness but had to concede to the limitations of her abilities. If this continued, she would inevitably fall to Yin Xia's hands. The efficacy of these medicines was quite stable. Had they not been cultivated by Xu Yong himself, they would not be applicable in these prescriptions. Elena marveled at this individual's sense of direction, navigating through the night without the need for lanterns or guidance to find their destination. Faye sang this song with great emotion, her heartfelt performance resonating beautifully, evoking feelings of sorrow and tenderness. This was something her mother had longed to do since their last trip to the capital, and today she finally seized the opportunity. The grotesque and greedy expression that marred Wan Yunchuang's previously charming visage gradually twisted, a fleeting smirk of disdain gracing her lips, only to be swiftly concealed. Her expression returning to a calm facade, leaving no trace of her earlier sentiment. In the first volume, chapter 161, Donger, Yuhao, awaken your martial soul. All Tang sect disciples, return at once. At Xiao Chang's command, the previously motionless group of Tang sect disciples retreated like a receding tide. Witnessing this scene, Mu Jin, who had not yet moved far, turned back with Dai Huabin and others, a playful expression adorning her face as she ridiculed. Is this the exemplary student you have nurtured? Ha ha ha, truly amusing. However, Zhou did not respond with anger. Instead, a sudden smile graced her lips. Indeed, this is my exemplary student. The more exceptional he is, the more I cherish him. I intend to reward him shortly. Upon hearing this, Mujin's chest heaved with indignation as she continued her mockery. Exceptional? Ha ha ha, one who only knows how to hide. Thankfully, everyone else has vacated this place. Had they witnessed this scene, they would surely be terrified. Under Ling Mo's perseverance, the pace of his cultivation finally came to a halt. As the spiritual energy within him surged upward to his chest, and then ceased, Ling Mo finally exhaled in relief. Thus, when he learned that Yi Zishan had arrived, he was naturally elated, as if hope had re-emerged. Meanwhile, the spirit rescued by the Soul Emperor also experienced a tumultuous conflict of power within the Holy Realm, ultimately ending its own life before the Spirit King. The Soul Emperor and the Soul Kings have forced us to become monstrosities. Save us. It had pleaded in its final moments. A single sentence caused Zheng Zhu's face to flush crimson. Since entering the room, Zhao Guozian had relentlessly mocked Zheng Zhu, who, since taking office in Shuzhou, had never encountered such ridicule. He harbored a simmering anger, but, out of respect for Qiu Shiliang, could only endure it temporarily. Fear, at times, can be an insidious emotion. When 50,000 individuals share this sentiment, even Yi Zishan would find it challenging to rescue them. Throughout the journey, the escorting individuals were apprehensive that Lin Xiao might reconsider and flee, their expressions tense as they kept watch until they arrived at Puning Temple, where they finally relaxed. After exiting the Shang Tian, Qin Jin inquired deeply about Bai Xiao's culinary preferences, to which Bai Xiao had no particular ideas. While the elderly lady first suggested indulging in Japanese cuisine. Oh, I know. I have long been aware, Zhang Meng sighed, observing Zhang Jiyue as she fell into reminiscence and began to recount her tale. The radiant light persisted for a brief moment before gradually dissipating. Once it had fully vanished, Han Zhu was nowhere to be found, leaving only the Han Wing halberd, now floating in the air, evidently several times more powerful than before. With a creak, Qin Huanli pushed open the door, and the sound shattered the silence enveloping the living room. After sitting down, both ordered several exquisite dishes, eagerly awaiting their arrival while engaging in casual conversation. Although he had remained inactive during the battle at a crucial moment, Xiao Tiao helped identify the general location of the elusive figure, allowing him to timely turn the tide. Secretly grateful for his fortune, Xian Yaozi stretched his limbs, feigning a cumbersome demeanor as he approached the Qinghua, lightly stepping on it. The transparent wings of the phoenix gently unfurled, making it difficult for anyone to notice. And with a slight tremor, he gracefully descended before Yu Gaofeng. It was only when Li Hua captured him that the hawk finally emerged from his reverie, struggling futilely as Li Hua tightened his grip around his neck, rendering him breathless. The more he struggled, the more unbearable the pain became. Enduring the excruciating agony, the hawk hurled his dagger at the nearest wolf, hoping to incite its fury, wishing for the wolf to pounce and shred everyone to pieces. Within the realm of slaughter, the Dao species, nourished by the chaotic will, began to sprout wildly, a young seedling emerging amidst the miasma of chaos, soaring to an astonishing height of 10,000 zhang in the blink of an eye. The baby continued to administer medicine to the concubine. While Linger and Sister Yuan's skin paused mid-conversation, not only was he alive, but his eyes had also regained their vitality, and his limbs had returned to him. The appearance of Hu Qian reignited his hatred, and he understood that even if he refrained from action, Hu Qian would eventually come to settle the score. Having encountered some complications, Han Wei ultimately felt satisfied with the outcome, as he effortlessly expanded an entrance, just wide enough to extract the bronze artifact. Volume 1. Chapter 162. Zhou Yi, Chao Chang, you are utterly wicked. Wang Donger and Hui Yuhao, upon hearing this, simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. Chao Chang's devouring star vine spirit manifested, instantly enveloping an area of 100 meters in radius. Dai Huabin and others found themselves ensnared within, desperately attempting to break free from its grasp, only to discover that the devouring star vine was remarkably resilient. No matter how fiercely they struck, they could not even dislodge a single leaf. In an instant, their fighting spirit waned. With a fierce yet restrained demeanor, Dai Huabin exclaimed, Chao Chang, what are your intentions? This is the academy. Chao Chang could not suppress his cold laughter. Do you not understand my intentions? Hiki, Donger, Yuhao, this time, do not remain behind. I want them bedridden for 3 months without. Ao Long opened his eyes briefly, casting a faint glance before closing them once more to continue his healing. Li Song had no issues, and their casual chatter was of little concern to Ao Long. The technology of planetary fortresses, if the nobles possessed such a formidable tool, what could they possibly fear? Regardless of the world, they could simply trample through. Talent, an undeniable talent. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhua and Lianing wore expressions of frustration, while Imu gleefully observed them, suppressing a smile as she pushed the snacks closer to me and poured wine for everyone. Cherry blossoms fluttered gently, swirling around Luo Tian's hair, ultimately veiling his bright eyes. In the cool smoothness, Luo Tian felt a wetness reminiscent of gentle affection. Suddenly, Imu and Fengzhuo burst into laughter, forgetting their quarrel. Tinga, blushing like a ripe tomato, covered her face and fled in haste. Have you spoken to her about our matters? Ying Jian leaned against Mu Fengya, inquiring. How did you discover that Luo Tian was still moving? Wang Yi nudged Pei Lao San with his head. But I do not know how to absorb it, Yang Jian said pitifully, gazing at Ming. Given this fellow's background, he must have encountered such matters frequently. Do not worry. When the time is right, I shall naturally take you along, Yi Tong said with a smile, patting my hand and holding it gently. Yang Jian secretly rejoiced, thinking, be angry. The more furious, the better. Your anger creates more opportunities for me. At all times, calmness should take precedence. Anger is acceptable, but one must maintain composure even in fury. Nodding in agreement, I followed Tang Qi into the car, steadily fixating on Ye Yun's direction, even though I could hear nothing. This incident had some impact on the 3 publicly listed companies within the group, but fortunately, the influence was minimal. Initially, the stock dipped for 2 days before fluctuating upward. Seeing the share prices stabilize, I sighed in relief. During these past few days, that black dust had not left the saddle. Who would dare to loosen their grip? To plant elms and willows in the wild, to clear thorns and carve ponds. All for the sake of achieving some success in the Heavenly Gate formation. Today, I finally had the leisure to witness such affectionate pairs. No need. We temporarily do not require your cooperation, the officer said as he began assigning tasks. Yinchi, you scoundrel. How could you abandon me in the street? I am, after all, the young master of the Mo family. Mo Xiaowang exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. I intentionally applied concealer and highlighter, even drawing under eye bags. All to prevent Xia Yaqi from noticing my lack of sleep last night. I must learn martial arts, only then can I avoid being bullied. Thus, with unwavering determination, I disregarded the soreness in my body and continued striking the sandbag, delivering increasingly fierce blows. Regardless of what kind of person Xun Yuan was, or what he had done to me, based solely on his penchant for inflicting pain, he was certainly not a suitable match for Xiao Xiao. I understood he felt somewhat guilty, so I refrained from pressing further. Instead, I discreetly called Su Xiaonan to inquire about Gu Changshan's preferences. The wolf's figure had long vanished from everyone's sight, and the sporadic howls from afar only heightened the sense of desolation. The coachman, old Huang, suddenly lost his vision, prompting him to urgently pull on the reins. The 2 fine horses reared up, their hooves striking the ground with a thunderous sound, abruptly halting the carriage. Chapter 163. Let Ma Xiaodao be excited. Upon hearing this, the elder subtly pushed aside Mu Jin's hand, stroked his beard, and frowned. Jin, this matter is beyond my help. Although the Shrek Academy had no explicit rules, it strictly forbade bullying the weak. Even though the elder possessed the authority to dismiss junior teachers, Jin, have you considered the consequences if I intervened in this matter? Mu Jin, upon hearing this, lamented, Uncle, I know this situation puts you in a difficult position, but Shou-Yi has gone too far. In front of so many teachers and students, she humiliated me. If I do nothing, it will only empower her. Within the sacred land of the divine sect, countless hidden ancestors opened their eyes, displaying a hint of astonishment. In the totem land, he had attempted to devour the totem master but failed, resulting in the latter's self-detonation, severely injuring him. Sensing the bone-chilling aura emanating from Zhang Lin's body, Zhao Ba's greed intensified. He was determined to obtain the techniques Zhang Lin practiced. The maid merely remarked that you were training too harshly. Even the Night Wind Guard should have intervened. Zhu Xian reproached Night Wind for not managing the situation better, which caused Lu Yin to suffer. If she could not stabilize her soul within the reincarnation hall, she had no knowledge of the potential consequences. The energy from the gathering pearl was immense. Even with Shui Jinxiu controlling the output speed, absorbing it remained a daunting task. An ear-piercing sound reverberated, causing the entire underground chamber to tremble as a massive iron cage descended from above. The white mist coiled like a dragon, forming a terrifying vortex that generated high-speed rotating energy, akin to a drill, ruthlessly penetrating Qin Haotinen's gates. This strike, akin to that of an immortal's blade, encompassed the trajectory of the Tao, adhering to the principles of heaven and earth, merging with the void, leaving no trace. Luo Tianzi and his son, Jun Jinhang, along with Jin Shi, had all ventured out in search of someone. Even the recently returned Qin Mashing had gone out as well. Unrequited love is the most tragic affair in this world, and must she not express her discontent? After another half-minute, He Jishu straightened up, and Gushi surprisingly rose from the ground, though his eyes had dimmed to the point where his pupils hardly moved. I had witnessed this same situation not long ago, when he had feigned a facade to deceive the old man Lanning. Could it be that he was employing the same tactic now? However, if she did not leave, how would others perceive her? No matter how dense she was, she still understood this much. With family members searching, what would it signify if she lingered? Jean Yijuan composed herself, silently treading on the carpet, and as she neared Lin Haoran's bedroom, she could sense the fervor within the room growing increasingly palpable. Over at the Yue Tower, people were dispatched everywhere to search, while AI Qiao Qiao had already followed Yu Lishang to Ruo Huaxi's residence. Upon hearing the name Lu Ran, I felt a jolt run through me. Without a second thought, I leaped from the sofa, kneeling on the ground and pleading with my eyes. Feng Robai held a teacup in both hands, silent and motionless in her wheelchair, yet her gaze was fixed upon me. She glanced at Chu Hao, as if silently questioning him whether Mother had truly come to the White House to trouble Tian Xian. You won't dare again next time? How many times have you uttered that phrase, and how many times have you truly taken it to heart? Woman glared at me, giving a slight nod. Though he wished to immediately confront and slay that divine emperor, he was not a reckless individual. After all, the revelation of the divine emperor at this moment clearly indicated that he had meticulously devised a strategy to draw them in. After calculating with a calculator, Xiao Ning nodded in satisfaction, only to subsequently let out a sigh. From this, Su Chuan inferred another conclusion. They had no channels to their acquaintances. Meanwhile, Yang Lingyun began to slowly draw his bow, the spiritual energy arrow on the bowstring growing increasingly larger. Beads of sweat formed on Yang Lingyun's forehead, for he understood the dire consequences if his strike were to fail, and the extent of harm it would inflict upon Di Qing. Having never engaged in dealings with Su Chuan before, and with previous overt conflicts between them, it would be nothing short of miraculous if Su Chuan were to speak the truth now. Volume 1, Chapter 164, Ma Xiaotao's rear end is struck. Unbeknownst to Ma Xiaotao, as Chao Chang uttered these words, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. She gazed at Chao Chang in disbelief, swallowing hard, her voice hoarse as she inquired, "Is what you say truly the case?" Chao Chang smiled faintly and nodded, releasing his martial spirit, the devouring star vine. A myriad of blue-black, star-speckled vines emerged, and suddenly, countless black gases wafted from Ma Xiaotao's body, drawn directly into the devouring star vine. Ma Xiaotao stared in astonishment at this scene. Feeling as though something within her had been alleviated, a sensation of unparalleled comfort washing over her. She gazed at Chao Chang in surprise and inquired, "What is happening?" However, the Lord of the Clock, Ao Yuluo, offered them no respite. By the time we reached the center of the 13 ghost immortal domains in the abyss of the Dark God, Ao Yuluo had already claimed the entirety of the Dark God's soul and summoned him forth in haste. Xian furrowed his brow, his expression heavy as he observed the 5 who were effortlessly slain. At that moment, a dripping sound emanated from the depths of darkness, reminiscent of droplets falling to the ground, creating an eerie atmosphere in the still silence. The members of the Lu family exchanged glances, their faces shifting in unease. What did the old man mean by that? What if Ji Yun truly was in peril? Blood, thick with the stench of iron, coursed down Xiaoyan's throat, igniting a torrent of heat within his stomach, the fiery essence swiftly merging with the languid energy of the burning void arrow. Is that so? I had intended to kill you right now. Yet, seeing your unwavering confidence, I am curious about the means you still possess. By all means, reveal them. We shall proceed forthwith. However, if it is merely a trap, then spare yourself the humiliation, Xiao Qitian declared. Why was it that, despite her 3 years